Chapter 1. Did I just time travel like this? In 2019, in a small, unknown city in China, on an unremarkable street, Wang Hao was walking while cursing, drawing glances for passersby. What are you staring at? Never seen a mad dog before? Wang Hao shouted at the people, pointing at him with what he thought was a fierce expression. Damn it. What bad luck. It's just a debt of 3,000 yuan online. Do they really have to call every one of my contacts? Now look, Uncomfortable got reported to my boss and was fired for being morally deficient. Now everyone's happy can't pay back the money. Lost my job. A win-win, damn it. Forget it. I'm going home to play games. They'll think about the future later. Phew. Finally home. Forget it. Let's play a couple of rounds of games first. He pressed the power button on his expensive computer. Sigh. If it weren't for this computer, I wouldn't have borrowed money online, and if I hadn't borrowed money, I wouldn't have been fired. Maybe I would have just muddled through life. Now, Sigh, no more talking. The die is cast, and where there's a will, there's a way. Let's get gaming. He picked up the mouse and clicked on the NBA 2K17 icon. Don't ask why in 2019 he was still playing 2K17. The answer is he couldn't afford the newer games. And 2K17 was still a pirated version he got from an internet CAF. Entering the game, using the character he created, Wang Hao dominated the court, achieving godlike stats after every game. He couldn't help but fantasize about how great it would be if this were him playing in the NBA and not just a virtual character. Sigh. It's frustrating. Why does it have to be just a virtual character? Boom. What the hell? Watching the dark clouds in the sky and the rapidly dimming light in the room, he thought, is it going to rain? Hurry, close the windows. Rumble, 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 rumble. He watched the lightning flashing outside. Who did something to provoke the heavens? Is that friend of mine going through tribulation? Or did the great sage confiscate divine powers? Forget it. I don't want to think about it. It definitely can't be about me after all. I've always been a good youth. Other than owing 3,000 yuan, I haven't done anything wrong. Quickly close the window and go back to gaming. As soon as he sat down, ready to start the next game, the monitor suddenly went black. Then sparks flew and arcs of electricity flashed. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Hao, who was in close contact with it, was naturally electrocuted. Crap. Can't be this unlucky. Is it really coming to collect my debt? This was Wang Hao's last consciousness. 5 days later, in the newspaper, a murder occurred in XX community of our city. The deceased, Wang Hao, former employee of XX company, an orphan, died from electrocution. Phew, I'm not dead. Where's this? The decoration looks so high-end. The hospital is so luxurious. Wait, who brought me here? How much does this day cost? Hey, dear Hao, you're awake. Today is your trial day at UCLA. Hurry up, breakfast is ready. A graceful female voice came from outside the door. Wait, UCLA, what is that? UCLA Bruins? This is America. I'm going to try out for the NCAA powerhouse UCLA. What's going on? Did heaven really hear my voice? How? Hurry up. Being late for the trial won't leave a good impression on the coach. Okay, ma'am. The almost instinctive response slipped out. What's going on? Do I know her? Almost a stream of subconscious memories surged in his mind, quickly merging with Wang Hao's memories, and soon he understood his background. The original owner of this body was also named Wang Hao, a genuine Chinese. His parents brought him to America for work, but they later died in a car accident. They left him a not too big, not too small inheritance. Since he was accustomed to the American way of life and had remarkable achievements in high school basketball, he did not return to China for schooling. Today was the day he was to try out for the UCLA college basketball team. Wait, trying out for UCLA? Achievements in high school basketball. Does this mean there's a chance to enter the NBA? So happy my dream has really come true. Quick, let's see what year it is. 2005. Not bad. It's an era I understand. If I had time traveled to the future, that would be a tragedy. Every year, quality players have a rough idea of their prospects. Haha, this is great. It's an era I'm familiar with. How? If you don't come out soon, you really will be late. Mrs. Smith, the landlord, kindly reminded. Okay, ma'am, I'm coming out. How? Go for it. Get into UCLA, crush North Carolina, crush Duke, crush all your opponents, then enter the NBA just like you did in high school. Go for it. Eating breakfast, Wang Hao looked at Mrs. Smith, who was sitting across from him, and couldn't imagine that this seemingly gentle and elegant woman was actually a die-hard basketball fan and seemed to be a fan of him. Wang. HAO.IT seems the original Wang Hao was doing pretty well in Los Angeles. Don't worry, brother. We have the same name and interests. I will definitely work hard. Thank you, ma'am, for accompanying me to the trial. Wang Hao said apologetically while sitting in the car. Don't mention him. Very happy to accompany you to the trial. After all, not everyone gets to accompany a future star to a trial, and I happen to witness your first step to becoming a star. Seeing Wang Hao's nervousness, she continued to comfort him. It's just a simple trial, right? Haha, relax, kid. Don't be nervous, just perform normally, and you will definitely be selected. Yes, ma'am. I also believe I will definitely be selected. Hello, I'm here for the trial. Hey, raise my invitation letter. Could you please tell me how to get there? Wang Hao said to a security guard. Oh, you're here for the trial. A Chinese? You're Wang Hao. Oh my God. Don't you know how much UCLA hopes for your arrival? You actually came so late. Damn it. You should have belonged to UCLA ages ago. Wang Hao was about to mention the traffic on the way, but the security guard actually blamed him for needing to spend 4 years in high school. That my God. How famous was the original Wang Hao? Although Wang Hao loved basketball, before time traveling, due to life pressures, he only played basketball games and thought about it. Now, going directly into it, he was indeed a bit scared. You've arrived, that's ahead. That's your coach, Ben Holland. Go on, kid, they'll be cheering for you. Looking at the spacious and bright gym, Wang Hao's heart began to race. Brother, can you give me some time to familiarize myself with the techniques? Right now, other than the technical moves I can think of in my head, everything else is just rubbish. This is going to be a disaster. What to do? Don't be nervous, just treat it as a normal training session. Your talent will definitely get you selected. Go for it. Mrs. Smith, who thought Wang Hao was nervous, said, Okay, ma'am. Stretching the neck to be cut or retracting the neck to be cut. Either way, it will hurt, so let's just go for it. Wang Hao quickly adjusted his mindset and walked over to the coach. Hello, coach. I'm here for the trial. My name is Wang Hao, and hey, raise my trial invitation letter. You finally made it. I thought you chose another university. Thank God. A kid from Los Angeles chose Los Angeles. Go for it. Kid, if you're ready, let's get started. Okay, coach, I'm ready anytime. Mark, take Wang Hao to test his physical data. Chapter 2, how can time travel be without a golden finger? Come on, kid, follow me. Don't be nervous. I'm just testing your physical data. Okay, coach, I'm not nervous. Wang Hao trembled as he said those words. Who knows what kind of grandparent-like figure he had to be? May his predecessor bless him. Haha, it's normal for newcomers to be nervous, but once training starts, you must adjust your mindset. Do you see those reporters on the sidelines? They're mostly here to see you, and many people are doubting you, thinking that the data you posted in high school was just bullying the weak and that you'll show your true colors. In the NCAA, this is your best chance to shut them up. Go for it. What the hell? Dude, why are you saying all this to me? Are you really afraid you'll perform well? Looking at the long lenses and short guns on the sidelines, Wang Hao couldn't help but doubt the intentions of this assistant coach named Mark. All right, first, let's test your height. Please stand barefoot on the scale. Okay, coach. Ding. The host has taken the first step towards professional basketball. System activation successful. Who? What is this? What's going on? Coach Mark asked, puzzled. Nothing, coach. Let's continue. System activated. Would the host like to bind? System? Where are you and how did you come here? I'm the basketball system. My purpose is to help you play basketball and play it well. I don't even know how I came here. All right, bind. Since you're here to help me play basketball, help me get through this test first. The system cannot enhance the host's abilities without reason. That if the host wants to enhance their abilities, they need to complete designated tasks, including but not limited to basketball. What should I do now, system? At my current level, my basketball dream might end before it even starts. Hey, Wang Hao, your barefoot height is 207 centimeters. Very good. Next, we need to test your wingspan. Please follow me. Coach Mark, can you wait for me a moment? I need to use the restroom. All right, where is it? Come back quickly. He'll be waiting here. With that, Coach Mark pointed Wang Hao in a direction and went to watch other players train. Hurry. System, tell me what's going on? After closing the restroom door and confirming no one was around, Wang Hao asked anxiously. The purpose of this system is to help the host become a 1EO faking superstar, and everything done is to assist the host. Then how do I get through this test? Don't tell me you have no way. If you can't help, I might as well go back home and live off the title of a returnee, being a lazy fish. The host has a beginner's gift package that has not been claimed. Would you like to claim it? Why didn't you say so earlier? Claim it, of course. Let's see what it is. Opening the gift package. Please wait. Ding. Please choose 3 skills from the following options. 1. 3-point shot introduction. Simple and straightforward. Why go inside and fight when you can score from the perimeter? Isn't it better to run less than others in every game? 2. Off-ball movement introduction. Not everyone will let you shoot threes, so you still need to make some runs. 3. Offensive organization introduction. No matter what position you play, flashy passes will attract countless fans, making you a nightly groom. 4. Breakthrough introduction. Whether you want to run or not, you must admit that the closer you are to the basket, the higher the scoring efficiency. This is an unchanging truth. You might break this law, but at least for now, you cannot. 5. Defense introduction. You know defense wins championships, right? Lock down your opponent, and you'll instill fear in them. 6. Back-toe basket introduction. Do I need to introduce this? Look at Jordan. Look at Kobe, who doesn't have a back-toe the basket skill. 7. Rebounding introduction. Come on, get those boards. Shoot freely. Please choose from the above options. It's really hard to choose. Can the system give a suggestion? Considering the host's physical qualities, it is recommended that the host choose 3-point shooting, breakthrough, and defense. System, can I choose 3-point shooting, breakthrough, and offensive organization? Yes. The system serves the host and cannot go against the host's wishes. Then it added, however, the system still recommends the host choose 3-point shooting, breakthrough, and defense, as these three are currently the most suitable for the host. All right, they'll go with those three. Ding. The host has chosen 3-point shooting, breakthrough, and defense. The three skills have been granted. Please experience their usage on your own. Is that it? No celestial phenomena. No sudden relief after a painful experience? Wang Hao asked with a hopeful expression. Please remain calm. The system operates on principles of reason and will not produce the phenomena described by the host. The system exists to assist the host, but the main focus is still on the host practicing and developing on their own. Okay. By the way, system, what is your name? I see other systems and novels have cool names. This system has no name. Please name it host. You'll name it, it has to be a powerful name. Got IT'd. I am here because of thunder. So the system's name should be related to thunder. How about calling it the Thunderstrike system? What do you think? From now on, they'll call you Thunderstrike. Hee hee. You didn't give me the gift package at first, and scare me, I almost lost my basketball dream. Although the system doesn't like it, it has no authority to change the host's naming, so from now on, the system will be called Thunderstrike. An emotionless, synthetic voice of the system came through, which made Wang Hao feel less of a sense of revenge. How about we change the name, system? Once named, this system cannot be changed. Please mourn, host. Mourn? Mourn what? It's your name, okay? Wang Hao, what's wrong? Are you having stomach issues? Why haven't you come out yet? You're the only one left for the physical test. Okay, I'm coming. Wang Hao replied. He'll study you properly after the trial. Sorry, coach, for keeping you waiting. Wang Hao said apologetically. Coming out of the restroom, Wang Hao was clearly full of confidence and no longer looked nervous like during the initial test. Not nervous anymore, that's good. Time to showcase your talent. Let's get started when you're ready. Looking at the crowd, Wang Hao confidently announced that he was ready to begin. As Wang Hao's testing progressed, a series of gasps came from the onlookers. Coach, Wang Hao's physical test data is out. Take a look. It's truly astonishing. Mark, stay calm. We've worked together for so many years. What kind of data haven't we seen? Show it to me. What the hell is this? Height 207 centimeters. Weight 110 kilograms. Wingspan 239 centimeters. Vertical jump 103 centimeters. Running jump 115 centimeters. Standing reach 4 meters. Bench press 165 kilograms. Hand size 31.77 centimeters. Are you sure this is the physical test of a high school graduate? Are you sure this is an Asian? Are you sure this kid's father isn't a god disguised as an Asian? This physical talent. Even in the NBA, you wouldn't find many like this. It's not that you can't find them. There have never been such freakish physical test data since the data statistics began. Hey, coach, you're more nervous than I am. What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to stay calm? Besides, this kid is only being tested for his static talent. His dynamic talent hasn't been tested yet. What if he's a player like Kwame Brown? Kwame Brown? Do you think everyone has the potential to become Kwame Brown? If you watch Wang's high school games, you'll see that he rarely relies on physical talent. His playing style is incredibly smart. Kwame Brown? That guy, a human gorilla, is in no way comparable to Wang. All right, Mark, I know what you're thinking. Go ahead and test this kid's dynamic data. Chapter 3. Terrifying physical talents come. Children, let us now assess your athletic abilities. First up is Wang Hao. You shall go first. The initial test will be the 3-quarter sprint. When you are ready, please inform me. Wang Hao approached the testing area and raised his hand to signal his readiness, to which Coach Mark promptly indicated that they could commence. Wang Hao suddenly exerted force through his legs. The distinct and pronounced Achilles tendons on his calves visibly longer than those of others, propelling him forward like the wind. Quick! Let us see how many seconds Wang has run. Coach Mark stared incredulously at the stopwatch in his hand. Mark, what is the matter? Coach, take a look. Mark said, handing over the stopwatch. Is this for real? Are you certain your watch is functioning properly? Yes, coach. Would you like to conduct the test again? No need for that. Let us perform a baseline shuttle run test, then bring Wang directly to me for shooting practice. I want to assess him personally. Wang Hao, come here. Next, we will test your baseline shuttle run. Once you are ready, I shall start the timer. Wang Hao once again arrived at the testing area, signaling that he was ready to begin. Upon receiving confirmation, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball shot from a chamber. The results soon emerged. Although astonishing, Mark had grown accustomed to such feats. He swiftly led Wang Hao to the head coach, Ben Holland. Coach, his results are in. The 3-quarter sprint was completed in 91 seconds, while the baseline turnaround clocked in at 10. 25 seconds. Understood. You may proceed to test the other children, Wong. Leave this to me. Though Coach Holland appeared calm, his mind was anything but. What is this? The chosen one? The new king of the NBA? No. This is undoubtedly the future monarch of the basketball realm. With such testing data, he could create quite a stir in the NBA. Regardless of the year he enters the draft, he is undeniably the prime candidate for the #1 pick. I must train Wong diligently. If his talent goes unrealized, it would be an immense loss for basketball and for me as well. A player like him may only come once in a lifetime, and I am fortunate to have the privilege of coaching him. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Wong Hao, come with me. Let's practice shooting over there. Are there any specific requirements for shooting? For instance, a fixed position or particular movements? As Wong Hao prepared to shoot, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although he had acquired the ability to shoot three-pointers through the system, the prospect of developing this skill on his own left him feeling uncertain. Thus, he deemed it prudent to seek clarification. There are no specific demands. You simply need to use your most proficient techniques from your favorite position to make the shot. Came the instruction. You two, come over and retrieve the ball. The two indicated players obediently walked to the basket. Let's begin. Showcase your shooting prowess. I appreciate your assistance. Let us commence. With that, he positioned himself just beyond the three-point line, adopting a stance ready to receive the ball. This young man is already adapting to the NBA's three-point line? Coach Haaland thought with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that Wong had evidently mapped out his future aspirations. However, Wong was preoccupied with a different concern. He wondered whether the system's standard for three-pointers was aligned with the NBA or the NCAA. If it were the latter, standing beyond the arc would only count as a two-pointer, raising the risk of a miss. After all, if he was unable to score from distance, there was no logical reason to retreat further away from the basket. Hey, you two, why aren't you passing the ball? What are you waiting for? Coach Haaland barked at the two unresponsive players beneath the basket. This distance? Passing? A three-pointer? Does this kid really think he's a natural sharpshooter? Since you've chosen to embarrass yourself, don't blame me. Clang, clang. The first two shots clanked off the rim. This doesn't make sense. I felt like I was on point. System, can you assist me? Wong Hao quickly paused to address the system. Your touch is soft. Your form is correct. Yet your power is somewhat excessive. However, the issue is minor. You possess the makings of an exceptional shooter, Coach Haaland mused. The host's release was overly tense, leading to a stiff wrist and excessive force, which resulted in missed shots. Please relax and follow your instincts, the system advised. Despite having missed 2 consecutive shots, the posture and timing were undoubtedly correct. The only issue was his nervousness. Taking a deep breath, Wong Hao steadied himself and reached out for the ball once more. Hey, back for more, are we? This kid truly has a stubborn streak, he thought. Though internally protesting, his hands obediently passed the ball. Receiving it, he bent his knees, leaped, and shot. Perfect. Swish. The ball went in. Well done. You've even grasped the concept of self-adjustment. Mark, when did you arrive? Has the physical assessment concluded? Yes, coach. The assessment is done. Aside from Wong, only 2 individuals met the requirements. Here are their statistics. Would you like to keep them? Hold on a moment. Let us observe Wong's shooting. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish. How many consecutive shots has Wong made? Coach Haaland inquired of his assistant, Mark. I'm not certain, but I estimate it's at least 80, Mark replied, somewhat uncertain. All right, tell Wong to stop. We have no reason to refuse him, do we? Let us check on the other 2 newcomers. The tall individual named Hunter stands at an impressive height of 208 centimeters, with a wingspan of 219 centimeters and weighing 130 kilograms, making him a formidable center, a reliable shield on the court, possessing a commendable sense of positioning, albeit with a somewhat inconsistent mid-range shot. Coach Mark pointed towards one of the players and remarked, Indeed, that one lacks precision, to which Coach Haaland concurred. Another shorter player, a black athlete named Lycus, stands at 194 centimeters and weighs 90 kilograms, showcasing exceptional speed and a robust physique, suitable for an aggressive forward. With a mid-range shooting ability slightly superior to Hunter S., albeit still limited. The attributes of another player were also disclosed. He could serve as a disruptive pioneer. Coach Haaland accurately defined the roles of the 2 individuals. It appears that this year, Wong Hao is indeed the most delightful surprise. Although it was anticipated that he would not choose another city for college after completing high school in Los Angeles, seeing the statistics still induced a sense of anxiety. All right, Let us announce it. This year, we shall retain these three individuals, Wang Hao, Hunter, and Lycus. Unfortunately, there is no position for the others in the Brown Bears team. Upon hearing the news, Hunter and Lycus erupted in cheers. Noticing Wang Hao's composed demeanor, they inquired, "Hey, brother, why aren't you excited? Isn't this a joyous occasion?" Wang Hao gazed at the duo and replied, "Indeed, it is a cause for joy. However, it lacks challenge, does it not?" "True enough. With your talent, you would be sought after anywhere, far surpassing us," they acknowledged. "Hey, brothers, let us not forget that we will be teammates henceforth. Talent may be innate, but we still need to put in the effort," Wang Hao asserted. "I am Wang Hao. What are your names?" "I am Hunter. I am Lycus. Let us give it our all. Let us go." With a clap of his hands, Coach Haoland garnered the attention of the group. "Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ben Haoland. You may call me Ben or Coach Haoland. This is my assistant, Mark. I am delighted to welcome you to the Brown Bears. However, if you believe this marks the end, you are mistaken. This is merely the beginning, the commencement of a lengthy season and your introduction to formal basketball. So, children, let us strive for a splendid conclusion in the future. Although there are still 2 months until the season commences, we shall begin training tomorrow at 9 a.m. I expect no tardiness from anyone. Now, you three, please choose your jersey numbers." Wang Hao chose to don the number 0 jersey once again, while Leica opted for the number 19, and Hunter selected 34. "All right, that concludes our gathering. Do not arrive late tomorrow." Chapter 4. Report on the Brown Bears. "Hey, Hao, I knew you would be chosen," remarked Mr. Will, our landlord, upon his return from work. "Indeed, I was present throughout the entire selection process." Watching as the spectators gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit a turkey egg. It was utterly comical. "My lovely wife, might you be mindful of your demeanor? After all, standing before you is a future basketball star," Mr. Will jested. "Will, Lucy, could you please refrain from mocking me?" "You have no idea how my legs trembled upon entering the arena," I replied. "Really? Our future superstar is afraid? Huh. I can only imagine the multitude of media outlets clamoring to interview me for tales of Wang Hao in the future." Mrs. Will continued her playful banter. "Wang, does training commence tomorrow?" Mr. Will inquired. "Yes, with only 2 months until the season begins, let us give it our all." As I lay in bed, reflecting on this extraordinarily surreal day, it felt akin to a dream. "System, please elaborate on your functions." "Certainly, host. The objective of this system is to mold you into the foremost basketball player. As for how I came into existence, that remains a mystery. Your physical template is based on your previous life's character from the game, 2K17, encompassing attributes such as height, weight, jumping ability, speed, and strength. However, the mastery of basketball techniques will require your own diligent development or the completion of missions to earn rewards. Your potential for each basketball skill is at its apex, meaning that with hard work, you could become the first genuine all-around king of the NBA, proficient in every aspect. And what do the 3 skills chosen today signify? The system rewards skills solely to expedite your journey to mastery. The application of these skills depends on your own discernment, as no skill possesses a 100% success rate. The efficacy of skill is contingent upon your execution. For example, when shooting 3-pointers, an open shot will invariably yield a higher success rate than a contested one. The specifics depend on your approach and proficiency. Consider a novice who suddenly receives a top-tier character. They will require time to acclimate and master its capabilities. Thus, please do not grow complacent. Diligent practice is essential to thoroughly integrate various skills. Is there a marketplace or items available, perhaps even player skill cards? I'm quite eager. Host, please remain grounded. This is the real world. Besides imparting basketball skills, the system can solely enhance your resilience against injuries, accelerate recovery speed, and ensure complete recovery without residual effects. This ability is also intended to ensure that the host maintains a healthy basketball career. All right, system, never mind, good night. How? Rise and shine. Today marks your first day of training with the team, so do not be late. I'm here, landlady. Having finished grooming, just as he sat down at the dining table, the landlady incessantly reminded Wang how to perform well in training and to be cautious of injuries. In that moment, Wang Hao nearly felt as if he had returned to his previous life in China, for the landlady bore an uncanny resemblance to a typical Chinese mother, advising her child who had just begun school. This innate quality in women truly knows no bounds of nationality or race. Just as Wang Hao felt overwhelmed, Mr. Will timely appeared, gently reminding her to keep an eye on the time. My beautiful lady, if you continue to nag, Wang Hao may very well be late for his first day. Oh, My heavens, I'm so sorry. Let us go, I'll drop you off. At the entrance of UCLA, I'll see you here, Wang Hao. All right, thank you, madam. With an elegant closure of the car door, Wang Hao turned to leave, yet his gait hardly exuded grace. It resembled more of a hasty escape. Phew, finally it's quiet. It seems that overzealous fans can also be a bit overwhelming. At the training ground of the Brown Bears. Hey, Jordan, have you heard? We have a freshman, a Chinese kid, rumored to be exceptionally skilled. He might just take your position as team leader. Huh, does he really think that after a few good years in high school, he can command the field in the Brown Bears? I'll show him who's boss. Jordan Farmar disdainfully remarked. Here he comes, Jordan, look. Hey, Wang, you've arrived. Hunter and Leica, upon seeing Wang Hao approach, whispered Wang. Be careful, the upperclassmen are out to get you. That number 5 over there is the team leader, Jordan Farmar, and he is the one who's after you. So watch out. Huh, get me? But he better have the capability to do so, with the system backing him. Wang had already set his sights beyond the NCAA. His aspirations reached for the NBA, the stars, and the vast ocean. Although he had yet to play a single game, was he being arrogant? After all, he was a man with a golden finger. Wang, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. Hunter and I will always stand by your side. Rest assured. Yes, Hunter, will definitely be on your team, don't worry. The two novices, thinking Wang Hao was intimidated, spoke in comfort. Oh, thank you. Feeling somewhat speechless at their misunderstanding, Wang Hao thought, am I really that intimidated by Jordan Farmar? In my past life, I had merely heard of his name. Why would I fear him? Nonetheless, he was touched by their words. After all, this could be considered a gesture of international friendship. No worries, I'm not afraid of him. Rather, I find it amusing. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Oh, you probably don't understand. It essentially means an ant wishing to battle a lion. Upon observing the perplexed expressions of his two companions, Wang Hao hastily clarified, Haha, you are indeed correct. He is an ant. Should he dare to provoke, I shall crush him. Hunter's boisterous voice successfully reached Farmar's ears. Who do you call an ant? The newcomer? Jordan inquired, his face contorted with anger. Whoever admits it. Let them speak up. Don't you all agree? Wang Hao mercilessly mocked. Are you courting death, young man? The sharp sound of Coach Haolan's clapping resonated. All right, lads. Everyone is here. Gather quickly. Just wait, young man. You'll see what is coming for you and you two rookies. Farmar retorted before obediently heading to the assembly. Let us join them. Wang Hao instructed his two black companions. All right, gentlemen. This year we have 3 newcomers. Wang Hao, Hunter, and Leica. Let us extend a warm welcome. A sparse applause filled the air, as if the audience was conveying to Wang Hao, you may leave. We do not celebrate your arrival. Coach Haolan, too, felt helpless. After all, strength spoke volumes on the basketball court. It was only natural that Wang Hao and his companions, having yet to showcase their prowess, were met with indifference. Enough of that wretched applause. Let me see if you've forgotten how to place the basketball into the damned hoop during the holiday. Everyone, warm up. After the warm-up concluded, they divided into groups for a 20-minute scrimmage before dispersing. Wang, how should we play? Hunter and Leica approached Wang Hao. Let us see how it goes. If we form a team, I'll ensure you both get plenty of passes, if I'm on the opposing side. I might just ease up a bit, he replied. Oh, Wang, you're so kind. From now on, you shall be my brother, Hunter. Leica chimed in as well. Chapter 5. Come on, let us have some fun. Ding. Assembly. All right, we will now divide into teams. Team A. Point guard Jordan Farmar. Small forward Mike Kelly. Center Andre Jones. Shooting guard Wood Vyson. Power forward Damon Harris. Sixth man Russell Paul. Team B. Point guard Mike White. Shooting guard Leica. Small forward Wang Hao. Power forward Hunter. Center Richard Paul. Sixth man George Henry. The game time is set for 20 minutes, with Team A starting the ball. What kind of teammates are these? It seems that aside from Jordan and Farmar, I have no recollection of the others. Is this the hellish difficulty of the NCAA? It appears fate has decreed that I must play solo, Wang Hao thought, casting a sympathetic glance at his teammates. Do not blame me, brothers. It is simply that you are lacking. I am surely sent by the heavens to rescue you, he mused. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, the current lineup of the UCLA Bruins had once reached the NCAA finals, only to narrowly lose to the University of Florida. With a heart heavy with compassion, Wang Hao faced his first opponent in the NCAA, none other than Mike Kelly, the small forward from Team. Hey kid, I truly feel sorry for you. Arriving on the first day and already crossing paths with the team leader. But I shan't pity you. Are you prepared to be trampled by Mike? He chuckled, the banter devoid of substance, failing to elicit any desire for a response from Wang Hao. How tiresome, what a fool. While he feigned indifference, The upcoming scrimmage weighed heavily on his mind, as it could significantly influence his standing in the eyes of the head coach. Jordan Farmar, with the ball beyond the arc, gestured for the court to open up. It was evident that he intended to go solo for the first shot. Matched up against Mike White at Team B, a swift change of direction allowed him to shake off his defender, with Hunter and Richard closing in for support. Farmar skillfully drew both defenders before delivering a low pass to Andre Jones in the paint. The latter did not disappoint, executing a two-handed dunk to complete the offensive play. After executing a splendid assist, Farmar provocatively shot a glance at Wong Hao, clearly taunting him. "Rookie, come on." "My apologies, Wong. I left someone open," Hunter expressed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "It's all right. Just one play. Team B initiated the ball, and Wong Hao positioned himself at the three-point line, calling for the ball." Mike White, controlling the ball, glanced at Farmar, who gave a slight nod, before passing it to Wong Hao and then darting to the opposite corner. This play is intriguing. Whether I take the shot depends on Farmar's expression. It seems this fellow holds some sway within the team. Observing Mike White move to the other corner, Farmar abandoned his own assignment to assist Mike Kelly in double-teaming Wong Hao. So it appears I am indeed targeted. But that is of little concern. Wong Hao disregarded his teammate's signal for the ball and, with sheer determination, maneuvered through the double team. Confronting the center of Team A, he executed a powerful three-step approach, leapt skyward, and delivered a thunderous dunk, marking the debut of the Brown Bears with an explosive display of athleticism. "Hey, brother, did you really think you could challenge me?" he taunted, gazing at the A-team center who lay sprawled on the floor. A look of sheer terror etched upon his face. No. Wait, why should I be afraid? Why should I even respond to him? What are you doing? Ondra, wipe that pathetic expression off your face and inbound the ball. Damn it, Farmar shouted in frustration. All right, boss. What do you think, Coach Hayland, about this match? Team B is destined to win. Wong Hao's physical prowess alone can dominate this game. We are merely left to anticipate what further surprises he may unveil. After all, he showcased his shooting skills yesterday, and just moments ago, he proved he can perfectly exploit his physical attributes. Now, let's await the unveiling of the remaining arsenal Wong possesses. Hayland, they've only played one round. Are you still the meticulous head coach I once knew? Mark, remember, while basketball is indeed a team sport, it is also one that allows an individual to determine the outcome of the game. It is paradoxical, yet undeniable, a reality we must acknowledge. Very well, you have convinced me. Returning focus to the game, Team A initiated their offense. Farmar, ball in hand, executed a pick with the small forward at the three-point line, with his assignment now switched to Wong Hao. Care for a one-on-one? Fine. I was merely going to toy with you, but since you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. In Wong Hao's eyes, Farmar was practically inviting disaster. Kid, I will show you who truly leads the Brown Bears. He signaled to his teammates to spread out and showcased an array of flashy dribbling moves, between the legs, behind the back, crossovers, yet he found himself utterly stymied, firmly held outside the three-point arc by Wong Hao. Hey, Jordan, are you attempting to impress me with your dribbling skills? You damn rookie, Farmar muttered, recognizing the futility of his attempts as Wong Hao maintained his defensive stance just a step ahead. In a moment of desperation, Farmar launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. What? How is this possible? As Wong Hao witnessed Farmar leap into action, he too sprang into the air, extending his large hand to intercept the ball mid-flight, grasping it firmly. A rejection? Good heavens, how could this be? A three-point rejection? Is this rookie a monstrous entity? Not only the players on the court, but also the two coaches acting as referees were left speechless, utterly astonished by Wong Hao's prodigious talent, which far surpassed what he had thus far revealed. Here's the ball. Continue, Wong Hao said, handing the ball to Farmar with a self-satisfied smile. Damn it, you insufferable rookie, you've provoked me. How dare you humiliate the great Farmar? Just wait, he called upon the center to set a screen, using the big man's cover to charge into the paint. Clever of you to enlist help, but at one team matter. Today, I shall annihilate you. If you are so eager to penetrate, let us see what you can achieve once you breach the interior. Shaking off his defender? A rookie remains a rookie. Thinking Farmar would engage him in a one-on-one duel? The first time attempting to dunk on his own hoop felt exhilarating. Farmar, be cautious. Just as he was about to slam that wretched basketball into the net, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the floor, colliding with the baseline. Why is the gym so dim today? Looking up, he saw the imposing figure beneath the basket. It was merely his own shadow. What was this? Offering me the ball? I apologize. Did I exert too much force? Are you unhurt? Wang Hao inquired with concern. Give me the ball again, and I shall be more careful, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao revealed his devilish grin. All right, good. How dare you, rookie, treat the great Famar like a fool? Beep, beep, beep. Enough, let's halt this scrimmage. Haolan called for a stop. Famar, retract those damned fists. Are you not afraid Wang might accidentally strike you? Without so much as a glance at Famar, he turned to Wang Hao. Next season, Wang, you shall be the starting small forward, with you as the focal point. I trust no one has any objections regarding making Wang Hao the core of our team. The crowd fell silent, for the recent exchanges had clearly demonstrated Wang Hao's prowess. No, coach, though many harbored reluctance, none dared defy the coach's decree. Very well now, everyone, engage in free practice. This afternoon, we will rehearse tactics. Hey, Famar, what are you doing, rookie? Here to mock me? The great Famar shall never yield to you, mock? No, I believe you've misunderstood. I merely wish to continue our earlier game. Your offense, my defense. What do you say? Wang Hao said with a broad smile. You insufferable rookie, just wait. One day, the great Famar will trample you beneath his feet. But for now, Famar requires practice to regain his shooting touch. And I have no time to waste on you. Such a fierce tone belied the timidity of the words, but so it goes. Come on, Famar. Let's continue our one-on-one duel. Once you emerge victorious, I shall heed your commands. What do you say? Wang Hao persistently enticed. Humph, you think you can outsmart me? Famar? That is impossible. Do not even entertain the thought. I must regain my touch and practice my shooting. Unmoved by the temptation, Famar remained resolute. Very well. Are any of you interested? Wang Hao then turned to the onlookers gathered nearby, inquiring. I still need to work on my stamina. I must practice my dribbling. The crowd gradually dispersed. What is this? Surely you are afraid, Famar. Are you not reconsidering? Come on, defeat me, and let us revel together. Chapter 6, The Encounter. All right, today's training concludes here. Everyone, do not be late tomorrow. Dismiss. Goodbye. Coach Wang Hao, along with the others, bid farewell to the coach and departed the gymnasium, aimlessly strolling through the bustling streets of Los Angeles. Observing the ebb and flow of people and the incessant stream of vehicles, Wang Hao found it hard to believe that he had become a member of the UCLA Bruins. Endowed with extraordinary physical prowess and a unique basketball system, possessing the potential to advance to the NBA. It was truly astonishing. Yet now that he was here, he must not squander this opportunity. He was determined to make a name for himself. Hey, big guy, who are you, little one? Why are you tugging at me? Wang Hao inquired, looking down at the child gripping his pant leg. I saw you were so tall, and I thought you might know my dad, so I came to find you. I'm lost, the little one replied in a sweet, childish voice. Do you know my dad, big guy? Who is your father? All right. Indeed, carelessness seems to be a universal trait among parents. Where is your family, little darling? Wang Hao casually picked up the child and asked. I don't know, really. My mom is in a room somewhere. I sneaked out to play and got lost. Big guy, you're so tall. You must be my dad's teammate, right? Please tell my dad that his little one is lost and needs him to come and get me, the child mumbled. All right then, little one. You must tell me your father's name. What is it? My dad is Kobe Bryant, and I am not little one. I am Natalia, Humph. Very well. You are Natalia, and your father is Kobe Bryant. Wait a minute, Kobe Bryant? What a coincidence. Is there another Kobe in Los Angeles? If he thinks I am his father's teammate, that means his father is an athlete? The Kobe of the Lakers? My goodness. Well, I do not have your father's number, but I will call the police. They will surely be able to locate your dad. How's that sound? Wang Hao said excitedly, trembling with anticipation. All right. However, you must accompany me. I have no desire to encounter that group of police officers, for their appearance is rather intimidating and may frighten Natalia, the little girl declared with a touch of arrogance. Very well. Hello. Is this the police station? I have a report of a missing little girl named Natalia. She claims her father is Kobe Bryant of the Lakers. Could you please contact him? Oh, I see. Thank you. I am currently located at, XX Street, near a basketball court. Is it all right if I wait there? All right, thank you. I will wait at the basketball court. After hanging up, Wang Hao made his way to the agreed-upon court, the Los Angeles Lakers training facility. Hey, Kobe, you have a phone call from the Los Angeles police. A staff member shouted to the number 8 jersey-clad player engaged in training. Okay, I'm coming. What does the police want? The damned Eagle County incident has been resolved, hasn't it? Despite his confusion, Kobe answered the call. Hello, this is Kobe. How may I assist you? Oh, good day, sir. A report was made regarding your daughter being missing. She is currently with someone at a basketball court on XX Street, waiting for you to come and retrieve her. What? All right, I will head there immediately. Thank you. Please inform the coach that I have to leave early today. Without changing his clothes, he grabbed his car keys and rushed to the garage. Hey, big guy, can you play basketball? My dad is incredibly good at it. Hey, little one, I can play basketball too. And my name is Wang Hao, not big guy. You may call me big brother or simply Wang, but refrain from calling me big guy. Then, if you don't call me little one, I shall not call you big guy, Natalia retorted with a victorious expression. Very well, Natalia. All right, brother. Their cooperation was amicable, and the little girl solemnly shook Wang Hao's hand. Seeing the adorable child's serious demeanor, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? You still haven't answered me. Can you play basketball? My dad is Kobe, you know. Yes. I am aware that your father is Kobe. However, I am quite skilled myself. If we were to play for real, I wouldn't be afraid of him. He merely entered the NBA a few years before I did. Though internally uncertain, he replied with bravado. Is that so? Young one, few dare to speak to me in such a manner in the NBA nowadays. Save for that damned fat guy. A strange voice echoed in his ear. Daddy. The little girl joyfully spread her arms upon seeing the man clad in the number 8 jersey. Kobe, greetings. I'm Wang Hao. Indeed, it was I who reported earlier. While you are quite impressive, I'm not intimidated by you. Wang Hao resolved to persevere to the end. An intriguing young man, I have a basketball in my car. Shall we engage in a game of one-on-one here? Indeed, upon the mere mention of basketball, Kobe became utterly unyielding, and Wang Hao sensed an almost palpable aura of intensity emanating from him. Excellent. Wang Hao felt his competitive spirit ignited by Kobe. After all, who was Kobe if not a benchmark to surpass? Dad, please don't bully the tall guy. He's very kind to Natalia, the little girl pleaded. But her entreaty fell on deaf ears. Just play for a bit. You can watch quietly. You go first, shoot 20 balls. I trust you know the rules. If you miss, we switch possession. Wang Hao labeled Kobe as a tiresome old man. Come on, kid. All right, old man, Wang Hao thought. Taking a step back from Kobe, without a moment's hesitation, he launched a three-pointer for beyond the arc. Can it go in? Swish. The only response to Kobe's doubt was the crisp sound of the net. Continue. Kobe passed the ball, adjusting his defensive strategy to tighten the pressure. Let's see if he can shoot again. Still giving me this much space? Wang Hao took a leap, shooting again. With Kobe's positioning and the height and reach difference between them, there was no interference. Swish. Another successful shot. Hey, old man, is that all you've got? Wang Hao boasted. Kid, I'm serious now. Your scoring spree ends here, Kobe retorted fiercely. This time, Kobe granted Wang Hao no room, applying staunch defensive pressure. His arms flailing to obstruct Wang Hao's line of sight and dribbling options. This old man possesses some skill. This level of pressure is beyond what my NCAA teammates could offer. Yet, does he not realize that I excel in strength? This kid wants to back me down? To challenge me physically? Although I'm not a powerhouse like that hefty fellow, it certainly isn't his place to use his body against me. Bang! The sound of muscle colliding with muscle echoed. This old man can hold his ground. However, I shall apply more force. Be careful, old man. I'm going to exert myself. Bang! Still coming? Does he not know this tactic is futile against me? Wait, this kid didn't he go all out just now? A formidable force struck Kobe, causing him to lose his balance. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, spinning past Kobe and leaping high to deliver a thunderous dunk. How about that, Kobe? Wow, the tall guy is so cool. Dad, you need to step it up. Watching her cheer for him while praising another, Kobe's competitive spirit ignited. After successfully defending against Wang Hao's next attempt, he ensured that Wang Hao would have no further opportunities to handle the ball, ultimately concluding the score at 20-3. Indeed, even a doting father can unleash a little cosmic energy. All right, kid, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. How about we head to my house for dinner? What? Old man, are you thanking me for helping you find Natalia? Otherwise, are you truly enamored with your rather modest basketball skills? Come, let us embark. Chapter 7. What is Los Angeles like at 4 in the morning? Vanessa, do not fret. Natalia is with me. I shall return home with her now. Oh, and by the way, there's a wretched scoundrel coming over for dinner tonight, so please prepare an ample meal. Yes, just make it according to my usual portion. His stature surpasses mine. Very well, see you shortly. Upon returning to the car, I suddenly remembered to call my wife to assure her of my safety. I had truly forgotten everything while immersed in the game. Hey, kid, this is my home, Kobe proudly declared. Wang Hao gazed upon the opulent mansions of Beverly Hills, a sight previously encountered only in photographs, profoundly astonished by the corruption inherent in capitalism. Ah, how I long to be ensnared by its allure. Behold those private basketball courts, luxurious villas, exclusive estates, and shimmering pools, perfection incarnate. Are you taken aback? Young man, I could procure several of such residences in a single year. And on the other side, I possess another, designated solely for my helicopter. The nefarious capitalists. Just wait, old man. I shall undoubtedly acquire the property adjacent to yours and embellish it to a grandeur surpassing your own, infuriating you in the process. Wang Hao said with a sheepish grin. Very well, I await the day you become my neighbor. Come now, the training facility is behind, and there are uniforms in the locker. Hurry and change. I shall await your arrival. Daddy, no, I want a tall one to play with me. Natalia pouted. Natalia, be obedient. Your father is assisting this big oaf in training. Should he ascend to the NBA and become our neighbor, you would be able to play with him every day, wouldn't you? All right, but you must hurry. Come on, big guy. Quickly become our neighbor. Still somewhat displeased, Natalia pouted adorably before retreating to torment her doll. Come on, young man. I have a comprehensive array of training equipment here. First, let us assess your physical data. Here we go again. Old man, I just underwent a physical evaluation at UCLA yesterday. Must I endure it again with you? How tiresome. You're a player from UCLA? A freshman this year? Very well. Then please, share your physical assessment results. Kobe, finding the testing tedious, allowed Wang Hao to report his own data. My height is, my weight is. Really? Upon hearing Wang Hao's statistics, Kobe inquired with astonishment. Of course, why would I lie to you? Wang Hao retorted disdainfully. Height suited for the paint. Strength within the post, speed from the perimeter, leaping ability, and a delicate touch. This is undoubtedly an existence more remarkable than Shaq's. You play as a small forward? Indeed. He felt it necessary to embellish his prowess further. To be precise, I can play all 5 positions, but I must consider the sentiments of my teammates. Hence, I chose a single position. Enough boasting. The NBA is not the same as the NCAA. Let's engage in a one-on-one. Here we go again. Enough already. Receive the ball. Let us begin. Be cautious. I shall employ my full defensive prowess against you, which means you shall face a one-on-one defense of finals caliber. Remember, even LeBron has yet to reach the finals. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Wang Hao, positioned beyond the three-point line, dribbled the ball with great difficulty. His solemn expression and sweat-drenched jersey indicating that this was the most formidable challenge he had ever faced. Seizing an opportunity, he switched the ball to his left hand, accelerated, and saw Kobe move to the left, swiftly reclaiming the ball in his right hand. He surged forward, as if the hoop beckoned to him. But wait, where's the ball? Turning back, he saw Kobe successfully retrieving the ball, leaving Wang Hao feeling utterly dejected. Out of 10 attempts, only 2 had been successful through shooting. The remaining 8, all penetrative attempts, had been thwarted. It was no wonder Wang Hao was disheartened. Were the breakthrough attributes promised by the system? Come on, kid. Don't be like this. You're still young, and your skills are commendable, albeit lacking in experience and situational judgment. After all, you are up against the current top player in the league, aren't you? Kobe consoled, unwilling to see a budding star extinguish his potential. All right, old man. I recognize our differences. I will persevere, Wang Hao replied. Next, let us assess your shooting ability. You can move freely, and I'll retrieve the ball for you. Kobe picking up balls was a privilege few could claim. Are you ready? Kid, I'm about to begin, he announced. Bring it on, old man. When it comes to shooting, I fear no one. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of netting echoed as Wang Hao moved across the court, and Kobe's passes reached him instantly. Wang Hao did not disappoint, sinking every shot into the basket flawlessly. However, Kobe was puzzled by Wang Hao's apparent obsession with three-point shots. Since the beginning, nearly 100 attempts have been made, all from beyond the arc, with not a single mid-range shot taken or missed, a remarkable feat for the young player. Stop, kid. Your three-point shooting is indeed accurate, but why not attempt mid-range shots? Kobe inquired, perplexed. Why shoot mid-range? If I have the three-pointer, why struggle to penetrate for just 2 points? Am I foolish? Wang Hao responded, forgetting that it was no longer 2019, the era when three-pointers reigned supreme. The current NBA still favored the dominance of interior players, although the elite big men were becoming scarce. What kind of logic is that? Don't you know that the closer you are to the basket, the higher the efficiency? Kobe clearly struggled to accept Wang Hao's rationale regarding shooting. Yet, 2 of my three-point shots equate to 3 of your 2-point shots. Are you unaware that the more attempts you take, the lower your shooting percentage becomes? Wang Hao retorted disdainfully. Was his math taught by a physical education teacher? Surely. Otherwise, how could he play so well? He mused, concerned about Kobe's educator. Is this our guest for today? Why is it that you always greet visitors on a basketball court? Hello, you may call me Vanessa, came a voice. And Wang Hao turned to see the woman despised by countless female fans. Hello, I am Wang Hao. It is an honor to visit your luxurious home. Wang Hao gracefully shook hands with Vanessa and replied, very well. Young man, let us conclude today's training. Kobe, with a sense of resignation, had no choice but to halt the session. Oh yes, I can finally play with Natalia. Come on, big guy, let's swing. Natalia cheered as she eagerly pulled Wang Hao out of the gymnasium. Wang, the swing is broken, so you must help me repair it before we can play. I trust you won't refuse, will you? Of course not. How could I deny our little darling? He responded. Let me see. It turned out that the swing seat cushion had come loose. This is simple. Watch me. Wang Hao tested the tension of the swing ropes, feeling reassured. He seated himself on one of the ropes, resting his feet on the other, allowing his body to gradually descend, thus becoming a cushion for himself. All right, Natalia, come on. Join me on the swing. Can we really do this? Wang, my father won't scold me, will he? Natalia, eager yet apprehensive, bit her finger as if weighing the risk. Don't worry, I'll handle your father. Come on up. This is so much fun, Wang. Can we play like this again? Natalia's joyous laughter echoed throughout the estate. What game could bring such delight to our little princess? Vanessa approached with a graceful stride. Oh my, Natalia, what are you doing? You must come down this instant. It's quite improper. Vanessa said apologetically. It's all right. I consider this training. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. Indeed, let them have their fun, Kobe chimed in as he arrived on the scene. All right, let us gather for a meal. Hey, Kobe, what is Los Angeles like at 4 a.m.? Wang Hao suddenly asked, his mind momentarily blank. What? Kobe responded, a puzzled expression on his face. Never mind, let us eat. Chapter 8. Night Conversations. Thank you for your hospitality, Vanessa, and you too, old man. After a hearty meal, Wang Hao bid farewell to Kobe and Vanessa. Hold on a moment, young man. We need to talk. Vanessa, you take the children to play. I'll have a word with Wang and help him prepare for his bedroom. What do you want, old man? Are you coveting my handsome looks? I've heard NBA players have peculiar interests. You wouldn't be one of them, would you? Wang Hao said warily. What nonsense, lad. I'm not like those rascals. I merely wish to discuss your future career. After all, you're one of the young talents I hold in high regard, and I would like to assist you. Isn't it a bit premature to talk about a career? I'm only a freshman. Not at all. With your abilities, a year in college is merely transitional. Prolonging your stay would squander your talent, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. You have a significant chance of being selected in the first round of the draft, provided you don't sabotage yourself. Your physical gifts are innate, and your shooting skills are commendable, I must admit. But that's a year away. I can't choose which team selects me. They choose me. No. Young man, you must believe in yourself. Once you showcase your talents, I swear even the Blazers management will prioritize you, Kobe asserted confidently. What you need now is to train diligently, avoid developing bad habits, and lead your teammates to victory in every game. I shall prevail, even without your encouragement. For no one desires defeat, do they? It is commendable that you possess such determination. I hope you carry it into the NBA as well. I have witnessed far too many talented individuals succumb to complacency. Many gifted souls, far more talented than I, have now faded into obscurity, Kobe lamented. Wang Hao's demeanor continues to please Kobe. Old man, you performed admirably this year, nearly securing a spot in the playoffs. The mere thought of the Lakers' record incites Kobe's frustration. They failed to make it to the postseason. However, it is merely one season of absence from the playoffs. You are still at your peak, so why the urgency? Moreover, your teammates this year have proven to be rather underwhelming. Those wretched individuals should not be gracing the NBA. Their statistics are simply unfathomable. With such a lackluster group of companions, it is uncertain when the championship will be within reach. Do not fret. The Lakers management will take action, and I trust that the wait will not be overly long. Wang Hao, having traversed from the future, is well aware that during the 2007 to 2008 season, the Lakers acquired Pau Gasol, subsequently reaching the finals thrice and securing 2 championships. Let us hope for that. Young man, do you have a favorite NBA team? Which city do you aspire to play in? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, expressing his desire to join the Los Angeles Lakers, a team close to home and situated in a bustling city. However, he pondered whether there would be any opportunity for him to shine with the presence of the old man. After much contemplation, Wang Hao finally articulated his thoughts. Yes, the Lakers would be a splendid choice. The Lakers? Are you planning to be my little brother? He laughed. Hey, wake up, old man. Are you still dreaming? Do you think a single dinner could win you over? To join the Lakers as my subordinate? Don't be ridiculous. My aim is to lead the team to secure 6, 7, 8, or even 9 championships. Can you handle that? While I admire your audacity, I must say you are quite naive. Even the great Jordan only managed 6 championships in his entire career. Yum. Although Kobe did not voice it, his expression spoke volumes. The young man was chasing an illusion. Why can't I achieve what Jordan did not? Isn't it the purpose of the predecessors to be surpassed by the successors? You still harbor such thoughts? Quite commendable, but let us be realistic. You are currently competing in the NCAA and have yet to secure an NBA contract. So focus on your training. As for competing with me for the top spot on the Lakers, you are welcome to try. I've never encountered such an intriguing young man. This lad possesses remarkable talent and ambition. Perhaps after a few years of development with the Lakers, he could carry the team's banner while I play a more leisurely style of basketball. Who knows, I might even secure a few more championships. Let's first observe how he performs in the NCAA. Kobe mused to himself. Old man, are you suggesting I'm boasting? Oh no, dear boy, you've misunderstood. I'm implying you are merely dreaming. It's not yet time for slumber. In your native tongue, it would be called daydreaming, though you might refer to it as dusk dreaming. That infuriating old man. Just wait, I will prove you wrong. I shall await with bated breath. Kobe remained composed. Though he secretly anticipated Wang Hao's performance, his demeanor was as calm as ever. Indeed, the Oscars owe Kobe a little golden statuette. Young man, has the Grizzlies training commenced? How does it feel? It has begun. Regarding the training, I feel little except the necessity to build rapport with my teammates. Beyond that, it is unlikely to be of much assistance. Wang Hao did not wish to sound arrogant, but the truth was undeniable. Indeed, the intensity of the current NCAA competition cannot provide you with substantial benefits. Why not join me for training with the Lakers? To the Lakers? To Staples Center? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, locking on Kobe. Calm down. It is merely training at Staples Center. Why the excitement? You should know I spent half my year there. Is there anything surprising about that? Kobe silently flaunted his nonchalance. What else would you prefer? Training at the American Airlines Center? Wang Hao, prepare to take the stage once more. Curse it. Do you seek your own demise, young man? Are you unaware that that rotund fellow, Shaquille, resides in Miami? Indeed, it appears that whenever the name O'Neal is mentioned, Kobe's fury is bound to ignite. Merely jesting. But are you truly prepared to assume the mantle of leadership for the Lakers and guide us to championship glory? Spare me your self-adoration. Should you wish to go, I could certainly escort you, albeit in the capacity of your practice partner. But what of your collegiate training? I shall find a way. Moreover, the rigors of university training are not insurmountable. I believe once I discussed this with the coach, he would acquiesce. It is to be hoped so. Chapter 9. The Dawn of Los Angeles at 4 a.m. Rise and shine, young man. Are you not eager to witness Los Angeles at this hour? Hurry and awaken. Kobe's voice resonated outside the door, rapping insistently. What is it? Old man, are you not aware that disturbing one's slumber is rather impolite? Reluctantly, Wang Hao opened the door. Old man, so early, what is your intention? Upon seeing Kobe, who was impeccably dressed, Wang Hao inquired. Come quickly. I shall take you to behold Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. I have discovered that the morning air is quite invigorating. Kobe's excitement mirrored that of a child who had just uncovered a new toy. Very well, cursed old man. Although he muttered complaints, his body obediently donned clothing, and after freshening up, he followed Kobe downstairs. Where to, old man? Wang Hao, still groggy, climbed into the vehicle, visibly displeased. Of course, I am taking you to explore Los Angeles at this hour. However, with the stars scattered across the sky, sparse pedestrians, and darkened streets, are you certain you wish to venture out? As the car roared to life, Kobe inquired, bewildered by Wang Hao's interest. Not particularly appealing. Perhaps we should return to slumber. At Kobe's prompting, Wang Hao felt the allure of his bed beckoning, quickly voicing his preference. No, young man. Consider that we have risen so early. Even if Los Angeles lacks spectacle, I can escort you to a more remarkable location. Let us depart. The engine's roar on the streets attested that indeed, 2 individuals had purposefully come to admire the beauty of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Inside the car, Wang Hao pondered where Kobe might lead him. Suppressing his curiosity, he seized the opportunity to briefly close his eyes. Kobe drove in silence while Wang Hao snored peacefully. Hey, young man, awaken. We have arrived. Despite his annoyance at Wang Hao's snoring, Kobe only called out once they reached their destination. What is it? Time for a meal? Let us hurry. What are you daydreaming about? Young man, we have reached our destination. Behold, this is one of the most coveted locations for basketball players worldwide. The home of the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers, the Staples Center. How does it feel to be awestruck? Observing Kobe, whose face seemed to implore for praise and astonishment, Wang Hao uncooperatively retorted. So you were heading to the basketball court? I had assumed, old man, that you intended to take me to a nightclub. How tedious. Wang Hao's words caused Kobe to suppress his next response, his expression akin to that of someone who had just ingested a fly. After calming his agitated spirit and assuring himself that he would refrain from striking Wang Hao, he declared, let us proceed. We shall enter and train here today. Your role is to be my sparring partner. He attempted to appear suave and aloof, unperturbed by the thought of being humiliated in front of his teammates. Though his words were defiant, his body betrayed him, softening in submission. To be candid, at this juncture, Wang Hao was unable to surpass Kobe in breakthrough and defensive skills, even if he were to unlock them. However, with Kobe as an exceptional training partner, all obstacles seemed surmountable. As they approached the brightly lit Staples Center, Wang Hao endeavored to maintain his composure, yet he could not help but exude an unmistakable rural charm. What are you staring at? Come over, change your clothes, and warm up. You grew up in Los Angeles. Surely, you have visited Staples before? Actually, I haven't. Wang Hao replied, feeling a tad embarrassed as the old man laughed at him. Ha ha ha. No worries. I can take you here often in the future. It's all good. While he claimed it was no big deal, the smile on his face suggested otherwise. You old man, just wait until I usurp your position as the leader, and you'll be the one waving a towel for me every day. System, have I mastered my shooting skills? Wang Hao inquired during the brief interlude for changing clothes. Host has comprehended shooting skills. Please continue to strive for mastery in breakthrough and defensive skills. How should I achieve that? Is there a shortcut? Host, this system is the greatest shortcut. Please do not entertain fanciful notions. The comprehension of skills must be experienced personally. A reminder, the host can accelerate skill mastery through continuous training and competition. All right, training it is then. I refuse to be defeated. Hurry up, kid. Changing clothes like a woman, dragging your feet. I'm coming, you old coot. Your shooting is quite commendable, but your breakthrough and defense are utterly lacking. The disparity is stark. Today we shall focus on breakthrough and defense. Standing on the court, Kobe shed his jovial demeanor, transforming into the formidable Black Mamba. I shall attack, and you will defend. We each take a shot. Come on, old man, watch me crush you. Swish. Observing Wang Hao take a step back, Kobe launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Success. Did you think I must break through? Is outside defense not defense? As Wang Hao stood, bewildered, and accused Kobe of cheating, he responded lightly, nonetheless. You're the first to dare to give me this much space. Impressive, kid. I truly hope to face you in every match. Kobe continued to taunt, sealing the moment with a double whammy. You old man, you are forcing my hand. Behold my bulldozer approach. However, my young friend, while I possess the ability to shoot, you do not, which renders it futile. Nevertheless, you may execute a jump shot following a drive. Kobe continued his relentless pursuit, achieving a triple kill. If you choose not to shoot, then so be it. I shall overpower you. Come on, young man. Kobe allowed Wang Hao a moment's reprieve. The insufferable elder. Wang Hao, choosing not to engage further, safeguarded the basketball and charged towards Kobe's right side. Kobe stayed close, and Wang Hao shielded the ball with his body, wary of Kobe's attempts to steal it. He pushed his way into the paint, suddenly exerting force to create a sliver of space, and then executed a step-back jumper. The ball swished through the net. Ecstatic, he raised his arms as if he had just made a game-winning shot. Unfortunately, there were no cheering spectators on the sidelines, nor teammates rushing to celebrate with him. Only the stoic visage of Kobe, who simply remarked, continue. Chapter 10, Greetings. I'm Kobe Bryant. All right, young man, let us call it a day for now. It's time for breakfast. Kobe halted the training session. I've been famished for quite some time. I thought the Lakers abstained from breakfast. If that were the case, I might reconsider joining the Lakers in the future. Enough with the jesting, young man. Do you think just anyone can join the Lakers? Hey, what are we eating? You all are worth hundreds of millions, especially you. Yet your breakfast consists of this. Wang Hao lamented weakly at the sight of the nutritional meal before him. What else would you expect? Beer and fried chicken? Are you not aware that athletes must regulate their diets? Such indulgences are unthinkable during the season. Young man, remember that an athlete's greatest adversary is not the opponent, but oneself and injuries. While injuries are unavoidable, a disciplined approach can yield a commendable career. I have witnessed too many exceptionally talented players lack self-discipline, squandering their contracts and facing bankruptcy, vanishing swiftly, much like a certain Team S legend who returned from a break considerably overweight. A star athlete can fall from grace rapidly. This is the consequence of neglecting one's diet. Very well, I shall be mindful. Elder, what does my driving look? Driving? To speak candidly, your technique requires further refinement. You are more suited to the bulldozing approach akin to that of a Cleveland Cavalier, relying on sheer physicality for your drives. In that case, you merely need to perfect your finishing at the rim to transition into real game scenarios. Moreover, your height is not conducive to the driving style of a smaller guard. Reflect on this. After we dine, we shall commence our practice. Kobe offered his advice with sincere candor. Wang Hao yearned to refute, yet he could not deny the veracity of Kobe's words. Given his current circumstances, a breakthrough akin to LeBron's was most suitable, possessing strength and speed rivaling that of LeBron, along with a height that truly made him a giant among men. Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, we shall commence our practice, Kobe urged. Observing Kobe's eager demeanor, reminiscent of a devoted mentor, Wang Hao felt an internal upheaval. Was this truly the same Kobe who had once been so stern with his teammates and even harsher with himself? Had Duncan's spirit somehow possessed him? Hurry up, you wretched boy. Stop being so indecisive. Still lost in his thoughts, Wang Hao snapped back to reality at Kobe's call, dismissing the notion of a kinder, Duncan-like Kobe. Damn it, old man. Prepare to be put through your paces. Come on, kid. Let me see your mettle. Don't act like a coward. You're the coward. Your entire family awaits the impact of my prowess. Hey, kid, your first step must be quick. Don't be so lackluster with that approach. You want to even surpass Shaquille's grandmother, yes. Exert yourself. Where's your strength? Hey, watch out to your side. Don't get your ball stolen. Maintain your balance. Good heavens. Where are your arms? Your elbows? Do you genuinely believe you can carve a path with sheer body strength? The NBA courts are far from the civilized realm you envision. Hey, old man, you've committed a foul. I'm aware you fouled multiple times. I said I know, unmoved by Wang Hao's good-natured reminders. Kobe persisted in his defense. I can't take this anymore. You old men are pinching and elbowing. You should be ejected. Wang Hao exclaimed in exasperation, slapping the ball. Is that all it takes for you to give up? Do you think the NBA is a playground? This is merely my gentler approach to defense. The challenges I face in the season are far more severe than what I'm presenting to you today. Should you complain to the referees every time you receive the ball? Remember, the game continues until the whistle blows. Just now, did you hear me foul? No? I thought not. That's because there are no referees. Are you blind, old man? Since the whistle hasn't blown, let us continue. Given your attributes, you ought to acclimate to a higher level of defense. Keep going. Although Wang Hao found Kobe's demeanor somewhat insufferable, as if he were the sole teacher, he had to concede that Kobe was genuinely aiding him in enhancing his basketball skills. For your sake, I shall let bygones be bygones. In the future, when you find yourself benched, I will ensure a position as the water cooler attendant awaits you. The court once again echoed with Kobe's relentless banter, infused with his guidance directed at Wang Hao. Hey, young man, remember that when you stand on the court, your adversary is your enemy. To confront an enemy, one must employ every means necessary to achieve victory. Banter is among those means. In fact, such banter is an integral aspect of NBA culture, and you must acclimate to it. While being a villain in the NBA may tarnish your reputation, it undoubtedly instills more fear than merely embodying the role of a gentleman. As the one-on-one continues, Wang Hao breaks through on the right flank, while Kobe shifts laterally to block his path. Wang Hao suddenly halts, retracts, and transitions the ball to his left hand, maneuvering down the left side, using his body to forcefully bypass the off-balance Kobe. With a powerful leap, he executes a ferocious dunk, concluding this round. What do you think, old man? Was that impressive? Wang Hao inquires, presenting his achievement with pride. Decent, I suppose. Do you truly believe you have bested me? Kobe retorts, turning to rub his chest. This young man possesses remarkable strength. It rivals that of the gorilla, perhaps even surpassing it. I wonder if he is exerting his full potential. If this is not his utmost, it is indeed a terrifying prospect. Did I cause you pain, old man? Wang Hao's playful demeanor leaves Kobe momentarily speechless. Can you not see it? Must I articulate it? Do I lack dignity? Enough of that, young man. The breakthrough training concludes here. Next, we shall engage in shooting practice. I'm afraid I cannot, old man. As you know, I am in college, and my school team has training today. I must head back. Thank you for your guidance, old man. Despite their banter, Wang Hao genuinely expresses his gratitude to Kobe. Darn it, I nearly forgot. You're still a freshman. No worries, just wait a moment. Brown Bears, head coach. Found it. Hold on, young man. I need to make a call. The call connects. Hello, Coach Haaland, this is Kobe Bryant. Yes, if there is no second Kobe Bryant on the Lakers, Then I am indeed the one you speak of. Hello, Kobe. What can I do for you? Coach Haaland, striving to maintain composure, is nonetheless exhilarated by the call. After all, it is Kobe Bryant. Well, my friend, there is a freshman on the Brown Bears named Wang Hao. May I borrow him for a few days? He is currently training with me at Staples, and I realize this request may seem unreasonable, but I implore you. Kobe awaits Coach Haaland's response, his heart filled with trepidation, mirrored by Wang Hao's own anxious thoughts. Hello? Hello? Coach Haaland, are you still there? Assuming the silence indicates that the coach has hung up in disapproval, Kobe prepares to end the call when he hears Haaland's voice. Of course. It would be an immense honor for Wang to train with you. This is not only beneficial for Wang, but also greatly advantageous for the Brown Bears. If possible, I would love for you to visit the team. The tremor in Haaland's voice conveys the weight of the moment. What a remarkable opportunity it is for a freshman to train alongside Kobe. Kobe's attitude towards training is famously rigorous. It is hard to believe that a freshman could train alongside him without earning his approval. Just look at those who have received Kobe's endorsement. It appears that this year's NCAA aspirations are set high. Thank you, Coach Haaland, but no, Kobe. It is I who should express my gratitude. Moreover, the less significant training sessions can be omitted for Wang. I will notify him when his presence is required. After all, given Wang's prowess, the assistance he receives from the Bears is negligible. His abilities transcend the NCAA. I leave him in your capable hands. All right, Coach, farewell. Chapter 11. Endured trials ready to continue enduring, kid? Hey, boss, you arrived quite early. Turning towards the source of the voice, a towering figure, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, approached. Your arrival is not exactly late either, Parker, Kobe replied nonchalantly. It seems this group of teammates has deeply affected Kobe. Parker, the Lakers' Parker, is indeed the notorious Grim Reaper, Smush Parker. Hello, Parker. May I address you as such? I am Wang Hao, Kobe's protege. Wang Hao glanced at Kobe, uncertain of how to introduce himself. He's my training partner. This is the Lakers' point guard, Smush Parker. Hello, stop with the pleasantries. You'll get to know each other soon enough. Let's compare shooting skills. Kobe brusquely interrupted Wang Hao. And you, Parker, come assist with the passing. Get over here, kid. You shoot, I'll defend. Let us see your in-game shooting ability. Old man, if you're looking for trouble, don't blame me, with a nod to Parker to begin. Wang Hao sprinted beyond the three-point line, searching for an opportunity. Unfortunately, Kobe's defense was relentless, shadowing Wang Hao step for step. It seemed that relying solely on movement to create space would not suffice. Kid, do you intend to find an opening to receive the ball this way? Acting like a softie, trying to be an outside shooter? You need to fight for position. Push me aside, and you'll have your chance. Have you skipped a meal? Hey, if you keep this up, your future girlfriend will find someone else faced with Kobe's incessant trash talk. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. This old man truly lacks variety in his banter. Perhaps he should spend some time on various forums in my homeland to refine his skills. Old man, your trash talk is truly lacking in finesse, but it has reminded me of something. Parker, throw the ball a bit higher. When I reach out, just pass it. Wang Hao forcefully pushed aside Kobe, extending his hand to receive the ball, and executed a jump shot with precision. Swish! The ball effortlessly found its mark. Yes, it truly works. Watch how I deal with you, old man. Subsequently, Wang Hao continued to replicate this offensive maneuver, repeatedly sinking the ball through the hoop, occasionally executing a cut to the basket to deliver a dunk, reveling in the thrill of the game. While Wang Hao was enjoying himself, Kobe, on defense, and the ever-watchful Parker were far from at ease. Parker pondered, who exactly is the practice player here? If a practice player can score under Kobe's defense, what does that say about those guards who have been brought to tears by him in the NBA? If one were to believe Kobe's defense was lacking, those accolades of 12 defensive selections, 9 times on the first team, would certainly serve to disprove that notion. Kobe, on the other hand, was unsettled by the realization that this young man, while remarkably accurate in shooting, had a glaring deficiency in his ability to penetrate defenses, truly a paradox. Nevertheless, his basketball intellect was high, his physical gifts were unparalleled, and his capacity for learning was exceptional. It might be prudent for the management to place Wang on their watch list. What's the matter, old man? Are you already conceding? Afraid, are we? Oh, it appears that our Black Mamba from Los Angeles is nothing but a softie. Haha. This year, let us aim for a poor season to secure a top draft pick, and next year, we'll select a big brother who can lead you to victory. Not just 1 or 2 championships, not 3 or 4, and certainly not 5 or 6, but 7, 8, 9, 10. How's that sound? In response to Wang Hao's playful taunts, Kobe, while aware that this was merely jest. Felt the sting of pride that comes with being the league's foremost player, and it incensed him greatly. That damn kid. Can't he see that I'm holding back? It seems necessary to impart a profound lesson that will make him understand whose territory Staples truly is. Some words should never be spoken, even in jest. Young man, you've riled the Black Mamba. Brace yourself for the fiery wrath of a vengeful spirit. Is this old man truly so thin-skinned? Is he angered already? How petty. Contrary to Wong Hao's assumptions, Parker, as Kobe's teammate, was acutely aware of Kobe's temperament. Is this it? If someone else on the Lakers had uttered such words, Kobe would likely have annihilated them. Could this kid possibly be Kobe's illegitimate son? Or is there some secret code between them? No, that cannot be right. Their ages and appearances do not match. I won't think about it anymore. Thinking further only breeds fear. The preferences of Kobe are not to be contemplated. Parker, keep score on the side. Young man, we shall engage in a duel until you are on the ground, Kobe declared fiercely. Parker cast a sympathetic glance at Wong Hao. This version of Kobe was clearly in kill mode. Poor kid. Though Parker felt empathy for Wong Hao, he dared not interject while Kobe was in this state. He merely nodded in agreement and moved to stand by the scoreboard, signaling his readiness. Let us hope this does not shatter the boy's confidence, Parker silently prayed. As Kobe unleashed his killer instinct, he initiated a series of back-down moves. Wong Hao closely adhered to Kobe, extending his arms wide to deny any space for a shot. Did he think this would suffice to thwart me? Young man, you are still too green. Leaning against Wong Hao, Kobe dribbled as he took 2 steps back. Not finding the space he desired, he executed a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper that effortlessly sailed through the air, landing in the hoop. Wong Hao, poised to brace for Kobe's third impact, was caught off guard, merely watching as the basketball traced an elegant arc before sinking into the net. Kobe cast a disdainful glance at Wong Hao before retreating beyond the three-point line to receive the ball. Do you think you can employ the same tactic against me? You underestimate me, old man. Kobe continued to back down, the sound of their muscular collision echoing, followed by another thud. I've warned you, old man. This method will not work on me a second time. Mistaking Kobe's shoulder feint for another shot, Wong Hao leaped to block, already concocting a barrage of taunts for Kobe after the anticipated rejection. What? A feint? After the shoulder fakes, Kobe did not shoot. As Wong Hao leapt, Kobe executed a nimble spin, leaving Wong Hao behind and finishing the play with a delicate layup. Kid, did you really think that was all I was capable of? Or did it your entire repertoire? Following his consecutive baskets, Kobe's words flowed more freely. Keep going, you old man. Kobe aimed to impart a profound lesson to Wong Hao, reminding him not to be so arrogant. Wong Hao was immersed in the comprehensive enhancement of his defensive skills, breakthrough techniques, and the timing of his shots. He believed that the insights gained from just today surpassed an entire year spent in the NCAA, especially since he was facing Kobe Bryant. Both individuals, each lost in their thoughts, remained silent, with the only sounds resonating in the court being the rhythmic thud of the basketball against the floor and the collision of bodies. Kobe was engaged in a one-on-one duel, while the gym gradually filled with onlookers, all akin to the Grim Reaper, Parker standing on the sidelines, silently observing. Fearful of disturbing the fierce contest between the two. What do you think of this kid, Mickey? An elderly gentleman inquired. Impressive. His height in the paint, coupled with speed comparable to Kobe, along with excellent jumping ability and shooting skills. We need to observe further, Mickey replied. Mickey, the general manager of the Lakers, was in conversation with Phil Jackson, the venerable head coach. Let us not interrupt them. Let us see how Kobe can challenge this young man, the two elders agreed. Kobe continued to demonstrate his textbook offensive techniques, relentlessly pushing Wong Hao to his limits. In the midst of this trial, Wong Hao sought to learn from each experience, rapidly absorbing knowledge. Their competition was exhilarating, with their focus solely on each other. The Lakers players were captivated by the thrilling showdown, and even the two elderly gentlemen above were transfixed by the spectacle below. Perhaps the only one in the entire arena maintaining a semblance of clarity was Parker, who had to keep track of the score. The score was already 98-19. Does this kid want to continue? Swish. Kobe sank another challenging fadeaway jumper, bringing the score to 99-19. This is madness. It's all utterly insane. Kobe mused, recognizing the difficulty of this young challenger. He is now applying pressure on me, a stark contrast to his earlier struggles. His learning ability is remarkable. Wow, this old man is formidable. He can score even when his body is nearly parallel to the floor. There's a reason he can score 81 points. Wong Hao reflected, admiring Kobe's prowess. All right, Mickey. After Kobe scores, let us call it a day. It's already 119. We should take a closer look at this young man. Not everyone can compete with Kobe at this level. While he may be far behind, he is clearly growing with each shot. Swish. The ball went in. Score 119. All right, kids, let us stop. Kobe, let us halt the game. He is still just a child. Upon hearing this, Kobe paused and acknowledged his opponent, only then noticing that the sidelines had filled with spectators, not just Lakers players, but also staff and reporters. Chapter 12. Preparation for the future. Hello, young man. I witnessed your performance just now. It was impressive, quite astute, and you learned quickly. He then turned his gaze toward Kobe. Kobe, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Mickey, Phil, this young man is Wang Hao, a Chinese national, and he is my training partner. Wang, they're the general manager of the Lakers, Mitch Kupchak, and the head coach, Phil Jackson. Those suspicions lingered in his mind. Wang Hao found himself somewhat unsettled upon Kobe's confirmation. Two legendary figures. Kid, are you truly Kobe's practice partner? Is it due to financial constraints, or do you seek an opportunity to enter the NBA? Given your earlier performance, you could undoubtedly compete in the NBA. I wonder if you have any interest in the Lakers. If so, I could readily represent the team and offer you a contract. What do you think, Kobe? I trust you wouldn't concern yourself with any penalties for this young lad. Consider it, kid. As long as you nod in agreement, we can arrange a physical examination immediately and sign a contract today. You don't have an agent, do you? Perhaps Kobe could recommend one for you. What do you say, young man? How about joining the Lakers and becoming their star? Think it over. Kobe smirked mischievously from the side, adding his encouragement. Put away that insufferable grin, old man. There will come a day when you seek my assistance. I apologize, Mitch, but joining the Lakers is not feasible at the moment. Wang Hao regretfully declined. Did I hear incorrectly? He actually turned down the Lakers? Goodness, who in this world can refuse the Lakers? Is he not a favored child of his era? This kid is truly unappreciative. This is monumental news. Kobe's Chinese practice partner not only matched him on the court, but also declined the Lakers' invitation. Tomorrow, this will certainly make headlines. The reporters on the sidelines scribbled fervently, relishing the opportunity for sensationalism. After all, ISNT that what sells? The Lakers players on the court were left in astonishment. You turn it down? Excuse me, I am merely 18 years old and currently a freshman, a member of the UCLA Bruins. According to NBA draft regulations, I cannot enter the draft until next year, so I must apologize. I genuinely admire the Lakers and wish to join, but everything must wait until next year. So, you mean to say you will play another year in the NCAA? My heavens, that is a sheer waste of talent. With the skills you have demonstrated, the NCAA poses no threat to you, and the benefits for your development are negligible, aside from aiding your understanding of tactics, the Zen master lamented. Indeed, coach. Therefore, I have discussed with the head coach of the Bruins, and aside from essential tactical classes, this young man will train exclusively with me. Perhaps my foresight was not misplaced. Well, Mitch, it seems we must take action, the Zen master commented to his partner. Yes. Phil, Kobe, Wang, follow me. You all continue training. Everything that transpired today is confidential, understood? Kupchak instructed the Lakers players sternly. Call security to clear the area. Just say today is a closed practice, and no interviews will be entertained. Send those pesky reporters away. Kobe, I believe we need you to enlighten us about Wang's capabilities, Kupchak inquired with a serious demeanor. Wang Hao sat upright, acutely aware of the stakes involved in his future. The prowess of this young man? I surmise it must be a remarkable amalgamation of Larry Bird and a gorilla. It could be said that his shooting ability has transcended that of all others, while his physical attributes rival, if not exceed, those of LeBron James. What he currently lacks is merely time to refine his skills and gain experience. As we witnessed during our recent one-on-one showdown, he transformed from being effortlessly overwhelmed at the outset to making my every effort feel arduous, despite my utmost exertion. Does this not speak volumes? As for Wang's physical metrics and innate talents, you may assess that for yourselves. Kobe, disheartened by the thought of being overshadowed by Wang Hao, could not help but salivate at the sight of his athletic gifts. Kobe offered a candid assessment. Let me put it this way. If Wang were to play 1 year in the NCAA, I believe every team, except for Portland's management, would select him as the first overall pick. Thus, if we truly desire this young man who has grown up in Los Angeles, we must take decisive action. Kobe earnestly addressed the two elder statesmen. Kupchak and the Zen master exchanged glances, both turning their attention to Wang Hao, presenting them with quite the conundrum. What do you expect from me? Let me be clear, I will not resort to feigned incompetence merely to join the Lakers. Wang Hao promptly asserted his position. One endearing lad. What are you thinking? We are the Lakers. We would never employ such despicable tactics. Only a miser like Sterling would resort to such underhanded methods. My boy, your task now is to secure a league championship for UCLA, demonstrate your worth, and deliver an explosive season. Only then will the team be compelled to acquire you at any cost. Bear in mind, the Lakers are not just comprised of myself and the Zen Master. You must showcase a value that resonates with them, prompting them to act decisively. Furthermore, as a Chinese individual, the vast market behind you is an undeniable factor. So go forth and give it your all. Then why not simply tank? Wang Hao inquired, perplexed. Tanking? Even that would not guarantee us the first overall pick. Stern would never allow a team with Kobe to languish in mediocrity, and the shareholders would never consent to it. Your performance is crucial. Without securing the top pick, we must consider trades. Of course, this hinges on your performance warranting such a selection. Do you understand, young man? Now, off you go. Your training is not yet complete. Go meet your future teammates, the Zen Master patiently explained before issuing a dismissal. Kobe, does this child truly warrant our utmost efforts to secure the first overall pick? I require your most honest answer. An earnest Kupchak pressed, prompting Kobe to adopt a serious demeanor. Indeed, Mitch, here are the physical metrics for this young man. Take a look, Kobe replied, producing his phone and handing it to the Zen Master and his companion. Moreover, his shooting ability is indeed formidable, surpassing that of anyone I have encountered, including Reggie and Ray Allen. The response from Kobe was met with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Oh my God, this is truly a divine blessing. What did you say? I couldn't quite catch that. Kobe helplessly repeated his previous statement. If that is indeed the case, then we must prepare in advance, Mickey. The Zen Master cast a glance at Kupchak, receiving an affirming smile in return. Kobe, in the upcoming season, you must reduce your attempts and allow others to enhance their statistics. The more they accumulate, the better it is for increasing trade value. Take ample rest to maintain your condition and health. Clearly, Wang Hao's physical assessment data alleviated the concerns of Kupchak and his companion, who promptly established the strategy for the next season. Kobe must stay healthy while others bolster their statistics to enhance trade value. And the team should strive to remain in playoff contention. Even if they do not make it, it is of little consequence. The only uncertainty lies in the fact that Wang Hao has yet to play a single game. It remains to be seen whether he can fulfill his potential in official matches. Evidently, the Lakers still have room for recovery. After all, the season has not commenced yet, has it? And if a player is to falter, it becomes evident within just a few games. Chapter 13. NCAA commences at the Lakers training facility. A Chinese face emerged, engaging in a duel with Kobe, yet declining the Lakers' invitation. Is this arrogance or ignorance? Los Angeles Times. Although nearly 2 months have passed, Wang Hao remains troubled by the unscrupulous media. Kid, you must get used to this. Should you join the Lakers, your exposure will be significant. For every admirer, there will be an equal number of detractors. You simply need to awaken them with victories on the court. The NCAA is about to begin, isn't it? Are you prepared? Know that your performance in training has already captivated everyone in the Lakers. What you now lack is the opportunity to prove yourself in official matches. Rest assured, old man, no need to worry. Worry? I have never been concerned. I fear you might capsize, haha. Just don't let those unknown players overwhelm you. Since his first training session with the Lakers, Wang Hao has complied with Kobe's request, vacating his rented accommodation and moving into Kobe's home, under the pretense that a training partner should be readily available for practice. A rather flimsy excuse. Despite residing in Kobe's household, Wang Hao maintained an excellent relationship with Kobe's family. After all, the social skills of a Chinese individual, coupled with an attractive appearance, easily fostered a bond between Wang Hao and Kobe's family, particularly with Natalia, who has become Wang Hao's little companion. Each day, they would swing in playful camaraderie. Go for it, kid. Don't mess up your debut. Your first opponent is the Arizona Wildcats, right? I look forward to your performance. You're quite tiresome, old man. They're just a bunch of kittens. I won't mess up. I'm heading to the team assembly now. Wait, I'll drive you there and catch your game. Consider it an assessment of your skills. You better be careful, kid. My eyes are sharp. Boring. Then hurry up. I don't want to be late for the first game. Let us go. This is your stage. Kid, make it count. Observing Kobe seated on the bench, Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart. The old man wasn't as detestable as he once thought. Gentlemen, today marks the inaugural match of our season. It's time to bare your fangs. Let us vanquish the Wildcats. Coach Haaland delivered his final pregame rallying cry. Let us vanquish the Wildcats. The team echoed in unison. Go, Brown Bears, tear apart those wretched dogs. The stands erupted in synchronized cheers. Tonight's starting lineup featured point guard Jordan Farmar, shooting guard Wood, small forward Wang Hao, power forward Hunter, and center Andre Jones. Prepare yourselves, lads. Remember, from this moment forth, every game will be scrutinized by scouts. Your performance this season will determine whether you secure a lucrative NBA contract or lead a mundane existence as an ordinary worker. Give it your all for yourselves. For the sake of dollars. Upon hearing the mention of dollars, the Brown Bears players were invigorated, as the promise of reward is universally motivating. Indeed, Coach Haaland's morale-boosting methods possessed a certain effectiveness. Hey guys, if you find yourselves struggling with the ball on the court, just toss it inside. Trust me, you'll earn an assist, Wang Hao advised his teammates. Go on, Wang, Kobe's watching you from behind. Don't mess it up, Coach Haaland emphasized. Believing that aside from Wang Hao, only Jordan Farmar had a genuine chance of entering the NBA. The rest were not up to par. Understood. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, Wang Hao stepped onto the court for his inaugural game, a momentous occasion. Ding! The host has entered the first NCAA game. The system has automatically upgraded, and the upgrade is complete. A task has been issued. Achieve a flawless victory to claim the NCAA championship, with the reward being the skilled dreamy steps. There are no penalties for task failure. A task indeed, but what with the detailed rewards? What's this upgrade about? The system has enhanced its previous functionalities for the host's convenience, further refining various skills. Specifics are to be experienced by the host. The Wildcats roster included center Mike Damon, power forward Ben Pesci, small forward Richard Lewis, shooting guard Dirk Shawn, and point guard Daniel Pierce. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced, and Andre Jones leaped for the basketball on behalf of the Brown Bears. Jordan Farmar received the ball, confidently controlling the front court, analyzing the Wildcats' defense, and searching for opportunities to assist his teammates. Wang Hao observed that Farmar was unable to make a pass, so he dashed to the right side beyond the three-point line, requesting the ball. As he arrived at the designated spot, Farmar's pass was commendable. Having fulfilled his duty, Farmar maneuvered to the left baseline, securing an advantageous position to witness the unfolding action, all the while contemplating if he might seize a couple of three-point opportunities. However, a pass from Wang Hao was simply out of the question. Facing the Wildcat small forward, who stood at most 2 meters tall, Wang Hao made a decisive move without a moment's hesitation. He launched a shot from just beyond the arc, and the basketball gracefully arced through the air before swishing through the net. Observing the defender, who only registered the play upon landing, Wang Hao nonchalantly gestured beneath his nose, clearly implying, "You are significantly shorter than I. How can you hope to defend against me? Give me the ball. I intend to take him on one-on-one," Wang Hao proclaimed, eliciting disdain from Richard, who shared his sentiments with the team's point guard, Daniel. "Let us obliterate that kid. I've heard he trains with Kobe. If we can outplay him, it would surely validate our superiority over his choice, which would be quite a gratifying notion." With the game resuming, Richard held the ball at the three-point line, signaling his teammates to create space as he prepared for a one-on-one showdown with Wang Hao. One-on-one. Excellent. Battling Kobe daily has become mundane. I crave a change of pace, he thought, revealing a smile reminiscent of the Mambas, which only served to irritate his counterpart, Richard. Still smiling? You shall soon be in tears, Richard retorted as he charged forward, employing sheer speed devoid of any technical finesse in an attempt to outpace Wang Hao. Wang Hao, who had deliberately allowed Richard to gain a step, closely trailed him, perhaps concocting another cunning strategy. Enjoy your moment of glory, my friend. The ball is ill-suited for those of Asian descent, Richard mused prematurely. However, Wang Hao swiftly leaped high, snatching the basketball with both hands, surveying the court like a monarch presiding over his subjects. Your dunk lacks power. Allow me to demonstrate, he quipped as he executed a block. Who is this number 0? Why is he seldom seen in grisly training? Could he be sent by the divine? The commentator exclaimed, his emotions spilling forth in exuberance. Wang Hao leisurely advanced with the ball into the front court, surveying the already positioned Wildcats. A smirk played upon his lips as he thought, "Do you really believe this can deter me?" Youthful naivety. Approaching the three-point line, he suddenly accelerated, deftly maneuvering past his defender. With a powerful leap just inside the free-throw line, he executed a ferocious dunk, sending the Wildcats' interior players sprawling before they could react. Observing the fallen opponent and the fearful glances exchanged among his teammates, Wang Hao mused, "This sensation is simply exhilarating." After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers, the fans' roars threatening to lift the roof off the venue. What to do? I'm anxiously awaiting a resolution. What on earth is happening? Oh my God, Someone tell me, am I dreaming? The home team's commentator, flustered, stammered. Hurry and inform me where this yellow-skinned lad hails from. I demand all his information. A timeout was called by the Wildcats. Chapter 14. Please, can you act like a decent person? Don't be alarmed. This is merely the second play. That kid was just fortunate. Richard, avoid isolation. Let us execute our strategy. On defense, we must provide timely support inside and apply appropriate double teaming, the Wildcats coach instructed. Truthfully, he had little to strategize. It was merely the second play, and the primary reason for the timeout was to stifle the momentum of the Bears. In contrast, the Bears bench was filled with laughter and encouragement. Keep it up, boys. Continue this way. Let Wong handle the ball. Rest assured, coach, we know what to do. Watch us dismantle these little kittens, the teammates chimed in unison. As the timeout concluded, the Wildcats regained possession. The Wildcat center set a screen for the guard. Jordan Farmar maneuvered past the pick to pursue defense in the paint, while the power forward, Hunter, rushed to assist. The Wildcats guard, Daniel Pierce, swiftly passed to the open Ben Pacey, who executed a mid-range shot. Swish. Do you still possess some skill? Since you remain unshaken, let us exert ourselves to shatter your resolve. Wong Hao, with the ball beyond the three-point line, declared, hey, I'm about to break through. In a moment of distraction, Richard found himself unprepared as Wong Hao barreled through with an unstoppable force, the sudden impact nearly taking his breath away. At this juncture, Wong Hao had already penetrated the paint, while the power forward had retreated, ready to assist the center in attempting to thwart Wong Hao's advance. However, Wong Hao exhibited no intention of halting his advance. Instead, he leveraged his physical prowess to leap, effortlessly slamming the ball through the hoop. Reminiscent of the two interior players of the Wildcats attempting to reach out and graze Wong Hao's neck, yet failing to make contact. Still unconvinced? Allow me to vanquish your doubts. Oh, witness the resounding dunk from Wong, a singular force that obliterated the Wildcats' defense. It seems that henceforth, the adversaries of the Grizzlies shall sound the alarm for an aerial assault. Come forth, fans. Let us exuberantly cheer for this freshman prodigy. The enthusiastic commentary resonates deeply with Wong Hao. Wong seized the rebound, pushing the ball forward, executing a trailing three-pointer, which found its mark. Wong's block set the stage for an emphatic dunk by Hunter of the Bears, leaving us to wonder what further surprises this freshman can unveil. Let us reflect on the first half statistics. Wong Hao amassed 20 points, 11 rebounds, 6 blocks for assists, and 3 steals. Remarkable for a mere freshman in his inaugural NCAA game. It is utterly astonishing. As the first half draws to a close, the score stands at 19-44. Let's take a brief respite, eagerly anticipating their performance in the second half. Hey, Wong, is there anything you cannot achieve? The Wildcats appear as if they have lost a loved one, a sight most gratifying. Jordan Farmar, who had previously doubted Wong Hao, has transformed into his ardent admirer within just one half of play. As the second half commences, Wong continues to dominate, and I sense we shall steamroll our way to the NCAA championship. Coach Holland has expressed his approval. All right, gentlemen, I am pleased that your sights are set on the championship, but remember, this is merely the first game of the season, so do not celebrate too prematurely. Wong, you shall take the court again in the second half. Let us secure the victory and utilize garbage time to practice our strategies. Any objections? It is evident that Coach Holland is riding high, yet having Wong Hao allows for such liberties. Not all, Coach, but I feel we could approach it this way. Wong whispered a few suggestions into Coach Holland's ear. The coach's eyes brightened. Is that feasible? Are you certain you can manage it? Coach Holland inquired, his concern rooted in the potential for embarrassment should things go awry. Of course, Coach, have no worries. Come, everyone gather round. In the second half, Wong will play center. Everyone, ensure to contest the Wildcat shots, allow them to drive, but resolutely prevent any long-range attempts. Once on the court, all of you must take outside shots. Misses are acceptable, but no air balls. Treat it as shooting practice and seize any opportunity to shoot. Is that understood? Coach, do we also need to take outside shots? Inquired several of the Bears' interior players. Did I not say everyone? Do you all understand? Coach Holland reiterated. Understood, Coach. This time, there were no objections. As the second half begins, the Bears lineup features Wong Hao, Ryan, Jordan Farmar, Woodvison, and Mike Kelly, a smaller ensemble where each player possesses shooting prowess. The Wildcats have maintained their starting lineup from the first half. What is the Bears' strategy with this configuration? Wong Hao, though capable of playing inside due to his height, now faces a notably stronger opponent. Is Coach Holland experimenting with a new tactic? Is this one of Wong Hao's dubious ideas? Kobe, seated on the bench, queried Coach Holland. Indeed, it is. Let us not forget our discussion. Defend against their shots, allowing them to penetrate the paint, the Wildcats coach cautioned. Are the Bears merely using us for practice? How utterly dismissive they are of our Wildcats team. Boys, let's deliver a resounding blow to the Bears. With possession in hand, Coach Inchi signaled for an inside play, as the imposing physique of Wong Hao instilled tremendous confidence in him. The Wildcat center, significantly more robust than Wong Hao, received the ball and immediately backed into him, attempting to overpower with sheer strength. Wong Hao pressed closely against his opponent. The center of the Wildcat team, finding no room to maneuver, turned to use his bulk to shield Wong Hao away. However, Wong Hao swiftly reached out and intercepted the ball. He mused internally that even with such turns, he could not compare to Bynum. Farmar dashed into the paint, seizing the ball that had been deflected and advanced towards the front court. Spotting Wong Hao positioned beneath the basket, he raised his hand to signal for the commencement. Realizing it was time to begin, Farmar then boldly launched a three-point shot against his defender, but it missed. Wong Hao secured the front court rebound and passed the ball to Farmar, who attempted another shot, but clanged off the rim. Wong Hao collected the rebound and returned it to the perimeter, then took a shot himself, successfully securing another rebound. His exuberant shout caused Coach Haaland's face to flush with embarrassment. It was rather humiliating, was it not? Whether it was for training or accumulating statistics. Such overt displays were unnecessary. Meanwhile, across the court, Coach Inchi of the Wildcats was not blushing out of embarrassment. Rather, he was infuriated by Wong Hao's blatant disregard for the Wildcats' interior defense, as if he were toying with them. With the cacophony of missed shots echoing and Wong Hao's triumphant declarations of securing rebounds, the seconds of the second half slipped away. What had begun as a promising NCAA matchup had devolved into a shooting practice for the Brown Bears, yet the audience found it far from tedious. In fact, they were thoroughly entertained. Look, Wong has leapt into the air. Oh, he is hanging onto two defenders while claiming the front court rebound. It appeared that he would lose the ball, having completely lost his position, but lo and behold, Wong soared so high that he snatched the ball right above the rim. He had not just dominated the rebounds. He had taken command of the entire game. The Wildcats players seemed to have resigned themselves to defeat, with their only chance of regaining possession resting on the Bears making a basket. Yet their shooting was abysmal. Were they deliberately allowing Wong to pad his rebounding statistics? With 5 minutes remaining, the Wildcats called a timeout, substituting in bench players and conceding defeat, the score standing at 23-55. Though Wong Hao relentlessly pursued rebounds, his teammates were woefully ineffective, converting only 4 shots from numerous opportunities, 3 three-pointers and 1 two-pointer, all rather poor attempts. Wong Hao unconsciously glanced towards the bench of the Bears, where sat the league's leading bricklayer. Good job, kid. Coach, can we employ the strategy again? I find the thrill of securing rebounds immensely satisfying, Wong Hao inquired. No, Coach, we cannot continue this way. Look at our opponents. If this persists, we shall become the NCAA's public enemy, came the retort. I never fathomed someone would reject this strategy. Who would do such a thing? Why not? You have ample opportunities to shoot, do you not? Damn those opportunities, Coach. Look at our hands. They are bruised from Wong's powerful passes. And observe our hoop. It is nearly askew from the force, Famar complained. Indeed, Wong, please be reasonable. Playing basketball with a deity is quite stressful, implored his teammates in unison. Chapter 15. Off the court coach, here are Wong's statistics, an assistant handed over a notebook. Let me see, the coach replied. Wong Hao, who had been chatting and joking with his teammates on the bench, perked up upon hearing his statistics. 20 points, 30 rebounds, 6 blocks, 8 assists, and 4 steals. Look, everyone, if only you had shot more accurately, wouldn't I have achieved a triple-double? Wong Hao circulated his statistical data among his teammates, and although he spoke in a light-hearted manner, his expression bore no hint of reproach. He was certainly not the kind of harsh critic like Kobe. Wong, you secured 30 rebounds. My goodness, that's truly astonishing. I feel satisfied whenever I manage to grab 10 rebounds in a game. Yet you managed to amass 30. How did you achieve that? Hunter exclaimed upon reviewing Wong Hao's statistics, while the other teammates gazed at him, eager for an explanation. But that's not the main point, my dear children. Observe Wong's shooting accuracy, an astounding 100. It's utterly terrifying. Additionally, he recorded 6 blocks and 4 steals, showcasing an all-encompassing prowess that seems almost inhuman. I now understand the sentiment expressed by others. Wong, for the love of all that is good, please just be human. Playing basketball against a deity truly brings immense pressure. Wong Hao turned back with a triumphant glance. Where's the old man? I had prepared so many ways to flaunt my achievement, And you leave just like that? I had even taken off my pants for this. Kobe mentioned he went to drive. He is waiting outside to avoid traffic after the game, Halan explained, sensing Wang Hao's confusion. Fine. That old man will have plenty of opportunities later. The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the game with a score of 44-67 in favor of the visiting team. No one paid attention to the score anymore. The Brown Bears had secured their victory. All eyes were fixed on Wang Hao, who stealthily slipped out through the back door. The fans were too exuberant. "Old man, how about it? Praise me quickly." Upon meeting Kobe, Wang Hao hurriedly donned an expression of eager anticipation for compliments. "It's just a college league." Wang Hao's somewhat cheeky tone prompted Kobe, despite his desire to acknowledge the good performance, to retort. To be fair, even if Kobe played college basketball, he wouldn't have achieved such statistics. Although this was merely one game, it speaks volumes, at least proving that his dominance in the NCAA remains unparalleled. "Hey, old man, this isn't the way home. Where are you taking me? Are we going to celebrate my flawless debut?" "Of course, we're heading to the gym for training. Did you think I would take you to a nightclub to celebrate? Dream on. Wasn't your performance today quite standard? If you encounter trouble in the NCAA, I might have to suggest some issues to the management regarding you. But I just finished a game. I need to rest." Wang Hao protested against Kobe's authority. "Rest? Sure. We can rest in the gym's weight room. Don't think I didn't notice. The exertion from today's game was less than what you experienced in your scrimmage with the Lakers. Are you tired? Don't make excuses. I need a quiet environment to drive, don't I?" Kobe had already seen through Wang Hao's ruse. Our little prodigy has arrived. Your debut was splendid. Congratulations, Wang." The Zen master greeted him from the sidelines. "Oh, our tyrant has vanquished his first opponent and returned victorious. Haha, come sign this for me." Lakers players teased Wang Hao, lacking the formality of the Zen master. "Wait, Lamar, what do you mean by tyrant? What's going on?" Wang Hao inquired, puzzled, addressing Odom. "Don't you know? Wang, look at this. Someone posted it on the forum after the game. The tyrant emerges. Is the NCAA ready for its new king?" The content described how the freshman from UCLA dominated the court, and as Wang Hao glanced down, the name seemed somewhat familiar. "Who authored this article?" Wang Hao inquired with a hint of confusion. "Haha, I knew it would be discovered by Wang. The article was penned by our Lakers media, who observe your training daily. This piece has long been prepared, merely awaiting your splendid debut. Look, the results are impressive. It has already garnered over 700,000 views. I'm certain it won't be long before you achieve fame." Wang Hao found himself in a quandary. Fame often accompanies excess weight, and there is wisdom in the traditions passed down through generations. The question lingered, is premature exposure a boon or a bane? "Fear not, young man," Kobe reassured him. "With your prowess, it is merely a matter of time. Confronting these challenges sooner rather than later will benefit you, and enhancing your visibility will undoubtedly aid your future endeavors. Focus solely on excelling in each match and securing victories. Let not the weight of expectation burden your mind." Upon hearing Kobe's words, Wang Hao felt a sense of relief. Ultimately, he would have to face this reality. A brother destined for stardom could hardly escape the glare of publicity. Yet, he was cautioned not to rejoice too soon. With admirers come detractors. One must be prepared to embrace both accolades and slander. Do you understand? These are but external factors. Maintain a positive mindset and concentrate on the game of basketball. Indeed, if I focus on my performance, securing victory match after match, those naysayers will inevitably fall silent. With newfound clarity, Wang Hao immersed himself in the rigors of training. "Mickey, what do you think?" the coach remarked. "This child's temperament is remarkably mature. Observing today's game, one can see his intelligence in fostering rapport with his teammates. He could easily score and amass impressive statistics, yet he chooses to toil in the trenches, grabbing rebounds and facilitating his teammates' shots. If Wang Hao were to overhear this, he would surely chuckle. That is not true. I merely wish to seize rebounds. My intentions are purely for the joy of the game." However, such sentiments would never escape his lips, as they would tarnish his carefully crafted persona. "Come, young man, take a look at today's newspaper," Kobe called out as Wang Hao emerged from slumber. "What is it?" Wang Hao inquired, sensing from Kobe's expression that it was likely not good news. The UCLA Bruins freshman has continued to dominate on the court, racking up rebounds while teammates unleash shot after shot. Exhibiting a lack of sportsmanship, this was a relatively mild critique. More egregious were claims in other publications insinuating an inappropriate relationship between Wang Hao and Kobe, suggesting that Kobe was tutoring him daily in the art of basketball. "Old man, this report is flawed. What relevance does our relationship have to the game? It matters not. But those unscrupulous journalists thrive on such sensationalism. They delight in the personal lives of athletes, even though these matters have no bearing on the game. Meanwhile, actual coverage of the sport is scant. It seems that sensationalism knows no borders. Are there any more favorable articles? I would rather not become a pariah following a single match. You? Not yet, but as the games accumulate, that may change. You may find yourself under intense scrutiny. Here, this piece is quite fair and balanced. Take a look. Oh, and by the way, young man, when you have some free time, peruse the forums. There lies a treasure trove of intrigue. Kobe, with a mischievous grin, remarked. Chapter 16. In the domestic realm, on a certain forum, the NCAA showcases a Chinese visage. Could this dominating performance herald the arrival of the next Yao Ming? Attached, highlights of the match. Post 1. I am eagerly anticipating this. I hope he continues to strive and secures a favorable draft position tomorrow. Post 2. Don't be so bitter. It's merely a collegiate league. The next Yao Ming? Wake up. Post 3. The next Yao Ming? Ha. Post 4-1. Post N. 10086. What do you think, kid? Are the comments online amusing? Noticing the fluctuating emotions on Wang Hao's face, Kobe teasingly inquired, have you gotten used to it? You can't control whether everyone likes you, can you? Besides, this is your debut match. Just look at how the media in Los Angeles has been quite favorable towards you. Ignoring Kobe, Wang Hao continued scrolling through the forum. Although he claimed to be indifferent, it was clear that he craved validation from others, especially his compatriots. Let us go. Kid, let us engage in something meaningful. The Lakers have no game today. Come train with me and let your prowess speak for itself. Has the NBA started? Time flies. The NCAA begins in late November, and by now, the NBA season is already a month in. Old man, how's your record? Came Wang Hao's belated greeting. I thought you'd forgotten I'm also a basketball player. It's mediocre, really. We won the games we should have lost, and lost the games we should have won. Kobe replied nonchalantly. Has this old man changed? Hey, you're not planning to give up, are you? The Mamba spirit within me isn't like that. Wang Hao earnestly attempted to persuade him. Scram. Kid, put away those damn thoughts. It's just that the team has other plans. Oh, that essay relief. I thought you were about to throw in the towel. I'll take a nap. Wake me when it's time. As he closed his eyes, Wang Hao's thoughts drifted into the system. System. What is this upgrade you mentioned? Why didn't you inform me earlier? Host. This system upgrade is designed to enhance itself, thereby more effectively assisting the host in improvement. Previous bugs have been identified and rectified. Specifically, basketball techniques have been refined for better comprehension and practice, preventing the host from overextending. A task function has also been added. How to trigger it will be for the host to discover. Is that all? I was prepared for a dazzling transformation into a European monarch. And this is what I get. That's all. The host can explore the upgraded system features independently. Please continue to strive. The system serves merely as an aid. The host must recognize its role. Fine. Wang Hao resignedly accepted the system's limitations. To achieve success, there are no shortcuts. However, armed with superior physical gifts and the advantages of the system, he was destined to dominate the NBA. What Wang Hao failed to comprehend was that the system could assist him in mastering various skills and elevating them to their utmost potential. However, this pinnacle remained within the confines of human capability. There exists no such phenomenon as an infallible three-point shot or precision-guided accuracy. Nevertheless, one could leverage advantages such as height and mismatches to enhance shooting efficacy. Wang Hao mistakenly believed that achieving the highest level would grant him the liberty to take reckless shots at will, and for that, one can only chuckle. Moreover, did the system not provide a definition of what the highest entails? Wake up, kid, Kobe called to Wang Hao, accompanying Kobe to the practice court. The others greeted Wang Hao before immersing themselves back into training. It seemed that the Lakers situation was not as effortless as Kobe had suggested. Having narrowly lost to the Bulls by a mere 3 points in their last game, everyone felt a palpable tension, eager to redeem themselves in the upcoming match. Their training was exceptionally vigorous. Hey, old man, when is your next game at Staples? On the 24th of this month, against the Supersonics. Are you thinking of coming to watch? Indeed, I wish to experience the distinction between the NBA and NCAA. Can you procure tickets? You know I'm a student, and quite impoverished Wang Hao candidly expressed that although he may not possess the wealth of old Ku, the inheritance from his parents ensures that he can afford more than a mere ticket to a game, albeit front-row tickets require some consideration. Join me on the evening of the 24th, and you shall sit beside me. Kobe graciously agreed. Beside you? Are you suggesting I occupy a seat on the Lakers bench? Please, do not jest. Wang Hao exclaimed, his excitement rendering him momentarily foolish as he voiced his thoughts. Get lost. Kobe yearned to unleash a barrage of scathing trash talk upon Wang Hao, yet his lack of higher education constrained him to a single exclamation. He pondered inwardly, is this fool truly suited for the Lakers? Kobe cast a resigned glance at Kwame Brown, who was diligently training on the court. This is quite the challenge, he mused. Come on, kid, this is your first time watching an NBA game from the sidelines, so do not let Kobe's performance leave you utterly dumbfounded. The anticipated game was upon them. Rest assured, my concern lies solely with the Staples center hoop that you seem intent on disfiguring, Wang Hao encouraged. Give it your all. Old man, dominate those Seattle players. Noticing Kobe's sour expression, Wang Hao quickly adjusted his tone. Following the DJ's electrifying introduction of the players, the match was set to commence. Kid, brace yourself. I do not wish for your late-night snack to require an oversized straw, Kobe remarked playfully as he approached Wang Hao for a high five. The journalists at the sidelines quickly captured this moment, recognizing it as potential front-page news. Some reporters, already sensing a story brewing, speculated that although the contents of Kobe's words were unknown, they were likely words of encouragement, given the smiles on their faces. With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the game, Wang Hao, eager to learn, became unsettled after Kobe's 2 consecutive misses and 2 fouls. Where's the promised teaching moment? Is this not a demonstration of the proper technique for missing shots and the incorrect application of subtle movements? Old man, are you planning to commentate on this match from the sidelines? I must confess, I prefer Sir Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith over your analysis, Wang Hao teased, seemingly oblivious to Kobe's discomfort. 1 point for me, he declared. Would you care to join me for extra practice after the game, young man? Old man, you must be allowing the Seattle players a chance before descending like a deity to wreak havoc and claim victory. I see through your intentions. This is merely to stave off boredom for the upcoming match, is it not? This was a rather astute flattery, but whether it would be reciprocated depended on Kobe's response. Hey, you do not speak of Kobe in such a manner, came a voice from the crowd. Who is this broadcasting live? Wang Hao queried, glancing around. Kobe is a hero of Los Angeles. You are not permitted to mock him. Oh, is someone engaging with me? Wang Hao wondered, finally locating the source of the voice. Oh dear, this is not good. I am utterly captivated. With exquisite features and fair skin, she possesses an alluring appearance, standing at a commendable height with an admirable physique. Whose child is this? Is there no one to keep a proper watch over her? Such beauty, one might fear she could be swept away. Image, one must maintain their image. Hastily, she wiped the corner of her mouth, which had been sullied. Hello, little beauty. I am Wang Hao. This individual is rather peculiar, still drooling at such an age. Could they be intellectually challenged? No wonder Kobe is indulgent toward her. Greetings, I am Elizabeth Olsen. Can someone who is intellectually challenged even greet someone? If Kobe were privy to Olsen's thoughts, he would surely be amused, while Wang Hao would be left exasperated. Chapter 17. Scarlet Witch? Elizabeth Olsen. That name is so familiar. Wang Hao fixated intently on the visage of the young beauty. Scarlet Witch, the revered sorceress? Or perhaps a youthful incarnation? As a devout Marvel aficionado, Wang Hao quickly recognized Olsen. What did you say? Olsen shrank back, her demeanor cautious. Hey, Wang, do not frighten child. Hello, Olsen, this is Wang. My sparring partner. Hello, Kobe, could I have your autograph? Clearly, the sorceress instinctively omitted the latter part of her sentence. As for Wang Hao's relationship to Kobe, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. Of course, Wang Hao, stuck in the middle, felt quite displeased. Hey, allow me to reintroduce myself. He forcefully took over the conversation. I am Wang Hao, the future leader of the Los Angeles Lakers, the man destined to lead Kobe to victory. Such a display of bravado was painfully transparent. Does this individual suffer from delusions? Olsen mused silently, observing Wang Hao's self-satisfied demeanor. This lad is too naive. Does he think such antics will capture a girl's attention? So young. This was Kobe's assessment. Both chose to disregard the unfortunate Wang Hao, continuing their amiable exchange. Kobe, burdened with 2 fouls, did not find himself on the court until the end of the first quarter. He remained unconcerned, engaging in conversation with those nearby, seemingly in good spirits, especially since the Lakers were leading the Supersonics 24-19 at that moment. Kobe took no rush to enter the game, relishing the sight of Wang Hao's disgruntled expression, a source of great comfort to him. Kid, do you fancy this girl? Kobe, seeing through everything, feigned ignorance with his inquiry. None of your business, old man. I shall relay your antics to Vanessa upon returning home, supplemented with my unique rhetorical flair. Oh, since it is not my concern, I shall let it be. I was merely intending to have Vanessa assist you in approaching this girl. Look, I have already secured her contact information. Gazing at Kobe, who wore an infuriatingly smug expression, Wang Hao found himself unable to retaliate, instead resorting to giving Kobe a shoulder rub. A bit harder, yes, but be gentle, kid. Do you not wish to? Kobe cast a glance at Olsen, with the sound of the whistle marking the commencement of the second quarter. Wang Hao finally had the opportunity to converse with Olsen in solitude. Through Kobe's explanations, Olsen came to acknowledge that Wang Hao was indeed a normal individual. Yet, the words that sprang from Wang Hao's mouth left Olsen with a lingering sense of uncertainty regarding his normalcy. You old fool, just leap up and dunk the ball. There's only one defender in the paint, but that defender stood at over 210 centimeters tall. Are you sure? Oh dear, just catch and shoot. The other player barely stands at 2 meters tall. That old man is far too timid. He glanced at Kobe, who was waiting beyond the three-point line. Yet, Kobe's height was also shy of 2 meters. For goodness sake, why not simply clear the opponent, turn around, and dunk? Why resort to a fading jump shot? Observing Kobe's missed attempt, Wang Hao lamented in frustration. Are you certain you aren't referring to Shaq? Shaq has already gone to the Heat. Were Kobe to hear Wang Hao's remarks, he would undoubtedly draw his weapon without hesitation to silence him. Olsen felt utterly exasperated, pondering whether such words were appropriate for an NCAA player. Even amateur players could discern that there was no flaw in Kobe's choices. In truth, one could hardly blame Wang Hao. After all, not everyone possesses the physical prowess that he does. Are you a member of the Bears? Olsen inquired cautiously, fearful that Wang Hao might be acting out of the ordinary, especially in the absence of Kobe's guidance. Indeed, I'm a pivotal player for the Bears. The captain of the team, do you understand? Just like Kobe with the Lakers, I am the unequivocal leader, the maestro of the court, the nightmare for our adversaries. The tyrant of the game, this is me. Wang Hao's delusions of grandeur had reached an alarming level. I have a game in number 30. May I invite you to witness it? Just me? I'm afraid, Olsen replied, her guard up. No, Kobe and I will come to fetch you. We shall go together. After all, the NCAA is my domain, is it not? Wang Hao interjected, eager to finalize the arrangement before Olsen could voice her apprehension. Very well, here's my number. I'll contact you when the time comes. Upon hearing that Kobe would be present, Olsen ultimately acquiesced to Wang Hao's invitation. Yes, although it was merely an NCAA game, it marked the first successful invitation he had extended to someone, a promising beginning. Would you care for a drink, Olsen? After a lengthy conversation, only then did Wang Hao notice that Olsen had not brought any refreshments. Anything is fine. Do you wish to buy some beverages? Buy? Why should I? This is practically my home court. Andrew, Wang Hao called out to Bynum, who was energetically waving a towel. What is up, Wang? Bynum replied, turning back in confusion, seemingly displeased at having his towel waving interrupted, but upon seeing Wang Hao, his face broke into a broad smile. Could you please give me 2 cups of Gatorade? Thank you. Wang Hao remained unfazed by Bynum's tone. After all, it is only natural for anyone to exhibit a less than pleasant demeanor when interrupted mid-task. Very well. Bynum obediently presented 2 cups of Gatorade, casually handing one to his companion, Olsen. Kobe, who was in the midst of defense, could hardly bear to watch. Such blatant lack of awareness. Should one offer a lady something more sophisticated like juice, milk tea, or at the very least coffee or cola? What on earth is Gatorade doing in this context? Has fate bestowed upon this young man all his talents solely for the game of basketball? Kobe's momentary distraction allowed Ray Allen to effortlessly sink a three-pointer, prompting a resigned shrug from him. Bynum, who had been watching this unfold, was left dumbfounded by Ray's prowess until the ball found its way into the net, at which point he remembered he ought to be waving a towel, only to receive a piercing glare from Kobe, reminiscent of a Mamba-esque strike. Oh no, this is disastrous. The opposing team scores, I celebrate. And now I must endure extra practice. Bynum lamented. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hao had inadvertently influenced the dynamics of the game. Olsen, on the other hand, eagerly drank from the beverage, clearly parched. Kobe cast a glance at the scene, momentarily lost in thought. This young man still has much to learn. The ball. Realizing his lapse, Kobe quickly refocused, catching a pass from his teammate, almost causing another error, that wretched lad. Gazing at Ray Allen, Kobe suddenly found the game rather tedious. Engaging in banter with Wang Hao seemed far more entertaining. As the referee blew the final whistle, the Lakers triumphed over the Supersonics with a score of 108-96. securing victory at Staples Center. Following the game, Kobe attended the press conference while Wang Hao escorted Olsen outside, exchanging phone numbers. After watching Olsen depart, Wang Hao returned to the parking lot to wait for Kobe. Kobe, prior to your entrance, your interaction with Wang Hao, and your subsequent conversation, does it confirm the speculations regarding your relationship? A portly journalist initiated the questioning at the press conference. This journalist has a few inquiries about the game. The press officer promptly corrected him. Kobe, after your 2 fouls in the first quarter, why did you seem so unconcerned? Was it because Wang Hao was on the sidelines? Kobe replied, you can ask him. Wang Hao is in my car. Chapter 18. Duke's visit. Let us go. Old man, don't worry. I won T. Let us lose. If we do, it will be our 3rd consecutive defeat. And that is not a good omen. I shall secure victory. Just before leaving, Wang Hao playfully reminded Kobe of the grim reality of their 2-game losing streak. I hope you won T. Be utterly humiliated by that Duke bunch. It appears CBS is airing this match live across the nation. If you lose, your predicament will be all too clear. Though slightly bothersome, he felt compelled to remind him. After all, one must protect their own. An absolute paternal instinct. Let us hurry. I still need to pick up Olsen. I truly wish to see what the girl who occupies Wang's dreams looks like. Vanessa seized the banter between the two and thrust the car keys into Kobe's hand. Once in the car, Olsen sensed a distinct shift in Wang Hao today. How to articulate it? He seemed to have become more composed. Throughout the journey to the competition venue, Wang Hao scarcely uttered a word, quietly preparing for the match ahead. Determined not only to win, but to do so with elegance. He could not afford to embarrass himself before A.O. May. Come on, guys. Duke may be formidable, yet we are even stronger, are we not? Coach Hale harbored uncertainties in his heart, placing his hopes solely on this group of young athletes. For Duke's lineup was indeed intimidating. Center Josh McRoberts, the top high school player in the nation, was of the same class as Wang Hao. A glance at the previous top high school players reveals how daunting this title can be. The last was Dwight Howard, before him, LeBron James, and prior to that, the formidable Amare Stoudemire. The power forward, Shelton Williams, was a strong contender for the number 1 pick, unlikely to drop from the top 3. The small forward, Lee Melchioni, the son of Duke's esteemed manager, was a quintessential star offspring. Then there was J.J. Redick, a guard once renowned alongside Chris Paul, his prowess undeniable. He bore the title of the NCAA's finest. Point guard Sean Ducree, the sole, less illustrious name, was known primarily for his defensive prowess. He cast a meaningful glance at Wang Hao, contemplating, we can only rely on you now, Wang. Continue your reign. During the pregame warm-up, Wang Hao, feeling unsatisfied after making a few shots, approached the entrance of the players' tunnel and beckoned Ryan to pass him the ball. What does this yellow-skinned lad intend to do? Does he wish to shoot from there? A.O. May and Vanessa exchanged puzzled glances directed at Kobe. Don't ask me. I have no idea what this kid is up to, Kobe replied with an exasperated shrug. After dribbling the ball a few times, he executed a push shot, swish. Remarkably, he made the shot. Wow, this kid actually did it. Surely, he must be surprised, as that position is seldom practiced, and such attempts are typically forbidden in games. Wang Hao's successful basket captivated the attention of the spectators. Indeed, one must admit that although their prowess may not match Duke's, the spotlight before the match was undeniably seized by this young man. It is worth noting that today's nationally televised event was not merely for the Brown Bears. Naturally, a basket from that position would not count, as the commentators observed. Duke had already become the focal point of the NCAA prior to the match, with fans nationwide eagerly anticipating Duke's dominance in the NCAA. Their ambition this season was to achieve an undefeated championship, a claim that, while perhaps exaggerated, was not entirely unfounded given Duke's strength. With the best lineup and the legendary Coach K at the helm, it was hard to envision a scenario in which they might falter. NBA players and scouts in the stands were closely monitoring Duke University, while UCLA should take a step back. Although the Chinese Wang had performed admirably, one must consider their adversary. Today's opponent was none other than Duke, a perennial powerhouse in any year, regarded as one of the most formidable contenders for the championship. Wang Hao disregarded the Duke-centric commentary, picked up the ball, strode to the center circle, and released a shot. Swish. Oh, the young lad from UCLA appeared incensed, attempting to convey through his shooting prowess that the Bears are indeed formidable. Yet the commentary continued its unabashed praise for Duke. While this narration highlighted a sentiment widely accepted as a truth among American fans, one must remember that this is the Bears' home court. And will the Bears truly falter? Let us not kid ourselves. They have a perfect season to uphold. And with national coverage, It was an opportune moment for them to showcase the tyrant's reign. Without further ado, the game commenced, and Duke seized possession. For the first shot, J.J. Redick adeptly utilized his off-ball movement to elude his defender, Ryan, effortlessly sinking a mid-range jumper for 2 points. It must be said, amidst the relentless fervor of NCAA play where everyone vies for the ball, J.J. Redick stands out with his unparalleled off-ball movement and precise shooting, establishing a foundation for his high scoring. However, this simultaneously ensures that his draft positioning may not be particularly elevated. After all, the NCAA is a stage to display raw talent. Who needs to execute plays when the NBA is replete with players adept at such strategies? Yet, few possess the capability to dominate the game with sheer force. Those who can are often stars. Famer advanced, with the center setting a screen. Famer sought to exploit a mismatch against the opposing center, Michael Roberts, aiming to break through with speed, yet was thwarted by Roberts' defensive pursuit. The shot was affected and missed, resulting in a Duke rebound. Transitioning to the front court, J.J. Redick began his movement once more, employing the same formula and achieving the same result. A three-pointer swish through the net. Upon landing, he brazenly gestured for silence towards the sidelines, provoking a chorus of ire from the fans. It seems J.J. Redick, often dubbed the most unpopular player alongside Chris Paul, truly lives up to his reputation. However, the moniker the away game silencer might be a tad excessive. It is said that Redick consistently incites jeers from the crowd with his provocations, only to silence them with his scoring. The score now stands at 5-0. Perhaps it is best to establish an early advantage before allowing his teammates to shine. Wang Hao is poised to take control of the match, even though merely 1 minute has elapsed since its commencement. Famar now, pass the ball to me. Wang Hao boldly proclaimed the direction of possession for the Brown Bears. After bringing the ball to the front court and handing it off to Wang Hao, Famar dashed to the baseline, eagerly awaiting not a relay, but an opportunity to shoot. I heard your father is a distinguished manager at Duke. Are you a second-generation star? Surely, you did not gain admission to Duke solely through your father-esque connections. Wang Hao hurled trash talk at Lee Melchiorny, asserting it was hardly inferior to Kobe's. You will soon realize that trash talk does not bridge the gap in skill, he declared. I concur, but are you prepared? I'm about to shoot. Without further ado, Wang Hao executed a three-point jumper from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net, leaving Melchiorny in stunned disarray. What happened? How did you allow that kid such an easy shot? J.J. Redick inquired, his expression clouded with displeasure. I was careless. That kid 1T let another opportunity slip by. He hurriedly explained to his teammates. After all, Redick was not only disliked by his opponents, but also regarded with wariness by his allies. Duke continued their offensive strategy, with Redick maneuvering once more. Following the same script, he evaded Ryan, employing the same formula. Wang Hao sprinted toward Redick, with just a meter separating them. The ball was already in flight. Too late to block? Oh, the shot was beyond the point of interception, yet King of the Brown Bears leaped into action. Spectators and coaches of the sidelines anticipated Wang Hao's failure to make an impact. Indeed, it seemed too late. Wang Hao mused that he could only swat the ball away. What transpired? From an utterly improbable position, he executed a volleyball-style block against Redick, stunning the commentators and silencing the Duke supporters. Ryan retrieved the ball and passed it to Wang Hao, who was advancing on a fast break. Duke's 3 defenders pursued him relentlessly, but quickly retreated to the paint, obstructing Wang Hao's path to the basket. Casting a disdainful glance at the 3 Duke players in the paint, Wang Hao mused that they were still too young. He positioned himself beyond the three-point line, even adjusting his stance before launching another shot. The ball sailed through the air, finding its mark, with an expression devoid of emotion. He glanced at Duke's perimeter trio before pivoting to return on defense. Chapter 19, Exploding Duke. A trailing three-pointer from Wang Hao, number 0 of the Brown Bears, standing at 207 centimeters, made it hard to fathom that such a towering figure could execute a remarkably difficult block and then embark on a fast break, sinking a shot that reversed the score. Indeed, I was more astonished by Wang Hao's physical prowess. He had been at least a meter away from Redick when the ball was released, yet he still managed to block it. This attests to his extraordinary vertical leap, speed, and wingspan. Remarkably, this 207-centimeter player could accelerate like a guard, completing a fast break and executing a three-point shot with finesse. The commentary from the sidelines echoed the sentiments of the audience, recalling the nickname bestowed upon Wang Hao by the media at the conclusion of the first match. A chorus of Tyrant spontaneously erupted, resonating throughout the arena. Scouts in attendance hastily noted Wang Hao's name. annotating it with remarks on his exceptional physical prowess and apparent peak static talent. His shooting touch was smooth, and his three-point accuracy was remarkable. In a moment of celebration, Wang Hao made a point to run to the sidelines, exchanging high-fives with the Bryant couple and Vanessa. This interaction was captured by reporters. The sight of Wang Hao drew the attention of scouts and players as they noticed Kobe seated behind the bench. Was Kobe personally evaluating a future prodigy? Should Wang Hao hear this, he would surely retort that Kobe was not there to assess a junior, but to pay homage to the future brother who would lead him to championships. Nonetheless, Wang Hao could only fantasize. Maintaining such a relationship with Kobe would be splendid, even if it meant eventually serving as a mere second fiddle with the Lakers. After all, in essence, he held the upper hand over Kobe. Your good fortune ends here, Chinese fellow. Next, I shall dismantle you and your team, Wang Hao mused, reveling in his confidence, only to be abruptly interrupted by Reddick's brashness. Such a politeness. Could the security not escort him out? Of course not. The referees could not intervene either, as there were no regulations against banter. Following the next play, Reddick kept his word, calling for a small forward to set a screen, resulting in Wang Hao being switched onto him. What a foolish decision. Standing nearly 20 centimeters taller than Reddick, Wang Hao could only internally mourn for him, urging him not to give up, to persist in his futile endeavor. It was as if he were completely underestimating his opponent. Reddick, lacking exceptional athleticism, was no match for Wang Hao, and his height disadvantage was glaring. Fairy tales are termed as such precisely because they are unrealistic. Determined to exploit his speed against Wang Hao, Reddick appeared to have forgotten how he had been blocked in the previous encounter. This lad was fishing for fouls again. Observing Wang Hao allowing Reddick to drive, Kobe explained to Vanessa and their daughter that fishing was a term Wang Hao had inadvertently mentioned to him, which Kobe had duly noted. At the moment Reddick released the ball, Wang Hao surged forward, his large hand sweeping down to firmly pin the ball against the backboard before securing it. Oh, Wang Hao the Grizzlies had once again denied Reddick, this time with even greater intensity, snatching the block cleanly. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon the man grasping the basketball, who was met with exuberant cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Reddick, akin to a defeated wolf, sulked alone, nursing his wounds. Curse that insufferable Chinese, he thought bitterly. Reddick was no longer composed, or rather, he had reached a boiling point. Do not misconstrue this. It was a mental explosion. Anyone would have their composure shattered after being blocked consecutively, with each instance more spectacular than the last. Steady yourself, Reddick. This is merely a game, and this match has only just commenced. Do not fall into their trap. Trust that the UCLA squad desires nothing more than to witness your mental unraveling. Basketball is a sport of teamwork, after all. As the team's point guard, Sean Duke rushed over to counsel him, fearing that Reddick's impulsiveness might jeopardize their chances in the match. It must be acknowledged that Duke had a valid point. Basketball is indeed a collaborative endeavor. However, it is also a realm where individual brilliance can secure victory. Wang Hao embodies that unpredictable element that Duke struggles to manage, a player capable of dictating the outcome on the court. At least for now, no one in the NCAA seems capable of restraining Wang Hao. Duke's small forward, Melchioni, anxiously monitored Wang Hao just beyond the three-point line, wary of his potential jump shot, while Reddick also redirected much of his focus toward Wang, poised to initiate a double team. Attempting to double team? But will it prove effective? In an instant, Wang Hao discerned Duke's defensive intentions and executed the appropriate response. How to counter the double team? Simply release the ball before the trap is fully formed. With two swift dribbles between his legs, Wang Hao accelerated, causing Melchioni to retreat hastily. Observing Melchioni retreating just within the three-point arc, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. Is this the extent of your defense? Truly, you are a passable second-generation star. Reddick, keeping a vigilant eye on Wang Hao, sensed the impending disaster as he witnessed this unfold and hastened to provide support, aiming to disrupt Wang Hao's subsequent actions. Arriving now? It is far too late. Wang Hao executed a step-back three-pointer, taking another step back from his already considerable distance beyond the arc. He turned and shouted towards the paint, imploring for a rebound, as he believed the shot would miss. However, aspirations often exceed reality, as the basketball gracefully arced through the air and swished through the net. The commentator, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Hey, I usually practice at the Staples Center, where there is no NCAA three-point line, so I've been honing my skills at the NBA distance." Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness, acknowledging the undeniable truth of the situation. Faced with such prowess, the Duke players felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. How could they compete against his exceptional shooting skills, overwhelming physicality, and all-around versatility? J.J. Redick glanced towards Coach K on the sidelines, hoping for a remedy. Unbeknownst to Coach K, he remained oblivious to Wang Hao's looming threat and misinterpreted Redick's gaze as a mere inquiry about tactical adjustments. He signaled for the game to continue with their established strategy. Coach K, exuding an air of calm, believed UCLA was merely benefiting from stroke of luck, unaware that his Duke players were being ruthlessly dominated. On the defensive end, Wang Hao was omnipresent, his colossal hands creating an insurmountable divide between the basketball and the rim. Offensively, he was unstoppable, displaying remarkable shooting precision and overwhelming physical prowess, effortlessly penetrating and shooting from beyond the arc, rendering the Duke defense utterly ineffective. It was not until the 12th minute of the first half that the increasingly concerned Coach K called a timeout. With the score standing at 7-22 in favor of the visiting team, Wang Hao had made 6 out of 6 3-point attempts and 2 out of 2 2-point attempts, personally accumulating all 22 points for the Grizzlies. It was not that Wang Hao was unwilling to pass. Rather, his teammates were simply incapable of converting. With 7 rebounds to his name, Wang Hao suddenly felt that everyone on the Grizzlies would be better suited to practice with Kobe, as they shared a common language of discussing how to miss shots in style. Duke's 2 points had come solely from their currently ranked top high school player, who had secured an offensive rebound and scored. The delightful sound of the whistle temporarily liberated Duke's players from the tyrannical grip of Wang Hao. Yet a greater storm awaited them. The grim-faced Coach K watched his players, who seemed as despondent as if their girlfriends had left them for someone else. And his frustration boiled over. He bellowed, "What is wrong with you? Where's the spirit of the nation's top NCAA team? You all look defeated. Look at how poorly you are playing. That damn Chinese player has recorded 6 blocks on you. 6 blocks. The game has only just begun. And you want to become mere background figures for that Chinese player?" Chapter 20. Are they all gorillas? Remember, gentlemen, today is a nationwide broadcast. Every match you play will determine your standing in the eyes of scouts and general managers, as well as influence your draft position and future in the NBA. This is merely the first game. Do you wish to jeopardize your future over a single match? Lift your heads and tell me, do you wish it or not? After a fervent reprimand, the astute Coach K engaged in psychological guidance for the players. After all, the commander of the NCAA's top lineup did not wish for his inaugural game to be marked by disgrace against UCLA. "No, we do not wish it, Coach," came a unified response. "Good. Now let us decisively double-team that Chinese player. The moment he drives in, commit a foul without hesitation. Do you understand? I need you to embody the indomitable spirit of the Blue Devils." With a seasoned demeanor, Coach K, having rallied their spirits, swiftly arranged the tactics. "Go forth, Warriors. Reveal your sharp blades to those soft UCLA players." With a final encouraging clap, he inspired them. On the other side, UCLA's bench was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, as Coach Song and the substitutes took turns flattering Wang Hao. As the timeout approached, Coach Holland's tactical instruction was simply to pass the ball to Wang and let him handle it while the others spaced out. That's acceptable, old man. Before stepping onto the court, Wang Hao exchanged a fist bump with Kobe. Though his words were directed at Kobe, his gaze lingered on A.O. May. "Are we playing this game like the last one?" Famer inquired, as all members of the Brown Bears perked up, anticipating Wang Hao's response. After all, this was an opportunity to rack up impressive stats, and despite the uncertainty, one could still hope for a stellar performance. "No, in this match, I intend to dismantle Duke. I aim to instill a psychological shadow upon them. I want the entire NCAA to regard us with respect and fear, starting with Duke." Wang Hao resolutely dismissed his teammates' well-meaning suggestion. Most importantly, A.O. May was watching from the sidelines. How could he not strive for exceptional stats? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. "You should concede, conserve your strength for the next opponent. There's no chance in this game." Wang Hao gently whispered some trash talk to Melchiorny. Redick passed the ball to the high school prodigy Josh McRoberts at midcourt, while power forward Sheldon Williams came up to set a screen, effectively blocking Redick's defender. The ball was deftly delivered into Redick's hands. The Brown Bears power forward rushed to provide support, and as McRoberts feigned a drive, Redick lofted the ball into the air. McRoberts leapt up to deliver a thunderous dunk, while Wang Hao found himself obstructed on the opposite baseline by the star player's screen, unable to break free. After completing the alley-oop, McRoberts pounded his chest and bellowed at Wang Hao. "Is it really necessary? It was merely one basket. Don't overexert yourself. Are all high school stars like gorillas?" As Wang Hao breezed past a high school student, He casually remarked, "I suppose I ought to inquire with Lao Ku. Does the NBA's gorilla enjoy this as well?" His thoughts drifted to distant Cleveland. Achoo! Have I caught a cold? At that moment, a certain gorilla training in Cleveland let out a sneeze. Be careful. Upon hearing his teammate's warning, Wang Hao snapped back to reality, realizing he was being double-teamed. Observing Sheldon Williams approaching to clamp down on him, Wang Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Basketball is a team sport, is it not? Have you not all assured me that I could be trusted not to pass? Wang Hao forcefully maneuvered through the encirclement of two defenders, driving towards the paint. The first high school defender, stationed at the rim, hurriedly rushed to provide assistance, while the two who had been outmaneuvered quickly pursued him. The backcourt duo also collapsed their defense, and from a bird's-eye view, it was evident that Duke had entirely abandoned their coverage of the remaining players, executing a comprehensive 5-on-1 surround. The sheer momentum of Wang Hao's advance was certainly beyond the capacity of the few in front of him to withstand. However, this did not imply that he would neglect the cerebral aspect of the game. A feigned shot transformed into a genuine pass effortlessly deceived the approaching first high school defender. As he lofted the ball into the air, Hunter, left unguarded beneath the basket, leaped and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The assist came from Wang once more. The spectators, who had been momentarily silenced by the first high school defender's powerful block, erupted into even louder cheers, spurred on by the commentator's voice. Relishing the adulation of the crowd, Hunter excitedly thumped his chest and unleashed a roar directed at the Duke players. Could it be that Hunter also possessed the potential to be the next first high school star? Wang Hao couldn't help but think of the striking similarity in their chest-thumping celebration. Although Wang Hao and his teammate had executed a splendid alley-oop connection, it must be acknowledged that Duke's tactics were quite commendable. Observing this offensive play, with its intricate movements, screens, and off-ball coordination, it had thoroughly bewildered the UCLA players, culminating in Reddick sinking a wide-open three-pointer. Wang Hao, despite his formidable prowess on the offensive end, undeniably requires the assistance of his teammates on defense. While he can successfully guard an individual or a specific area, it is entirely implausible for him to cover the entire court. It seems a timeout is warranted to address the defensive strategy. The Brown Bears call for a timeout. Coach Haaland glanced at Wang Hao, puzzled by his decision to halt the game, uncertain of his intentions. "All right, gentlemen, let us devise our defensive plan," Wang Hao instructed while holding the tactical board. "Hunter, you and the center will guard the corners and the diagonal 45-degree areas. Fama and Ryan, you are responsible for the ball handler. Remember, it's acceptable to allow them entry into the paint, but we must prevent them from making shots from beyond the arc. I will anchor the interior defense." Observing the strategy he had drawn, which likely only he could comprehend, he remained unfazed. After all, any player stepping within the three-point line would be enveloped in Wang Hao's domain. As the timeout concluded, Duke resolutely employed a double team against Wang Hao, and it appeared that the positioning of the remaining players echoed the Jordan rules, attempting to sever Wang Hao's connectivity with his teammates and compel him to score independently. Such a notion was indeed fanciful. Since they wished for him to score alone, he would oblige. Faced with the double team, Wang Hao passed the ball to the awaiting Fama, then suddenly accelerated past him for a handoff. Ignoring the defender who was a step behind, Wang Hao launched a three-pointer. Swoosh. The ball found its mark. Duke's offense was effectively stifled by the Brown Bears' defense. The duo responsible for guarding the baseline remained steadfast, allowing penetrations but denying any shooting opportunities. Wang Hao did not betray his teammates' trust. Although Duke managed to score a few points, they came with relative ease. Wang Hao, meanwhile, amassed 3 blocks and 6 rebounds. A triple-double seemed within reach, needing only one more block to achieve this feat as the first half concluded. The score stood at 21-45 in favor of the visiting team. Just as Duke began to find their rhythm offensively, they were thwarted by Wang Hao's defensive schemes. In contrast, aside from Hunter's alley-oop, Wang Hao had successfully sunk 7 three-pointers, elevating his personal statistics to an impressive 43 points, 13 rebounds, 9 blocks, and 1 assist. Chapter 21. The Throat-Slitting Ceremony. Hey, brothers, let us engage in a different approach in the second half. During halftime, Wang Hao ominously summoned his teammates. In the second half, let us allow them to shoot while we defend against penetrations, and then we will execute fast breaks, increasing our offensive possessions and shot opportunities. Wang Hao succinctly articulated his thoughts. "All right, we are all ears, as this ease of play is largely thanks to you." Hunter voiced the sentiments of the team. Yet, Jordan Fama found it somewhat challenging to adapt to the role reversal. Initially believing Wang Hao would support him, he instead found himself relegated to a role where he merely needed to bring the ball up court and pass it to Wang Hao, who had become the team's undisputed star. Indeed, a quintessential point guard. After establishing the tone for the second half, the players of the Brown Bears began to engage in light-hearted banter in the locker room, filled with laughter and merriment, creating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. In stark contrast, the Duke team's locker room reflected an entirely different sentiment. As jubilant as the Brown Bears were, the Duke players were equally despondent, each one bowing their heads in resignation, devoid of communication. Coach K, having relinquished any attempts at bolstering morale, unleashed his frustration upon his players with the fervor of an irate street vendor. Dazed, truly overwhelmed by Wang Hao's prowess, it was evident that a player of his caliber had no place in the NCAA. Confronted with Duke's seemingly Jordan-esque defense, Wang Hao had no intention of passing. He simply charged forward. Against such a lackluster squad, passing was an act for the faint-hearted. One must rise to the challenge. Observe that man, sitting behind the bench, who embodies the essence of relentless determination. Passing talent must not be revealed. Wang Hao had no desire to be a facilitating forward, especially with the important presence of his sister watching from the sidelines. Breaking through double teams and overcoming tight defenses was paramount. As the second half commenced, Wang Hao reiterated to his teammates, "Let us not forget our plan." With possession in hand, Famer fulfilled his role as point guard, dutifully bringing the ball up the court before passing it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao gazed at the somewhat pitiable second-generation star before him and remarked, "Have you resorted to defending yourself alone? Or have you already been forsaken by your own? Shut your damn mouth, you Chinese," retorted the irate second-generation star, seething with fury. "Why are you so upset? It's quite normal to exchange trash talk on the court." Wang Hao mused inwardly, already branding the Duke players as a bunch of sore losers. What Wang Hao was unaware of was that, although Coach K had not explicitly stated it, his demeanor suggested he had already relinquished hope for this match. Thus, Wang Hao's intuition proved correct. Otherwise, the second-generation star would not have reacted so dramatically. Setting aside his inner musings, he redirected his focus back to the game. Observing the second-generation star, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, Wang Hao lost interest in further teasing him. Concentrating on the game, he noted the glaring weaknesses in the star's defense and opted for the most effortless and rapid scoring method, an elegant jump shot. With a swift release, the ball swished through the net. As he landed, Wang Hao disregarded the second-generation star, who was left dumbfounded and turned to retreat on defense. However, upon reaching Duke's bench, he suddenly halted, pivoted, and stood before Coach K with a stoic expression, dramatically mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. This unexpected act sent shockwaves through the quiet audience, igniting a fervor among the Brown Bear supporters. They erupted into a cacophony of cheers and jeers, as Coach K was a revered figure in American basketball, having led the national team to multiple gold medals in world competitions, a stature not easily challenged by someone as unassuming as Wang Hao. The explosive atmosphere in the arena was merely a reflection of Wang Hao's provocative gesture, as viewers watching the broadcast began hurling their beer bottles and other items to the ground in outrage. How dare this audacious youth provoke Coach K? Did he truly believe himself invincible? While Wang Hao's performance was undeniably commendable, his insolence towards Coach K was, to put it mildly, presumptuous. The commentators on UBS, broadcasting nationwide, subtly articulated their discontent. In stark contrast to the more restrained expressions of dissatisfaction, the online realm was inundated with vitriol directed at Wang Hao, with a torrent of crude and malicious language emerging. Yet, at that moment, Wang Hao remained blissfully ignorant of the uproar. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely brush it off. Discontent? If so, let them prove themselves on the court, as Kobe once said. In truth, Wang Hao's throat-slitting gesture had been inspired by a whimsical recollection of Dwayne Wade's similar act from his previous life. He thought Coach K's stature was significant enough to warrant such theatrics, though he had not anticipated the tremendous impact of the coach's reputation. Nonetheless, he rationalized that had a different coach been at the helm, he might not have afforded him such deference. Oblivious to the tumult outside, Wang Hao remained fully engrossed in the game. Meanwhile, Duke's players were in a daze, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. A freshman daring to provoke Coach K with a throat-slitting gesture? Had the world gone mad? Lost in confusion, the Duke players remained mentally adrift, their focus shattered by the earlier incident. Consequently, when J.J. Redick passed the ball to the interior player, Sheldon Williams, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, swiftly intercepting the pass. By the time he completed a fast break dunk, the realization of what had transpired finally dawned on them. The pallor on their faces was palpable as they exchanged glances. Time out. Time out. Coach Old K called for a pause. Initially, they had intended to capitalize on their player's performance to humiliate Wang Hao, but upon witnessing their despondency, he reluctantly signaled for a timeout. The Duke players lowered their heads, avoiding Coach Old K's gaze as they braced themselves for the impending storm. Surprisingly, Coach Old K refrained from unleashing a tirade. Instead, he simply stated, "By any means necessary, I do not wish to see that Chinese fellow score." The team, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly acquiesced, their collective gaze fixated on the second-generation star who was matched against Wang Hao. "I will do my utmost. Please assist me in defense," the second-generation star responded, his voice tinged with reluctance as he met his teammates' expectant stares. The bench of the Brown Bears was devoid of mirth, mirroring the unease of a team that was ostensibly in the lead, with a score of 21-48 favoring the visiting team. "Wang, you are too impulsive. You must understand that Coach Old K's stature in American basketball is unassailable. As a freshman, you should not provoke him," Coach Haaland expressed his concerns. Wang Hao pondered what could have warranted such solemnity. However, upon observing the grave expressions of his teammates encircling him and glancing back at Kobe, who wore a look of exasperation, as if to suggest the young lad had stirred up trouble, he realized, albeit slowly, that he might indeed have bitten off more than he could chew. Yet, blessed with an innate composure, or perhaps a lack of concern, Wang Hao swiftly dismissed the gravity of the situation, offering words of reassurance to both his teammates and coach. "Fear not. Our victory will silence any dissent. As long as we keep winning, they will gradually quiet down." Just as Kobe advised, he gestured towards Kobe with a finger. Kobe, wishing to shield his face, thought to himself, "Goodness, I don't know this kid. I merely suggested that winning would quell the doubts, not that he should use victories to provoke others." His expression was akin to a schoolboy warning another. "Hey, don't leave after school. It's all right. It's all right," he encouraged. "Let us play well. In competitive sports, victory is the only truth. Everything else is of little consequence." Observing Wang Hao's demeanor, everyone assumed they had encountered a fool. Coach K had likely experienced more victories than Wang Hao would in his entire career, yet he dared to speak so boldly. Only on the sidelines did Ao Mei's eyes shine with a distinctive light, finding this delusion rather amusing. It seemed the generational divide was ever present. Chapter 22. Achieving Victory. Listen. I do not wish to see that Chinese player score another point, Coach K reiterated before the timeout concluded. Duke regained possession, but Redick squandered the opportunity with a hasty shot. Clearly, no one bore him ill will. The entire Duke team shared a singular conviction: to prevent this Chinese player from scoring. Wasting no time after Redick's miss, the team exhibited no desire to secure the rebound and immediately fell back on defense. As Wang Hao observed Duke's rapid retreat, he contemplated what strategy Coach K had devised. In truth, it was not a matter of advanced tactics. They simply aimed to deny him any points. Upon reaching the front court and receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, he faced his old rival, the second-generation star. "Listen here, kid. The coach has decreed that you shall not score a single point, so your game concludes here." Before Wang Hao could respond, the anxious second-generation star divulged his own predicament, proving to be quite the ally of the people. "I fear you shall be disappointed," Wang Hao replied succinctly. As the second-generation star adjusted his defensive strategy to a tight guard, Wang Hao suddenly surged forward, leaving the poor star akin to a cow caught off guard by a charging bull, losing his balance and stumbling backward. Meanwhile, the duo in the paint remained vigilant, ready to pounce with a clear intention. "You may pass, but you shall not shoot." Wang Hao, defying all odds, boldly charged towards the basket despite being confronted by two opponents. With both adversaries clinging onto him, he executed a thunderous dunk, leaving the commentators utterly speechless. The audience, equally astonished, was momentarily silenced until a single voice ignited a tidal wave of cheers, rendering any provocation towards Coach K insignificant, truly inconsequential. Wang Hao followed the source of the sound and was astonished to discover that it was Ao Mei, the typically demure girl, who was now frantically waving her arms and shouting with wild abandon. Suppressing the impulse to rush over and kiss her, Wang Hao instead ran towards her and blew a grand kiss. In stark contrast to the crowd's exuberant cheers, Duke appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, lacking any vitality and merely wishing for the game to conclude. Coach Old K sat helplessly on the bench, waving his hand to substitute in the reserves, signaling an early end to the match, his grim expression suggesting a readiness to unleash fury. With the game having reached this point, it was evident to all that Duke was destined for defeat. The only lingering curiosity was whether Wang Hao would remain on the court and how many points he would ultimately accrue. Following yet another dead ball, the Brown Bears also substituted in their entire bench. Wang Hao's final statistics were cemented at 48 points, 13 rebounds, 9 blocks, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Ultimately, the final score stood at 67-43, with Duke failing to surpass Wang Hao's individual score, leaving him just 1 block shy of a triple-double. Seated on the bench, Wang Hao displayed little interest in the match unfolding before him, instead engaging in lively conversation with A.O. Mei, who sat behind him, lamenting the inability of his neck to rotate a full 180 degrees. Through today's match, Wang Hao has successfully transformed his image in the eyes of A.O. Mei, despite still falling short of the iconic stature of Kobe. At the very least, he is no longer perceived as a delusional individual. Furthermore, he has adeptly secured the time for their next date, marking a significant advancement in his pursuit of A.O. Mei. "Kid, we're heading out for a drive. We'll wait for you at the entrance," Kobe remarked as the game neared its conclusion. "Aren't we going out together?" Wang Hao hesitated, reluctant to part ways with A.O. Mei, wishing to seize the moment while the iron was hot. "No, look at the sidelines. Those reporters are eyeing you like hungry wolves. I certainly don't want them to interview me as well. Hold tight. I must take my leave." Kobe, lacking in camaraderie, departed with Vanessa and A.O. Mei, leaving Wang Hao alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Damn that old man. Can't he wait just a moment? Didn't he see how well A.O. Mei and I were connecting? Wang Hao grumbled in frustration. Just then, the referee blew the final whistle, and Wang Hao attempted to approach Coach K to ease their relationship, only to be encircled by a swarm of reporters, rendering him unable to reach Coach K, who was equally besieged. "Wang, regarding your throat-slitting gesture towards Coach K today, what were your thoughts at that moment? Wang, can your actions today be interpreted as a sign of disrespect towards your opponent? Wang, what is your relationship with Kobe? Is it truly as people say, or is there a hidden secret? Wang, considering you dominated the team's shooting opportunities today, might your teammates harbor some dissent? Could this incite internal discord? Wang, do you really reside at Kobe's house?" Surrounded by a swarm of reporters, Wang felt overwhelmed. All right. I shall address a few intriguing inquiries. Firstly, in competitive sports, winning is paramount. The defeated have no voice. As for respect toward opponents, my respect is demonstrated by my unwavering determination to defeat them. Regarding my relationship with Kobe, I am merely his practice partner, and residing at his home is merely for convenience in training. As for shooting opportunities, may I remind you of my shooting percentage? That will be all. Kobe is still waiting for me to return to training. With a graceful push, Wang Hao escaped the clutches of the reporters. Realizing they could extract no more sensational stories from Wang Hao, the reporters hastened to Coach K, eager to glean some juicy tidbits. "Coach K, what do you have to say about Duke, claimed to have the strongest lineup in America, losing to UCLA today? Coach K, what are your thoughts on Wang Hao's provocation? Coach K, do you believe Wang Hao's actions today were disrespectful towards his opponent?" Very well, everyone. Wang's performance speaks for itself. His shooting percentage was a flawless 100. Duke's defeat at his hands is certainly not unjust. As for any provocation, oh no, I believe you have misunderstood. Wang is still just a child, and children often act unpredictably, do they not? I do not perceive that as provocation. Rather, I find Wang to be quite intriguing. If all proceeds as anticipated, the NCAA merely serves as a stepping stone for Wang, with the NBA being his true stage. I am confident that Wang will emerge as an unparalleled player within the NBA, perhaps even surpassing Jordan. The journalists were astounded by Coach K's evaluation of Wang Hao, which was exceedingly high. It is noteworthy that even while coaching the national team, Coach K has rarely, if ever, bestowed such lofty praise upon any player, effectively elevating Wang Hao to remarkable heights. Wang Hao clumsily got into the car, occasionally glancing back in fear of being followed by reporters. He was genuinely frightened, especially when someone audaciously touched his chest muscles, a rather unfortunate incident. Surrounded by a multitude of stars, one might presume it felt splendid, but in truth, it was utterly unbearable. They even resorted to harassment, and with their appearances, they were far from appealing. None could compare to the beauty of A.O. Mei. Yet, they dared to approach me. Wang Hao, ever the sycophant, never missed an opportunity to flatter A.O. Mei, who clearly relished the attention, her delicate face radiating a brilliant smile, indicating that Wang Hao's flattery struck the right chord. "You rascal," Kobe said with a weary shake of his head as he started the car and drove away. Chapter 23. The headline-worthy Wang Hao inside the vehicle. Wang Hao, under the pretense of celebration, insisted that Kobe treat a few people to an extravagant meal. The opulent decor spoke volumes of the considerable expense, a far cry from the modest life he had led as an office worker in his past life. Besides, it provided him with a few more moments in the presence of A.O. May. "Hey, kid, pull your head back in. We need to leave," Kobe said, observing Wang Hao's reluctant gaze, lingering on A.O. May as she entered the building. Kobe found himself playing the role of the annoying elder once more. "All right, enough of your daydreaming. Let's discuss something serious," Kobe said, his tone turning serious. "What's the matter? Did you not play well today?" "No, you played excellently, but you should not have provoked Coach K. Be prepared, for this is a challenge you must face alone. No one can assist you," Kobe emphasized, wanting Wang Hao to grasp the gravity of the situation. It's simple. Just ignore him," Wang Hao replied dismissively, smirking and throwing out a remark intended to irritate Kobe. "After all this, am I the one fretting while you remain indifferent? Or do you simply not comprehend the severity of the situation? Allow me to enlighten you. After all, he is your coach. How can we allow outsiders to bully our own? Let me put it this way. If it were me, Shaq, or LeBron, it might not be a big deal, as we have all played under Coach K and established our standing. Do you understand? There's a balance of power. But you, a rookie who hasn't even entered the NBA, having only played 2 NCAA games, what do you represent? Think about it. Then Coach K certainly wouldn't bother with me. If he stooped to my level, he would diminish his own status," Wang Hao articulated, surprisingly displaying clarity. "This is precisely what makes it troubling. He cannot confront you openly, which makes his covert tactics even harder to defend against. Just be cautious moving forward," Kobe said, his brow furrowed, unable to shake the gloom that lingered in his heart. Concerned for his chosen protege, hoping he wouldn't be squandered. Wang Hao, on the other hand, paid no mind to the situation. He felt free to express himself as he pleased, and we could simply choose to ignore him. After all, he couldn't possibly harm me. It must be said that Wang Hao's lack of concern for maintaining an idol's facade is quite admirable, to the point of being refreshing. In a rare instance, Kobe did not take Wang Hao to the gym for extra practice. Instead, he returned home, casually advising him to rest well before spending time playing with his daughter. Has he undergone a transformation? Wang Hao returned to his room in a state of perplexity. The following morning, he arose early. "What's up, kid? Aren't you supposed to be without training today?" Kobe wondered aloud, astonished that someone who typically required a stick to rouse them from slumber could rise at such an hour. He double-checked the time, ensuring its accuracy, before directing his gaze towards Wang Hao. "Who says I can't get up? I simply did not wish to disturb the beauty of your morning. You see. Is there food? I'm starving." Within mere moments, Wang Hao unveiled his true intentions, no longer able to maintain the facade as his stomach growled audibly, betraying his hunger. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. Just a moment," came Vanessa's voice from the kitchen. "Kid, take a look at today's newspaper and online forums. I hope that after reading, you can still keep your appetite." Kobe chuckled mischievously. "Let me see it. What's the worst that could happen? Can a newspaper eat me?" Wang Hao snatched the paper from Kobe's hands. "The Chinese rookie from UCLA owes an apology to basketball fans across America," blared a prominent headline, dominating the front page. "What is this? Why do I owe an apology to basketball fans nationwide? What is going on? Explain this to me," Wang Hao demanded, fixing his gaze on Kobe, hoping he could elucidate the situation on behalf of the American fans. However, it was evident that Kobe might not even represent Beverly Hills in this matter, let alone the entire nation. "Is this just one media outlet, and you can't handle it? Keep reading. There are plenty more newspapers." As Wang Hao continued to scroll through the content, his irritation grew increasingly palpable. In a fit of exasperation, he audaciously inquired of Kobe where firearms were being sold. "Calm down, kid. This is merely a handful of media outlets," Kobe replied with an air of indifference. "How can I remain calm? Look at this outrageous claim, asserting that the Chinese king and Kobe cohabit, no longer concealing their relationship. Does this have anything to do with basketball? Is sheer fabrication. So what?" Kobe retorted. "Do we owe them an explanation? We do not live for their amusement. We can simply regard it as a farce." In a rare display of magnanimity, Kobe's demeanor further unsettled Wang Hao, who began to suspect that Kobe had mistakenly awoken with a faulty mindset. Turning to the forum revealed even more amusement. Kobe handed his phone to Wang Hao, who exclaimed, "Only our great Korean people could cultivate such a remarkable basketball prodigy as Wang Hao. I have never encountered a Korean person in my life. Don't mind me. I am resolute in my intentions," Wang Hao declared. Kid, do not break my phone. Kobe swiftly reclaimed his device from Wang Hao. Look here. The Los Angeles Times has offered a rather fair assessment of you, and several domestic forums have spoken highly of you as well. Go check it out for yourself. By the way, this article is particularly balanced. Coach Old K has boldly proclaimed that upon entering the NBA, Wang Hao will surpass Jordan, becoming the greatest of all time. Those teams that have not secured Wang Hao should hastily claim a championship while he is still developing. That is quite well written, Wang Hao mused. They have already reserved your status as the league's top player. Flattery can be deadly. It is undoubtedly insidious, he noted. He cannot directly confront me. He resorts to such underhanded tactics. Indeed, kid, you seem perceptive. I was concerned that you might become arrogant due to Old K's remarks. But it appears I need not worry, which puts my mind at ease. Tonight, I'm heading to Utah for an away game. Do you have any plans? Old man, lend me a car. I have a date with the Olsen girl. I cannot possibly walk. Do you have a driver's license? If so, you may choose a vehicle from the garage shortly. Naturally, Wang Hao encountered his father's paternal nature. Kid, the Olsen girls are no ordinary individuals. Your little sweetheart has been a rising star since infancy, and her sisters are all noteworthy figures as well. If you aspire to be the son-in-law of the Olsen family, you are in for quite the challenge. Rest assured, old man, I have done my research. It is not as daunting as it seems. After all, the NBA's visibility rivals that of the entertainment industry, and the earnings substantially surpass those in show business. All I need to do is perform well in my inaugural season and await lucrative sponsorships. Surprisingly, Kobe refrained from reprimanding Wang Hao and simply encouraged him to select a vehicle. Make sure to fill it up with gas. He glanced at Kobe with a hint of embarrassment. Get lost. Hurry up. The cars will be gone soon. It was evident that Wang Hao would not drive off smoothly. The car contains a fuel card. Kobe added with a hint of humor, not out of concern for Wang Hao's potential embarrassment, but rather apprehensive about the possibility of being stranded mid-journey. The tow truck company, upon seeing Kobe's vehicle, would find it quite disgraceful, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the illustrious Kobe. Thank you. The elderly voice of Wang Hao's gratitude echoed from a distance. How peculiar that Wuling has ventured into the realm of sports cars. It must be him, driving a domestic vehicle. He chose a striking Wuling sports car and drove off with a flourish. Hello, Alme, are you awake? Oh, I'm already on my way to pick you up. All right, I'll call you when I arrive. Success. Wang Hao rewarded himself with a resounding yes. Chapter 24, a lackluster day today. The common folk are truly, genuinely elated. Joyful. Whistling a cheerful tune while picking up the ladies. I've arrived. Alme, I'm right at your doorstep. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao hurriedly exited the vehicle, standing beside the door, striving to present himself as a true gentleman. Welcome, beautiful lady. Wang Hao, the gentleman, gracefully opened the car door and ushered the girl. Alme, inside. His expression was calm, yet his heart raced with turmoil. May was clad in an outfit that accentuated her figure, showcasing her perfect physique in an alluring manner. With the unique vibrancy of youth at 17. 8 years, she embodied a captivating blend of sensuality and vivacity. Excuse me, is it true that in America, the minimum sentence is 3 years, with the possibility of life imprisonment? She inquired, urgency lacing her tone. My beautiful lady, where shall we head first? Shouldn't a man consider the venue for a date before inviting a woman? Wang Hao in this regard was quite lacking. I apologize. I may need to make a quick stop at school to deliver something, May said with a hint of regret. No problem, just lead the way. The engine of the Wuling sports car paled in comparison to the turbulence within Wang Hao, who longed to lay beside May and ponder life's wonders. Amidst their laughter, he successfully navigated the car to her school without incident. This Wuling has impressive power. A gentle press on the accelerator propels it forward effortlessly. You can take a stroll for a while. I'll call you when I'm ready. As May's figure vanished at the corridor's end, Wang Hao could not suppress his foolish grin, a telltale sign of his infatuation. Hey, handsome, would you be interested in a deeper conversation? A girl approached. No, I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Wang Hao politely declined her advances. It was undeniable that Wang Hao's tall stature, combined with his striking features and a suit that appeared quite costly and well-tailored, attracted attention. This was already the third girl seeking a more intimate interaction. The American social scene was indeed quite liberal. What were you discussing just now? May, having just descended the stairs, curiously inquired. Nothing much. She wanted my contact information, but I turned her down. I told her I was waiting for my girlfriend. Waiting for your girlfriend? Not a bad excuse. May complimented with approval. Is that all? Just a simple compliment? Shouldn't you be a bit more coy or bashful, perhaps even playfully punching me in the chest? Wang Hao anticipated a variety of teasing that never materialized. Girlfriend? Are you implying that I am your girlfriend? Ao Mei asked with a challenging expression. No, no. It's just an excuse, Wang Hao quickly clarified. Just an excuse? Her tone rose in incredulity. It's not as you think. Oh dear. Wang Hao stammered, at a loss for words, fearing he might upset Ao Mei. Haha. Ao Mei could no longer contain her laughter. This is amusing. Didn't Kobe teach you how to pursue a girl? Are you teasing me? If Wang Hao were any more oblivious to the unfolding situation, he might as well visit a hospital for an IQ check. I'm here to charm the ladies, not to be charmed by them. Just as Wang Hao was about to take some action to punish Ao Mei, she seized his hand and said, "Let us go. We shall stroll through Hollywood." All right. With Ao Mei pulling him along, Wang Hao's mind went blank, instantly succumbing to the enchantment of the sorceress. The thought of punishment was cast away like driftwood in the Arctic Ocean. Have you never pursued a girl before? Ao Mei inquired with curiosity. Indeed, ever since my parents passed away, my thoughts have been consumed by basketball, leaving little room for interaction with others. The only person I could consider a friend was my former landlord, until I entered the NCAA and met Kobe. As he spoke of his family, a hint of melancholy crept into Wang Hao's voice. I'm sorry, I didn't realize your family was no longer with you, Ao Mei expressed with regret. It's all right, I've long since grown accustomed to it. Besides, ISNT life, quite splendid now. I have the Kobe family, my teammates, and most importantly, I have you. With a gaze filled with affection, Wang Hao attempted to confess his feelings to Ao Mei. The sudden declaration left Ao Mei in stunned silence. What kind of extraordinary thought process was this? Just moments ago, he had mentioned being orphaned, and now he was professing his deep feelings? I'm still in high school, and I aspire to attend an art school in New York. Although I plan to return to Los Angeles to pursue my career, that will be several years after I graduate. By then, you will likely have become a superstar. Will you still regard someone like me, a recent college graduate, as worthy? Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. Aren't you aware that the most prominent trait of Chinese men is their unwavering loyalty? What does it mean to wait for you for a few years? It's not as if I can't see you. You still have your holidays. And I can accompany you during my off-season. In his past life, Wang Hao embodied the essence of a devoted admirer, a backup, and an underdog, flawlessly showcasing the quintessence of all three roles. Wang Hao's heartfelt confession left Ao Mei in tears, truly moved. Is it really true? Absolutely, Wang Hao affirmed with deep emotion. One cannot deny that the brevity of American history has its advantages. At least it does not resemble our great nation, where various historical dramas incessantly play out, necessitating a thorough review of history and a mastery of the 36 stratagems just to pursue a romantic interest. It is indeed quite challenging. Come, let us stroll through Hollywood. Kobe informed me of a particularly delightful Chinese restaurant. I shall take you to savor its offerings. Hand in hand with Ao Mei, they meandered aimlessly along the bustling streets of Hollywood. As for the Chinese restaurant, it may exist, but Wang Hao truly had no idea whether they would encounter it. Fate would decide. Are you sure you're not mistaken about the route? We've walked this way before. Ao Mei, now feeling the pangs of hunger, although relishing the moment, felt compelled to remind Wang Hao. Where? It is right there. Spotting a restaurant adorned with Chinese characters, Wang Hao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Providence had indeed smiled upon them. There was a Chinese restaurant in Hollywood. Please bring me scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and sweet and sour pork. Wang Hao ordered in Chinese before the menu could even be presented. Are you Chinese? The owner inquired. Yes, I'm from Northeast China. And you? Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth hearing the familiar language. I'm from Beijing, not far at all. We are fellow countrymen, haha. The restaurant owner laughed heartily. What is your surname, young man? You don't seem very old. Are you here in the United States for studies? Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. The owner gave a thumbs up. Of course. I'm a freshman at UCLA, part of the Bruin team. My surname is Wang. Wang Hao. What should I call you? I am Huang Chong. My son is also in his senior year at UCLA, majoring in economics, though I can't quite recall the specifics. Please have a seat. I will bring your dishes shortly. After enjoying a hearty meal, the two bid farewell to Uncle Huang and continued their exploration of Hollywood. This young man seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot place him. I shall ask my son when he returns. Perhaps he is a friend. Chapter 25. A worthy opponent. The opponents for the Bruin team in December were not particularly formidable, as no one anticipated the arrival of the prodigious Wang Hao this season. Thus, the prearranged rivals were not among the stronger teams. In the first 2 games of December, the Bruin team secured effortless victories, with Wang Hao achieving remarkable scores of 37 points and 19 rebounds, followed by 42 points and 24 rebounds in 2 extraordinary performances. Perusing the information on upcoming opponents, he noticed LaMarcus Aldridge. Wang Hao continued to scroll through, encountering the Texas Longhorns. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Further down the list, he came across unfamiliar teams accompanied by unknown rosters, causing his interest to wane, and he set the notebook aside. "I'm leaving now, coach." After exchanging greetings, Wang Hao hurriedly made his way to the parking lot, aware that he needed to act swiftly to avoid being late. As for whose car he was driving, it was, of course, the borrowed Wuling sports car from Kobe, who had an abundance of vehicles and wouldn't team mind this particular one being taken. Speeding along, Wang Hao arrived just as A.O. Mei was about to step out of the school gate, bringing the car to a halt beside her. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Beautiful," Wang Hao said, gracefully opening the car door for A.O. Mei. "Do be careful, sir. It is quite impolite to make a lady wait," A.O. Mei teased in return. Laughter filled the car as they exchanged banter. "By the way, do you have any plans for Christmas Eve?" "Christmas is still half a month away. I don't think I have any plans." "Why do you ask?" "Kobe gifted me a few tickets to the Christmas showdown. I was hoping you might join me to watch the game." "Really? That sounds wonderful. However, I must first inform my mother. I'll call you later." "All right. See you tomorrow." As per their usual custom, Wang Hao watched until A.O. Mei entered her home before he drove away. "Kid, isn't it exhilarating to drive my car? Hurry up and switch to another one. I usually can't bear to use that one," Kobe remarked with a hint of pain in his voice. "Come on. Such a miser. It's just a Wuling. Once I hit it big, I'll gift you 10 of them," Wang Hao declared with a grand gesture, making a lofty promise. Although Kobe didn't quite comprehend what Wuling meant, the notion of receiving 10 cars resonated clearly, prompting him to fetch paper and pen. "Let us draft a contract to ensure you uphold your word. Spare me. I have no time for this nonsense. I'll be out for an away game the day after tomorrow and may return quite late. Could you help me pick up A.O. Mei?" "Get lost," Kobe curtly replied. "Coach, for this game, I'll be guarding Aldridge in the Longhorns interior," Wang Hao suggested while en route to Austin. "Is he that formidable? Or do you have a personal vendetta against him?" Coach Haaland inquired, puzzled, as Wang Hao rarely focused on a specific NCAA player. The fellow members of the Bears team listened with curiosity. "It's nothing. I just want to try a different position." "Are you sure you want to move to the interior?" Coach Haaland asked, still uncertain before the game commenced. "Trust me, coach. We will bring home the victory." As was customary, the ball was to be entrusted to Wang. "Go on, lads, conquer this place." The Frank Irwin Center, home to the Longhorns, featured a formidable lineup, including NCAA stars LaMarcus Aldridge, P.J. Tucker, and Daniel Gibson, all of whom had made their way to the NBA, alongside a host of other strong players. Today marked Wang Hao's first encounter with future NBA stars in the NCAA, and he felt a thrill of excitement. This match serves as a testament to Wang Hao's prowess. The starting lineup for the Brown Bears includes point guard Jordan Farmar, shooting guard Ryan, small forward Mike Kelly, power forward Wang Hao, and center Andre Jones. In contrast, the Longhorn Bulls field center Chris Kahn, power forward Aldridge, small forward P.J. Tucker, shooting guard Pau Gasol, and point guard Daniel Gibson. Merely observing the lineups, the Longhorn Bulls exhibit a commendable balance between their interior and exterior game, bolstered by the formidable defensive prowess of P.J. Tucker, whereas the Brown Bears possess only Wang Hao as their sole advantage. This match has evolved into a stage for Wang Hao's individual brilliance. Tucker, utilize your defense to contain their king. Leverage your strength against him, the Longhorn Bulls coach commands confidently. "Rest assured, coach," Tucker replies, patting his chest in assurance. "The rest shall execute their tactics, as usual. As long as we restrict the Brown Bears number 0, they will be nothing more than lambs for the slaughter. Go forth, lads." Coach Rick Barnes of the Longhorn Bulls is finalizing his pre-match strategy. Unfortunately for him, disappointment looms. For it is Aldridge that Wang Hao will be matched against, not P.J. Tucker. In simple terms, Tucker lacks the ability to ignite Wang Hao's competitive spirit. Even if Tucker were to transform into a tank, it would amount to little. At most, as a 3D player, Wang Hao would remain unfazed. The match commences as the Brown Bears secure possession. Farmar confidently delivers the ball into Wang Hao's hands. Wang Hao, with the ball in hand, leaned against Aldridge behind him. Tentatively, he nudged back, realizing that Aldridge's strength was not particularly formidable. Encouraged, Wang Hao pressed on, taking one step, then another. Just as Aldridge was about to exert himself, Wang Hao executed a graceful step-back jumper, sending the ball through the hoop. Unlike others who might hurl taunts after being scored upon, Aldridge merely cast a calm glance at Wang Hao before returning to the baseline to inbound the ball, displaying an extraordinary level of maturity. It was intriguing. It seemed that becoming a star was no mere coincidence. Such an opponent was indeed fascinating. In a mirrored exchange of offense and defense, Aldridge now sought the ball, leaning against Wang Hao in the same spot. He pushed back twice, only to find Wang Hao unyielding, showing no intention of competing in strength. With a deft flick of his wrist and a subtle shoulder shimmy, he turned and launched a jump shot, the ball finding its mark. Wang Hao, with his lengthy reach outstretched in defense, could only watch as the basketball swished through the net. Aldridge, standing at 2.11 meters, was not easily obstructed, especially since Wang Hao had been caught off guard by Aldridge's earlier lean. The commentator, brimming with excitement, rallied for the home team, the Longhorns, as the star players from both teams clashed in a single exchange, promising a thrilling match. Victory, they asserted, would undoubtedly belong to the Longhorns, wouldn't it? The crowd, exceeding 10,000 strong, responded affirmatively, their enthusiasm palpable. However, the commentator urged them to temper their excitement, cautioning against the risk of overwhelming fervor. With the atmosphere electric, Wang Hao felt a surge of competitive spirit. It was no wonder that Reddit referred to the away crowd as the silencer. In such moments, one either silenced the opposing fans with an explosive performance or faced the risk of being overwhelmed by their jeers. "Give me the ball," Wang Hao demanded, extending his hand. This time, he positioned himself deeper, nearing the paint, a perfect spot for a thunderous dunk. After surveying the court and ensuring a safe pass, Farmar lofted the ball to Wang Hao, who was still leaning against Aldridge. "Be careful, I'm going to get my all," Wang Hao warned, knowing that they would all be heading to the NBA in the future. After all, one never knew when a quality big man might become a teammate, so it was wise to maintain good relations. Thus, Wang Hao offered a friendly reminder. Wang Hao dribbled with such force that it felt as if he had collided with a massive truck, leaving Aldridge bewildered and sent tumbling out of bounds. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao pivoted and executed a two-handed slam dunk, concluding the play with flair. As he landed from the rim, he retrieved the basketball and turned to return on defense. During this interval, he keenly sensed the ongoing jeers from the spectators. Evidently, one instance was insufficient, and he would need to demonstrate his prowess several more times. After all, what could be more demoralizing than being vanquished in one's area of expertise? Since Aldridge was the strongest asset of the Longhorns, Wang Hao resolved to penetrate the paint and dismantle him. Defeating the most formidable player in their domain would surely silence them. Chapter 26, The Quiet Frank. At the center, Irving passed the ball to Aldridge, aiming to score another answer ball over Wang Hao. "You think you could take me on one-on-one? Not a chance." Wang Hao adhered closely to Aldridge, his long arms swinging vigorously to deny Aldridge even the slightest opportunity to pivot. Seizing the advantage of his height, Aldridge spotted the cutting P.J. Tucker and executed a precise bounce pass, delivering the ball deftly into Tucker's hands. Living up to expectations, Tucker utilized his formidable physical prowess to maneuver past the defender and forcefully drive to the basket. As Wang Hao observed Aldridge pass the ball to Tucker, an ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to swiftly reinforce the defense in the paint. Just as Tucker launched his layup, Wang Hao caught up with him. He leapt high into the air, blocking Tucker's seemingly certain basket against the backboard. The rebound was seized by Kelly, who had been trailing Tucker closely. Witnessing the height of Wang Hao's leap and his speed in returning to the paint, Aldridge couldn't shake off a foreboding sense. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the unsettling thought. "Wang Hao is formidable, but I am not to be underestimated, am I?" As the game resumed, an unusual sight unfolded. Wang Hao did not position himself in the paint waiting for a pass from Farmar. Instead, he drifted to the perimeter, engaging in a handoff play with Farmar, even providing a screen against the defender. A deft pump fake from Wang Hao deceived two defenders, leading Daniel Gibson, who had been blocked, to attempt to circumvent him in pursuit of Farmar, while Aldridge sought to assist in defending Farmar. In their eagerness to follow Farmar, they inadvertently left Wang Hao unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao, a towering point guard, unleashed a powerful three-pointer. With an air of bravado, he raised his shooting hand aloft as he made his way back to the defensive end, eliciting a wave of jeers from the audience. The score stood at 7-2, with the visiting team leading by 3 points. Possession belonged to the Longhorns. Riding the momentum from the previous block on Tucker, the Longhorns opted against penetrating the paint. After circulating the ball around the perimeter, it ultimately found its way back to Aldridge. Faced with Wang Hao's relentless defense, Aldridge found himself at a disadvantage. He lacked the strength, leaping ability, and speed to outmatch Wang Hao. His only advantage lay in his height, being 4 centimeters taller. Yet his arms were significantly shorter than Wang Hao's. As the shot clock dwindled, Aldridge was left with no choice but to force a higher release on his shot, leaving the outcome to fate. Ding! Aldridge registered the first miss of the game, the ball ricocheting off the rim and into the air, where it was collected by the leaping Wang Hao. Having keenly observed the unfolding situation, Farmar anticipated the miss the moment Aldridge took his shot and moved swiftly towards the frontcourt, extending his hand to request the ball from Wang Hao. With the precision of a seasoned quarterback, Wang Hao launched a long pass that found its mark in the hands of Famel. Upon receiving the ball, Famel effortlessly executed a 3-step layup, sending the ball through the hoop. It wasn't until the ball swished through the net that the trailing Longhorns defender finally reached his own free throw line. In hot pursuit, Tucker quickly retrieved the basketball, replicating Wang Hao's earlier feat with a long pass to Aldridge, who stood alone beneath the basket. Should Aldridge score, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervor throughout the Irving Center. The Longhorns fans were already on their feet, eagerly anticipating Aldridge's shot to unleash a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. Alas, fate had other plans. As Aldridge leapt towards the basket, Wang Hao soared into the air, his sights set not on the hoop, but on the ball in Aldridge's grasp. "Watch out! No!" The audience's cries fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, Aldridge became an unwitting backdrop as Wang Hao emphatically blocked his shot. After dishing the ball to Famel, Wang Hao dashed toward the front court, swiftly outpacing several returning Longhorns players. At this moment, the only defender left to challenge him was Tucker, who had just executed an inbounds pass. "Pass it!" Wang Hao gestured with his finger above his head. Understanding the cue, Famel lofted the ball high into the air. Just a step inside the free throw line, Wang Hao leaped with remarkable elevation, treating Tucker, who stood in his way, as though he were merely a figment of the air. The sound of collision echoed as Wang Hao barreled through Tucker, sending him sprawling out of bounds until he finally collided with the rim. The resounding thud reverberated through the arena, as if the hoop itself could not withstand Wang Hao's ferocity. As he landed, Wang Hao gazed at the trembling basketball hoop and remarked to Tucker, "Your rim is quaking. Aren't you afraid?" On both offense and defense, he had thwarted the Longhorns' offensive linchpin while also dismantling their defensive stalwart. The moniker of tyrant was clearly well-deserved. Upon returning to the center court, Wang Hao spread his arms wide, signaling for a greater chorus of boos. Yet apart from a smattering of jeers, the cacophony of discontent was disappointingly scarce. 90% of the audience stood with eyes wide in disbelief, their mouths agape, capable of swallowing their fists whole. The score stood at 11-2 in favor of the visiting team. The Longhorns called for a timeout. Observing his dejected players, Coach Rick felt a profound sense of helplessness, perhaps mirroring the sentiments of Coach K at that moment. It was evident that Wang Hao's prowess was unparalleled in the NCAA, perhaps even transcending that of his peers by a significant margin, as no match had yet compelled him to exert his full strength, not even against Duke. The notion of containing Wang Hao through Jordan's principles was evidently futile, at least within the NCAA realm. His shooting ability and penetrating prowess would undoubtedly reveal the reason behind the brilliance of his play. Unless 5 defenders banded together to thwart him, what significance would that hold? Wang Hao's teammates would seize the game, while he would merely sacrifice individual statistics for the sake of the team. As for the young men of the Longhorns, they are likely to be overshadowed by Wang Hao for the entirety of their lives. A profound sense of helplessness envelopes them. With envious eyes, they glance at Coach Holland of the Bears. Just as Coach Rick is about to speak, he is interrupted by Aldridge. "DeMarcus, what do you say?" There is no dissatisfaction. Coach Rick treats his prize players as if they were his own children. Wang's strength is formidable, unexpectedly so, a fact already corroborated by Duke. Therefore, I wish to challenge him. Even if we lose the match, we must exit with our heads held high. Warriors are not intimidated by their opponents. I intend to persist in my matchup against him, for there is but one basketball, and I only hope my teammates will resolutely shoot when opportunities arise. Do you hear me? Warriors are not daunted by their adversaries. Each of you must muster your spirit. Even in defeat, we must claim a piece of them. Coach Rick's endorsement reinvigorates the morale of the Longhorns. On the other side, at the Bears bench, Coach Holland asks Wang, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" The match can already be declared over. Haven't you seen their mindset explode? No, not nearly enough. This game will not be so easy. They're not a bunch of softies like Duke. Especially Aldridge and Tucker, We must be at our utmost vigilance and not relax until the final second. Do they have hidden tricks up their sleeves? Observing Wang Hao's rare assessment, Coach Holland joins in the fray. Regardless of their strength, Wang Hao remains the strongest. And no matter how they assert themselves, Wang Hao is unrivaled. When issues arise on the court, simply pass the ball to Wang Hao. Their strongest players are already on the court, but never underestimate their fighting spirit. So, brothers, rally yourselves and seize victory. Wang Hao rose to his feet, extending his hand as a circle formed around him, palms layered atop one another in a gesture of encouragement. The pause had concluded. Chapter 27. The Tenacious Longhorns. With the break over, the Longhorns reignited their hopes, their spirits no longer languid. The fans, too, sensed the transformation within their team, erupting in waves of fervent cheers to rally their players. How intriguing it is that those destined for stardom are seldom easily vanquished. The Longhorns regained possession, initiating their play from the paint as they entrusted the ball to Aldridge, who was leaning against Wang Hao. Indeed, I had anticipated your surrender. Yet what awaited was not Aldridge's retort, but a series of relentless collisions. Wang Hao chose not to speak much, concentrating his thoughts entirely on basketball. To attempt to breach my defense using such a method is rather naive, isn't it? However, the anticipated next collision did not occur, causing a subtle shift in Wang Hao's expression. In his signature style, Aldridge executed a step-back fadeaway, successfully sinking the ball into the net. The score now stood at 11-4, as the Longhorns managed to reclaim 2 points. Wang Hao is not invincible. He merely needs to defend against the forthcoming shot. Observing his teammates, who have just ignited with hope, Aldridge must thwart this attempt, not only to dispel the indelible mark of invincibility that Wang Hao has etched in their minds, but also for the sake of victory. Yet, can he truly succeed? Aldridge himself harbors doubts. He must give his all. As Wang Hao receives the ball beyond the three-point line, he gazes at Aldridge, who is defending him just outside that arc, and a genuine admiration swells within him. Perhaps this is the essence of what makes one a star athlete. However, reality is not a fairy tale. On the court, prowess dictates everything. You intend to defend me here. Are you certain? He muses, receiving no reply. He is met only with a gaze fixed upon him, similar to a bloodthirsty wolf stalking its prey, and it is abundantly clear that Wang Hao has become the quarry. Wang Hao suddenly accelerated, skillfully breaking to the left with remarkable speed. Aldridge swiftly shifted to the left to block him. It was indeed the right move. Noticing Aldridge's imbalance, Wang Hao executed a wide-ranging change of direction, transferring the ball to his right hand while surging into the paint. He aimed to send Aldridge, who was attempting to block from the right, tumbling to the ground in a state of disarray. All that remained was the gust of wind generated by Wang Hao's explosive drive. The center of the Longhorns, witnessing Wang Hao's aggressive advance, hurriedly stepped forward to assist in defense. However, the closed eyes betrayed a lack of the courage he outwardly displayed. Wang Hao did not opt for a forceful approach. Instead, he executed a deft underarm pass, delivering the ball to the wide-open center, Jones, who concluded the offensive play with a resounding dunk. The score stood at 13-4 as the ball was once again entrusted to Aldridge, positioned at the high post. Wang Hao persistently shadowed Aldridge, flailing his arms in an attempt to obstruct his passing lanes. The point guard, Daniel Gibson, made a cut towards the interior, closely pursued by Jordan Farmar. With no opportunities presenting themselves, Gibson pivoted and darted towards the right corner, while the defending Farmar was firmly blocked behind by the Longhorn center. In the right half of the court, only the small forward, Mike Kelly, remained as an effective defender. The others were either drawn away or impeded, and Jones, hindered by his lack of speed, failed to pursue. The Longhorns briefly executed a 2-on-1 situation, and Aldridge was quick to seize such an evident opportunity, nearly arriving simultaneously with the ball, which he accurately delivered into Gibson's hands. Kelly, tasked with defending Tucker, swiftly moved to provide assistance, while Wang Hao mirrored Tucker's movements. Gibson, upon receiving the ball, did not rush his shot. Instead, he dribbled towards Tucker, executing a seamless pick-and-roll that allowed him to pass the ball to Tucker, effectively shielding Tucker from his defender, thus granting Tucker an open shot from the corner. With a swift release, Tucker sank the three-pointer, bringing the score to 13-7. The Bears continued to place the ball in Wang Hao's hands, who forcefully attacked the paint to secure 2 points. The Longhorns similarly handed the ball over to Aldridge. He passed it to the cutting Gibson, simultaneously obstructing Farmar's defense. Reluctantly, they had to switch defenses, with Wang Hao shadowing Gibson and Farmar matching up against Aldridge. The Longhorns were acutely aware of their strategy, with a clear intent to exploit mismatches. While it was indeed challenging to score against Wang Hao's presence in the paint, the Bears' guards were equally ineffectual against Aldridge. At 188 meters, Jordan Farmar found himself up against the towering 211-meter Aldridge, who, without needing any extraneous movement, effortlessly released a two-point shot that swished through the net. The score became 15-9, although the Bears led by 6 points. The dynamics on the court suggested that it was the trailing Longhorns who were truly in command, consistently utilizing tactical plays to enable the point guard to efficiently convert points. While the Bears relied solely on Wang Hao's individual efforts, engaged in one-on-one battles, Wang Hao continued to utilize his formidable physique and the rudimentary low-post techniques acquired from his time with the old school to successfully score 2 points against Aldridge. The Longhorns, through judicious teamwork, stabilized the situation, tightly keeping the point differential within 10, no longer displaying the initial chaos of the opening moments. Ultimately, this clash between individual prowess and team basketball concluded at halftime with the Bears leading by 6 points, 24-18. Wang Hao scored an impressive 20 points, along with 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. Aldridge contributed with 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. In the Grizzlies' locker room, the atmosphere was tense. Gentlemen, we must find the net and provide greater support to Wang Hao, rather than allowing him to shoulder the burden alone through isolation plays. I need you all to vocalize your presence on the court. Coach Haeland, overly reliant on Wang Hao's prowess, mistakenly believed that his choice to play one-on-one stemmed from the opponent's low shooting percentage. In reality, Wang Hao simply sought to familiarize himself with the elite interior players of the future NBA, given his height of 207 centimeters, which would inevitably grant him opportunities to match up in the paint, despite playing as a small forward. Coach, we need to adjust in the second half. Indeed, adjustments are necessary. No, Coach, what I mean is, let's revert to our regular lineup in the second half. I'll take on the small forward position. We need to seize the game. Wang Hao clarified to Coach Haeland, who seemed to be struggling to comprehend his intent. In the Longhorns' locker room, the mood was buoyant. Well done, lads. It has become apparent that the Chinese king cannot dominate the game solely through personal prowess, as evidenced in the first half. We merely need to continue our performance from the first half to secure victory. The Chinese king is human too. When fatigue sets in, his shooting percentage will falter. And that is when our opportunity will arise, is it not? Coach Rick expressed his excitement to the Longhorns players. If we win this match, these young men will undergo a transformation, having triumphed over a formidable opponent and reversing the scoreline. I believe it will have a profound impact on everyone. Yet, the Chinese king is astonishingly strong, exhibiting no signs of fatigue despite his relentless isolation plays throughout the first half. Is this the stamina expected of a player of his caliber? Take heed, Tucker. Be prepared to assist in guarding the Chinese king in the second half, Coach Rick advised. Still harboring concerns. Rest assured, Coach. Chapter 28. Seizing the game, go forth and defend your home court. Let us do this. Coach Rick continued to rally his team before they took the court. Let us go. The Longhorns shouted in unison, forming a circle. The Longhorns gained possession at the start of the second half. At that moment, Aldridge's defender had been replaced by the newly entered Hunter, while Wang Hao returned to his small forward position, facing the formidable Tucker. Are they altering their strategy out of concern for fatigue? It seems Haeland is not lacking in intelligence. However, going up against the more adept defender Tucker, this match is in the bag, Coach Rick mused, already envisioning the scene 10 minutes later when Wang Hao would tire and the Longhorns would capitalize. You won T-score again, kid, Tucker taunted, feeling slighted and spewing trash talk. Tucker assumed Wang Hao had shifted positions due to fear of Aldridge's defensive intensity. If Wang Hao were aware of Tucker's thoughts, he might have laughed uncontrollably. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm merely stating that all present are worthless. This encapsulates Wang Hao's mentality towards the NCAA. The exceptional teamwork remains evident, yet Hunter's sluggish footwork fails to keep pace with Aldridge, leaving him disoriented by the Longhorn's superior ball movement. Aldridge capitalizes on this, executing a one-handed dunk. Hunter casts a guilty glance at Wang Hao, who gestures reassuringly that all is well. Have you boys given up on the game? How is it that you are matched up against me, unaware of who the Longhorns' best defender is? Facing the ball handler Wang Hao, Tucker seeks to assert his presence. Confronted by a diminutive opponent under 2 meters tall, Wang Hao finds no inclination to engage him. As for defensive tactics, with the ball in hand, Wang Hao effortlessly launches a three-pointer beyond the arc, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. Tucker fails to mount any effective interference. Indeed, height, and reach allow one to act with impunity. The score stands at 27-20. Huh, a defensive stalwart? In response to Tucker's taunts, Wang Hao can only afford a disdainful chuckle after the basket is made. Infuriatingly, the Longhorns pull ahead, entrusting Aldridge to face Hunter in a one-on-one duel. With Hunter's defense as porous as a sieve, Aldridge deftly fakes him out, preparing for a shot. Fortunately, Wang Hao remains vigilant, providing timely help defense that thwarts Aldridge's attempt. Seeing that a strong shot is unfeasible, Aldridge executes a bounce pass to Tucker, who trails behind Wang Hao. Eager to prove himself, Tucker recklessly charges into the paint, intending to deliver a thunderous dunk over Wang Hao. Dreams are beautiful, but one cannot dwell in fantasy. Wang Hao willingly assumes the role of the villain who shatters such illusions. As Tucker vaults into the lane, gathering all his strength for a leap, Wang Hao rises to meet him with a shark-like block that sends Tucker crashing to the floor. This cannot solely be blamed on Wang Hao. Had Tucker patiently awaited an opportunity for a three-pointer in the corner, Wang Hao would have undoubtedly afforded him an open shot. Yet, Tucker insisted on attempting a dunk over Wang Hao, who has no habit of serving as a mere backdrop. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blows the whistle. A foul for hitting the arm. 2 free throws. Wang Hao nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging that it was, after all, the opponent's home court, and judging by the fall, it appeared quite painful, considered a gift of 2 free throws. Tucker, aided by his teammates, stood at the free throw line. His first attempt ricocheted off the rim. After adjusting his stance for the second shot, he still failed to score, with Hunter securing the rebound. Frustrated, he shook his head, revealing that this incident had a significant impact on him. He was far from the calm demeanor he had initially projected. Having been toppled once, Tucker had become considerably more subdued, refraining from trash talk and instead glued to Wang Hao, attempting to gauge his resilience. Not willing to yield? I shall compel you to comply. Rejecting his teammate's offer for an off-ball screen, Wang Hao utilized his speed to evade Tucker, who was stationed a left-side 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, receiving the ball and shooting. Swish. Tucker, trailing by body length, could only weakly wave his hand in a token attempt to block the shot. The score stood at 30-20, with the Grizzlies leading by 10 points. Coach Rick, now anxious, rose from his seat, his earlier composure from the start of the second half dissipating. Should this offensive play fail to yield points, he was prepared to call for a timeout. His gaze fell upon the team's cornerstone, Aldridge, silently wishing for him to steer the team forward. Aldridge did not disappoint Coach Rick's expectations, asserting himself in the paint and overpowering Hunter, narrowing the deficit to 8 points. This time, Wang Hao refrained from providing support. His teammates needed to develop independently, rather than perpetually sheltering beneath his wings. Witnessing Aldridge's successful basket, Coach Rick settled back into his seat, assured. The team remained composed, merely caught off guard, still envisioning the imminent triumph of the match. The Longhorns opted not to adjust their strategy, continuing to deploy Tucker in defense against him. Wang Hao displayed no mercy as he relentlessly scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, one of which drew a foul from Tucker, completing a 3-1 play and accumulating 10 points in total. Meanwhile, the Longhorn Bulls managed to score only once in 3 possessions, with Aldridge contributing a mere 2 points. The score swiftly escalated to 40-24, with the Bears leading by 16 points. Coach Rick, visibly perturbed, promptly called a timeout, hoping it would provide his players with a moment for adjustment and disrupt the Bears' rhythm. Upon returning to the bench, Wang Hao exchanged high-fives with his teammates, culminating in a summarizing address from Coach Haaland. We must double-team the Chinese king. His stamina must be waning, evident from his eagerness to widen the score gap. Have you noticed he is refraining from the three-point line? He is also not reinforcing the paint, which is a clear sign of his fatigue. Hold steady, kids. Victory will surely be ours. Our current task is to maintain our shooting percentage, bolster our defense, and relentlessly deplete the Chinese king's energy. Coach Rick perceived this as a manifestation of Wang Hao's exhaustion, persistently devising tactics to neutralize him. As the timeout concluded, the Longhorn Bulls executed their strategy with unwavering resolve. Intent on exhausting Wang Hao's stamina, they directly passed the ball to Tucker, who, with his considerable frame, attempted to push into the paint. Although he struggled to make progress, every exertion served to wear down Wang Hao's energy. Each player on the Longhorn Bulls awaited the moment when Wang Hao would falter. After several futile attempts to penetrate, Tucker, finding no success, reluctantly passed the ball to the open Gibson while positioning himself to set a screen in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao swiftly maneuvered into the paint to establish position. With a resounding thud, he soared above the competition, snatching the rebound with a height advantage. Upon landing, he launched a fast break, executing a breathtaking one-handed dunk. The Longhorn Bulls continued their offensive thrust, once again directing the ball to Aldridge as he sought to overpower Hunter. The Bears center, Jones, quickly moved to provide support. Aldridge passed to an open center, but Wang Hao suddenly erupted, intercepting Aldridge's pass and initiating yet another breathtaking fast break. He set his feet beyond the three-point arc, adjusted his aim, and released the shot. Swish. The Bears now led 45-24, a 21-point advantage. The Longhorn Bulls persisted with their earlier strategy, anticipating Wang Hao's fatigue. However, with 3 minutes remaining in the match, Wang Hao was still a whirlwind on the court. While the score reflected a staggering 65-34, with the Longhorn Bulls trailing by 31 points. In a desperate move, the Longhorn Bulls substituted their entire lineup, marking the onset of garbage time, while the Bears seized the opportunity to rest their starters. The game concluded with a decisive score of 70-43, as the Bears triumphed by 27 points. Wang Hao's extraordinary performance yielded an impressive stat line of 47 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals, while Aldridge recorded 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. Post-game, Wang Hao's fame surged across the United States, significantly elevating his profile within the basketball community. Some media outlets even proclaimed him the unequivocal frontrunner for the first overall pick, with his future team hinging on the results of this year's draft lottery. Now, Wang Hao has played fewer than 10 games in the NCAA. Chapter 29, Seeking a Position? Following the match, the Bears returned to Los Angeles the next day. Bored during the journey, Wang Hao kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Wang, have you seen the news? Look, you've become an absolute sensation. Almost all sports media have reported on yesterday's game. You have completely captivated those experts. Nearly everyone believes you are the frontrunner for the #1 pick, Hunter remarked enviously. His teammates cast admiring glances at him, yet none dared to interject aside from the single-minded Hunter. Given Wang Hao's performance, even if he were not the first pick, he would certainly secure a place in the top 3. While they had no chance of being selected at all, the disparity was too great. Wang Hao merely smiled in response, not saying much more, and resumed his state of relaxation. Before Christmas, the Bears had only one game left, facing Sacramento State University, where they easily triumphed with a score of 69-40. In the 27 minutes he played, Wang Hao amassed 37 points, 18 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 blocks, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers. Wang Hao continued to deliver his usual impressive performance, hardly breaking a sweat as he overwhelmed his opponent. In addition to his regular matches and training, he had taken on another role, that of A.O. May's personal chauffeur. Although A.O. May possessed her own vehicle, she relished the feeling of being picked up and dropped off by Wang Hao, enjoying the presence of her gallant protector, much to his delight. Do we have a match tomorrow? A.O. May inquired as she prepared to exit the car. No, my dear sorceress, do you have any commands for me? Wang Hao playfully addressed her. Though A.O. May was unsure why he liked to call her sorceress, she decided to embrace the endearing title. Since I don't have classes tomorrow, I was thinking, A.O. May said shyly. All right, I shall come to fetch you, and then we'll dine at Lao Huang's for some Chinese cuisine. Wang Hao interjected, comprehending her unspoken wish. After accompanying her to a few Chinese meals, A.O. May had developed a profound affection for the cuisine, albeit lacking the skill to use chopsticks, necessitating Wang Hao to feed her. Indeed, a woman who playfully indulges is the most charming. Upon receiving a grand kiss from A.O. May, Wang Hao returned home, his face beaming with joy, adorned with a lipstick mark that he was reluctant to wipe away, signifying their deepening connection. Eagerly, he rushed to boast to Kobe, "Look, A.O. May kissed me." "Huh, she kissed me." His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent, but he managed to convey his enthusiasm. In response, Kobe regarded him with a look of disdain. "Just a kiss? By your age, I'd already been with Vanessa for several years. You were still a high schooler, fresh, and participating in auditions. There's no comparison. Just look at you now, by the way, their essay game tomorrow on the 15th. You should go and meet some friends," Kobe suggested, seizing the opportunity to mentor Wang Hao. "Tomorrow? But I've made plans with A.O. May." Wang Hao's refusal was evident. "Tomorrow we're facing the Houston Rockets. Oh, and I've arranged to meet a few folks from Houston. You can bring your girlfriend," Kobe continued, though he sensed Wang Hao's disinterest. "Well, if you don't want to come, then forget it. Houston's. The Rockets. Yao Ming? Is he coming to Los Angeles to play as a guest tomorrow? I must go." "Where is it? What time?" Wang Hao exclaimed, instantly forgetting his prior plans, realizing that meeting the legendary Yao Ming took precedence. Having been in America for some time, he felt a sense of urgency to pay his respects. Probably around 2 p.m., they'll be at my place. I had initially planned to invite them over after the game, but they have a tight schedule and must leave overnight, so it will have to be in the afternoon. Kobe explained. And remember, you must not embarrass yourself tomorrow. You are my little brother, yes, yes. Wang Hao quickly agreed, though in his heart, he knew that Yao Ming was the true elder brother. The mention of Yao Ming resonates deeply with every Chinese basketball fan, as his injuries have left a lingering sense of regret among supporters. It can be said that Jordan resurrected the NBA from the brink of collapse, while Yao Ming injected the most formidable impetus into its development. Yao Ming's emergence introduced China to the NBA, granting the league access to the vast Chinese market. I'm off to pick up Ao Mei, Wang Hao said, stepping out after a brief exchange with Lao Ke. Keep an eye on the time. Remember our guest today? Lao Fu Ke reminded him. Let us proceed to Lao Huang's restaurant. What do you wish to eat today? Wang Hao inquired. I am uncertain. Every dish is so delectable that I cannot decide. Ao Mei, the food enthusiast, expressed her dilemma. Let us go and see what specialties Lao Huang has to offer. Wang Hao suggested, his lips curling into a smile as they drove. Ao Mei, puzzled, wondered why he seemed so cheerful about dining out. Was it possible that Kobe was mistreating Wang Hao? Oh, by the way, this afternoon I will take you to a gathering at Kobe's house. We shall go after we have dined, Wang Hao announced. Great. I have heard about the gathering at Kobe's residence. Ao Mei replied eagerly. Uncle Huang, we have returned. Please prepare us some of your signature dishes. Thank you, Wang Hao called out as he entered. Welcome, Xiao Wang. No game today, huh? Jin Xiang. Xiao Wang is here. You accompany him while I head to the kitchen. Uncle Huang cheerfully responded, summoning his son, Huang Jinxiang, a senior majoring in economics at UCLA, to entertain the guests before disappearing into the kitchen. You become quite the star, Xiao Wang. You wouldn't believe how famous you are at school. If only you attended more often, the girls would be going wild, Huang Jinxiang remarked. Wang Hao knew he was in for it. As soon as Jinxiang finished speaking, Ao Mei, linking her arm through Wang Hao's, playfully pinched a bit of flesh on his arm and twisted it, causing him to grimace in pain while he could only smile apologetically. By the way, Wang Hao, my brother wishes to secure a position with you. He doesn't want to graduate without a job and end up running this restaurant, Jinxiang said earnestly. Ao Mei instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Hao's arm, fearing he might be taken away. Brother Huang, please don't joke. I'm only a freshman. What kind of position could you possibly want with me? Wang Hao replied. I aspire to be your manager. As you know, my studies are related to investment and finance, but my experience is limited and I am not in high demand. Thus, I thought I would inquire. Besides, we are both Chinese, so rest assured I would not demand anything excessive, Jinxiang stated sincerely, revealing his genuine desire not to squander his education by managing a restaurant. That could be arranged, Brother Huang. Do delve into the intricacies of management, and when I enter the draft next year, we shall sign a contract. But you must not deceive me, Wang Hao concluded. Wang Hao contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. After all, he had no agent. Employing an American would be less favorable than enlisting a compatriot, especially since he was familiar with the nuances of the situation. Observing Uncle Huang's demeanor, it was evident that his son was not particularly astute either. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hao's decision today would ultimately forge one of the most formidable and vexing combinations in NBA history. The most challenging player to defend, Wang Hao, paired with the most tenacious agent, Huang Jinxiang, who could be succinctly described as a vampire to investors. I'll be on my way now, Brother Huang. Do not forget our agreement, Huang Jinxiang promptly reminded him. Rest assured, this matter is settled, came Wang Hao's confident reply. Chapter 30. The younger brother pays his respects to the elder brother after their meal. Wang Hao eagerly ushered Ao Mei into the car, racing towards Kobe's residence at breakneck speed. The engine roared across the boulevards of Beverly Hills. The lad has returned, Kobe remarked suddenly, engaged in conversation with others. True to form, within 2 minutes of Kobe's words, the sound of the engine ceased at the entrance. Wang Hao, feeling a surge of anxiety, stepped into the house, where 3 individuals awaited him. His composure faltered completely. Come here, young man. Allow me to introduce you to my good friend, Tracy McGrady. The most challenging player to defend in the NBA. He gives even me a headache, Kobe stated, gesturing towards a giant who sat on the sofa, smiling and scrutinizing Wang Hao. Wang Hao stepped forward, and the giant on the sofa mistook his approach for a handshake, quickly rising to his feet. Little did he know that Wang Hao, standing 2 paces away, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and exclaimed, "Little brother pays his respects to big brother." The scene was reminiscent of a gathering of heroes from the NBA, particularly if he had knelt with an incense table before him. Hilariously, Wang Hao's antics elicited laughter from Yao Ming. As the conversation was in Chinese, Kobe and Tracy McGrady were left puzzled, unaware of the reason behind Yao's amusement. Embarrassment washed over Wang Hao as he realized the awkwardness of his display, showcasing the rustic charm of Los Angeles. Yet, one must wonder if anyone else would fare better on their first meeting with Yao Ming. "Hello, Yao Gu. I wanted to meet you for ages, but unfortunately, the opportunity never arose." "Huh, no worries. Now we're acquainted. Plus, with your future in the NBA, we'll have several chances to meet each year." Yao Ming replied with a genial demeanor, displaying no signs of resentment for Wang Hao's informal approach. "Hey kid, is Yao the only one in your sights? Can't you see Tracy is here too?" Kobe interjected, playfully stirring the pot. "Moreover, you will be facing Tracy in the future, should you not flatter him now. Do you wish for him to dominate you later?" Observing Wang Hao's jovial interaction with Yao Ming, Kobe felt a twinge of jealousy and sought to provoke a reaction. "Dominate me? I don't look down on anyone. Are there any players on the NBA perimeter who could outshine me? Be it you old Kobe, or the Cleveland Gorilla, or the Boston Big Guy, or Tracy. Are you certain they can overpower me? Of course, I'm not counting Dirk. If he is considered a perimeter player, he might succeed, but the rest of you cannot." Kobe smirked slightly before suppressing it. Despite his attempts at belittling, it was evident that Kobe's provocation had hit its mark. That was a win for him. "Hey kid, don't let a few successful games in the NCAA inflate your ego. Many NCAA stars fail to secure NBA contracts, and each of those players you mentioned possesses the ability to alter the course of the league. I am well aware, yet daily I best Kobe, which makes it hard for me to believe the NBA is as formidable as you claim." Wang Hao's audacious bravado completely riled both men. Meanwhile, Yao Ming, sporting a cheerful expression, seemed eager to witness the prowess of this ambitious newcomer. "Let us go to the court," Kobe declared. "Speak up. How do you want to play?" McGrady asked. "Whatever you prefer. I could take on both of you, or you can face me one at a time." Wang Hao remained defiant, glancing at Yao Ming, who frowned slightly. This kid was a bit too brash. Perhaps a gentle reprimand was in order. Upon arriving at the court, the accompanying girl was all excitement, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, finally, I get to witness Wang Hao play against others in a father-son match. Losers must call me daddy. Do you dare? I certainly don't wish for a disobedient son like you, but you must call me that for your own sake." "Wait, I'll go first," McGrady announced, positioning himself at the center. "All right, you can attack first," Wang Hao generously remarked. In the face of Wang Hao's defense, McGrady did not exhibit the nonchalance one might expect. After all, when competing against a veteran like Kobe, one cannot afford to underestimate the challenge. Wang Hao did not defend Tracy McGrady in the same manner as others, constantly shadowing his drives. After all, the once celebrated quickest first step had diminished to merely one of the fastest following a series of injuries. Wang Hao adeptly kept pace with speed, thus focusing primarily on McGrady's shooting. Faced with Wang Hao, McGrady dribbled tentatively, realizing that penetrating his defenses proved to be far from simple. Without any warning, he executed a beautiful jumper. The distinction between Wang Hao's jump shot and McGrady's lay in the latter's suddenness and aesthetic grace. The imagined hoop eluded his sight, obstructed by Wang Hao's leaping figure, as his outstretched hand swatted the ball away. Kobe, accustomed to such scenarios, had often witnessed Wang Hao's shot-blocking prowess and had himself been on the receiving end numerous times. Meanwhile, the ever-adoring Omei was entirely smitten, her eyes sparkling with hearts. McGrady, recognizing his own lapse in concentration that led to the block, took it in stride. However, Yao Ming, observing from the sidelines, was genuinely taken aback. Having emerged from the CBA, Yao had encountered many so-called prodigies, most of whom floundered under the spotlight. Their talents exaggerated. Yet Wang Hao, while also a gifted youth, possessed undeniable talent. His height and wingspan were impressive, and his leaping ability was remarkable. With his defensive skills alone, he could carve out a niche in the NBA, though it was evident that Wang Hao excelled in offense. Averaging 42 points and 15 rebounds in the NCAA was no trivial feat. One couldn't help but wonder how far this young talent could push his offensive capabilities. If his offensive prowess matched even half of Kobe's, there would be a genuine chance at winning a medal at the upcoming 2008 Olympics. Just from a single defensive play, Yao Ming was moved by Wang Hao's potential, his thoughts drifting to the Olympics 3 years hence. "Do not underestimate him, Tracy. This kid is quite the enigma," Kobe offered in a friendly warning, which McGrady interpreted as a challenge to his own skills. With the ball in hand, Wang Hao sized up McGrady, noting his decent physique, albeit somewhat lean. Realizing this, he seized the opportunity, driving towards the paint with clear intent to overpower him. With 3 successive collisions, he finally broke through McGrady's defense, storming into the lane to deliver a thunderous dunk. "Hey, Tracy, stop. Can't you see Kobe is having you train Wang Hao?" Yao Ming cleverly interjected, halting the pointless one-on-one contest. "Oh, is Yao worried about his little brother? Then let us end this." "Kid, I'll be waiting for you in the NBA," McGrady remarked, rubbing his sore chest from the impact. Upon returning indoors, Ome was engrossed in anime with Natalia, while Yao Ming and Wang Hao conversed in Chinese. Kobe and McGrady engaged in a spirited debate over who was the stronger player, prompting Wang Hao to frequently cast apologetic glances at Yao Ming. Mindful of his future prodigy, "Haha, Wang Hao's getting a bit too cocky," Yao teased. "Little Wang, I'll take the liberty to call you that," he added. "No worries, Diao He, Wang Hao Riplaiv. You speak of your career aspirations. How do you envision your future? Your prowess is remarkable, and I have a premonition that your achievements will far surpass mine, perhaps even those of Kobe and Tracy. By the way, are you planning to enter the draft next year?" "Indeed, I shall participate in the draft next year. The NCAA lacks excitement and financial rewards. As for my ambitions, my foremost goal is the Lakers, for I hold a deep affection for Los Angeles," Wang Hao replied candidly. "Los Angeles is indeed splendid, but aside from the top draft pick, the rest are uncertain. Is the NBA poised to witness another Chinese first overall pick?" Yao Ming inquired with curiosity. "Precisely. The Lakers are tirelessly boosting those player statistics. After all, aside from Kobe, anyone else is fair game for trade," Wang Hao remarked nonchalantly. "Shoo, you rascal. I did not hear this today, and do not utter it to anyone else. Are you interested in the Olympics at your doorstep in 2008? Of course. Having it right at home is incredibly exciting. Do I have a chance to join the national team? Rest assured, if you wish to participate, that is all that matters. The rest is for me to handle. Your girlfriend is wonderful. Treat her well." Yao Ming shifted the topic, clearly indicating that there was no need to dwell on the Olympics at this moment. Chapter 31. Not familiar with cars, is it my fault? Let's go. We are headed to the arena. After an afternoon of discussion, the group made their way to the venue in preparation for the evening's match. Wang Hao drove with A.O. Mei, while Kobe and McGrady traveled in the luxury van. Wang Hao's vehicle was rather impressive, prompting Yao Ming's curiosity about Kobe's car. "Of course, that kid can't afford anything. This little bumpkin actually claims my car is a Wuling." "Wuling? I've never even heard of it," Kobe lamented to Yao Ming. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming burst into laughter. "Wuling, that child truly dares to imagine. Only Wang Hao would mistake a Corvette for a Wuling." "Wuling is a car brand from our country, primarily focused on practical vehicles with affordable prices," Yao Ming explained, albeit reluctantly, thinking to himself that it wasn't his fault. He was merely responding to Kobe's inquiry. "That damn kid, just wait." Kobe's fierce words drew relentless laughter from Yao Ming and McGrady. "You better be ready, young man." As Kobe warmed up, he approached Wang Hao, who was seated on the bench, and embraced him, stating, "What have I done to offend that damned old man?" Watching Kobe leave without context left Wang Hao bewildered, but he decided to focus on the game instead. As the match commenced, Kwame Brown contested possession, and the Lakers initiated their offense. It then struck Wang Hao that Yao Ming was not on the court, suggesting he was resting for this game. Thus, the match had transformed into a duel between the two prolific scorers, Kobe and McGrady. Perhaps due to their shared status as elite scorers, both Kobe and McGrady exhibited remarkable prowess. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 12-14, with the Lakers leading by 2 points. McGrady scored 2 points while Kobe contributed 4. The role players were consistent. Yet it was evident that the Rockets' leading figure had fallen short, with the game hinging on those 2 missed points. The second quarter fared slightly better, as Kobe achieved an impressive 75 shooting accuracy, netting 8 points, while McGrady managed 7 points with a 50 success rate. Overall, the game remained rather dull, with both teams laboring through their plays, which struck Wang Hao, accustomed to the fast-paced small ball era, as exceedingly tedious. Fortunately, he found amusement in teasing A.O. Mei. Her adorably naive demeanor brought countless moments of joy to the otherwise monotonous game. Initially, he had come to watch Yao Ming, but with Yao resting, his enthusiasm waned significantly. Now, faced with a tedious match, he contemplated indulging in some adult nightlife with A.O. Mei, were it not for the fear of being caught and reprimanded by Kobe. "Why do you look so glum? Is it truly that boring without me on the court?" Kobe's self-absorbed inquiry broke through Wang Hao's thoughts. "Huh, Boring without you? It's boring with you or without you. The game is so lackluster it might as well feature a contest of strength instead. Is there no fast break aside from grinding through plays? It's like watching the elderly move. Wang Hao unabashedly critiqued the match through the lens of his experience with the small ball revolution. Are you referring to D'Antoni's style? Look at the Suns. Despite their consistent success, they have yet to reach the finals, while I have already secured 3 championship titles. Kobe's proud display of triumph, clinging to the championship. As for his criticism of the small ball strategy, Wang Hao finds himself at a loss for words. History has shown us a team that employed an explosive offensive tactic, overwhelming the entire league with their Death 5, which led them to the finals for 5 consecutive years, securing 3 championships in the process. Wang Hao also wishes to point out that all these victories were achieved upon the shoulders of the Cleveland Cavaliers. It is evident that such thoughts are best kept to oneself. Regarding the championship that Kobe clings to, his aspirations have already manifested into action. In a seemingly friendly embrace, Kobe wrapped his arms around Wang Hao, but just out of the camera's view, he mindlessly threw punches at him. The scene depicted Kobe smiling while exchanging words with Wang Hao, taunting him about his accusations of clinging to his leg for support. The juxtaposition of this harmonious moment with Kobe's furious tone and the flailing fist beneath added a layer of irony, creating a fade of brotherly camaraderie. The reporters on the sidelines hurriedly captured the moment, eager to document it. Who would dare to label Kobe as harsh? Look at how amiable he appears, encouraging every fan. After dispatching Wang Hao, Kobe returned to the bench, his demeanor jovial, completely masking the inhumane assault he had just delivered. Observing Wang Hao, who was clutching his stomach and leaning against his shoulder, his sister, Aome, inquired with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" No, I just suddenly feel fine," Wang Hao replied, forcing a fade of normalcy. Boring. Aome rolled her eyes at him, continuing to watch the tedious game. In the third quarter, the Rockets finally provided Wang Hao with a glimmer of hope. Wesley shot 5 times, making every attempt, including 2 3-pointers and 1 free throw, totaling 13 points. Haid was perfect as well, hitting 3 shots, including 2 3-pointers, for 8 points. McGrady contributed with a shooting percentage of 60, scoring 9 points. In stark contrast, the Lakers managed only 15 points in that quarter, ending the third with the score at 65-57, leaving them trailing by 8 points. Kobe himself had amassed 10 points out of the team's total of 15. The fourth quarter devolved into a battle of missed shots, with both teams scoring 11 and 17 points, respectively. Ultimately, the Rockets emerged victorious with a narrow 76-74 lead. Following the game, a visibly displeased Kobe attended the press conference, offering little in the way of a warm demeanor. The reporters, sensing the mood, hastily posed a few questions before wrapping up. The fourth quarter had been dreadfully dull, and sitting in the car, Aome could not help but voice her frustration. "Just wait. Once I enter the NBA, I will change the current state of affairs," Wang Hao proclaimed with conviction. "All right, I've arrived home. Good night. Good night." Returning home with a content smile, marked by a lipstick print, Wang Hao was met with the sight of Kobe sitting silently, his expression dark and foreboding. "Come here, kid. It's one thing to treat my car like an ordinary vehicle, but to claim that I cling to your leg for a championship? Explain yourself." Kobe erupted with fury. Wang Hao stammered, at a complete loss for words. After all, during Kobe's championship runs in the past, Wang Hao is still quite young, hardly having watched the games or understood basketball. The notion of clinging had been gleaned from keyboard warriors on forums. What could he possibly say? Indeed, trash talk is an integral aspect of the court, is it not? This is what you conveyed to me. However, such banter is not confined to the spectators. Yet, one cannot prevent the audience from engaging in trash talk directed at you. As for me, Kobe truly yearned to confront Wang Hao, but considering Wang Hao's formidable strength, he ultimately refrained, recognizing that he would likely be the one to suffer defeat. "It seems you no longer desire your Christmas ticket, and perhaps you should consider walking in the future." Ultimately, Kobe has astutely discerned Wang Hao's vulnerabilities. Wang Hao ultimately succumbed. He offered a tribute-like apology to Kobe, which finally resolved the uproar. After all, having Aome drive to pick him up was rather embarrassing. Besides, I'm just a nobody, unfamiliar with such high-end cars. Can I be blamed for that? What a petty man he is. No wonder those who have collaborated with him hold low opinions of him. Chapter 32. The God of Death, Kobe. "Old man, have you played against the Mavericks recently?" Suddenly reminded of late 2005, when Kobe entered his assassin mode and scored 62 points against the Mavericks in 3 quarters. Wang Hao found the timing of his question rather fitting. What happened in the previous close victory? Close victory? That doesn't sound right. Did history change? Are there any recent games? Relentlessly, Wang Hao pressed on. Yes. Tomorrow, the 20th, we will face the Mavericks. Are you coming to watch? Kobe, puzzled, noted that Wang Hao was quite selective about attending games at Staples. He rarely went to see ordinary opponents. Did he intend to study Dirk's playing style? Kobe remained unaware that Wang Hao was eager to witness his own spectacular performance and thought he was merely observing Nowitzki for reference. Nonetheless, he readily agreed to provide Wang Hao with 2 tickets. Tomorrow we will watch the Lakers play. It will undoubtedly be captivating. Trust me, you will regret it if you miss it. All right, I will pick you up tomorrow. After casually arranging with A.O. May, Wang Hao was so excited he couldn't sleep. Perhaps the only one in the world who knew how thrilling the game would be the next day. Imagining the excitement he felt watching it on television in his previous life, he could hardly contain himself, especially knowing he would be sitting courtside, the closest to the Lakers. Fate can be quite whimsical. After a sleepless night filled with anticipation, Wang Hao appeared before Kobe the next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Are you really all right? Why did you stay up so late? Vanessa inquired with concern. Kid, you should take Natalia to school later. Vanessa and I have some errands to run. Completely oblivious to the fact that the divine Kobe would descend that evening while still pondering who would drop their daughter off at school. Sure, my classmates adore the big guy, unlike Dad, who always has a stern face. The big guy is quite popular in our class. The innocent Natalia completely overlooked Kobe's displeased expression, unabashedly praising Wang Hao while downplaying Kobe. After breakfast, holding Natalia, they set off to pick up A.O. May, conveniently on the way to drop Natalia off. Upon entering the car, A.O. May, seeing Natalia, embraced her as if she had discovered a new world, eagerly rubbing her cheeks. Much to Natalia's playful resistance, Wang Hao couldn't help but grin widely. Do you think we should have a few children like her in the future? Wang Hao said to A.O. May, filled with sudden sentiment. Sure, but the girl can't be like you. Muscular, tall, and with poor skin. If the girl looks like me and the boy like you, that would be perfect. The naive A.O. May also voiced her wishes. And they must be as adorable as Natalia. The little darling in my arms has also expressed his views. All right, I shall heed your words. A delightful morning concluded after Wang Hao dropped off 2 lovely ladies, and on his drive home, he nearly succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, he managed to navigate safely back home and promptly collapsed onto his bed to catch up on sleep. Hey, kid, the game tickets are on the table. When you wake up, don't forget to pick up A.O. May for the game. I'm off now. Read the note from Kobe. Startled awake by dreams of the match, Wang Hao quickly checked the time, urgency coursing through him. With a heart full of excitement, anxiety, and even a sense of pilgrimage, he arrived at the Staples Center, for this game was indeed a legendary encounter, often recounted through the ages, serving as a compensation for his past failures in another life. As the game commenced, Kobe showcased an extraordinary shooting touch and an insatiable desire to score. After seizing an offensive rebound, he executed a second-chance basket, scoring the opening 2 points. Unstoppable, Kobe fired off 8 shots in the first quarter, netting 7 of them for a total of 15 points, leading his team to a 25-18 advantage as they entered the second quarter. Kobe's performance in the first quarter ignited the Lakers fan base, with even commentators Sir Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith exclaiming in disbelief at his remarkable efficiency, which indeed seemed almost surreal. Wang Hao exhibited an audacious demeanor, having seized a towel from the Lakers. Each time Kobe Bryant possessed the ball, he waved it fervently like an ardent fan, vociferously cheering, embodying the spirit of a second-string Laker. He even performed an impromptu towel dance, inspiring fellow spectators to join him in exuberant applause, generating waves of enthusiasm among the home crowd. Hey, just ensure you pass the ball to Kobe later, set the screens and picks, remember to create space, and then relish the divine performance. Wang Hao shouted to the Lakers. Kobe, wearing a skeptical expression, wondered what had transformed this kid into such a supportive figure today. It seemed utterly illogical. The Zen master, who initially intended to offer Kobe some encouragement, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Hao's proclamation. A troubling thought flickered in his mind. Is this kid trying to usurp the role of a Lakers coach? Indeed, Wang Hao had preempted the Zen master's intended words, even devising a solution on his behalf. With a lead in the game, it was simple enough to let Kobe have his moment of glory, especially since Terry was making things uncomfortable for him. Thank you, kid. For the first time, Kobe felt that Wang Hao's efforts were not in vain, evoking a sense of paternal pride. As the second quarter commenced, In the face of Terry's incessant trash talk and minor provocations, Kobe unleashed his killer instinct. Naturally, the low success rate of his teammates contributed to this urgency. He was determined not to let that insufferable little man win. The killer Kobe emerged, relentlessly attacking Terry. And with just 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the second quarter, Kobe was substituted. The score stood at 40-50, with the Lakers leading by 10, and Kobe had already amassed 17 points in the quarter. Seated on the bench, Kobe seized the moment to rest, while Wang Hao calculated his points. 32 points at halftime. He should go for 30 in the third quarter, he mused. Having been exposed to professional basketball, Wang Hao understood the difficulty of scoring 30 points in a single quarter, especially in an era where two-pointers predominated. It demanded immense physical stamina, endurance, and mental fortitude, with opponents unlikely to allow such a feat easily. After all, players in the NBA are extraordinary athletes, akin to superheroes, often surrounded by fellow superhumans, making the challenge exponentially greater. Only an exceptional scorer like Kobe could achieve such a remarkable individual tally, surpassing even an entire team's output. As halftime concluded, the third quarter began. Kobe re-entered the fray, repeatedly penetrating the Mavericks' interior, drawing fouls, and stepping to the free throw line. Wang Hao had lost count of how many times he had witnessed Kobe being knocked down in the paint, yet Kobe never faltered. The entire audience had risen to their feet, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, while the scoreboard intermittently displayed Kobe's impressive statistics. Wang Hao clutched the towel tightly, murmuring incessantly, "Old man, are you foolish? You've already shaken off your defender. Why not shoot? Why insist on driving to the basket?" He criticized Kobe for his lack of basketball intelligence. Yet his eyes betrayed him, brimming with unshed tears. As the third quarter concluded, Kobe reveled in the adulation of the crowd. A glance at his statistics for the three quarters revealed a remarkable performance. 18 successful shots out of 31 attempts, achieving a shooting percentage of 58. And 22 successful free throws out of 25 attempts, totaling 62 points. The 2005 to 2006 NBA season was far removed from the era of minor fouls. Each trip to the free throw line was the result of a fierce battle, and Wang Hao had lost count of how many times Kobe had been knocked down. Kobe, basking in the cheers, sat quietly on the bench, while the score stood at 61-95, with the Lakers leading by 34 points. Yet, no one wished for Kobe to remain seated. All were eager to witness him take the court once more and see how many points he could amass. "Charles, will Kobe return to the game?" Kenneth Smith inquired of his partner at the commentary table. "No, don't ask why. Just know that you are not a superstar." Barkley's response nearly caused Kenneth to choke on his drink. It confirmed that Kobe would not re-enter the game. "Are you sure he won't come back?" Wang Hao voiced the collective concern, glancing at the scoreboard. He resigned. "Forget it. Perhaps next time he can score even higher. It's already garbage time. I'll only score more when my teammates need me." Just as he was about to consult Kobe's assistant coach, Brian Shaw, he overheard the conversation. And with a helpless glance at the Zen master, who nodded in agreement, Shaw regretfully resumed his seat. Chapter 33. How much are the tickets? The excitement surrounding Kobe's 62-point performance continued to reverberate, with basketball fans worldwide celebrating as if it were a festival, replaying the game time and again. NBA Commissioner David Stern profited immensely from the frenzy generated by Kobe, relishing the league's growing global recognition. He would have embraced Kobe wholeheartedly if he could. The media unanimously sang praises for Kobe, especially after someone leaked the exchange between him and Wang Hao, particularly the line, "When we truly need points, I will do this." Such sentiments endeared him to countless fans, causing the number of Kobe enthusiasts to swell dramatically. In contrast, Wang Hao's slight ripple of excitement paled in comparison. Akin to the faint sound of a balloon popping, there was simply no comparison. It was only at this moment that Wang Hao grasped the essence of what it meant to be a superstar. "Old man, were you foolish yesterday? You attempted 25 free throws and were fouled at least 12 times. What were you thinking, driving into the paint with your slight frame? Look at that shot, completely open. Yet you still insisted on driving. You could have easily taken a shot." Before the television, Wang Hao and Kobe engaged in a thoughtful review of the game. Each time Kobe was fouled, Wang Hao would chide him with a few remarks. Yet surprisingly, Kobe refrained from retaliating, simply chuckling in response. Was Kobe oblivious to the concern woven into those words? Or was he unaware of the tears shed the previous day? Naturally, with Kobe's emotional intelligence, he would never voice such sentiments. Otherwise, the scene of familial harmony would swiftly devolve into discord. "Kid, Christmas is just around the corner. Shall I gift you something?" Unable to endure Wang Hao's incessant prattle, Kobe promptly shifted the conversation to a topic that piqued Wang Hao's interest. What are you being polite for? We've known each other for so long. What gift could I possibly give you that would suffice? Wang Hao's eager ears indicated he was not as reserved as he pretended. Hee. How about a car? The wooling you mentioned, perhaps? What do you think? If it comes with a fuel card, I might consider accepting it. The card should last at least 2 years. Wang Hao, as expected, couldn't hold back for 3 seconds, promptly pushing the boundaries. Scram. Hand over the car keys. You should stick to running from now on, and perhaps work on your endurance. Kobe, after all, had not yet reached the state of indifference. As tensions brewed over the automobile, Wang Hao was already preparing to make a swift escape. Yet, Kobe unexpectedly interjected, "All right, you haven't made much money yet. Even with an NBA rookie contract, it's hardly substantial. Just remember, when you get married, don't expect me to gift you the house next door. I'd rather not live next to you." Ding, ding, ding. Ome's call interrupted, and Kobe answered, "Hello. My dear, have you been missing me? Oh, your sister wishes to attend the Christmas game? Sure, 2 tickets? No problem. Rest assured. Hey, you didn't ask for my permission to give away my tickets, did you?" Wang Hao teased, sensing the playful banter from Kobe. No. It's Ome's sister who wishes to see the game, but cannot get tickets. Given our good relationship, I thought you might lend a hand. Wang Hao nearly resorted to a pleading demeanor. Enough with that sycophantic grin of yours. How many tickets do you want? Kobe, feeling slightly nauseated, swiftly conceded, fearing the repercussions of an upset stomach. For myself, Ome, and her 2 sisters. On the other end of the line, having ended her call, Ome turned to her 2 strikingly similar sisters and said, "All right, it's all settled. We'll go together." These 2 women were Ome's older sisters, Ashley Olsen and Mary Kate Olsen. One must admit, the family was remarkably beautiful. "Hey, little sister, don't scam us with tickets for the back row. The little princess of the Olsen family shouldn't be seen with just anyone," the eldest sister cautioned, indirectly probing into Ome's words. "Don't worry, big sister. Wang is very reliable. He wouldn't use back row tickets to deceive us." "Really? I have heard that he seems to be staying at a friend's house now, unable to afford rent. The cost of 4 tickets to the Christmas game is certainly not insignificant. After a conversation with my sister, I recalled that every time we attended a game, we sat in the front row, and the ticket prices must have been exorbitant. Moreover, Wang Hao is still in college. Where could he have procured such funds? Could it be that he has secretly signed some contract in violation of the rules? NCAA players are strictly forbidden from doing so, and if discovered, Wang Hao's future would be utterly jeopardized. I must inquire promptly. It is indeed true that a woman in love may possess diminished judgment. With Kobe being the master of Staples Center, does Wang Hao truly need to purchase tickets? That would be a slap in the face, a disgrace to Kobe's legacy. Clearly, I had not considered this, naively assuming that Wang Hao had purchased his own tickets. Beep, beep, beep. Are you there? I texted, wondering why you didn't call. Lying in bed, Wang Hao pondered briefly before quickly replying, "Yes. Does the esteemed witch miss me? No, not really. I just wanted to ask how you managed to buy tickets when we go to the games. I wouldn't want you to jeopardize your future over this." I added with 2 serious emojis for emphasis. Ha. Silly girl, of course they were gifted by Kobe. Front row tickets are quite expensive. I can't afford them. Although I felt a pang of concern for Wang Hao's intellect, I was nonetheless touched by his response. For a devoted admirer would consider even a smile from their goddess a treasured gift, let alone concern. Then I can rest easy. Good night. Not good night. Don't you miss me? I'm all right. Why do you ask? Do you miss me? Though I replied with a nonchalant all right, I could not suppress my joy. Of course I do. I wish we could be together every day, he declared, unleashing a torrent of cheesy romantic lines, embodying his role as a devoted admirer. How about you come pick me up? I've heard the stars at Venice Beach are particularly beautiful. Let us go stargazing. Very well. I shall be downstairs in an hour. Wang Hao swiftly completed his morning routine, selecting an outfit he deemed suitable for stargazing, cleverly bringing along a jacket. The beach breeze, as one might expect, was quite brisk. When pursuing a romantic interest, one must be well prepared. "Old Kobe, where can I procure some fresh flowers?" he inquired. "What do you need flowers for at this hour?" Kobe retorted, visibly irritated by the interruption to his television viewing. "I have been invited by A.O. May to the beach to gaze at the stars. Surely, I should bring a token of affection?" Wang Hao exclaimed. "Goodness," Kobe lamented, slapping his forehead in exasperation. "How did I end up with such a peculiar companion? Shouldn't you be bringing a fishing rod to the beach instead?" he admonished, his frustration palpable. "Enough, you foolish boy. Just take that off-road vehicle. It's equipped with a complete set of camping gear, and the back can be transformed into a bed. The roof has been modified so you can stargaze while lying inside. That vehicle can drive directly onto the beach. Now hurry. Understood. Completely disregarding Kobe's displeasure, Wang Hao obediently drove off to pick up A.O. Mei. Chapter 34. The Christmas showdown has arrived. Good evening, my enchanting sorceress. They set off for Venice Beach. As per usual, he adopted his devoted demeanor, keeping A.O. Mei in high spirits with his antics. The nighttime ambience of Venice Beach was a stark contrast to the bustling daytime. However, a few romantic couples still strolled along the shore, playfully engaging with one another. A.O. Mei, clad in casual attire, leaned against the car, her angelic visage bathed in the soft, dim glow of the lights, leaving Wang Hao momentarily spellbound. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and bring down the lounge chair. You can't expect me to stand here indefinitely. All right, I'm coming right away. It was evident that the sorceress had no intention of continuing her role as a car model. Wang Hao incessantly recounted jokes from the year 2019, amusing the girl from 2005, whose laughter filled their surroundings. After a playful interlude, the two nestled quietly together, savoring this rare moment. I will be heading to New York University in January. Oh, an eerie stillness enveloped them. Both yearned to console one another, yet were at a loss for words. I will wait for you. Ultimately, it was Wang Hao, embodying the role of an ardent admirer, who broke the silence. All right, but next year you will be entering the NBA. Do your best. While I am away at school, you must focus on your training and refrain from any distractions. I will have Kobe's family keep an eye on you. If you dare to misbehave, you will face the consequences, he warned, shaking his small fist emphatically. Rest assured, my heart has been enchanted by the sorceress. It can no longer harbor the presence of another woman. His profoundly heartfelt words, coupled with his reluctant gaze, utterly captivated the girl. Suddenly caught off guard, Wang Hao was astonished by an unexpected kiss from her. Yet, in less than a second, he embraced her tightly, fervently reciprocating. This is the beach. Just as their passion was about to escalate, Wang Hao concluded their wet kiss. The girl, blushing like a ripened peach, evoked a sense of tenderness in him. He lavished her with another lingering kiss, only parting when they could scarcely breathe. As the night deepened, a gentle sea breeze wafted around them. Unaware, the girl shivered in Wang Hao's embrace. It's late. Let us head home. All right, she shyly replied, still lost in the aftermath of their kiss. You need to pick me up tomorrow. I will go with my sisters. Good night. The annual Christmas showdown of the NBA is always a spectacle, with each match capturing the media's attention, rich with its own narratives. This year, the Los Angeles Lakers were once again the focal point, facing the Miami Heat, led by Wade and O'Neal. The matchup between Kobe and Shaq was laden with intrigue, while the intensity of the game was paramount. The media's fascination leaned more towards the history between Kobe and O'Neal. After leading the Lakers to a three-peat, O'Neal's departure and the Lakers' choice of Kobe had birthed countless stories, especially now that they were to face each other again. Kobe, placing immense importance on this match, had prepared diligently, not merely for the spectacle of the Christmas game, but to prove to fans across America that the Lakers' choice of him was indeed the right one. Yet, for Wang Hao, these matters held little significance. His foremost concern was to ensure the comfort of Olsen's two sisters. Why haven't they arrived yet? He wondered, glancing at the time. Just as the pre-game festivities were about to commence, the three Olsen sisters made their entrance. Hi, Wang. Allow me to introduce my two sisters. This is Ashley Olsen, and this is Mary Kate Olsen. He is Wang Hao. Quickly, let us introduce ourselves. Greetings. My name is Wang Hao, and I am Chinese. He greeted them with a modest demeanor. Hello, hello. Now, let us head inside. The event is about to commence. Olsen promptly interrupted the moment of admiration. Where are seats? Check the seat numbers on the tickets, the eldest sister inquired while standing at the edge of the stands. The younger sister gazed at Wang Hao with curiosity, as if they were attending a game, having never witnessed him with tickets before. No need to look, follow me. I'm not sure of the number, but I know the exact location, Wang Hao assured them as he led the group toward the court. As they walked, Wang Hao glanced around the sidelines and indeed found 4 seats reserved beside the Lakers bench. Over there, Wang Hao pointed towards the Lakers substitutes. The tickets must be quite expensive, right? I am genuinely curious how a student like you could afford them, and even with money, it is not guaranteed to secure such seats. My sister and I were unable to obtain them. The younger sister asked with intrigue, secretly speculating about Wang Hao's background. The 4 tickets at this location were not easily acquired, a fact well known to her sisters, who understood that many prominent figures have spent lavishly for a mere spot on the sidelines, often leaving disappointed. I'm uncertain. My tickets were gifted by Kobe, and he never asked for money. We always sit in this spot, Wang Hao replied with a shrug, leaving the Olsen sisters bewildered. Are they truly the sisters of the younger sister? How do they manage that? During the pre-game warm-up, Kobe approached Wang Hao for a hug. It seems not too difficult to connect with him. Hello, you must be the sisters of the younger sister. I often hear her speak of you. You're even more beautiful than she described. Hello, Kobe. We shall converse further later. I need to warm up now. Hey, kid, make sure to treat them well, Kobe coolly remarked as he returned to the court. Hi, big guy, you all arrived quite late. Following the voice, Wang Hao spotted Vanessa, holding Natalia, making her way toward them. It appeared that those seats beside the Lakers bench were reserved for acquaintances. Mommy, I want to sit with the Olsen sisters and the big guy, little Natalia exclaimed, running over to Wang Hao with outstretched arms, eager for a hug. Greetings. I am Vanessa Bryant, Kobe's wife. Vanessa politely acknowledged the two Olsen sisters, seemingly having done her homework on them beforehand. Hello. The astonished duo was eager to drag the girl back home, to interrogate her about the true identity of her boyfriend. What kind of celestial combination were Wang Hao and Kobe's family? From this perspective, old Kobe certainly exhibited loyalty, standing firm in support of his young brother. However, it was rather naive to believe that such trifling favors could sway Wang Hao. The tyrant's ambitions extended far beyond mere trifles. He aspired to conquer the world itself. Best of luck, old Kobe. Perhaps you can rewrite history? In their previous encounter, the Lakers had suffered defeat. Chapter 35. The Christmas showdown won the Miami Heat of the 2005 to 2006 season could hardly be deemed weak, boasting a peak-performing Dwayne Wade alongside a waning Shaquille O'Neal, the dazzling Jason Williams, and Antoine Walker. On the bench resided the indomitable Alonzo Mourning, Gary Payton, and James Posey, among other stars past their prime. Though their playing time may have diminished, they still contributed significantly as formidable reserves. In contrast, the Lakers roster was woefully inadequate, viewed through Wang Hao's lens of the future. Aside from Kobe, Lamar Odom, and the yet-to-fully bloom Andrew Bynum, there appeared to be little else of note. Hey, Wang, you made it. Hello, Mickey. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you'd be in the box. Wang Hao, now well acquainted with Kupchak, shared a light-hearted jest. Huh, the box was too dull. This place is filled with passion. Wouldn't you agree? Who do you think will win this match? Ignoring Wang Hao's quip, Mickey inquired earnestly about the outcome. Honestly, I believe the Heat have the upper hand. Wang Hao observed Kupchak's neutral expression, prompting him to elaborate. Considering the Heat's roster, the undeniable strength lay in Wade, who was averaging 27 points per game, followed closely by O'Neal. Undoubtedly, Kobe would defend Wade, engaging in a battle of endurance. However, the Lakers had only Kobe as their primary asset, with Odom barely qualifying as a second. The offensive support for Kobe was severely lacking, while the Heat were replete with options. Whether it was Walker, Posey, Payton, or Shaq, each presented a formidable challenge. Moreover, Odom's matchup against Haslam was a classic defensive showdown, leading me to doubt the Lakers' chances in this encounter. Kupchak did not refute Wang Hao's analysis. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. You are quite right. Your analysis is astute. We initially advised Kobe to forego this match, but alas, we were unsuccessful. Yet, isn't basketball a sport brimming with possibilities? Indeed, replied Mr. Mickey. Please have a seat. I shall converse with our young players. It appeared that the Lakers had not relinquished their hopes for this game. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. The invigorating cheers heralded the imminent commencement of the match, with home fans rising in anticipation, eager to erupt in jubilant applause upon their team's first score. Standing at a towering 208 centimeters, Wang Hao was a striking figure on the sidelines, with the exuberant Natalia perched upon his shoulder. A hand clutched Wang Hao's hair, while another waved frantically to cheer for his father, drawing a flurry of clicks from the reporters. Another sensational story was brewing. Was Wang Hao really attending the game with Kobe's daughter? Could they be true siblings? The imaginative journalists secretly rejoiced, for it seemed a hearty meal was on the horizon. Wang, here I say drink for you. Sasha Wafer, the manager of the Lakers beverage station, thoughtfully presented a tray of Gatorade to a few individuals. Olsen's sister was utterly astounded by the scene. While it was understandable that Kobe had gifted him tickets due to their close relationship, the camaraderie displayed with Kupchak could also be interpreted similarly. However, the sight of an anonymous Lakers player offering Gatorade was perplexing. Could he possibly know the entire team? Fortunately, Olsen's sister refrained from voicing her questions, opting instead to extract information from her younger sister upon their return home. As the game commenced with the jump ball, Shaquille O'Neal merely tapped his foot in a gesture before swiftly retreating on defense. The Reaper, seizing the ball, promptly passed it to the awaiting Kobe and then dashed to a corner to await the next play. This moment mirrored a scene reminiscent of Jordan Farmar during a match against the Grizzlies. The tumultuous relationship between Kobe and O'Neal could undoubtedly fill a tome, potentially evolving into a sensational American drama akin to a rural romance. Nay, a grand saga of rivalry, reminiscent of the power struggles at the gate of Xuanwu. Each time Kobe faced a team featuring O'Neal, he radiated an aura of fierce determination, and this match was no exception. He maintained his provocative gaze fixed upon O'Neal, relentlessly penetrating the defense. His inaugural shot seemed to serve as a warning to O'Neal, and while he succeeded in scoring, it was a bittersweet victory, for the basket was not made over O'Neal's head, but rather due to an obstruction by one of his teammates. Of course, O'Neal could have muscled his way through, but why risk a foul when Kobe was already charging in? The Heat, displaying their acumen, spread out upon advancing to the front court, leaving the interior open for O'Neal. Upon receiving the pass, O'Neal initiated a forceful post-up, delivering a couple of powerful thrusts that displaced Chris Mim, allowing O'Neal to execute a two-handed dunk, thus becoming yet another backdrop in O'Neal's illustrious career. The match was shaping up to be quite intriguing. Within just one possession, both Kobe and O'Neal had scored, signaling the commencement of their rivalry. Calm down, Kenny. Can't you see the Lakers center is quite weak? Do you really want Wade to drive past Kobe? That would only expose your lack of intellect. But I have a championship, retorted Sir Charles Barkley. I want an MVP. I have a championship. Barkley, unwilling to align with other stars, continued to assert, I have a championship. Could we not refrain from discussing championships? After a serious analysis of the game, the TNT commentators, Barkley and Kenny Smith, fell into a playful banter, culminating in Barkley's defeat in their verbal sparring. As the first quarter reached its midpoint, the officials called for a pause. Kobe positioned himself beside Wang Hao. Big guy, lower yourself a bit. I need to reach my daddy. Wang Hao complied, bending down, while Natalia climbed from Wang Hao's shoulder to Kobe's, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Daddy, go for it, she exclaimed. Come here, sweetheart. Let me hold you. As he reached out to lift Natalia from his shoulder, she protested. No way. Daddy is all sweaty and smells terrible. The big guy smells much better. Swiftly evading Kobe's hand, she scurried back to perch on Wang Hao's shoulder. Feeling the lethal glare from Kobe, Wang Hao's heart sank. Why was this his fault? The shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent were all from their household. He truly had nothing to hide. Wang Hao, accustomed to taking the blame, felt a twinge of fear, realizing living with the elder Kobe was perilous. Nearby, the sisters, including Vanessa, watched this scene unfold, bursting into laughter and drawing the attention of many, occasionally emitting sounds of admiration. Kobe's already dark expression deepened further. As for Wang Hao, he dismissed the warning glare from Kobe, having grown accustomed to the blame and never truly fearing the consequences of the elder's wrath. Stealing a glance at Kobe's grim face, he couldn't help but wonder if everything was truly all right. Chapter 36. The Christmas battle too. As the timeout concluded, the Heat substituted mourning for O'Neal, much to Kobe's displeasure. Naturally, Kobe sought to vent his frustration on the unfortunate Heat players. He first drove to the basket, drawing a foul from James Posey, sinking both free throws. And on the defensive end, he delivered a resounding block to Wade. O'Neal's departure rendered the game rather dull. As the momentum shifted to a monotonous exchange of baskets, Kobe scored one, Wade answered, then Kobe again, followed by mourning, and so on. The lack of excitement left commentators Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith disinterested. Fortunately, within just 3 minutes, the Heat, plagued by rebounding issues, felt compelled to reintroduce O'Neal onto the court. The much-anticipated showdown between Kobe and O'Neal never materialized, as if they were mere strangers, and the first quarter concluded without their clash. The Lakers trailed the Heat by 5 points, with a score of 26-31, while Kobe maintained his usual performance, netting 16 points, standard procedure for him. As the second quarter commenced, it devolved into a contest of missed shots, with both teams seemingly shifting their focus from winning to seeing who could misfire the most. Each team recorded 14 missed shots and grabbed 14 rebounds, scoring a mere 22 points apiece. Thus, the second quarter ended with a score of 48-53. The level of tedium in this quarter rivaled that of the 2004 to 2005 NBA Finals between the Pistons and Spurs, though the Pistons had indeed displayed exceptional defense, whereas this match was a showcase of missed opportunities. With unwavering determination, both sides retreated to the locker room during halftime. Perhaps it was the weight of his resolve that soured his mood, Or maybe he feared an outburst from Wang Hao. In any case, Kobe swiftly grabbed a towel and retreated into the sanctuary of the locker room, neglecting to greet his companions. The halftime entertainment in the NBA remains captivating. Whether it be the mesmerizing cheerleading performances, the acrobatic dunks, or the guest appearances by various artists and magicians, it is undeniably engaging, much to the delight of Wang Hao and his peers. Young man, is this entertainment truly more riveting than the game itself? Unbeknownst to them, Kobe had already approached the sidelines. Frustrated, he yearned to vent his anger upon someone, and it was evident that Wang Hao was the most suitable target. No, how could that be? The game is certainly more enthralling. This is merely a means to alleviate the tension, Wang Hao replied, well aware that Kobe was seeking a scapegoat, and he had no desire to become an unwarranted victim of Kobe's ire. This match is proving to be quite challenging. The Heat possessed numerous scoring threats. Wang Hao quickly sought to redirect Kobe's focus back to the game, hoping to avoid any further blame falling upon him. Indeed, Dwayne is a formidable opponent, possessing both speed and strength. And then there's that hefty figure in the paint. Therefore, you must consider an alternative strategy. You can certainly draw the defense and create opportunities for your teammates. After all, a wide-open shooter can achieve a far higher shooting percentage than one facing tight defense. Reluctant to see Kobe suffer a loss, Wang Hao carefully guided the dialogue. Ridiculous. If I can't make the shot, how could they possibly succeed? If they had your shooting percentage, I would undoubtedly pass the ball. Kobe's stubbornness and self-importance were evident. Very well. However, you must also allow them to accumulate some statistics to enhance their trade value. Performing well against strong teams is far more convincing than merely padding stats against weaker opponents. Wang Hao persisted with a different angle. Kobe gazed at Wang Hao with a disdainful smirk. With Shaq in the paint, there's no chance for Mim to pad his stats. And as for Gary Payton on the perimeter, he is the only point guard to have won the Defensive Player of the Year award. Do you truly believe anyone can accumulate stats against him? The glove did not earn that nickname without reason, as not everyone possesses the courage to defend against peak Jordan. Like a history teacher, Kobe recounted Payton's illustrious past, revealing to Wang how the remarkable legacy of a player long faded from the limelight. Yet one of those who had suffered at the hands of Jordan. Remember, the reason stars are termed superstars is that they rely not solely on physical prowess, but also on their intellect. As their physical attributes wane, they always find the most effective ways to play. That is the advantage of wisdom. All right, everyone, the Zen Master's call interrupted Kobe's impartation of wisdom. Wang Hao did not pay heed to the Zen Master's discourse. It was likely nothing more than a collection of tactics. After all, even the eighth layer could fell a shark. The thought of the Lakers employing the Spurs strategy, originally devised to counter Shaquille O'Neal, against the current iteration of O'Neal in Miami, sparked a flicker of anticipation within him, perhaps due to the relentless, ironclad performance of both teams in the second quarter. The fervor lingered throughout halftime, unyielding. As the third quarter commenced amidst the repetitive clang of missed shots, the intensity gradually escalated. Faced with the formidable Heat, bolstered by O'Neal, Kobe was fervently determined to secure victory. He yearned to validate his worth, to affirm that the Lakers' decision to retain him was not in vain. Yet, the outcome was merely a series of clangs and clangs, with even free throws eluding him. Perhaps inspired by Wang Hao's earlier words, Kobe began to seek out opportunities for his teammates. In the third quarter, he delivered 3 assists and executed screens, collaborating seamlessly, an ambition Wang Hao would have deemed unfathomable just moments before, particularly as Kobe was still adorned in his number 8 jersey. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score had reached an even 70-70, with the Lakers having caught up. During the brief intermission, Wang Hao could discern the fiery determination igniting in Kobe's eyes. Alas, it appeared that this veteran truly desired victory, yet there was little he could do to aid him. Surely, one could not expect the Heat to relent. Kobe was resolute in his quest for triumph, and O'Neal was equally unwilling to concede defeat. The losing side would undoubtedly be subjected to the scrutiny of the media, with some articles already penned, merely awaiting the final score to fill in the names. Old man, give it your all in the fourth quarter. We've leveled the playing field, and victory is within reach, Wang Hao encouraged from the sidelines, though he knew he could offer little substantial assistance. Kobe remained silent, responding only with a steadfast gaze. Much like a martial arts master preparing for a duel, the match had reached its climactic juncture, with Kobe poised for action. In the fourth quarter, Kobe exhibited a fierce desire to attack, yet fate conspired against him. His efforts were thwarted, and missed shots became all too frequent. His teammates struggled to provide support. Seizing the moment, the Heat widened the gap, and despite the Lakers' valiant efforts, they could not reclaim the lead before the final whistle. The contest concluded with a score of 92-97 in favor of the Heat. In the aftermath, Kobe and O'Neal, mindful of their public personas, exchanged a feigned embrace. The venomous banter shared between them during that moment known only to themselves. Wang Hao did not wait for Kobe, as both Olsen's two sisters and Kobe's daughter were favored subject for interviews by the media. Consequently, they hurriedly took the elevator to the underground parking lot and drove away, leaving behind a plume of exhaust for the reporters eager to interview them. This highly anticipated Christmas showdown concluded with the Lakers' defeat. However, Wang Hao's performance was commendable, successfully establishing a rapport with Olsen's sisters. Given Wang Hao's devoted nature, it is only a matter of time before he gains their full approval. Having won over Olsen's sister, the rest of the family should not be far behind. Chapter 37. The start of Olsen's school term after Christmas, the new year approaches, and Wang Hao is set to embark on a new journey. The regional championships commencing in January. Each team in the league will face one another in both home and away games, ultimately determining the victor who will advance to the national championship, known as March Madness, to vie for the pinnacle of collegiate basketball honors. Just after New Year's Day, at the training grounds of the Brown Bears, we prepare for 2 to 3 matches each week leading up to March Madness. From this moment on, I expect each of you to exhibit a spirit of utmost dedication, for you have entered the Scouts' line of sight. The intensity of these matches serves as the ultimate test of your abilities. Your futures are at stake, and I need not elaborate further. Yet it is imperative to remind you that even the lowest salary in the NBA amounts to hundreds of thousands annually. Consider that colorful currency. It possesses the power to transform your lives. If you wish to avoid a lifetime of labor, strive forward. Entering the NBA is the most viable path to altering the lives of yourselves and your families. Tomorrow, in the match against the University of Washington, I expect to witness your determination. Dismissed. The University of Washington's Eskimo team, led by Roy, features no particularly renowned players aside from him. Currently, Wang Hao merely observes for any familiar stars from his past life. As for the match, he remains confident in his impending victory. The following day at the Brown Bears home ground, Coach Holland sits, delivering the final arrangements. Essentially, the game plan revolves around passing the ball to Wang. As the season progresses, Wang Hao's skills have matured significantly, particularly those rewarded by the system, which have reached an advanced level. From the outset, Wang Hao afforded no opportunities to the Eskimo team, maintaining pressure from the jump ball. By halftime, he had amassed an impressive 32 points and 13 rebounds, with the score at 44-17, granting the Brown Bears a 27-point lead as they entered the second half. The match quickly transitioned into garbage time, allowing Wang Hao to clock out early, all to spend a bit more time with Olsen, who was watching from the sidelines. As the new semester approaches, every moment spent together with AO may becomes a cherished memory. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 70-58 as the Bears denied the Eskimos any opportunity, securing a triumphant victory on their home court. They remain the only team in the NCAA with an unblemished record. As time passed, AO may departed for university in New York, leaving Wang Hao, who was reluctant to part, to reluctantly accept this reality amidst her myriad reassurances and promises. After all, she would return eventually. Freed from A.O. May's emotional ties, Wang Hao immersed himself wholeheartedly in basketball, training relentlessly until he was utterly spent. In the words of Kobe, Wang Hao transformed his longing into motivation, which proved beneficial for him, albeit less so for the NCAA teams he faced. The previous version of Wang Hao was already formidable, but now, he had evolved into Wang Hao Puls, a veritable force of nature. In January, his second opponent was also the first match following A.O. May's departure. Facing off against the Arizona State Sun Devils, Wang Hao finally found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Against the Sun Devils, a frenzied Wang Hao astonishingly scored 60 points, alongside 8 rebounds and 5 assists. The scene was utterly devastating for the opposition. Post-match, while Wang Hao reveled in his catharsis, various reporters launched critiques against him for allegedly lacking sportsmanship, particularly as a Chinese player dominating the NCAA was intolerable for some American commentators. Some sports programs even invited so-called basketball experts to analyze Wang Hao's performance, showering him with a plethora of disparaging remarks. However, Wang Hao, now solely focused on basketball, remained unfazed by their judgments, continuing his tyrannical reign in the NCAA. Once reveling in his own bravado, Wang Hao now realized for the first time how juvenile such pretense was. Perhaps it was A.O. May's journey for education that subtly fostered his growth, leading him to shed his formerly immature mindset and gradually adapt to his new life. By mid-January 2006, the Bears commenced their away games, facing the Washington Huskies, whom they had previously triumphed over. The Huskies, undeterred by their prior defeat, mounted a valiant resistance. Though Wang Hao ruthlessly dismantled their efforts, their spirit ignited a media frenzy. It appeared that Americans indeed favored tales of the underdog, triumphing over the strong, oblivious to the notion that true wisdom lies in recognizing times of adversity. Eventually, under Wang Hao's leadership, the Bears secured a victory with a score of 88-69, with Wang Hao contributing an astounding 57 points, 22 rebounds, and 8 assists. The media had grown accustomed to Wang Hao's extraordinary performances, often fabricating excuses and highlighting his alleged weaknesses in hopes that some team might finally challenge his supremacy. According to scout reports, Wang Hao's draft predictions had eclipsed even the frontrunner, the Italian version of Nowitzki, Andrea Bargnani, solidifying his status as the unequivocal #1 pick. The relentless smear campaigns from various media outlets have proven utterly impotent in the face of Wang Hao's string of victories and his extraordinary statistics, only serving to elevate his prominence. After all, not every basketball enthusiast possesses the discerning eye of an expert. Fans are inclined to trust the evidence of their own eyes. Upon returning to Los Angeles on January 21st, I was suddenly reminded that the legendary game where Kobe scored 81 points was just around the corner. As soon as I disembarked, I dialed Kobe's number, inquiring about his game schedule. "Tomorrow we face the Raptors. Are you planning to attend?" "Absolutely. Just remember to secure my tickets." Thankfully, I did not miss this monumental event. As a seasoned fan, missing this match would have left me in deep regret. Upon arriving home, Wang Hao wasted no time resting and headed straight to the court for an extra training session. "Kid, if you keep this up, you'll ruin your body. Besides, your sister will be back soon. Do you really need to push it like this?" Kobe, witnessing Wang Hao's relentless practice, expressed concern for his well-being. "Don't worry, old man. It's all good. With just over 2 months until the NCAA concludes, I can't afford to be without a championship. I have my plans. I refuse to take the slow route like other rookies, taking 1 or 2 years to develop. I want championships, an unending stream of them, which is why I cannot afford a moment's pause." Inspired by a competitive spirit ignited by his sister's departure, Wang Hao transformed into a training machine, leaving Kobe both impressed and concerned. "Just be careful not to overdo it," Kobe cautioned. "Understood." With a robust training regimen supported by a system, Wang Hao was determined to grow stronger rather than injure himself. He needed to elevate several abilities to the level of his shooting skills. Otherwise, he risked being easily outmatched upon entering the NBA. After training into the late hours, Wang Hao took a hasty shower and fell asleep, only to be roused by Kobe the following afternoon. "Kid, what time did you train until last night? Did you even hear anything I said?" "Relax. I'm aware of what I'm doing," Wang Hao replied, his words muffled by food. "Be mindful. You're still young. I'm heading to the gym now. You can come later. And don't forget to pick up Natalia." With that, Kobe turned and left. "TCH, he just wants me to play babysitter," Wang Hao scoffed. Chapter 38. Kobe's legendary battle of the game on January 1st, 2006, between the Lakers and the Toronto Raptors is etched in the memories of many fans. Trailing by 18 points at halftime, Kobe scored 55 points in the second half, finishing with a total of 81 points. This was a match that left fans speechless, a game that would remain unforgettable. Born in the 90s, Wang Hao never witnessed Jordan play and was unaware of his greatness. However, he was fortunate enough to witness Kobe's illustrious career in his past life. Witnessing Kobe's legendary 81-point night is not just Wang Hao, but everyone who believes that at that moment, Kobe embodied the divine, donning the cloak of the Lakers. He achieved a milestone that even Jordan could scarcely hope to reach. Tonight, Wang Hao will be present at the venue, seated in the closest proximity to the court, ready to relive this extraordinary game. He is overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation, even more so than Kobe, who is about to take the court. The fortunate fans gathered at Staples Center, along with those watching the live broadcast, are about to witness one of the greatest scoring exhibitions in modern basketball history. As Wang Hao sits courtside, he overhears the commentators analyzing the lineup and muses, "Natalia, open your eyes wide. Your father will be remarkable tonight." Perched on Wang Hao's shoulder, Natalia blinks her large eyes in confusion, not understanding his words. "Isn't Dad always amazing on game nights?" the curious child inquires. "No, tonight he will be even more extraordinary. Just wait and see." Though a basketball game may not captivate a child of her age, it does not deter her from watching with Wang Hao, finding amusement in seeing her father and 9 other uncle figures battle for the ball. With the referee's whistle, the game that will echo across the globe begins. As the match unfolds, Wang Hao's gaze is fixated on the Lakers' number 8. What drives Kobe to unleash such a torrent of 81 points? What fuels his audacity to attempt 46 shots in a single NBA contest? This evening, all shall be revealed. In the first quarter, after a brief stalemate at 5-5, the Raptors surged ahead with a remarkable 16-5 run, leading 21-10 at the official timeout. Determined to avoid a third consecutive home defeat, Kobe returned from the break to seize control of the game. Exploiting the Raptors' lax defense, he frequently penetrated the paint, drawing fouls and ultimately scoring 14 points in the first quarter, successfully narrowing the deficit to within 10, concluding the quarter at 36-29, trailing by 7 as they entered the second. As the second quarter commenced, it was customary for the bench players to take the floor, leaving Kobe to rest. As a devoted admirer, Wang Hao yearned for Kobe to play the full 48 minutes without pause, hoping for a chance at 90 points or perhaps to eclipse the legendary record held by the greats. Old Kobe, aren't you going to play? The team is currently behind. Do you really wish for me to play the entire 48 minutes? How did you know? Wang Hao nearly believed that Kobe had seen through him, only to realize he was merely being playfully teased, as Kobe regarded him with the same bemusement one might reserve for a goofy dog. It must be said, Kobe's teammates were rather lackluster, aside from Odom. He had no reliable allies by his side. With Kwame Brown's Butterfingers, the shooting-averse forward Brian Cook, and the ghost of Parker, it was a challenging month for Kobe, who averaged over 40 points per game, yet faced 2 consecutive defeats before facing the Raptors. With such teammates, how many nails could the indomitable Kobe truly drive? Moreover, Kobe is a blacksmith who forges iron, not simply iron itself. Sitting quietly on the sidelines, he silently observes his teammates' splendid performances for a full 6 minutes. Until his re-entry into the game, the Lakers managed to score a mere 3 points, trailing 44-32, a deficit of 12 points. Had it not been for the Raptors' poor shooting, Kobe's scoring showcase might have been stillborn. The frustrated Zen master had grown weary of calling timeouts for adjustments, leaving the substitutes to fend for themselves, indicating a waning faith in the Lakers' bench. As the second quarter dwindled to 6 minutes, the eagerly awaited Kobe finally took the court. The drowsy Wang Hao stirred himself to watch the match. Defending against Kobe was his old adversary, Jalen Rose, who had previously injured him in Game 2 of the 2000 finals. Following a brief hiatus, Kobe returned to playing Game 4 despite his injury, ultimately leading the Lakers to championship glory. Their rivalry, steeped in animosity, was palpable. Upon re-entering the fray, Kobe faced the man who had once harmed him, yet he displayed no fear, charging at Rose's defense like a valiant warrior. The stubborn Raptors coach, Sam Mitchell, still refrained from deploying double teams against Kobe, opting instead for a primary defense led by the tenacious Morrison Pietrus. It was clear that a player of Kobe's caliber could not be contained by a solitary defender, a lesson learned through the harsh realities of the NBA. The silent Kobe was the most formidable. His silence signified an unwavering focus on the game, perhaps fueled by his frustration with his teammates' lackluster performance. As the first half concluded, Kobe had amassed 26 points, while the scoreboard reflected a 63-49 lead for the Raptors, a 14-point gap as they headed into halftime. Without uttering a word, Kobe bypassed his teammates and strode directly to the locker room, his heart evidently heavy with disappointment. Struggling against such a feeble opponent as the Raptors, Kobe found himself questioning whether his talented teammates had merely leveraged connections to join the Lakers. As the second half commenced, in the opening minutes of the third quarter, Kobe chose to trust his teammates, granting them ample opportunity to contribute. However, the reward for his faith was a widening deficit that ballooned to 18 points. This ignited Kobe's fury. He was determined not to suffer a third consecutive defeat at home. With his teammates faltering, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Thus began his extraordinary scoring exhibition. The moment had arrived. Kobe's offensive prowess reached a level akin to that of a force of nature. It is nearly inconceivable to score 25 points in under 8 minutes in the NBA, yet Kobe accomplished this feat, activating his lethal mode. He swiftly netted 5 points in under a minute, narrowing the gap to 13 points. Witnessing Kobe's fiery determination, Wang Hao couldn't help but admire the resilience displayed by his remarkable teammate. Success is not a matter of chance. With an extraordinary performance, Kobe continued his remarkable streak, scoring 5 consecutive points. After Bosch made a mid-range shot, Kobe promptly retaliated with a three-pointer. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, he launched a shot against tight defense, netting his third three-pointer of the period and accumulating 41 points, narrowing the gap to a mere 10 points, which prompted a timeout from the Raptors. Upon resuming play, Kobe maintained his stellar form, undeterred by the Raptors' break. After executing a challenging shot from a difficult angle and drawing a foul, the Raptors players appeared rattled, relieved only that they were not tasked with guarding Kobe. With nearly 5 minutes still left in the third quarter, Kobe's brilliance continued to unfold. Chapter 39. Witnessing a legend as the Lakers closed the gap to 7 points. The Raptors found themselves in utter disarray. Coach Mitchell stubbornly persisted with a no-double-team strategy against Kobe, still convinced that while Kobe would amass impressive statistics, the Lakers would ultimately lose. Encouraged by Kobe's leadership, the Lakers gradually regained their shooting touch. At this juncture, Kobe was in a state of sheer frenzy, utterly uncontainable. The situation on the court slipped from Coach Mitchell's grasp, while the Lakers, having shed their earlier slump, mounted a vigorous charge. Observing the flow of the game without regard for the score, one might find it hard to believe that the Raptors were the ones in the lead. With a minute and a half remaining in the third quarter, the Grim Reaper, Parker, converted a free throw, tying the game. Following this, Kobe executed a steal and completed a fast break with a two-handed dunk, igniting the home crowd's enthusiasm. The momentum had shifted dramatically, and no one on the court could remain seated. Yet, the spectators were still oblivious to the magnitude of this scoring duel. Perhaps even Kobe was unaware of the heights of his scoring, as his primary focus remained on securing victory. In the final minute of the third quarter, Coach Mitchell refrained from calling a timeout to stabilize the unfolding chaos. In the rapidly changing landscape of the court, any hesitation could prove costly. The Raptors' defense crumbled entirely. After securing a defensive rebound, Mim executed a quarterback-like long pass directly to the unguarded Grim Reaper near the basket, who finished with a dunk. The Raptors' subsequent inbounds play resulted in a backcourt violation, allowing Odom to assist Kobe, who effortlessly penetrated the lane for an additional 2 points. The score shifted to 85-91, transforming a 14-point deficit into a 6-point lead for the Lakers by the end of the third quarter, completing a remarkable 20-point turnaround. Kobe's personal tally soared to 53 points, with an entire quarter still to play. As the fans eagerly anticipated the fourth quarter, the opening possession was once again entrusted to Kobe. As he drove into the paint, he was inadvertently struck in the eye by the Raptors' Mike James, collapsing in pain on the floor. Witnessing this, Wong Hao and the fans were filled with dread. Fortunately, after a brief adjustment, Kobe returned to the game. Upon realizing that Kobe had sustained no serious injury, the fans erupted in joyous cheers. Following several consecutive offensive plays, Kobe's score escalated to 61 points. At this moment, Kobe was merely 1 point shy of his career-high 62 points, with 3 free throw opportunities still in hand. With unwavering composure, he converted each free throw, culminating in a personal best of 64 points. From that point forward, every additional point would surpass his own scoring record. The entire arena was electrified, with fans rising from their seats to witness Kobe's scoring spectacle and to bear witness to his record-breaking performance. At that juncture, Kobe had successfully eclipsed the legendary Lakers icon, the Logo Man, securing the second-highest single-game score in Lakers history. After sinking a challenging three-pointer, Kobe's tally ascended to 70 points. With the score now standing at 96-111, he was just a solitary point away from the franchise record. This elusive point was merely a possession away. Following a defensive stop against the Raptors, Kobe executed his signature fadeaway jumper, notching his 72nd point and seizing the top position on the Lakers scoring leaderboard. In doing so, he surpassed the single-game scoring records of basketball luminaries such as Michael Jordan, the Admiral, and Elgin Baylor, claiming the fourth spot in all-time single-game scoring. With 4 minutes still remaining in the contest, the legend continued to unfold. Every shot Kobe took ignited cheers from the crowd, contrasting sharply with the stoic demeanor of Coach Mitchell on the sidelines. The elation of the fans was mirrored by the frustration of Coach Mitchell, who, notably, had yet to implement a double-team strategy, opting instead to allow single coverage on Kobe. Despite the intensity of the defensive efforts, Kobe's remarkable skill rendered their attempts futile. As fatigue began to set in, Kobe's shooting percentage waned, and with just a minute and a half remaining, he had tallied 76 points. Yet, fatigue did not deter his scoring prowess. Leveraging his vast experience, Kobe drew a shooting foul beyond the arc, resulting in 3 free throws. He converted all 3 attempts, bringing his total to 79 points. The chants of MVP reverberated throughout the arena. The commentators had surrendered their play-by-play coverage, joining the audience in fervent anticipation of Kobe adding to his score in the final minute, thereby shattering records. True to form, Kobe delivered, drawing another foul during a drive and calmly sinking 2 free throws, finalizing his score at 81 points. As he exited the court, he basked in the adulation of the crowd, which even included Raptors players. Mike James, who had once defended Kobe in this very game, later remarked on his bewilderment at his teammates cheering for a player who had scored 81 points against them. Yet, such sentiments paled in comparison to the indelible memory of Kobe's monumental achievement. As he left the court, a long-awaited smile graced Kobe's face, which had been absent throughout the contest. In a post-game interview, he candidly admitted he had never anticipated reaching such a lofty score. When pressed by reporters about the source of his remarkable performance, Kobe sincerely revealed that throughout the game, Lamar Odom had incessantly murmured in his ear that he would not achieve 30, 40, 50, or even 60 points. However, when Kobe reached 70, Odom finally fell silent, simply remarking, "I can't believe how many points you can actually score. If your team were not trailing, would you score so highly? Certainly not. I would only score when my team is in need, as I have always maintained. Just like during that game against the Mavericks when I amassed 62 points in 3 quarters. Oh, old friend, tonight you truly appear to be cloaked in divine attire." As soon as Wang Hao glimpsed Kobe, he hurriedly offered a flattering compliment. No, one must declare that the deity of the NBA is none other than Kobe Bryant. Old Kobe is indeed soaring. One hopes the press does not catch wind of it. However, this FAAD is rather impressive. Come, young one, let us return home. Tonight, the teammates will gather to celebrate, and this is also an opportunity for you to strengthen your relationships. Let us go. Natalia, your father has indeed bathed today. Dressed in a suit, Kobe swiftly intercepted Natalia, who was about to run into Wang Hao's arms, and scooped her up instead. Very well then, let father hold you just once. Generous Natalia granted old Kobe this chance. Old Kobe thought to himself, I am burdened with inner turmoil. Whose daughter is this, really? Were it not for Wang Hao's complexion, Kobe might have engaged in a playful brotherly exchange with him. Is daddy great today? Why does everyone cheer so much whenever he has the ball? The young Natalia was blissfully unaware of the monumental feat her father had achieved that night. Scoring 81 points in a single game is an accomplishment that seems unattainable in modern basketball. Just look at the future, where a certain player from the Suns managed to score 70 points in garbage time and still lost the game, with a 3-point shooting record of only 4 out of 11. Or consider a certain player from the Warriors who, despite an MVP season, averaged only 31 points. Only in the 2018 season did Harden manage an average of 36 points, but that came with an astonishing 11 free throws per game. A rather embarrassing statistic for guards in this era of physical play. If anyone were to surpass Kobe's 81 points, it would likely be the Warriors' Buddha, given his 60 points in just 29 minutes, showcasing an extraordinary scoring explosiveness. However, alas, Wang Hao has transcended time. Even if he were to surpass that score, it would be Wang Hao surpassing Kobe first, leaving the Buddha to merely surpass Wang Hao. Nevertheless, it is worth celebrating and reveling. Old Kobe's 81 points are indeed commendable, as Wang Hao has yet to reach such prowess. Chapter 40. This is truly unfair. News of Kobe's 81 points flooded the media. At this moment, no star dared release a new film or engage in any self-promotion, for the streets were awash with headlines about Kobe's achievement. This feat elevated Kobe's status to the pinnacle of the league, as if Stern were poised to bestow upon him the title of the league's foremost player. Even Wang Hao felt a hint of exhilaration, as playing alongside the league's top player is a privilege not granted to many. The Lakers players, once filled with trepidation towards Kobe, now regarded him with an added sense of admiration. In the face of all this, perhaps the most lucid of all was Kobe himself. Faced with an overwhelming tide of praise, the unfazed Kobe admonished Wang Hao. The media are like fickle winds, swaying wherever the news blows. They follow the breeze. And I have witnessed too many so-called heirs to Jordan's legacy, celebrated for a few good games, only to fade into obscurity, without the media's adulation to skew their self-perception. Perhaps they could have carved a niche for themselves in the league. Alas, most have vanished into silence. Understand, old man. In China, we have a saying, to forge iron, one must first strengthen oneself, meaning that it is essential to ensure one's abilities are sufficient regardless of circumstances. Rest assured, I won't be misled by them. Wang Hao quickly reassured Kobe. It is good that you understand. I do not wish to see you falter along the way. How is the competition going? In a rare moment, Kobe expressed concern for Wang Hao's NCAA games. After the brutal defeat of Duke, Kobe had shown little interest in Wang Hao's matches. In his own words, if you cannot handle NCAA, what worth is the Lakers' first overall pick? Old Kobe, how are things with the draft picks? Wang Hao inquired, aware that his future hinged on this matter. The lottery for draft picks is in April, all right? Look at the calendar. It is not even February yet. Nonetheless, the management has already engaged with several bottom-tier teams. 2006, I can't believe it. The first overall pick that year belongs to the Raptors. Kobe just scored 81 points against them, making them the biggest backdrop of the 21st century. And now he wants to trade for their first overall pick. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Wang Hao thought mischievously to himself. It was not that Wang Hao was unwilling to inform Kobe that the Raptors would secure the first overall pick. Even if he did, who would believe him? Could one truly predict the future? How about a taste from District 9? Perhaps some sashimi? What kind of sweet or savory tofu pudding would you prefer? Too terrifying to contemplate. Have you contacted the Raptors? Wang Hao subtly prodded Kobe. Yes, we have. However, after just scoring 81 points against them and turning them into a mere backdrop, it may not be easy to negotiate. Let's hope the Raptors do not secure the first overall pick. Clearly, Kobe's intellect grasped this situation, but unfortunately, fate had other plans. He wondered if, when the lottery results were revealed, Kobe would be willing to trade his 81 points for the opportunity to negotiate the first overall pick with the Raptors. Old Kobe, I have an away game tomorrow, and my flight is in the afternoon. I want to be back tonight. Having discussed enough, Wang Hao decided it was time to conclude their conversation. After leaving home early, Wang Hao drove to campus. As he strolled through UCLA, observing the graceful figures around him, he truly felt the rejuvenation of youth. Although his heart bore the weight of over 30 years, his body undeniably felt like that of a 19-year-old. His mindset shifted as he gazed upon the lovely female classmates, gradually restoring his youthful spirit. Sitting on a bench beneath the shade of a tree, savoring these rare moments of leisure, Wang Hao could not help but reminisce about his sister, who was studying far away in New York. What good is it? Just give a call. Hello, dear. Are you still adjusting to life in New York? As soon as Wang Hao picked up the phone, he began his sycophantic greetings. It's going well. I'm on my way to class, and you? I'm heading to an away game this afternoon. Right now, I'm just strolling around the school. He chuckled foolishly, resembling a lovable fool. Oh, that's great. By the way, could you help me get the jersey from the game between Kobe and the Raptors? If that is not possible, perhaps you could manage to get some autographs for me. Many of my classmates have asked me to help them with this. Ugh, that irritating old man. Why does he have to make such a fuss? The Raptors are determined to take down the Lakers, and even during our brief conversation, you managed to mention him. Nonetheless, Wang Hao still replied in a flattering tone, sure. Ask your classmates how many they want, tally them up, and I'll arrange for Kobe to sign them all. It'll be like wholesale autographs from Kobe. Excellent. You're the best, dear. I've entered the classroom, so I'll talk to you later. Bye. Muma. Bye. Hey, Wang, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you here, outside of the arena. Following the voice, he spotted Hunter, a fellow freshman player, approaching him. Hi, Hunter. What brings you over here? I went to class. Hunter scratched his head awkwardly, as if a secret had been uncovered. Class? Haven T, we finished our classes for this week. It's not our class. It's an elective I'm taking. My family is poor, and I joined a basketball team for the scholarship and tuition waiver. I know my limits. NCAA is the pinnacle for me, and the NBA is out of reach. So I need to learn more to improve my future job prospects. Ah, I see. Wang Hao couldn't help but admire this seemingly simple-minded giant for his clear self-awareness and goals, not blindly chasing fame and fortune. What major did you choose? I'm studying the economics of the draft. I aspire to work on Wall Street after graduation. Of course, that's just a dream, but I want to give up. My parents work multiple jobs daily just to keep our family from starving, and it's hard to even get enough to eat. I don't want to live like this anymore, nor do I want my children's childhood to mirror mine. You've never been to a ghetto, so you don't know. It's rife with crime, drugs, gangs, and gunfire. I need to create a better living environment for myself, my family, and my future children. Wang Hao could not help but cast a glance at the towering figure before him, marveling at how one could maintain such a driven spirit in any environment, and more remarkably, retain a sense of earnestness. It is indeed a rare quality. By the time I graduate, you might very well be an NBA star. It may be difficult to meet you then, so why not sign an autograph for me now? Hunter remarked enviously. That is not a certainty, Wang Hao replied. Perhaps we will have the chance to work together. Stop comforting me. I have no chance of entering the NBA, Hunter lamented. I am well aware of that. But I will need my own economic team. You might consider it then. Really? Hunter exclaimed with excitement. If he could align himself with Wang Hao, why would he need to pursue Wall Street? Despite Wang Hao still being in the NCAA and yet to play a professional game, the regard that Kobe and the Lakers held for him spoke volumes. Hunter might make a misjudgment, but would Kobe and the Lakers? Wang Hao spent every day alongside Kobe. If he were not capable, he would have been dismissed long ago. I am not a giant, but I can certainly walk in the footsteps of giants. Chapter 41. The arrival of March Madness. February's NCAA was thick with the scent of competition, and the impending March Madness served as the battlefield where every team fought tirelessly for their place. The Bears also became participants in this fervent prelude, facing a demanding schedule of games every Tuesday with at least one away match. The grueling timetable took a toll on Wang Hao's mental stamina, extinguishing his hopes of attending the All-Star game in Houston. Despite the rigorous February schedule, it did not hinder the Bears' momentum. Their undefeated record was a testament to their prowess. The Bears firmly held the top position in the official strength rankings, while Wang Hao ascended to the pinnacle of the NCAA, standing alone in his distinction. In the various draft predictions, he consistently emerged as the frontrunner, attracting scouts and journalists to each game like moths to a flame. While the attention was appreciated, it was evident that aside from Wang Hao, only Jordan and Farmar were considered likely to enter the NBA, though weary from travel. The Bears triumphantly claimed the Pacific 12 Conference title with an unblemished record, securing their qualification for March Madness. At the Bears training facility, Coach Holland expressed, "We are thrilled to have reached the NCAA's top 64 or secured our place in March Madness. However, in the upcoming matches, a single loss will send us home. Each team only has one opportunity. If we do not wish to become the subject of ridicule, we must exert every effort to win each game and ultimately claim the championship, lest we lose and become mere background figures." Look at Duke. Hailed as the strongest team at the beginning of the season, it was we, the Bears, who brought them down from their pedestal. If we do not want to become the next Duke, the next joke, then let us strive for victory. Now, let us review the information on our first opponent, the Belmont Bears. After the briefing, Coach Haeland distributed the opponent's information to each player. They're also called the Bears. Just wait and see how I turn them into mere cubs. Upon receiving the opponent's dossier, Wang Hao scrutinized it closely, only to find no familiar names, which lifted his spirits. Yes, let's reduce them to mere Bears. Hunter, eager to align himself with Wang Hao, promptly offered a flattering remark. When else could he shower praise on a leader? Seeing his core player so relaxed, Coach Haeland also felt a weight lift off his shoulders, fearing that Wang Hao's nerves might hinder his performance in the elimination rounds. The Belmont Bears faced off against the UCLA Bears without causing a ripple, failing to muster even a semblance of effective resistance throughout the game. Wang Hao continued to clock in and out as if it were a mere formality, ultimately concluding the first round with a resounding score of 72-50, securing a spot in the top 32. Wang Hao amassed an astounding 37 points and 16 rebounds. Who could impede the strides of the tyrant? Sports Illustrated. Dominated by the Chinese, it marked the darkest year for the NCAA. BR. The first overall pick is already decided. Which NBA team will ultimately claim the tyrant? ESPN. Post-game, various media outlets offered their evaluations of the Bears' first-round performance, unanimously praising Wang Hao's capabilities. As for the prospect of being the first overall pick, major outlets had already earmarked him for that honor. TNT even dedicated a segment to speculate on the likelihood of Wang Hao joining the Lakers. The consensus, however, was rather pessimistic. Even if the Lakers were floundering, it was too late for them. As for trading for the first overall pick, trading Kobe? If they traded Kobe, would it still hold significance for Wang Hao to join the Lakers? The media collectively cast doubt on the Lakers' chances of acquiring Wang Hao, effectively removing them from the list of potential suitors, while shifting their focus to several bottom-dwelling teams, such as the Raptors, Bulls, and Bobcats. Regarding TNT's segment, Wang Hao refrained from expressing an opinion. They were stating facts. However, they underestimated the Lakers' determination. In 3 months, the truth would be revealed. After effortlessly dispatching their first-round opponents, the Bears prepared to face their next adversary, the Alabama Crimson Tide, ranked 10th in the Oakland region, on the 18th. The Crimson Tide, once home to notable NBA Finals MVP Robert Horry, as well as the eccentric Sprewell and M.O. Williams, had not produced any outstanding stars since M.O. Williams was drafted in 2003. Making it to the NCAA's top 32 was already their limit. Wang Hao did not regard this opponent with much seriousness, nor did the entire Bears team. Their advancement to the top 32 was merely a stroke of luck against a weak first-round opponent. Leading up to the match, Healand continued to rely on the strategy of giving the ball to Wang Hao without imposing any elaborate tactics. It would be absurd if Wang Hao couldn't secure a victory against such a team, especially given the various accolades bestowed upon him by the media. Against the Crimson Tide, the Bears dominated the game by halftime, with Wang Hao's prowess on both ends of the court shining through. They ended the first half leading 43-19, a commanding 24-point advantage, with Wang Hao delivering an impressive performance of 24 points, 9 assists, and 10 rebounds. As the second half commenced, Coach Healand resolutely placed Wang Hao on the bench, determined to ensure that Wang's inaugural triple-double would be achieved in the NBA. Wang Hao, feeling exasperated, pondered whether the inability of his teammates to score was somehow his fault. Throughout the second half, he remained a spectator on the sidelines, while the Red Tide team struggled to mount an effective counterattack, despite the stellar performance of Jordan Farmar. The Brown Bears ultimately secured victory in the match. Advancing to the semifinals of the Oakland region, the Brown Bears were finally poised to face their first formidable opponent, the Gonzaga Bulldogs, featuring Adam Morris, who averaged 28.1 points per game. As a fellow forward, this exceptionally skilled white player, renowned for his prowess in long-range shooting and formidable offensive capabilities, was being touted as the next Larry Bird. The pre-game coverage by major sports media outlets was rampant, portraying Adam Morris as Wang Hao's potential nemesis, suggesting that Wang's reign of dominance would be brought to an end in this match. Wang Hao found it challenging to resonate with the media frenzy. Had he not endured enough adversity? Just when the noise seemed to subside, it erupted once more. The media's adulation elevated this Oakland regional semifinal to the stature of an NCAA championship, presenting Wang with another opportunity to showcase his talents on a national stage. After a 5-day hiatus, the much-anticipated clash commenced on March 23rd. The match was heralded as the Tyrant versus the next Larry Bird, drawing attention from numerous luminaries. The national broadcast of this event by TNT featured the illustrious duo of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, underscoring the significance of the matchup and reflecting America's obsession with dethroning Wang Hao's NCAA supremacy. Amidst the storm of external distractions, Wang Hao remained unfazed, his focus having already shifted towards the NBA. Whether it was the small Larry Bird, the diminutive Duncan, or the young Jordan, they all held little significance for him. They could not create substantial waves in his journey. In the midst of this media frenzy, a rare moment of respite awaited Wang Hao at home. Free from Kobe's usual jests, "Kid, make sure to perform well in the game on the 23rd. The Sweet 16 opponents are no pushovers, and plenty of team executives will be watching, including those from the Lakers. Many star players will be in attendance. This is your chance to make an impression. Go out there and shatter their illusions, destroy their fantasies of the next Larry Bird." It was a rare moment of genuine encouragement from Kobe. Startled yet motivated, Wang Hao promptly raised his hand in determination. "Rest assured, it will be just fine. I'll let Mickey know that I'll play a bit longer on the 23rd, so his trip won't be in vain." As Wang Hao waved and retreated to his room, a subtle smile crept across Kobe's lips. To break the Tyrant's reign? They might as well hope he doesn't bring that dominance to the NBA. Huh. Regardless, it won't affect me. After all, we'll be teammates then. Chapter 42. The Young Bird? On March 23rd, during the NCAA tournament's round of 16, the UCLA Bruins faced off against the Gonzaga Bulldogs. The clash between the two team stalwarts, Wang Hao and Adam Morris, was heralded as a duel between the two strongest players of this edition. As for the previously lauded J.J. Redick, it seems he has faded into obscurity, buried deep within the annals of time. Wang Hao regarded this match with great significance, for a contest between the two reputed titans would surely silence the media, especially when they are dealt painful blows, wouldn't it? As for Adam Morris's prowess, it appears rather unremarkable, as he seems to have been largely unheard of. Among the rookies of 2006, only a handful have truly made their mark, and it is fair to say that this particular draft class has largely found fame later in their careers. The starting lineups for this matchup featured the Bruins with center Andre Jones, power forward Hunter, small forward Wang Hao, shooting guard Ryan, and point guard Jordan Farmar. The Bulldogs countered with center Robert Myers, power forward Anthony Porter, small forward Adam Morris, shooting guard Russell Morris, and point guard Mike Williams. Andre Jones leaped for the ball, which was secured by Jordan Farmar. Upon advancing past half court, he promptly passed the ball to Wang Hao, who awaited at the 45-degree mark for a three-point attempt, before positioning himself in the corner. In a captivating showdown between kings, Wang Hao is set to engage in a one-on-one duel with Adam Morris right from the first ball. Witnessing this audacious attempt at a solo play, it is evident that Wang Hao aims to respond to the skeptics in the media. Yet, is this not a tad premature? There remain a full 40 minutes in the game, and as the unequivocal linchpin of the team, Wang Hao is bound to attract stringent scrutiny from his opponents. Is he not concerned about his stamina as the match unfolds? Kenneth Smith, serving as the commentator, offers his candid advice, albeit with a hint of caution. On the other hand, Sir Charles Barkley seems to vehemently disagree with this perspective. Hey Kenny, while you may possess a championship ring, you are no superstar. Thus you cannot comprehend. Just imagine if it were Jordan or Kobe facing media provocations. They would undoubtedly retaliate with fierce intensity. The tyrant proclaims her dominance in the NCAA before the eager fans across America, leaving no room for those ambitious dissenters. Besides, who could resist the allure of such a one-on-one confrontation? I believe it is precisely this type of play that enthralls the audience, ideally lasting the entire 40 minutes. Although Kenneth Smith makes valid points, the fans remain enamored with Barkley's perspective. After all, what is team basketball compared to the spectacle of titans clashing? Returning to the game, the triple threat Wang Hao fixates intently on his defender, Adam Morris. Opponents who have meticulously studied Wang Hao are acutely aware of his exceptional shooting prowess and remarkable ability to break through defenses. Truly an enigma. Those who have faced Wang Hao's tank-like incursions have found themselves utterly beleaguered. To date, no one has succeeded in thwarting him once he penetrates inside the three-point line. Even when fouled, he manages to force his way through with the strength of two defenders. As the first defensive play dwindles to 20 seconds, Wang Hao unveils his ferocity, eschewing tentative steps and intricate dribbling. I shall crush you with sheer physicality. What good is all that finesse when 2 points remain 2 points? In response to Wang Hao's sudden acceleration, Morris attempts to counter with his body, yet a mere brush against Wang Hao results in him being pushed aside. As he turns to chase Wang Hao, the latter has already soared into the air, executing a thunderous one-handed dunk to conclude the offensive play. Rubbing his sore chest and observing Wang Hao celebrating with his teammates, Morris resolutely follows suit. Behold the undeniable advantage of speed and strength. How can Morris defend against this? Little Bird. It's amusing to consider that while he may inherit some of Bird's virtues, he certainly mirrors his flaws as well. The merciless Barkley resumes his sardonic commentary. Morris, now positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, appears intent on retaliating against Wang Hao in the same arena. Unlike Morris' defensive approach, Wang Hao's every defense is executed with close proximity. As for breakthroughs, Wang Hao has yet to encounter anyone in the NCAA he cannot outpace. In essence, Wang Hao does not concern himself with the issue of being closely guarded, for he possesses the remarkable ability to catch up with sheer speed. Morris, on the other hand, is the type of player who may not run swiftly or jump high, yet he embodies the quintessential shooting talent characteristic of his race, coupled with an uncanny knack for seizing opportunities. Averaging 28.1 points per game, he is not as reckless as Wang Hao. The latter's scoring prowess stems from his superior physical attributes and all-round capabilities, while he consistently excels in various aspects. Morris is a cerebral player who relies on his intellect. Wang Hao is certainly capable, yet he chooses not to exert himself unnecessarily. Faced with Wang Hao's tight defense, Morris found himself at a loss. Lacking the strength to contend with Wang Hao, he struggled significantly and, after a few successful hesitation dribbles, opted to pass the ball to a teammate, initiating a cooperative play. Under the relentless defense of the Grizzly Bears, the Bulldog team struggled to find reasonable opportunities. With only 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the ball returned to Morris. At this juncture, Morris found himself guarded by Hunter, who had switched onto him. Observing the dwindling time, Morris executed a shooting motion, deceiving Hunter into jumping. Leaning into Hunter, he released the ball just as the referee blew the whistle for a foul. Hunter had committed a three-point foul. Morris calmly sank all 3 free throws, bringing the score to 2-3. Morris's successful shot compelled Wang Hao to reassess his opponent. It seemed that averaging 28.1 points did indeed signify some merit. However, with his own average of 42 points, Wang Hao felt that such a statistic paled in comparison. Turning back to the game, the Grizzly Bears maintained their strategy against Wang Hao. This time, Wang Hao did not wait for a pass. Instead, he approached Famer and engaged in a handoff play. Famer, upon passing the ball, remained stationary to set a screen for Wang Hao, who received the ball and executed a grand sidestep three-pointer. As for Morris, who was tasked with defending Wang Hao, He was unable to reach him in time after maneuvering around Famer. He could only look up in despair as the ball sailed through the hoop. Swish! The score now stood at 5-3. As the Bulldog team initiated their offense, they refrained from passing the ball back to Morris, opting instead to spread out and feed the ball into the post. Aware of Hunter's defensive capabilities, Wang Hao had no choice but to shift his focus to the paint. Sure enough, after being faked out by the opponent, Hunter found himself outmaneuvered by the Bulldog's center, who turned and backed into him. Reluctantly, Wang Hao rushed in to provide help defense against the Bulldog's power forward, Anthony Porter, who feigned a shot only to pass the ball to the unguarded Adams on the perimeter. Morris, seizing the opportunity, made a three-pointer, contributing to both his and his teammates' statistics. The score was now 5-5. With a successful shot, Morris calmly high-fived his teammates as they retreated on defense. "My apologies," Hunter quickly approached, acknowledging his mistake. "It's all right. They're digging their own grave. I had intended to make the game interesting, but since they have chosen their own demise, I bear no blame." Wang Hao reassured Hunter while subtly showcasing his own effortless prowess. In an apparent attempt to elicit Wang Hao's utmost potential, the Bulldog team executed a relentless double team, even applying off-ball pressure, with a singular objective: to prevent Wang Hao from obtaining the ball, and if he did, to ensure it was under the most challenging circumstances. The relentless pursuit of discomfort for Wang Hao is evident. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of the Bulldogs, Wang Hao finds himself in a state of resignation. The relentless double teaming is bewildering. If he is denied the opportunity to receive the ball, he must adapt by venturing into the paint to secure rebounds. Thus, he obediently drifts back and forth within the key, knowing that regardless of his movements, one defender will be closely monitoring him while another is poised to apply pressure. Alas, the situation for the Tyrant appears dire, as the Bulldogs engage in an unyielding double team, making it a challenge for him to even catch the ball. Is this truly the strategy to counter the Grizzlies? The aggressive focus on the Tyrant seems to be a tactic to allow his teammates to dominate the game. Kenneth Smith in the commentary booth hopes that Barkley will analyze the feasibility of this approach. Barkley scoffs, questioning whether this can truly contain the Tyrant. He points out that the Tyrant averages 15 rebounds per game in under 30 minutes on the court, often clocking out at halftime, which underscores his versatility akin to that of Sir Barkley. However, this prowess does not guarantee victory for the Grizzlies. Kenneth Smith, undeterred, queries about alternative strategies. Barkley responds with a dismissive expression: "How should I know?" Chapter 43. Center Wang Hao noticing Wang Hao's limitations on the offensive front, Coach Haolan swiftly calls a timeout. On the Grizzlies bench, he reassures Wang, "I will ensure that your teammates provide more screens. The offense will still be initiated by you." Haolan continues to regard Wang Hao as the linchpin of the team, a treatment reminiscent of Kobe's status with the Lakers. "No, Coach," Wang interjects. "Since they're denying me the ball, it would be more prudent for my teammates to focus on scoring while I position myself inside for rebounds." He proposes, "Let's adjust the lineup. Substitute Hunter and Jones for players who can shoot. Remember how we played in our first game? Let us replicate that today." Wang Hao confidently articulates his strategy to the coach and teammates. "Rest assured, Coach, if this doesn't work, I will take control of the game. They cannot contain me." With Wang's final surge of motivation, Coach Haolan fully embraces his vision. As long as they secure the victory, they can experiment freely. In essence, the Grizzly strategy revolves around a formation of 1 big and 4 small players, or perhaps 5 smalls, with Wang Hao standing at 207 centimeters, being the tallest as a small forward endowed with extraordinary rebounding abilities. This simplified version can be seen as a star surrounded by 4 shooters, where Wang exploits his remarkable physique to seize rebounds while the remaining teammates focus on shooting from the perimeter. As the timeout concludes, Wang Hao continues to attract the attention of double defenders. Complying with the pressure, he moves into the paint with the ball in the hands of Jordan Famer, who has long served as Wang Hao's passing machine, finally seized control of the ball. His ability to read the game remains formidable. Upon noticing that the defenders were heavily focused on the interior presence of Wang Hao, Famer called for a pick and roll, advancing just beyond the three-point line. He executed a clever feint, pretending to pass to Wang Hao, diverting the defender's attention towards him. Then, reclaiming the ball, he faced a defender merely 2 steps away, launching a jump shot that found its mark. Astute as ever, Famer, despite his lingering belief that his teammates lacked skill, garnered Wang Hao's approval for this offensive maneuver. The Bulldogs controlled the possession, observing the 2-meter-tall, small forward Mike Kelly of the Brown Bears battling in the paint. The Bulldogs' point guard unhesitatingly entrusted the ball to his own towering power forward, standing at 2.05 meters, with a significant physical advantage. The Bulldogs' power forward entered a relentless mode of attack, causing Mike Kelly to stumble. Ultimately, pushed out of position near the basket, Mike could only watch as his opponent effortlessly banked the ball into the hoop. Wang Hao, trapped by his defender, could only sigh in resignation. The disparity was evident to any discerning observer, and the only hope lay in Wang Hao's assistance on defense. Regrettably, the Bulldog center cleverly obstructed Wang Hao, denying him the opportunity to help. The score stood at 7-7. It must be noted that the Brown Bears had made a grave error, utilizing their strongest player to secure rebounds while leaving the offense to their teammates. One could only wonder what Coach Haaland was thinking. Despite Wang Hao's height of 207 centimeters not being significantly shorter than that of the Bulldog center, the sheer bulk of the Bulldog center dwarfed him by a full size. How could one compete under such circumstances? Kenneth Smith, commentating, voiced his concerns for Wang Hao, and in a rare moment, Sir Charles Barkley nodded in agreement rather than refuting him. Steady, it's just one possession. Trust me, we will prevail, Wang Hao reassured his visibly disheartened teammates, perplexed by their fragility over a single play. Why the fragility? It stemmed from Wang Hao's reckless strategy, which had exposed their weaknesses right from the first round. Unless adjustments were made, they would continue to be targeted relentlessly. Nevertheless, Wang Hao seemed unfazed. Consistently facing double teams, he dutifully awaited rebounds in the paint. The Bulldog center, Robert Myers, was fervently vying for position against him. In a moment when Wang Hao could not contribute significantly to the team's efforts in the paint, Jordan Famer stepped up. Confronted by Mike Williams' defense, he unleashed the prowess of an NCAA star, executing explosive drives and creating opportunities for his teammates. Unfortunately, his teammates faltered, missing 2 consecutive shots and wasting 2 offensive rebounds that Wang Hao had secured. On his next offensive rebound, rather than passing the ball to the perimeter, Wang Hao chose to take matters into his own hands. Facing Robert Myers in a one-on-one situation, he exerted his strength, pushing the defender back before executing a thunderous dunk reminiscent of a shark's ferocity. Oh, what a sight! What we witnessed was remarkable. The small forward Wang Hao skillfully maneuvered past a defender significantly bulkier than himself to execute a thunderous dunk reminiscent of a shark's ferocity. Kenneth Smith continued to provide candid commentary on the game. However, the comparison to a shark's dunk was misplaced. It was clearly evocative of Charles Barkley's distinctive style. Barkley promptly asserted his claim over this robust approach to the game. The ongoing tussle for dominance at the commentary table was perplexing. While on the court, the Bulldog center gazed incredulously at Wang Hao descending from the rim, as if encountering a creature from another realm. What just happened? A bewildered teammate inquired, unable to comprehend how Wang Hao could outmuscle a center of such girth. He possesses remarkable strength, far exceeding what his slender frame would suggest. Be cautious. Robert Miles urgently warned his compatriots. In ensuing moments, the Bulldogs continued to funnel the ball into the paint, yet Robert Miles failed to contain Wang Hao. After forcing his way past, delivered a powerful assist to a teammate. The possession was seized by Mike Kelly of the Grizzlies. Having witnessed Wang Hao's prowess beneath the basket, the Bulldogs tightened their defense, resorting to double-teaming him. However, this time, Wang Hao's teammates did not disappoint. After a series of deft passes, the Bulldogs, needing to allocate an additional defender to Wang Hao, inadvertently opened a gap for the Grizzlies. Positioned in the right corner, Ryan capitalized on the tardy defense to sink a three-pointer, advancing the score to 12-7, with the Grizzlies now leading by 5. As the game progressed, the area guarded by Wang Hao transformed into a no-fly zone for the Bulldogs, compelling them to rely solely on Adam Morris's exceptional individual skills. Following Ryan's successful three-pointer, Wang Hao's teammates regained their shooting touch, their accuracy soaring. By halftime, the Grizzlies had tallied 9 three-pointers, apart from Wang Hao's initial basket. The remainder stemmed from his interior play. The halftime score stood at 40-27, with the Grizzlies ahead by 13 points. Although this margin was modest, it was evident to all but the Bulldogs' staunchest supporters that the outcome was virtually predetermined, especially considering that the Grizzlies' strongest asset, Wang Hao, had yet to unleash his full potential. Should the Bulldogs persist with their defensive strategy against him in the second half, Wang Hao was more than willing to augment his rebounding statistics, provided victory was assured. With great anticipation, the second half commenced. The Bulldogs, hoping to devise a strategy to curtail Wang Hao's impact, took the court with a mix of skepticism and eagerness. while the fans and media braced themselves for what Wang Hao might showcase in the ensuing moments. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half, the Grizzlies reinstated their regular starting lineup, with Wang Hao returning to the small forward position to face Adam Morris. Confronted by the Bulldogs' double-team defense, Wang Hao chose not to evade. Instead, he resolutely absorbed the defensive pressure, accepting the ball with unyielding determination. The clash of bodies was devoid of any technical finesse, as Wang Hao ruthlessly barreled through two defenders into the paint. With tenacity, he breached the double team from the Bulls, finding himself face-to-face with the Grizzlies' power forward, Anthony Porter, who posed a formidable challenge. What would Wang Hao do? He leaped. Yes, he leaped. Charging towards the heart of the Bulldogs' defense, he executed a thunderous dunk over his opponent. Beep, beep, beep. Had this not been the Grizzlies' home turf, one might have expected an air raid siren to sound. From the commentary booth, Barkley's playful beeping echoed. His partner, Kenneth Smith, gazed at this lively character with a hint of exasperation and inquired, "Charles, Wang Hao's play was exceptionally vigorous. We've never seen such intensity in the first half. Why didn't he play like this earlier? Perhaps he was merely biding his time, waiting to seize the game. Otherwise, I find it difficult to fathom why he, possessing such prowess to dismantle the double team, opted to relinquish control of the offense to his teammates. With a sense of curiosity, I continued to watch the game unfold. Turning back, the Bulldogs entrusted the ball to their interior players against the Grizzlies, who were lacking Wang Hao's presence in the paint. It must be said, the Bulldogs played astutely, their inside game proving notably stronger than that of the Grizzlies. Yet, they gravely underestimated the terror of an earnest Wang Hao. The moment the ball reached the paint, most of Wang Hao's focus shifted there. As Hunter was faked out, Wang Hao had already positioned himself for a defensive stand beneath the basket. At the moment of the shot, he sprang into action, his palm resembling a giant fan, completely obstructing the ball's trajectory toward the hoop. Wow! A volleyball-like rejection sent the ball soaring to the perimeter, where Adam Morris, poised with a defensive transition, retrieved it. After a brief moment of astonishment, Morris quickly recalibrated, facing an unguarded shot. Crack! Observing this scene, Wang Hao noted Morris' path and hurried toward the perimeter, managing to intercept and deliver yet another resounding volleyball block just as Morris released the ball. The force sent it sailing out of bounds. As he landed, Wang Hao spread his arms wide, reveling in the adulation of the fans, akin to an emperor surveying his domain. Through his performance, he unequivocally illustrated why he is dubbed the tyrant. As long as he wills it, nothing unfavorable shall occur. Just recount what transpired moments ago. First, he thwarted an interior layup with a defensive block, and then he returned to the perimeter to swat away Adam Morris' three-point attempt. This is the tyrant, an unparalleled dominion. Now, I find myself eagerly anticipating his performances in the NBA. In this moment, even the composed Kenny Smith found himself unable to maintain his usual calm, fervently cheering for Wang Hao. As for the Bulldogs, they should focus on overcoming the immediate challenge at hand. The head coach of the Bulldogs swiftly called for a timeout to soothe the players' frayed emotions. Upon resuming play, with only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, the Bulldogs' hurried offensive attempt faltered, and the rebound was seized by Hunter. In the front court, Wang Hao still faced double-team pressure. Yet this time the intensity of the defense had evidently diminished compared to the initial stages. It seemed the morale of the Bulldogs was beginning to waver. Confronted with the faltering spirit of the Bulldogs, Wang Hao had no intention of being the benevolent figure who instills confidence in others. He preferred to embody the ruthless force that shatters opposition. Since they had not fully relinquished hope, he was inclined to lend them a hand. Against the dual defenders, Wang Hao opted not to absorb the pressure physically to receive the ball. Instead, he positioned himself near the center circle. The two defenders were astute, with one guarding Wang Hao closely while the other lingered at the three-point line, also keeping an eye on his assigned opponent. Everyone was aware that Wang Hao would not pass, at least not until he had thoroughly dismantled the Bulldogs' defense. But what if he did? There were no contingencies. Receiving the ball near the center circle, Wang Hao glanced at the defender barely a meter away from him and, without hesitation, unleashed a three-pointer. Impossible! Wang is being overly audacious, Barkley exclaimed. The defender, Adam Morris, didn't even contemplate whether the shot would succeed. He had completely ignored the basket, clearly preparing for a fast break. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Wang Hao's lips. As a diehard fan of Kwa Hao, how could he resist practicing such unreasonable long-range shots once the opportunity presented itself? This incarnation of Wang Hao was destined to make a name for himself with these audacious three-pointers. Swish! The ball went in, and after a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted with deafening cheers. The players of the Brown Bears joyfully celebrated with Wang Hao, while he alone remained composed, transitioning back on defense. That shot served as the proverbial last straw that irrevocably shattered the Bulldogs' confidence. Even a previously spirited Adam Morris clutched his head in despair. The Bulldogs' subsequent offensive efforts lacked cohesion. There was no synergy among the players, resulting in a series of individual plays and reckless shots. As if the ball had become too hot to handle and they were eager to dispose of it. The score stood at 45-27 with 17 minutes remaining. Although the 18-point deficit was not insurmountable, the Bulldogs' current state made a comeback seem impossible, their confidence obliterated by Wang Hao alone. What they had believed to be a successful double-team strategy in the first half was swiftly disproven by Wang Hao's actions at the start of the second half. Their so-called success was merely a reflection of Wang Hao's reluctance to engage. The onset of the second half saw Wang Hao dominate both offense and defense, extinguishing any flicker of hope for the Bulldogs. Their spirits were low, yet Wang Hao showed no mercy. Confronted with a porous defense, he began to unleash his prowess, scoring consecutively and elevating his teammates' performance, culminating in a remarkable 19-3 run within a mere 5 minutes. The Bulldogs managed to score a mere 3 points through free throws, bringing the score to 64-30, with the Brown Bears leading by a substantial 30 points. Realizing that a comeback was futile, the Bulldogs opted to substitute all their players and concede the match. Wang Hao, who tallied an impressive 30 points, 17 rebounds, and 6 assists, became the darling of the media. After the game, he found himself encircled by an array of journalists. Wang, did you feel any pressure facing Adam Morris's defense in the first half? One reporter inquired. Are you trying to stir the pot? You might want to ask Adam Morris if he imposed any pressure on me. Wang Hao responded courteously. Wang, regarding the decision to have you play inside during the first half, do you think it was a wise choice? After all, your performance in the second half demonstrated that the double-team strategy could not contain you. Of course it was wise. Did you not see us win? Nonsense. Would a strategy devised by ourselves be anything less than astute? Wang, many scouts from various teams were present today, including the general manager of the Lakers. What do you have to say about that? Let them strive for the first overall pick. Everyone knows I won fall to second place. Are you implying that you have already secured the top spot? The relentless reporter pressed. Shouldn't the strongest be chosen first? Oh, and there's also the possibility of selecting the right one, like missing out on Jordan. Wang Hao slyly added, sprinkling a bit of salt onto the Trail Blazers management. He mused about whether the current Blazers manager was Bird. If so, it would be amusing to give a little jab to young Bird and then take a shot at old Bird as predecessors. All right, I must head home now. Otherwise, Kobe will get impatient and leave without me. I have no ride. Wang Hao interrupted the reporters and hastily retreated to the locker room. Chapter 45. Battling at home in the finals, the Brown Bears, having advanced to the Elite Eight, were quick to learn of their next opponents, the Memphis Tigers, who boasted Robert Carney and Sean Williams, standing at heights of 2.01 and 2.08 meters, respectively. These two were renowned for their impressive physical prowess in the NCAA, with Robert Carney showcasing a diverse array of offensive skills. Without Wang Hao, Robert Carney would undoubtedly be the most physically gifted rookie of this class. Facing such adversaries, Wang Hao remained unfazed, considering them mere footnotes in the NBA, likely to remain on the fringes even if they did make it. Children, we need 3 more victories, and we shall claim the highest honor in college basketball. Let us go. Coach Haland rallied his team one last time before their departure. Go forth and crush these little kittens. As Coach Haland's voice faded, both teams took to the court. The Brown Bears retained their starting lineup featuring center Andre Jones, power forward Hunter, small forward Wang Hao, shooting guard Ryan, and point guard Jordan Farmar. The Tigers fielded their own lineup with center Andre Gowden, power forward Sean Williams, small forward Robert Carney, shooting guard David James, and point guard Mark Harrell. Winning the jump ball, the Tigers commenced their first offensive play. In the quarterfinals, there are no weak teams, and each squad has meticulously analyzed the strengths of their opponents. The strategy of the Brown Bears, having reached this elite stage, is straightforward: to exploit Wang Hao's capabilities. Their defense heavily relies on Wang Hao's omnipresent support. Fully aware of Wang Hao's formidable prowess, the Tigers refrained from irrationally provoking him, instead opting to hand the initial ball to Sean Williams, who matched up against Hunter, being selected as the 16th pick in the first round attests to his basketball skills, which are not as inferior as Wang Hao might have presumed. After all, The NBA draft order reflects a player's performance over the previous year. Confronted with the extraordinarily athletic and versatile Sean Williams, Hunter found himself at a loss to contain his opponent. After being outmaneuvered, he watched helplessly as Williams sank a mid-range shot for 2 points. During the free throw process, Hunter shook his head in frustration, dissatisfied with his performance. "It's all right. I'll help you defend him in a bit." Wang Hao quickly reassured him, concerned that Hunter might dwell on his missteps. The Brown Bears continued to seek Wang Hao in their offensive plays. Guarding Wang Hao was Robert Carney, a former member of the All-American First Team. Wang Hao couldn't help but wonder how a player who had once been recognized at such a high level seemed to underperform more than he excelled. Was there some sort of affliction at play? It must be acknowledged that Robert Carney's defense imposed significant pressure on Wang Hao, something he had not encountered from previous opponents. Rarely does one find an adversary possessing both excellent physical attributes and a keen defensive instinct, but Carney had both, at least at the NCAA level. However, even the strongest have their limits. After a simple probing step, Wang Hao executed a swift three-point shot. Swish! The ball found its mark, proving uncontainable. Following his successful basket, Wang Hao immediately retreated to defense, denying his opponent any chance for verbal provocation, leaving Robert Carney at a loss for words. As the Tigers launched their offense, Carney, eager to demonstrate that he was on par with Wang Hao, sought to take him on one-on-one. With his back to the tightly guarding Wang Hao, Carney initiated a brute force assault, colliding time and again. While the visual spectacle was impressive, each clash bore little fruit, as Wang Hao remained steadfast, rendering Carney's efforts futile. Was it a deficiency in Carney's strength? The resounding thuds of impact would suggest otherwise. It was simply that Wang Hao's power was overwhelming. Frustrated and angered, Carney disregarded his teammates' calls for the ball and, finding no success in his post-play, turned to shoot. Although his form was aesthetically pleasing, it was insufficient to clear the towering presence of Wang Hao. As the ball left his fingertips, Wang Hao leapt, intercepting it mid-air as if to thwart a missile, securing it in his grasp. A block. It was impossible to recall how many times Wang Hao had achieved such feats in the NCAA, yet each block was as breathtaking as the last. Ignoring the astonishment of his opponents, Wang Hao landed and swiftly initiated a fast break. Confronted with an unguarded lane, he took flight from the free throw line to deliver a spectacular windmill dunk. The score stood at 5-2. The Tigers' strategy was rather monotonous, relying on their two powerful forwards to alternate in aggressive plays, passing only when opportunities arose. This tactic mirrored that of the Bears. Yet Wang Hao remained an insurmountable obstacle for the Bears, while the Tigers duo could be effectively contained by him. It was evident that the Tigers either failed to recognize this fact or felt powerless to alter their approach, continuing to let their forwards dominate the offense. This led to a cyclical pattern where Wang Hao alternately attacked and defended against the Tigers' forwards. As the first half drew to a close, the Bears led 37-15, a commanding 22-point advantage. Wang Hao had amassed 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 4 assists, while the Tigers duo managed only 12 points, starkly highlighting the disparity. As the second half commenced, Wang Hao chose not to re-enter the game. The 22-point lead was ample for the Bears to secure victory. He recalled that Jordan Farmar had once led a similar roster to the finals, only to face a disappointing defeat against the University of Florida. In Wang Hao's absence during the second half, the Bears provided no opportunities for the Tigers. Under Farmar's leadership, the Bears executed their strategy with precision and harmony. Although the Tigers' forwards created some challenges, they were swiftly subdued. Ultimately, the final score was 60-45, with the Bears advancing to the Final Four. With the semifinals and finals set to take place at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Wang Hao's home court. As the season progresses, Wang Hao's prominence in Los Angeles has soared, further amplified by his connection with Kobe, which has endeared him to the local fans who recognize this Chinese boy raised in the City of Angels. The familiar Los Angeles, the iconic Staples Center. The only unfamiliar aspect being that this time he will be playing in the game rather than sitting courtside as an observer. With the quarterfinals concluded, there are merely 5 days remaining until the semifinals on April 1st. During these 5 days, Wang Hao has witnessed the fervor of the NCAA. Fans, scouts, and media have flocked to Los Angeles with an overwhelming intensity. Tickets for the event have become exceedingly scarce. This is merely the semifinals and finals of the NCAA. One can only imagine the frenzy that would ensue if it were the NBA finals. As the home team, the Bears carry both immense honor and tremendous pressure. No one wishes to suffer defeat on their home turf, especially in a match where a loss equates to elimination. As the core of the team, Wang Hao, who has even reserved a spot with the Lakers, feels this pressure acutely. Will he be a fleeting star or brave the currents? Will he uphold the glory of his hometown or witness another's triumph? The answers to these enigmas will be unveiled in just 5 days. After returning to Los Angeles from the away game against the Tigers, Wang Hao severed all external connections, dedicating his days to relentless training with Kobe. "All right, kid. That's enough for today. You have a game tomorrow. Don't overdo it." Kobe intervened to halt Wang Hao's frenzied practice. Surprised by the intensity of Wang Hao's training, even Kobe, who considered himself a training fanatic, felt humbled. However, he found solace in the fact that diligence is a prerequisite for becoming a star. April 1st, April Fool's Day, also marks the commencement of the NCAA semifinals. Today's games will determine the fate of 2 teams. Rising early, Wang Hao, after breakfast, found himself at a loss for what to do, slumping listlessly in the living room watching television. "Hey, kid, is the Tyrant's reign in the NCAA about to come to an end today? If so, you might not be worth the first overall pick. Saving the Lakers from trading away numerous players," Kobe remarked, noticing Wang Hao's unusual demeanor. "Get lost, you old man. Do you want to see me lose? No way. Perhaps you should return to the management and strategize on what assets to offer for the first pick." Ding, ding, ding. Wang Hao's phone rang. "Let me take this call, old man." Chapter 46, The Prepared Tigers. It was a call from Ao Mei. "Hello, darling. Are you calling just to cheer me on?" Clever Wang Hao quickly deduced Ao Mei's intentions. "Of course, my tyrant, but do you only want me to cheer for you over the phone?" "I certainly want more than that, but you're in New York and I'm in Los Angeles." The tone of regret in her voice made Ao Mei chuckle. "So, my tyrant, shouldn't you drive over to pick me up? Otherwise, you might be late for your game." Ao Mei's voice, as melodious as a siren's, rang through the phone. "What? Pick you up? To New York? Certainly not. Come pick me up at my home. I arrived on a late-night flight yesterday and called you first thing this morning. It seems you didn't want to reach out to me before I did." Remembering the exhausting ordeal of last night, Ao Mei began to act coy. "Have you returned to Los Angeles? Why did you not inform me in advance? I am on my way immediately." "Wait, today is April Fool's Day. If I discover that you have deceived me, you are well aware of the consequences." Wang Hao threatened. "Hurry along. Young man, Ao Mei asked me for a ticket yesterday, so I'll bring one for you as well." Kobe's words completely reassured Wang Hao. "Why didn't you tell me you were back?" Wang Hao wore a sulky expression, clearly displaying his irritation, urging for reassurance. As I got into the car, Ao Mei swiftly offered a big kiss. "Dear, I only wish to surprise you. A kiss should suffice to ease your anger." Wang Hao's sullen demeanor crumbled under the sweet kiss of Ao Mei after merely one round. A kiss, of course, dispelled any irritation. "Have you taken leave from school?" "Yes. I've taken a few days off. By the way, my dear, you must perform splendidly in your match. My classmates envy me for having a boyfriend like you. And they're all watching the live broadcast. Please don't embarrass me. Rest assured, defeating them will be a piece of cake. Come, grant me another kiss. Don't fool around. We'll be late." Wang Hao, who was still seeking kisses despite being pushed away, glanced at the time and reminded himself. The opponent for the semifinal of the Brown Bears is the Louisiana State University Tigers, a formidable adversary. They boast talents like Taurean Prince, a strong contender for the top pick, and the powerful big man Glenn Davis. In the playoffs, they eliminated the #1 seed, which featured J.J. Redick and the top high school team, Duke University, along with the 2nd seed Texas University, known for LaMarcus Aldridge. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Now, let us welcome our legendary Brown Bears player, the Chinese prodigy who dominated the NCAA for an entire season. Let us chant his name, Tyrant. "Go for it, my dear." Just before the game, Ao Mei seized the moment during player introductions, when the lights dimmed, to give Wang Hao a grand, encouraging kiss. This scene, illuminated by the spotlight, instantly became the focal point of the arena, eliciting howls of cheers from the crowd. Following the player introductions, the match commenced. The Brown Bears retained their starting lineup: center Andre Jones, power forward Hunter, small forward Wang Hao, shooting guard Ryan, and point guard Jordan Farmar. For the Tigers, the starting 5 included Glenn Davis at center, Mark Burkhardt at power forward, Taurean Prince at small forward, Sean Som at shooting guard, and Bradley at point guard. The Tigers' coaching staff seemed to have meticulously prepared for this match, assigning the physically imposing Taurean Prince to guard Wang Hao. The first possession went to the Brown Bears. Wang Hao, holding the ball in the front court while facing the tight defense of Taurean Prince, accelerated to break through. After 2 bursts of effort, he managed to shake off the defense. Just as Wang Hao thought he had a clear path to the basket, Glenn Davis swiftly came to help, denying Wang Hao an opportunity to gain speed. As Wang Hao forced his way past Davis, Tori and Prince closed in, and the other Tigers quickly rotated to cover their teammates. Knowing that Prince had engaged Wang Hao, essentially, they erected a wall in front of Wang Hao, and upon breaching the first layer, rapid rotations ensured the wall remained intact until the initial defender was back in position. Forced to halt his progress, Wang Hao had no choice but to take a challenging shot, awkwardly sinking a two-point basket. From the outcome of the first shot, it was evident that the Tigers' strategy to contain Wang Hao was effective. They did not allow him a comfortable shot, which is crucial, as players of Wang Hao's caliber cannot be entirely contained, only rendered uncomfortable in their attempts. Observers on the sidelines, including Kobe and Kupchak, recognized the challenges Wang Hao was facing. Exchanging glances without excessive communication, the meaning was unmistakable. It was a cue to observe how Wang Hao would respond next. Having nearly stumbled into a predicament on the first play, Wang Hao was fully alert. If there existed a method to defend against him, there must also be a way to dismantle the defense of the Brown Bears. As the Tigers launched their offensive, Ty-Lucy Thomas held the ball beyond the arc, drawing Wang Hao to the paint. With a bounce pass, he returned the ball to the capable hands of the Big Baby. Confronted by the Big Baby's post-up, Andre Jones found himself helplessly pushed step by step towards the basket. Attempting to rejoin the defense, Wang Hao was impeded by Brad Lee, whose screen was all too real. Standing at 188 centimeters, Jordan Farmar defended against the 206 centimeters Big Baby, who disregarded Farmar's attempts to assist, using his ample physique to shield Andre Jones and effortlessly flicking the ball into the hoop. This brilliant interplay of offense and defense made Wang Hao acutely aware that this match would not unfold as simply as previous encounters. A moment's carelessness could indeed lead to disaster. "Stay sharp, brother. This game is no trivial affair," Wang Hao murmured as he raced past Farmar. Heeding Wang Hao's warning, Farmar brought the ball up the court, but, instead of dashing to the corner as he usually did, set a screen for Wang Hao. Ty-Lucy Thomas forcefully pushed past Farmar, yet the anticipated slip of Farmar never materialized, leaving Wang Hao once again surrounded by defenders, compelling him to take a desperate shot. Although the ball found the net, it was evident to all that Wang Hao was struggling significantly. "Kobe, is this truly enough to contain Wang Hao?" Kupchak inquired. "Certainly not," Kobe replied confidently. "The kid just needs to think things through. After all, he specifically requested tickets for a Mavericks versus Lakers game. Isn't Dirk's style precisely what this situation calls for?" In all honesty, Wang Hao had sought those tickets solely to witness Kobe's magnificent 62 points in 3 quarters. The notion of emulating the veteran had never crossed his mind. "Shouldn't we remind him? What if your little brother realizes too late?" Kupchak jested, easing his concerns. "If that were the case, he wouldn't deserve to be my little brother," Kobe coolly remarked. In truth, Wang Hao had contemplated a solution, a step-back jumper. However, he was unsure about the reliability of such an approach and worried it might project a lack of toughness, especially with his girlfriend watching from the sidelines. Chapter 47. The double team returns. The success of the second offensive play did not dishearten the Tigers. Rather, it solidified their resolve to pursue this strategy. Under Wang Hao's current form, his shooting percentage was far from guaranteed, and one could argue that each basket was heavily reliant on fortune. Fearing that his luck had already been exhausted during the crossover, Wang Hao was hesitant to gamble on a third successful shot, prompting him to devise a new approach for the next offensive play. As the Tigers initiated their attack, they employed a rather unscrupulous pick-and-roll tactic, with one player drawing Wang Hao out of the paint, while another obstructed his path to help, utilizing the formidable physique of the Big Baby to dominate within the paint, albeit somewhat unscrupulously, proves to be remarkably effective. Furthermore, should Wang Hao maneuver past the screen and retreat into the paint, the Big Baby can effortlessly distribute the ball to the perimeter for Tyreek Thomas. Regardless of who is confronted by the defensive player, it is Jordan Farmar. And given the height of these two, one might say they are utterly unguarded. Since Wang Hao's arrival, the Grizzlies have seldom relied on a robust defense. They consistently secure victories through Wang Hao's fluid offensive prowess. However, as Wang Hao's offensive opportunities are now curtailed, the Grizzlies naturally find themselves in a predicament. Although the score remains tied at 4-4, no one can ascertain whether Wang Hao will make his next miraculous shot. As the second half commences, the Grizzlies once again opt to entrust the ball to Wang Hao. Tyreek Thomas initiates a verbal barrage, taunting, "Do you really believe you can make a third shot like that?" With a scoff, he concludes, "Thus ends the fairy tale of the tyrant." Ignoring such futile trash talk, Wang Hao accelerates through, prompting Tyreek Thomas, who is closely guarding him, to retreat. Yet, the anticipated collision fails to materialize. Observing Thomas's weight shift backward, Wang Hao abruptly halts, executing a step-back three-pointer. Swish! The ball finds its mark. Did your coach not inform you that my most reliable scoring method is the three-pointer? Wang Hao coldly remarks as he strides back to his own half. Damn, those darn Chinese. Tyreke Thomas, perhaps prone to bouts of anger, finds his eyes reddening at Wang Hao's nonchalant comment, wishing he could retaliate. This is a condition that requires treatment. The fans at Staples witness Wang Hao effortlessly dismantling the Tigers' defense, erupting in a cacophony of cheers, clearly demonstrating the advantage of home court. See, I told you this kid has a solution. Kobe chuckles to Mitch Kupchak, his expression reminiscent of a proud father showcasing his son. Well, didn't we already anticipate the outcome? However, the Tigers cannot persist with the same defensive strategy against Wang Hao. Kupchak hesitates, unable to continue his thought. Unclear, but if one wishes to defend this young man, the optimal strategy would be to employ two individuals with comparable physical attributes to double-team him. Attempting to guard him one-on-one would be exceedingly challenging. This young man possesses height, strength, and speed, no matter who he faces. He holds an advantage in at least one of those aspects, and he maximizes his strengths effectively. Coupled with a shooting ability that even I admire, it's a formidable combination. The only thing he lacks is experience, but that is certainly a source of concern for our opponents, Kobe notes, a smile spreading across his face. Kupchak, who is contemplating a son-in-law, joins in the laughter. Let the opponents fret, Kupchak adds. Amidst their banter, the Grizzlies successfully thwart another offensive attempt from the Tigers. Why aren't you guarding me closely? Wang Hao jests at Tyreke Thomas, who stand a stride away. Thomas remains silent, offering Wang Hao an exaggerated eye roll. Without close defense, I'm going to shoot. The principle that guides Wang Hao is to speak and act with conviction. When he declares a shot, he takes it. From a distance exceeding 1 meter beyond the three-point line, he releases the ball with precision. Swish! The ball finds its mark. Tyrone Thomas, tasked with defending Wang Hao, was an expression of disbelief. I neglected to mention that I regularly practice at Staples Center, utilizing NBA courts. For the NCAA, three-point line feels rather inadequate. Wang Hao, in his ostentatious demeanor, continues to unsettle Tyrone Thomas. By the way, have you ever visited Staples Center? Just as Wang Hao turns to retreat to his half of the court, he pauses momentarily to add, "You despicable, cursed Chinese." Tyrone Thomas, fists clenched in anger, is restrained by a vigilant teammate, preventing him from making a foolish decision to confront Wang Hao. Beep. The Tigers call for a timeout. Implement Plan B. Sean Summers exits, and substitute small forward Mike Harrell enters. Harrell, your mission is to double-team Wang Hao. At all times and in all places, I expect you to remain glued to him. Understood? Our offense should primarily focus on driving to the basket. We possess 4 players taller than 2 meters, granting us a definitive advantage in the paint. We can afford to allow the Grizzlies some room beyond the arc, as their outside shooting has been lackluster since the game's inception, provided you can contain Wang Hao. Remember, I want you on Wang Hao relentlessly. As the timeout concludes, the Tigers, with their quartet of towering players, dominate the interior. A series of high passes culminates in a decisive finish by the formidable Anthony Davis. Guards Jordan Farmar and Ryan continually scan the court for opportunities, forcing Wang Hao to be vigilant about their movements. As the Grizzlies inbound the ball, Wang Hao, having just crossed half-court, is met with attention from the Tigers. Newly entered Mike Harrell immediately shadows Wang Hao, while Tyrone Thomas positions himself near the three-point line, clearly intent on delivering a double team the moment Wang Hao receives the ball. Hey, a double team, 1T faze me. Just look at Gonzaga. They try to double team me the entire court and still trail by 13 points. Give it up. You cannot overturn the tyrant's reign. Wang Hao continues his verbal onslaught. Declining to receive the pass, he navigates with finesse, leading his defender into the paint, resolutely demanding the ball. Before Tyrone Thomas can fully execute the double team, Farmar delivers the ball to Wang Hao. Upon receiving it, Wang Hao transforms into a raging bull, forcefully spinning and shoving aside the defending Mike Harrell. Just as Tyrone Thomas arrives, a thunderous sound reverberates through the arena as Wang Hao completes a powerful two-handed dunk. The score reads 12-6. I told you, a double team is futile against me, Wang Hao declares with disdain as he walks away. Mickey, it appears that Wang Hao has discovered the antidote to double teaming. Kobe continued to boast about his son to Kupchak. However, I am quite intrigued as to why the double team against Wang Hao in the paint proved ineffective. Kupchak expressed his perplexity. This is a remarkable aspect of that young man. He requires no dribbling in the post. Thus, once Wang Hao receives the ball, he can effortlessly use his physique to create space. Even a slight amount is sufficient for him to finish the play. As for the issue of receiving the ball, it is no concern at all. Merely tossing the ball high will suffice. Do you understand? Perhaps the Lakers will adopt this method in the future. Kobe continued to boast about his son, while Kupchak listened with great interest. Tell me honestly, how remarkable is Wang's physical prowess? Kupchak inquired curiously. You will find out when he tries out for the Lakers. In any case, no one taller than him is faster, and no one faster than him is taller. Wang Hao's greatest strength indeed lies in his power. He gives me a sense reminiscent of Shaq, though both possess greater strength than I do, making it difficult for me to compare. In short, he is certainly not weaker than Cleveland's gorilla. Really? Kupchak asked in astonishment. The only response he received was a mysterious smile from Kobe. A tryout? He is already practically guaranteed a spot on the Lakers. It would be absurd to go through a tryout. Chapter 48. The Beast of Strength. As Kobe stated, Wang Hao's strength is indeed his greatest asset. Faced with the two defenders off-ball double team, Wang Hao gestured a tactical signal, while Hunter and Jones vacated the 3-second area. As Wang Hao sprinted towards the paint, flanked by two defenders, Jordan Farmar tossed the ball inward just as they reached the free throw line. However, their efforts were futile. The two defenders, having discerned Wang Hao's intent, leaped to intercept. Wang Hao, who had just crossed the free throw line, soared high into the air, gliding forward. Confronted by the duo's double team and the imposing block of the formidable DeMarcus Cousins, he chose not to evade, but rather to unleash a powerful shot towards the hoop. The resounding thud of the ball, striking the rim, coincided almost perfectly with the sound of bodies colliding. DeMarcus Cousins, who was directly in the path of Wang Hao's forceful attack, bore the brunt of the impact, landing heavily and sliding out of bounds, only to come to a halt after colliding with the basketball hoop. The duo attempting the double team, though less affected, stumbled and swayed under the force of Wang Hao's charge. I warned you that double-teaming me would be futile, yet you chose not to believe. He admonished them, surveying the scene like a sovereign surveying his domain. A remarkable and audacious alley-oop executed by Wang Hao ignited the Staples Center as the crowd erupted in chants of tyrant, tyrant, tyrant. It had been ages since the arena had witnessed such fervor, perhaps not since Kobe's legendary 81-point game. One wonders which instance elicited a more thunderous response. Observing the ecstatic fans, Wang Hao found himself inevitably comparing his performance to that of Kobe, a testament to his triumph. Kobe exchanged a beaming glance with Kupchak, who, despite his initial delight, suddenly quelled his smile as if beset by a disquieting thought. What troubles you, Mitch? Kobe inquired, his concern pivoting on the possibility of unfavorable news regarding Wang Hao. Nothing much. It's just that such a performance as Wang's can only be secured with a #1 draft pick. Yet the teams most likely to obtain that coveted position. Sigh. Even the Trail Blazers management wouldn't dare repeat a blunder akin to the one with Jordan. This year's top draft pick is invaluable, Kupchak lamented. Let's strive for it. This young man is worth trading half a team for, Kobe asserted with conviction. I understand, hence my dilemma. Let us just watch the game and discuss it once the lottery results are in, Kupchak replied, wishing to avoid further dwelling on such a disheartening topic, believing that a path will reveal itself in due course. As the Tigers launched their offensive, their previous underhanded screening tactics proved ineffective. Wang Hao adeptly maneuvered around the defenders. Closing in on the basket, the ball handler, the formidable Anthony Davis, attempted to assert his presence, but his repeated efforts to intimidate Wang Hao bore no fruit. With the shot clock winding down, Davis was compelled to release an exceedingly awkward shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Wang Hao seized the rebound. Fortunate that the double team did not resort to desperate measures and instead awaited him near the three-point line. As Wang Hao approached the halfway mark, the anticipated double team arrived. Faced with such a defensive tactic, Wang Hao executed a swift backdoor cut, successfully leaving the slower Mike Harrell behind. At that moment, only Tyrese Thomas remained by his side. Wang Hao extended his hand, and Jordan Farmar's pass arrived as expected. At that moment, Mike Harrell was just a step away from Wang Hao. Seizing this fleeting opportunity without hesitation, Wang Hao launched himself forward, relying solely on his speed and strength to break through. In a single stride, he outmaneuvered the defender, Tyreke Thomas. Before him lay only the Tigers' interior defense within the 3-second zone. No one could restrain Wang Hao. It was evident that he was an unstoppable force. The formidable Davis, guarding the paint, was sent flying by Wang Hao's dunk, colliding with the rim before coming to a halt. The score stood at 16-6, with the Bears leading by 10. and only 9 minutes remained in the first half. The Tigers called for another timeout. The Tigers head coach found himself at a loss against Wang Hao. How could they defend against someone who could overpower 3 defenders? What purpose did double teaming serve? After a moment of contemplation, a strategy came to mind. Next, we will match them in offense. Wang Hao cannot maintain such a high shooting percentage throughout the game. He will inevitably miss. Our task is to ensure we achieve a higher shooting percentage than the Bears. Understood? Understood. The Tigers players responded loudly to their coach. Next, Mike Harrell was substituted out for Sean Sum. Remember to enhance our offense, and do not force a double team on Wang Hao. Focus on helping each other. Since their offense was strong, they would engage in a shootout with them. Hey, are you not going to double team me anymore? Wang Hao called out to Tyreek Thomas, who was vying for position against him. Shut up, damn Chinese guy. Tyreek coldly retorted and fell silent, adopting an air of indifference. After a series of ball transfers, Sean Sum, finding an open spot in the corner, took a shot that clanged off the rim, concluding that offensive possession, which the Bears seized. Wang Hao, momentarily relieved from being double-teamed, began to show off. Hey, I'm going to take a shot now. Pay attention. Despite his bravado, Wang Hao remained true to his word. Having just declared his intent to shoot, he immediately launched a pull-up three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, nearly suffocating Wang Hao, who had prepared a barrage of boastful remarks. Observing the Tigers coach, who had stood in tense anticipation during Wang Hao's shot, now relaxed back into his seat, it seemed the tactical arrangement had succeeded. After all, Wang Hao could not guarantee that every shot would find its mark. Kid, why didn't you score? Why can't you make a shot? Tyreek Thomas quickly retaliated with banter upon witnessing Wang Hao's miss. Wang Hao did not linger unnecessarily, directing his focus solely on basketball. Suddenly, he darted forward, anticipating the Tigers' passing route, and intercepted the ball intended for the paint. With a successful steal, Wang Hao broke free and charged towards the Tigers' half-court. The Tigers players desperately pursued, finally catching up to him at the three-point line. They hurriedly positioned themselves in the paint, but Wang Hao had no intention of stepping inside the arc. Instead, he took a moment to steady his breath beyond the three-point line before releasing the shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. The score stood at 19-6 with Wang Hao's three-pointer. As he sprinted back to his half, he teasingly remarked to Tyreek Thomas, "Why aren't you guarding me? If you had, perhaps I wouldn't have made that shot." Having been immersed in the world of keyboard warriors, Wang Hao had mastered the art of insult without profanity. Unsurprisingly, Tyreek Thomas was provoked into a fit of rage. In his agitated state, Tyreek failed to maintain his composure and, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, stubbornly opted to take Wang Hao one-on-one. Unfortunately, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to overpower Wang Hao, he fell victim to a clever defensive maneuver, resulting in Wang Hao snatching the ball from his hands. With the ball secured, Wang Hao swiftly advanced to the frontcourt. This time, he eschewed the safer three-pointer and instead took a daring risk with a 360-degree dunk. As he completed the dunk, the Staples Center erupted with excitement. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. Overcome with joy, he dashed over to the bench where his teammate, Aomei, was seated, lifting her in a passionate embrace and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. This kiss ignited even more fervor in the already electrified Staples Center, sending the fans into a frenzy. On the sidelines, Kobe and Kupchak exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Kobe mused, "Why didn't I think of that? If I had scored 81 points, I could have made headlines like that." Kupchak reflected, "Youth is indeed a wondrous thing." Chapter 49. Advancing to the finals as the remaining time in the first half dwindled, the Tigers coach opted to substitute in the bench players, allowing the starters ample time to recuperate. Coach Haeland also replaced the starters led by Wang Hao, leaving only Farmar to orchestrate the bench's offensive strategy. Truth be told, Wang Hao was feeling fatigue from the game. In the beginning, the Tigers' various defensive strategies had taken a toll on him. As the second half commenced, the Bears continued to target Wang Hao. Rising to the occasion, Wang Hao embraced the challenge, charging towards the paint like a dynamite-laden projectile, envisioning the pose he would adopt for his next dunk. Upon contact, however, he sent the big defender flying. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul. Wang Hao received his second foul of the match. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, what initially seemed like a setback quickly transformed into joy for the exuberant Bao Bei. Seated on the ground, excitedly raised his fists in celebration. The fouled Wang Hao calmly retreated on defense, seemingly unfazed. However, during the Tigers' next offensive possession, Wang Hao, overly fixated on blocking, was penalized yet again for a foul in the paint. With 3 fouls now against him, the Tigers glimpsed a glimmer of victory. As long as Wang Hao continued to foul, Coach Haaland would undoubtedly bench him for respite. Although Wang Hao remained on the court, the weight of his 3 fouls would surely hinder his performance. The Brown Bears, cognizant of this, prompted Coach Haaland to call a timeout. "Wang, do you need to come off the court? The Tigers will undoubtedly target you from here on out," Coach Haaland inquired. "No, Coach, I will be cautious moving forward. I simply cannot provide excessive help in the paint," Wang Hao replied, casting a resigned glance at the Brown Bears interior duo. "Rest assured, Wang, from here on out, Jones and I will ensure they have no easy opportunities to score in the paint, even if it means fouling," Hunter vowed, patting his chest with determination. "All right, Wang, you will focus on moving without the ball, while the rest of you set solid screens. Trust in Wang's shooting ability. It will not disappoint. Furthermore, Famar, although you have been supporting Wang throughout the season, your talent is undeniable. I need your explosive performance in the upcoming minutes to alleviate the pressure on Wang," Coach Haaland said kindly. "Understood, Coach. Leave it to me," Famar responded with confidence. "Go forth, my children. Only 18 minutes remain until we reach the pinnacle of the NCAA stage. If we can hold on for these 18 minutes, we will advance to the finals. Otherwise, we shall watch others celebrate triumphantly at our doorstep. Let us go." As the timeout concluded and they returned to the court, Famar did not pass the ball to Wang Hao. After a season of pent-up energy, Famar seized the moment to showcase his remarkable offensive prowess. Confronted by the Tigers' point guard, Famar skillfully dribbled between his legs from the top of the key, searching for a weakness in his opponent's defense. With a sudden burst of speed, followed by a quick stop and a change of direction, he successfully evaded his defender. And in a moment of complete disarray for the opponent, Famar landed a mid-range jumper. After a season of silence, Famar finally revealed his true potential. It was at this moment that spectators recalled how, prior to Wang Hao's arrival on the Brown Bears, Famar had been the heart of the team, undeniably its leader. Wang Hao's ascendance did not diminish Famar's strength. Rather, it underscored Wang Hao's extraordinary prowess. With no threat of Wang Hao's defensive presence, the Tigers confidently passed the ball to Baobei in the paint for a one-on-one matchup. The time had come to test the Brown Bears' interior defense. Facing Baobei's offensive onslaught, Hunter braced himself and exerted all his strength to withstand the impact of Baobei's charge. Although successfully fouled by the formidable Big Baby, Hunter's demeanor inevitably caused concern for the Tigers. In the subsequent plays, Big Baby's every offensive move would not come easily. Activated by Coach Hollander, Fammer regained the confidence that rightfully belonged to him. With the ball in hand, Fammer exhibited the poise of a seasoned leader, deftly controlling the rhythm of the game while directing his teammates' movements. Faced with an ostensibly fierce defense, he managed to maintain control of the ball with remarkable steadiness. He signaled Wang Hao for a screen, which was executed solidly, effectively obstructing Fammer's defender. Consequently, Tyreek Thomas had no choice but to switch defenses. Following the screen, Fammer drove towards the basket while Wang Hao slipped to the opposite side. Confronted by a 1.9-meter tall defender from the Tigers, Wang Hao suddenly retreated beyond the three-point line. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Fammer delivered a no-look behind-the-back pass to Wang Hao, who faced a defender still struggling to position himself. Without hesitation, Wang Hao released a three-pointer. Swish! The ball found its mark. The ecstatic duo of Wang Hao and Fammer celebrated with a high five. Although this was one of their few collaborations, it appeared as if they had rehearsed it countless times. The score stood at 31-19, with the Tigers trailing by 15 points. The stubborn Tigers coach dismissed Fammer's performance, making no adjustments, believing it to be merely a fleeting moment. After a season of pent-up energy, Fammer unleashed his offensive prowess, complemented by Wang Hao's exceptional off-ball movement and precise shooting ability, which consistently transformed Fammer's passes into assists. Under Fammer's leadership, the Bears executed a scoring surge of 15-4, extending the lead to 26 points. With just 10 minutes remaining in the match, the 26-point deficit rendered the outcome inevitable. Coach Hollander was the first to substitute in the bench players, protecting his starters. Reluctantly, after struggling in vain, the Tigers also conceded and brought in their reserves, signaling their surrender. The final score was 57-32, with Wang Hao scoring 20 points and Fammer contributing 13 points and 8 assists. The Bears, now advancing to the finals, awaited the results of the next game, where a single victory would secure the coveted NCAA championship trophy. Regardless of the opponent, Wang Hao was determined to claim the championship, as the system imposed certain tasks upon him. The NBA was filled with coveted talents, showcasing their dazzling footwork. Mastering this skill would allow Wang Hao to transcend reliance solely on physicality, presenting a greater threat in the league. After the game, Wang Hao swiftly departed with his sister, leaving no trace for the reporters. Left with no choice, the journalists sought out the second star of the day, Jordan Famer. Reporter: "Hello, Famer, your performance today was exceptional, showcasing the prowess of one of NCAA's top point guards. What compels you to willingly play in support of Wang Hao?" The reporter's initial question was decidedly unfriendly, clearly intended to sow discord. "Famer, what compels me to willingly support him? Have you not noticed that we have yet to lose a single game? Is that not enough? The prowess of Wang surpasses mine. Is it not evident who is more suited to lead the Brown Bears?" Famel disdainfully regarded the intellect of the reporters. "Enough," he declared. "The game has just concluded, and the players are weary and in need of rest. Please take your leave." Coach Holland's timely arrival interrupted the journalists' inquiries. A scout's brief notes: Jordan Famel, stable ball control, precise shooting, subpar physical attributes, excellent court vision, strong passing awareness. A potential candidate for observation. Expected to be selected towards the end of the first round or the early part of the second. Chapter 50. New techniques following the conclusion of the match. Wang Hao promptly took his companion, A.O. Mei, to dine at the Huang family restaurant in Hollywood, bringing along 2 tickets for the finals for Huang Jinxiang and his father. "Old Huang, Brother Huang, the NCAA is nearing its end, and after the finals, we may become quite busy. I have a teammate who also studies economics. I can invite him to join our team. Furthermore, I aspire to establish my own economic firm." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Hao deftly steered the conversation towards his impending professional career. "Rest assured, after the finals we shall sign the contract. I guarantee the price will be at the minimum standard, and then we can begin generating momentum for your draft. Ideally, we will secure a shoe contract akin to that of LeBron James, and then you will truly thrive. Ha ha." The mere thought of becoming a professional agent filled Huang Jinxiang with joy, causing him to involuntarily share his fanciful aspirations. "No, in the first year, let us not consider shoe contracts. We will focus on signing several small, short-term agreements. As for the shoe contracts, I anticipate that by my second season, offers laden with dollars will come pouring in." Wang Hao, unclouded by the allure of a LeBron-esque shoe contract, spoke calmly. "Hey, you still have one final match to play. Can we refrain from discussing this for now? We are here to enjoy a meal." A.O. Mei, unable to interject, swiftly interrupted their daydreams. If Wang Hao could not discern A.O. Mei's growing displeasure, he was unworthy of being deemed a seasoned admirer. "We shall discuss specifics after the game. Today is merely to give you a heads up and enjoy a meal together. Here are 2 tickets for the finals, for you and Uncle Huang." With the tickets handed over, Wang Hao concluded the conversation. Huang Jinxiang, understanding the cue, took the tickets and departed. Wang Hao diligently fed her, offered her water, and regaled her with an array of humorous anecdotes and clever tricks, ultimately managing to elicit a smile from the girl. Observing the radiant smile illuminating her face, Wang Hao exhaled deeply, as he was keen to avoid leaving an impression of neglecting family duties in her mind. The final match was against the Florida Alligators. Glancing at the message on his phone, Wang Hao informed her, "Our opponents are formidable, are they not? Surely, they cannot surpass your future husband. Go on. Who said I would marry you, narcissist?" She retorted playfully, yet her smile betrayed her true feelings. "Is that so?" Wang Hao teased, pulling her closer with a mischievous grin. "Stop it. We have a match the day after tomorrow. You should hurry home to practice." The girl protested shyly, thwarting Wang Hao's intention of stealing a kiss on the street. Upon hearing her mention the upcoming match, he too refrained from further teasing. After all, they were in public, and she had come specifically to watch the game. What if they lost? Very well, let us return home. I will practice, and you shall pray for my victory, Wang Hao declared. All right, let's go home, she replied. As they arrived home, Wang Hao was met with a disapproving glare from Kobe. Did you enjoy your time with her, kid? He asked sternly. What do you think? It's certainly more enjoyable than staring at your sour face. Wang Hao shot back without hesitation. It seems that long-term success has dulled your ambition. Did you not notice any issues in today's match? Kobe inquired. Didn't we win? Although the Tigers posed some problems, I managed to resolve them. Wang Hao answered candidly, oblivious to any issues. Let's south head to the court, Kobe said, striding out first. It was evident that Kobe was serious. Defend yourself, kid, he uttered coldly before commencing his assault. Kobe executed a series of back-to-the-basket moves combined with fadeaway jump shots. scoring several times before pausing their one-on-one game. Do you now see where your issue lies? He asked. Is it poor defense? Wang Hao ventured cautiously, sensing Kobe's displeasure and swiftly changing his approach. Well, let us just say I expected you to figure out on your own. Your problem stems from the absence of a specific offensive technique that can ensure the continuity of your scoring. In other words, you lack a signature move. Do you understand? If you had a back-to-the-basket skill like mine during today's game, you would have dominated. The opposition would not have dared to double-team you so freely. Kobe explained with patience. Are you suggesting you will teach me your signature fadeaway shot and back-to-the-basket techniques? Wang Hao asked hopefully. Please, do you really think your physique is suited for that shooting style? How many can block your shot if you simply stand and shoot? I will teach you the art of backing down. How long do you think it will take for you to master it? Wang Hao's intellectually challenged response ignited a furious outburst from Kobe, who incessantly reminded himself that he had chosen and nurtured this individual and could not let him fail. Yet, what purpose does our lengthy discourse serve? Upon realizing that Wang Hao's shot lacked the grace of a beautiful fadeaway, he lost interest. Kid, what works for me may not necessarily suit you. The only technique that truly fits you is one you have yet to uncover. Reflect on the few step-back shots you attempted today. Who were you emulating? Kobe gently prodded. Who? No one treats this as a standard weapon, Wang Hao lamented, unable to conjure a suitable reference. Fool, you're driving me to despair. Indeed, it is not yet a conventional weapon, but there are similarities. Let me enlighten you. You could learn from Dirk's shooting style, particularly the one-legged stance. You both share certain traits: height, a soft shooting touch, and accuracy. Yet you possess a physical advantage that Dirk cannot match. Imagine the challenge for your opponents when you deploy the one-leg shot on the court. Kobe, feeling intellectually outmatched by Wang Hao, hurried to express his thoughts, fearing the young man might utter another profound remark that could leave him flabbergasted. But will he actually teach me? Came the typical Navi retort. I can teach you, Kobe affirmed. Observe, the essence of the one-leg shot is quite simple. However, it is not suitable for shorter players, and there are very few tall players with Dirk's shooting finesse, particularly from long range. Thus, this technique is predominantly unique to Dirk. Kobe began to demonstrate, extending his leg during the shot, not to kick, but to maintain balance. See, like this. He then leaned back slightly while releasing the ball. Now you give it a try. After demonstrating, Kobe handed the ball to Wang Hao. Taking on the role of Wang Hao's practice partner, Kobe positioned himself behind him as Wang Hao began to shoot. No, use your pivot foot for support. Yes, adjust the arc, don't jump so high. Are you not concerned about me stepping on your toes? Kobe's unwavering seriousness regarding basketball shone through as he meticulously pointed out Wang Hao's flaws, causing the young man, who believed he had succeeded, to feel disheartened. After numerous attempts and corrections, by nearly 11 o'clock at night, Wang Hao had a rough grasp of the technique. In truth, much of this was due to the system, which had endowed him with various shooting abilities, including the stop and pop, pull-up shots, step-backs, and the veteran one-leg shot. It was simply that Wang Hao had not considered these options previously, and without instruction, he had forgotten about them. Now, under Kobe's guidance, he swiftly acquired this shooting skill. All right, that is sufficient for now. The next step is to practice in real game situations. Take a break. Kobe led the way out of the arena. Chapter 51, the finals commence. The following day, Wang Hao immersed himself in the gym, diligently honing his skills in the Golden Rooster stance on one leg. With the assistance of the system he possessed, his mastery of the technique soared remarkably. Even Kobe could not help but admire Wang Hao's capacity for learning. After just a day of practice, Wang Hao was ready to showcase the Golden Rooster on the court. Though his effectiveness would depend on his execution, particularly in comparison to Dirk's finesse. The much-anticipated NCAA championship was about to begin. The stand were filled with luminaries from various fields, alongside a plethora of eager celebrities seeking to bask in the spotlight. The game was being broadcast live across the nation by TNT, featuring the dynamic commentary duo of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, joined by the legendary retired superstar Reggie Miller at the commentary desk. This match also drew a considerable number of scouts, basketball journalists, and even NBA players, such as the Lakers' own Kobe Bryant, who were keenly observing from the sidelines. Amidst the electrifying introduction by the DJ, the players took to the court. The fans expressed their fervent anticipation for the showdown, and when Wang Hao finally emerged from the player tunnel with a basketball in hand, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. In a display of bravado, Wang Hao executed a Stephen Curry-like three-pointer from beyond the arc, igniting the Staples Center with excitement. As the warm-up concluded, the game commenced. The Grizzlies maintained their regular starting lineup. However, upon seeing the lineup of the Alligators, Wang Hao felt a surge of apprehension. The formidable trio of Joakim Noah, Al Horford, and Corey Brewer formed the front line, while Larry Wefford and Torian Green occupied the guard positions. The interior of the Grizzlies team appeared poised for a challenging matchup against such a talented lineup. Wang Hao could only silently pray for a favorable outcome. As expected, the Alligators secured the first possession. Having done their homework, they swiftly passed the ball to Horford. Wang Hao felt a moment of sympathy for his teammate. With remarkable athleticism, solid post moves, and exceptional shooting ability, Horford faced off against Hunter from the Grizzlies with apparent ease. Brewer's watchful presence deterred Wang Hao from providing help defense, lest he inadvertently become a mere backdrop for the agile Brewer. With the ball in hand, Horford executed a graceful spin, leaving Hunter behind. The Grizzlies center Jones rushed over to assist, but before he could position himself, Horford lofted the ball into the air. True to form, the athletic Noah completed an alley-oop dunk. In just the first play, the Alligators' interior players delivered a masterclass to the Grizzlies' front line, showcasing a beautifully executed inside play. Kenneth Smith provided a professional commentary on the scene. Indeed, it was evident from a single offensive play that a significant disparity existed between the two teams' interiors. If the Grizzlies wished to claim victory in this contest, the performance of Wang Hao and Famer would be crucial, as highlighted by guest analyst Reggie Miller. The Grizzlies prepared for the inbound. In the team's inaugural offensive maneuver, Famar chose to pass the ball to Wang Hao. Confronted by the speedster Brewer, who is notorious for his lack of strength, Wang Hao opted for a straightforward drive. With a no-frills, tank-like approach, he barreled through Brewer's defense. Observing the unfolding situation, Noah rushed over to provide support. Faced with this formidable adversary, renowned for his defensive prowess and a former recipient of the Defensive Player of the Year award, Wang Hao did not flinch. He embraced the challenge, determined to assert his dominance. With a powerful leap, Wang Hao soared towards the basket, closely followed by Noah, who was equally determined not to yield an inch. Bang! Ultimately, Wang Hao succeeded in overpowering Noah, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Unwilling to accept defeat so easily, Noah immediately grabbed hold of Wang Hao, who, lacking a firm grip on the rim, was yanked down, resulting in both players tumbling heavily to the ground. From the outset, the match was charged with intensity. Noah's tenacious defense contrasted sharply with Wang Hao's commanding dunk. It was evident that whichever team aspired to victory would have to endure significant hardship. At this moment, the usually reticent Barkley finally spoke up, seemingly having transformed into an unwavering advocate for Wang Hao. The referee's whistle pierced the air. 2 points were awarded, along with an additional free throw due to Noah's foul. Rising with the aid of his teammates, Wang Hao refrained from indulging in futile trash talk. Having reached the finals, such banter had lost its significance, and all that mattered was securing the victory. He confidently sank the free throw and swiftly transitioned back on defense, bringing the score to 3-2. Noah, having been upended by Wang Hao, glared at his teammates from the Grizzlies with fiery intensity, aggressively positioning himself to receive the ball from Jones. Exhausted from his defensive efforts, Jones was left vulnerable as Noah executed a deceptive pump fake, effortlessly banking the ball in. Witnessing this, Wang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. The disparity in their interior play was too pronounced. Despite his fury, Noah maintained his composure, employing a rational approach to the game. It was clear that this would be a grueling battle. As Wang Hao whispered a few words to Famar, who was ready to receive the ball, he said, "Brother, once you see me cross the halfway line, pass the ball to me. I will draw the defense. As soon as they sandwich me, it will be your moment to shine. Trust me, I've got this." Famar confidently responded. True to his word, as Wang Hao crossed the halfway line, Famar delivered the ball into Wang Hao's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao took a step forward and, from at least 2 meters beyond the three-point line, launched a shot. Brewer, witnessing this incredible attempt, urgently called out for the rebound, but contrary to expectations, there was no rebound, only the sound of the net swishing. Swish! The three-pointer was good. The score was now 6-4. Do you not realize that the court beneath your feet is where I practice regularly? Although, during practice, the three-point line is much farther back. Wang Hao could not suppress his desire to show off and taunted Brewer. "You were merely lucky, you damn Chinese." Brewer retorted with his feeble trash talk. "I'll shoot from here again next time. Be ready to defend me," Wang Hao quipped, referencing the classic bird. To be frank, the interior defense of the Brown Bears was quite weak. Horford made scoring against Hunter look like a tutorial on post moves. By the end of this game, Scouts would likely elevate their evaluation of Horford, perhaps noting his exceptional post skills, solid footwork, and reliable shooting in their reports. However, Wang Hao's matchup with Brewer showcased a significant disparity in strength. A mere collision sent Brewer reeling, rendering speed futile. Horford once again employed his remarkable skills to score against Hunter, tying the game at 6-6. As promised, Famar's pass arrived just as Wang Hao crossed the halfway line. The stubborn Brewer stood at the three-point line, opting not to press forward, clearly unconvinced of Wang Hao's shooting range. "If you don't believe, then let's make you a believer," was Wang Hao's inner monologue. With a fluid motion, he took a step and launched another long-range three-pointer. The same form, the same spot, and even the sound of the net echoed the previous success. Swish! The ball went in. The score was now 9-6. "I'll shoot from here again, next time." Wang Hao continued to pay homage to Larry Bird. Suddenly, Hunter committed a foul while defending. Relentless, Hunter did not wish to be a liability for his team, but he simply could not contain Horford and had no choice but to foul him forcefully as he shot. The severity of the foul left Wang Hao momentarily shocked. Horford, with an arm tinged with numbness from the hit, did not disappoint Hunter's expectations, missing both free throws. Wang Hao secured the rebound and passed the ball to Famar, leisurely making his way up the court, as if waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Just after crossing the halfway line, Famar passed the ball directly to Wang Hao. Having already made 2 consecutive shots, Brewer, wary of Wang Hao's shooting touch, hurriedly moved to defend. As Brewer approached, a sly smile crept onto Wang Hao's face, a sign of his cunning plan coming to fruition. Wang Hao suddenly accelerated, slipping past Brewer with ease. As Brewer was unable to retreat in time, he could only place his hopes on the interior defenders. This time, it was Horford who was tasked with the responsibility of guarding Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao charging towards him, Horford braced himself for the impending impact. However, the anticipated collision never materialized. At the crucial moment when they were about to collide, Wang Hao abruptly altered his trajectory, evading Horford and successfully executing a layup for 2 points. With a dazzling Euro step, Wang Hao skillfully toyed with Horford, delivering a magnificent layup. What could he possibly be incapable of? Standing at 208 centimeters, he moved with the agility of a guard. Barkley, with unreserved admiration, vocally extolled his praises. Chapter 52, A Challenging Adversary. Wang Hao's Euro step captured the attention of many. While he is renowned for his explosive style, favoring dunks over layups, strong shots over feints, and direct drives over floaters, he surprised everyone with a Euro step. To the casual fan, it may seem merely a commendable play. However, to seasoned basketball aficionados, it is something extraordinary. Executing a sudden change of direction while in full stride is impressive enough for a guard, but for Wang Hao, a forward standing 207 centimeters tall and weighing 110 kilograms, it is nothing short of remarkable. His exceptional balance and body coordination defy conventional understanding. The players of the Alligator team, however, appeared unfazed, merely registering it as a well-executed basket, perhaps appreciating its aesthetic quality. One might argue that the finals court does not allow for distractions beyond basketball. Turning back to the game, the Alligator team continued to leverage their significant advantage by isolating Horford. Witnessing this, Wang Hao could not help but scorn the Alligator team's coach. "Do you have no other strategies?" he mused, reflecting on the coach's insistence on exploiting what seemed like a singular approach, akin to how his own team operated. It became clear that Horford's matchup against Hunter was almost comical. After all, Hunter was the kind of player who could defend Shaquille O'Neal as if he were Stephen Curry. Moreover, he was now tasked with guarding Horford, who was far more precise than O'Neal. As the offensive kaleidoscope unfolded, Horford effortlessly faked out Hunter, leaning into him before releasing the ball, which banked in perfectly. The referee's whistle blew. Not only had Hunter failed to defend his opponent, but he had also been fooled into committing a foul, resulting in an and-one opportunity for Horford, who converted the free throw with ease. The Bears called for a timeout. It was evident that Coach Haoland recognized the team's difficulties and needed to regroup. Otherwise, given Horford's current form, the match would prove challenging. In the ensuing play, Wang Hao took on the power forward position, defending Horford as Hunter exited the game, making way for Russell Westbrook to assume the small forward role. Wang Hao nodded in acknowledgement of Coach Haoland's directives, while Hunter departed with a look of despondence. After all, the NCAA Finals might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. "Famer, this game requires your offensive prowess to assist the team," Coach Haoland instructed, shifting his focus to Famer. "Understood, Coach. I will make sure to capitalize on their weaknesses," Famer assured confidently. Just as Wang Hao was preparing to take the court, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting a mischievous smile. "What is it, Wang? Do you find something amusing?" Coach Haoland inquired, having noticed his expression. "Oh, nothing in particular. Just a funny thought that came to me," Wang Hao replied, brushing it off lightly. In truth, he was reminded of how much he and Coach Haoland resembled the legendary duo of Coach Liu and the gorilla from a past life. "Kenny, how will the Bears adjust their strategy to counter Horford's prowess?" Barkley, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What adjustments can be made?" Of course, the answer lay in positioning Wang Hao to defend Horford in the paint. Kenneth Smith, reluctant to engage with such a foolish question, had no choice but to respond from the commentary booth. Should Wang Hao successfully guard Horford in the post and draw him out to the three-point line on offense, the Alligators would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Wang Hao's shooting prowess would compel Horford to step out to defend, allowing Wang to leverage his speed for a drive. Even if a switch occurred, Wang could easily pass to his teammates, creating an almost insurmountable challenge. Guest analyst Reggie Miller astutely noted that the premise hinges on Wang Hao's ability to contain Horford. Otherwise, both teams would merely engage in a different form of tug-of-war. Kenneth Smith added, "Let us observe the game. It shall reveal everything." As both teams prepared to take the court, Barkley interrupted their discussion. The Alligators, having meticulously studied their opponents, anticipated that the Grizzlies would assign Wang how to defend Horford. However, they did not foresee Wang's audacious strategy of remaining outside the paint during offensive plays, waiting for Horford to come out and defend. This scenario was precisely what the Alligators dreaded, yet it unfolded nonetheless. Horford was compelled to venture outside to guard Wang Hao. Finally, the moment had arrived. Wang exhaled in relief. Having successfully executed his plan, how does a guard take on a center? By utilizing sheer speed. Everyone was aware of this. But how would Wang Hao, possessing the speed of a guard, the strength of a center, and the height of an interior player, tackle Horford? With a forceful drive, of course. As Wang faced Horford, he took a slight step back, creating space, then suddenly accelerated, darting past Horford's left side. For the first time, Horford felt as though he was moving at the pace of sloth. With no finesse and rejecting any unnecessary embellishments, Wang relied solely on his explosive speed and lightning-fast first step to elude Horford effortlessly. Confronted with the sole obstacle between him and the basket, Noah, who was rushing to provide help, Wang chose not to retreat, but instead to confront Noah head-on. Having been thwarted by Noah once before, Wang bore that grudge in mind. Gazing into Wang's resolute eyes, Noah understood that Wang was determined to make this shot. As for evasion, that was a laughable notion. Noah's defense was synonymous with ferocity. With a resounding collision, the rapidly advancing Wang Hao and the steadfast Noah met in midair. Fueled by a desire for retribution, Wang sent Noah flying, leaving no opportunity for a foul. With a breathtaking dunk, the rim trembled under the force, eliciting explosive cheers from the audience. A whistle pierced the air, defensive foul, with an additional free throw awarded. Noah once again found himself merely a backdrop to Wang Hao's prowess, accruing yet another foul in the process. As Wang prepared for his free throw, he placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, prompting the raucous crowd to fall silent. The silence was palpable as the needle dropped, and with a singular motion, Wang Hao approached the free throw line under the watchful gaze of the entire audience. He effortlessly sank the ball, bringing the score to 14-9. It appears we have indeed underestimated Wang Hao's influence in Los Angeles. The last player to command such reverence from the Los Angeles fans was none other than Kobe Bryant. Observing this scene, Reggie Miller, with a hint of envy, remarked upon the three-point prowess. Although the NCAA finals do not adhere to a home-and-away format, it is abundantly clear that Los Angeles is Wang Hao's domain. Kenneth Smith, rather ungraciously, tagged an NCAA staff member, proclaiming, "I have stated that Wang is the strongest. No one in the NCAA can challenge his supremacy." Akin to the way Sir Charles Barkley dominated the paint in his prime. The ardent supporter of Wang, Barkley, quickly aligned himself with Wang Hao. If Wang Hao were to hear Barkley's words, he would undoubtedly retort, "Come on, brother, you've never won a championship. You possess but a single MVP title. And you haven't even secured a ring while riding coattails. How can you speak so boldly?" Kenneth Smith added, "Indeed, upstairs one," in agreement with Reggie Miller. In Chapter 53, The Catalyst, Noah's two fouls ignited a rather unscrupulous thought within Wang Hao. If he could force Noah off the court, having already accrued 2 fouls, he would be compelled to sit out with 7 minutes remaining in the first half should he commit another infraction. Wang Hao summoned his teammates and whispered a few instructions. All right, rest assured, his teammates assured him, and the next move relied solely on Wang Hao. Faced with Wang Hao, Al Horford, who had been guarded by Hunter, reverted to his true form, remarkably unremarkable. Standing at 207 centimeters like Wang Hao, though Al was slightly bulkier, his youthful strength had yet to mature to its future potential. Moreover, Wang Hao's long reach posed significant challenges for Horford. After a series of fruitless fakes, Wang Hao remained steadfastly close to Horford, leaving the latter with no choice but to pass the ball back to the perimeter. The astute Farmar, sensing Horford's intent, swiftly positioned himself along the passing lane and intercepted the ball. "No rush. Let us execute the plan," Wang Hao whispered to Farmar. The latter, understanding immediately, returned a reassuring glance to Wang Hao, followed by a shared smile. Instead of pushing for a fast break after the steal, Farmar leisurely advanced towards the frontcourt, seemingly waiting for the Gators to set their defense. As Wang Hao moved to the three-point line to receive a pass, Horford felt an inexplicable tightness, vigilantly tracking Wang Hao's every movement. At that moment, Wang Hao's focus was not on Horford. He raised a hand, signaling for Jones in the paint to set screen. A rare occurrence of an interior player screening for another interior player ensued. Though the switch did not create a mismatch, it successfully shifted Horford away from Wang Hao's intended target, Noah. Following the successful screen, Jones maneuvered Horford to the opposite corner, provide Wang Hao with a space for one-on-one play. What is the most effective way to draw a foul? Naturally, it is through a breakthrough or a shot from beneath the basket. Wang Hao is certainly well aware of this. He passes the ball back to Farmar and positions himself firmly against Noah at a left 45-degree angle beneath the basket, extending his arms to request the ball. After being dunked on twice by Wang Hao, Noah is determined to defend this shot. They are indeed matched opponents, each a worthy adversary. Bang! Have you exhausted all your strength on women, kid? That little effort isn't even enough to tickle the great Noah. Bang! Try again, kid. Your girlfriend is quite attractive. Bang! This time, Wang Hao expends all his energy. The proud Wang Hao is incensed by Noah's remarks, unaware of the Chinese saying about misfortunes not befalling one's family. In this moment, Wang Hao yearns to slam dunk Noah with fervor, relishing the thought of having Noah beneath him. The notions of drawing fouls or being sidelined become irrelevant. Wang Hao is furious. However, Noah's tenacity surprises Wang Hao. As he pushes against Noah, the latter quickly retaliates. Just as Wang Hao anticipated, after a moment of tension, enraged, Wang Hao uses all his strength to spin and shove Noah aside, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Noah, not wanting to be merely a background figure once more, wishes to drag Wang Hao down from his aerial glory, yet he tragically misjudges the strength of his opponent. The fully powered Wang Hao is simply beyond Noah's ability to shake. Beep, beep. The referee blows the whistle, calling a foul on Noah. The basket counts, and Wang Hao will also be awarded a free throw. In their third collision, Noah once again finds himself as a mere backdrop to Wang Hao's triumph. Following the basket, Barkley enters into full praise mode for Wang Hao. In the first two plays, Wang Hao soared to dunk over Noah. But this particular shot was a pure clash of strength between the two. It is evident that Noah was utterly overmatched, lacking even the ability to trouble Wang Hao. Kenneth Smith is equally captivated by this display. The Tyrant's performance evokes memories of Shaquille O'Neal, though he surpasses Shaq in ferocity, dominating the paint while also delivering precise long-range shots. One cannot help but wonder what he is incapable of. Reggie Miller, making his debut in the commentary booth, also offers commendation for Wang Hao's exceptional performance. Wang Hao's performance swiftly captivated the trio of commentators. This was hardly surprising, for during their playing days, the NBA was characterized by intense physical confrontations, with every drive into the paint fraught with elbows flying. This is precisely why stars from the 80s and 90s often disdain the modern small ball phenomenon. The delineation between strength and weakness is nebulous, akin to the legendary battles of Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, which can only exist in the realm of imagination. The NBA must evolve. Both styles of play are products of their respective eras. Jordan introduced the concept of a shooting guard. LeBron and Anthony have led the charge for small forwards. Duncan and Garnett demonstrated that power forwards could also dominate games. As for centers, they have long held sway in the NBA. The contemporary small ball era, however, heralds a voice for point guards, dispelling the notion that they are merely facilitators of the game. This evolution is a natural progression for the NBA, enhancing its spectacle beyond mere brute strength. Returning to the game, Wang Hao confidently sank his free throws. The alligator, as anticipated, substituted the already foul-plagued Noah with Chris Richard, a center later chosen by the Bulls. The absence of defensive stalwart Noah significantly impacted the Alligators team. Horford could no longer focus solely on offense and was compelled to divert his attention to defense. Meanwhile, Richard, known for his offensive prowess but defensive frailties, entered the fray. The score stood at 17-9, with the Grizzlies leading by 8 points and just over 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Wang Hao recognized this as an opportunity to extend the lead. Horford found himself unable to penetrate Wang Hao's defense, while the Alligators' weakened front line could be easily breached. The long-simmering Fammer was finally primed to unleash his potential. Chris Richard, known in the NCAA for his lengthy reach, found himself rather underwhelmed when confronted by the formidable Wang Hao. The Alligators still pinned its hopes on the interior game, seeking to exploit that area. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as anticipated. Richard, newly entered onto the court, attempted to leverage his physical advantage against Jones, only to have Wang Hao firmly swat the ball against the backboard. Fammer, holding the ball, opted not to pass to Wang Hao, but instead orchestrated his teammates' movements, clearly indicating his intention to take charge. Horford was drawn to the three-point line, while Brewer struggled against the bulkier Russell Westbrook. As for Fammer's defender, a second-round pick whose contract was far from complete, if Fammer could not handle such an opponent, it would indeed be a disservice to the legacy of the future Kobe Bryant, who led him to 2 championships. With deft ball handling, Fammer extended his arm, and Jones set a pick. Faced with Jones' screen, the Alligator team found themselves at a loss, as Jones epitomized the archetype of a physical center. Fammer effortlessly maneuvered past Chris Richard, a seamless display of agility marked by acceleration, sudden stops, and renewed bursts of speed, leaving his defender in the dust. With a delicate little floater, he scored just before the opponent's help defense could converge. The score stood at 19-9, with the Bears leading by 10 points. Apart from Wang Hao, who finally found his scoring touch, someone else had stepped up. With 5 minutes remaining before halftime, following a series of vigorous plays, Wang Hao successfully passed the ball to Fammer. The ensuing 5 minutes without Noah could potentially determine the outcome of the game, or they might simply unfold as ordinary minutes. The result hinged on the performance of the Alligators. Chapter 54. The Black 5 minutes. The impact of Noah's absence was evident even from a single offensive and defensive exchange. Yet they dared not risk his early return to the court. This stretch without Noah would prove to be their most arduous period. If they could endure, hope still lingered. However, should they falter, a year's worth of efforts might vanish within these 5 fleeting minutes. Kenneth Smith showcased his exceptional prowess and keen judgment of the game, providing astute commentary. Although Kenny's insights were undeniably valid, I must assert that regardless of Noah's presence, the Tyrants would claim victory in this match. Forcing Noah off the court merely facilitated his teammates' performances. Barkley, the first referee, harbored an inexplicable confidence in Wang Hao. Though reluctant to admit it, Wang truly had the ability to alter the course of the game. He sought to spare his teammates from regret, paving the way for their success. How they would perform next rested upon their shoulders. Reggie Miller echoed Barkley's sentiments, suggesting that Wang Hao's talent was nearing the point of overwhelming even this recently retired superstar. Should Wang Hao have heard this, he would surely have chuckled inwardly. To be fair, he was not that selfless. The Alligators, trailing by 10, stood at a critical juncture. If no one emerged to score for the team, the game could slip away from them. As the Alligators launched their offense, a series of off-ball movements momentarily restricted Wang Hao's influence. Horford maneuvered to the perimeter, seizing a three-point opportunity. Without hesitation, he released the shot. The ball sailed through the air, cutting the deficit to 7 points and providing a much-needed boost. Watching Horford score, Wang Hao fell into contemplation. It seemed that every player who ascended to stardom bore an extraordinary burden, demonstrating a willingness to carry their team. Aside from Aldridge, Wang Hao developed a newfound respect for Horford. However, this was where it would end. This was my domain. Wang Hao suppressed the flicker of camaraderie within him, and a terrifying light burst forth from his eyes. Fammer, it's time for me to unleash my full potential. After all, this is our home turf, he whispered to Fammer before sprinting towards the front court. Wasn't it agreed that this would be my moment to shine? The team leader was indeed formidable. Though disdain filled his heart, he still passed the ball to Wang Hao. Boom, boom. After a series of collisions, Wang Hao pivoted sharply, leaning back slightly. 1 foot raised as he released the ball. Splash. Whose ridiculous shooting technique is this? Barkley exclaimed in shock, desperately seeking an explanation from his teammates, who were equally speechless. Indeed, it was the seasoned veteran's signature move. Is this Dirk style? Yao Ming, who had come specifically to watch the game, asked Kobe with astonishment. Did you not see? Dirk is your nemesis. You should be more familiar with him than I am. However, I never anticipated that this kid would dare to use it after just one day of practice. And it actually went in, Kobe replied, a hint of envy in his tone. His words clearly reflected years of hard work, while others could master a skill in a single day. Yao Ming, undeterred by Kobe's tone, focused instead on the latter part of his statement. Are you saying he only practiced for one day? Yes, to be precise. I taught him the technique the night before last. He practiced all day yesterday, and today he utilized it, Kobe declared, ever the provocateur. It turns out it wasn't Dirk who taught him, Yao Ming murmured softly, continuing to watch the game, as if a resolve had formed within him. Subsequently, the Alligators' offense no longer exuded the same fluidity and confidence as at the outset. Horford was tightly marked by Wang Hao, while Jones used his weight to effectively push Chris Richard out from under the basket. Reluctantly, the Alligators had to entrust their offense to Talon Green and Brewer. Talon Green found himself rendered ineffective against Famer's defense, despite his advantages over other point guards. Unfortunately, Famer was significantly stronger. As for Brewer, although he possessed speed and leaping ability, his lack of strength was magnified when matched up against Russell Westbrook. His receiving motions became distorted, and even with the ball, he struggled to maintain his posture, rendering his speed relatively inconsequential. Ultimately, this offensive possession ended in a missed shot by Talon Green, while Wang Hao gleefully secured another rebound. As he crossed the half-court line, Wang Hao received a pass from Famer. Horford approached reluctantly to defend, internally conflicted yet compelled to comply. Thankfully, the Alligators coach was fervently calling for a double team from the sidelines. Inexplicably, Chris Richard abandoned his opponent to join the double team on Wang Hao. Midway through his run, Wang Hao executed a bullet-like pass directly to Jones beneath the basket. Faced with an unguarded hoop, Jones certainly did not hold back. With a powerful two-handed dunk, Wang Hao added an assist to his statistics. Al Horford and Chris Richard exchanged glances in midair, as if deliberating over who would shoulder the blame. Barkley chuckled mischievously, while Kenny Smith and Reggie Miller chimed in. On the sidelines, the Alligator coach was vociferously hurling incomprehensible trash talk. The score stood at 23-12, with the Bears establishing an 11-point lead once again. The stubborn Alligator coach refrained from calling a timeout, allowing the game to proceed. Perhaps lost in thought about how to deflect blame, the distracted Chris Richard surprisingly failed to catch the ball, which was swiftly intercepted by the vigilant Wang Hao. Instead of passing to Famer, Wang Hao opted for a solo fast break. Starting from his own basket, by the time he reached the three-point line, he found himself unopposed. Wang Hao released a three-pointer for beyond the arc swish. The ball went in. The score was now 26-12. Coach Billy Donovan of the Alligators finally set aside his stubbornness and called for a timeout. I need your aggression, your ferocity. Do not let the recent easy baskets from the opposition turn you into soft players. We have toiled all season long. This game is our moment to reap the rewards. Show me your tenacity, your passion. I do not want those Bears to have an easy point. Do you understand? Coach Donovan bellowed at his players. The contrast between the downcast Alligator players and the jubilant Bears was stark. Excellent work. Maintain this defensive intensity. Keep it up, boys. Coach Holland's calm demeanor was a striking counterpoint to Donovan's fury. However, he added, let me remind you, we have claimed the NCAA championship 11 times, while they have only reached the finals once. I trust you will not allow those upstarts to flaunt their arrogance before us. Though tranquil, Coach Holland's words bore a clear message. Victory was paramount. As the timeout concluded, only a minute and a half remained in the first half. Theoretically, the Alligators had 2 offensive opportunities, while the Bears had 1. However, theory does not always mirror reality. While attempting to execute a high post play, Horford was unexpectedly stripped of the ball by Wang Hao's long reach. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao dashed forward, scoring yet another fast-break three-pointer from beyond the arc. Witnessing this, Coach Donovan buried his head in despair. The score was now 29-12, with 1 minute and 18 seconds left. Theoretically, the Alligator team still had 2 offensive chances. Chapter 55, The Dreamlike Dance Step. The Alligator team maintained possession. They opted to play conservatively, controlling the clock. With 15 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the Alligators initiated their offense. Brewer utilized his speed, making sharp cuts and movements. Horford positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Faced with Horford's exceptional shooting ability, Wang Hao had no choice but to follow him outside. Only Jones remained in the paint. The opportunity had arrived. Throughout the entire half, Brewer, who had few opportunities to showcase his skills, successfully evaded Russell's defense. Jones, who attempted to provide support, was firmly contained, leaving Brewer to confront the basket directly. With a thrilling slam dunk, he concluded this offensive play. Following the successful attack, it was time to focus on defense. Horford, returning to defense, encouraged his teammates. How would Wang Hao respond after witnessing his teammate being dunked on by an opponent? Would he be able to make a comeback? Wang Hao positioned himself deeply to receive the ball. Bang! The sound of muscle colliding echoed. With a determination akin to a mission, Horford firmly established his stance, gritting his teeth to withstand Wang Hao's initial onslaught. Bang! Horford took a slight step back, and that very step provided Wang Hao with the space to pivot. Horford, unwilling to relent, quickly regained his balance and sidestepped to intercept Wang Hao's path. At that moment, a pair of hands holding the ball appeared before him. Was he attempting a shot? Horford leaped with all his might, striving to disrupt Wang Hao's attempt, even if he couldn't block it. Unfortunately, Wang Hao did not jump. It had merely been a feint. Without shifting his planted foot, he stepped diagonally with the other foot before launching into the air. A one-armed slam dunk. You dare to strike my little brother? Then I shall retaliate against you, the elder. This was the response Wang Hao offered. The dream shake, Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. Having once been teammates with Olajuwon, Barkley and Kenny Smith were most qualified to comment on this technique. Indeed, it was difficult to fathom such solid footwork emerging from college player. Amidst the astonishment, Kenny Smith affirmed the observation. Few players in the current league possessed such solid footwork. The last player to exhibit similar proficiency was Yao Ming, Wang's compatriot. It was evident that Reggie Miller had begun to compare Wang Hao to NBA players. As for the NCAA, it could only mourn for the other teams. Fortunately, Wang Hao remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would surely grumble about these old-timers being easily impressed. Was this the dream shake? This was something I learned only after being thoroughly schooled by old Kobe, all right? The dream shake? That was the reward for my brother winning the championship. Was this also your teaching? Yao Ming asked Kobe, astonished. No, I certainly did not teach him. I merely often used this move to dominate him. Though Kobe feigned calmness, it was evident that he was anything but composed. Was this kid attempting to drain all the bullets from my chamber? At that moment, Kobe began to suspect whether Wang Hao was intentionally enduring his training to acquire skills. The camera returned to the game. The score on the court was now 31-14, with the Bears still leading by 17 points. The Gators needed someone to step up and score while also limiting Wang Hao's points. Otherwise, the game would be challenging. With possession in the Gators' hands, Kenny Smith seamlessly shifted the conversation to their team. Come on, Kenny, we all know that this year's Bears, or rather this year's Wang Hao, are unstoppable, having not faced a single tightly contested game. Barkley, the self-proclaimed king of praise, asserted. This year could very well be called the era of tyranny. Perhaps we should speculate on how many points the Bears will win by. Barkley's proclamation solidified his title as the king of praise. This might be the first undefeated championship season in NCAA history, and this Bears team, along with Wang, would undoubtedly hold a significant place in the annals of NCAA history. It seems that Reggie Miller has exhausted all avenues to assist the Alligators. Let us now observe the offensive maneuvers of the Alligators. The reticent Kenny Smith has no choice but to shift his focus to the game. Al Horford, as the team's leader and primary offensive asset, must rise to the occasion. The reality is that if he does not step up, no one will. Horford, who is being closely guarded by Wang Hao, yearns for a teammate to seize the offensive responsibility, but alas, he is left to his own devices. Each time he passes to a teammate, the ball inevitably returns to him. With the clock winding down, Horford is compelled to attempt a forced turnaround shot. The ball ricochets precariously off the rim before ultimately bouncing out, while the well-positioned Wang Hao secures the rebound. Offense, offense, offense. The fervent cheers of the crowd invigorate Wang Hao. With the ball in hand, he swiftly bypasses the sluggish Horford and, confronted by the defending Chris Richard, feints mid-stride, successfully deceiving Richard into leaping. This time, Wang Hao deftly delivers a pass beneath the defender's arm to the cutting Famer, who, with the assistance of Wang Hao and Jones, completes an exquisite finish. The score now stands at 33-14, with merely 27 seconds remaining in the first half. The Alligators are afforded one last offensive opportunity. Point guard Taylor Green controls the ball beyond the arc, managing the clock. With 5 seconds left in the half, Taylor Green initiates his move. 3 seconds. He advances to the three-point line. 2 seconds. Tailing Green leaps. 1 second. The shot is released. The referee's whistle signals the end of the half, as the ball gracefully arcs through the air and swishes the net. Tailing Green lands a miraculous shot, narrowing the deficit to 16 points. The score is now 33-17. This basket has momentarily pulled the Alligators back from the precipice. Kenny Smith, also a sharpshooter, remarks appreciatively, "It's merely a step back." The second half, however, is destined to plunge into the abyss, counters Barkley with his usual banter. Not every shot can find its mark, so the Alligators must recalibrate their mindset for the second half, Reggie Miller advises. Nonetheless, the Alligators are formidable. They simply face the challenge of competing against the Grizzlies, who possess Wang Hao. If they can maintain their current roster, they stand a chance for the championship next year. Reggie Miller, perhaps aware of the need for balanced commentary, seeks to temper his words. In the second half, be decisive, shoot. Without scoring, how can you surpass the opponent and win? The more cautious you are, the more opportunities you afford the other team. Remember, basketball is a team sport. Execute the teamwork you take pride in. Wang Hao's formidable presence leaves many NCAA coaches in despair, as they find it utterly impossible to contain him. Their best strategy is to counterattack. In stark contrast, the Brown Bears locker room reveals Wang Hao reclining in a massage chair, luxuriating in the hands of a therapist, while playfully bantering with his teammates, hardly resembling a player on the cusp of a championship final. "All right, everyone," Hao Land claps his hands, prompting the players to gather around, anticipating a tactical discussion. "Don't be anxious. Just a quick question. Have we decided on a venue for our celebration post-victory?" "Oh, Coach, are you going to introduce us to some lovely ladies?" quips the team strategist, Famer, with a rather thoughtless remark. "Do you wish to sit on the bench for the second half?" The iron-willed coach threatens. "We will continue the same strategy as the first half." "Understood?" With a single statement, he succinctly outlines the game plan, a testament to his reputation as a soon-to-be champion coach. Chapter 56. Victory. As the second half commences, both the Brown Bears and the Alligators field their starting lineups. The Bears do not substitute because, aside from Wang Hao, no one else appears fatigued. Most players take turns starting, sharing the responsibility. The Alligators, however, seek to close the gap, bringing in Noah, who has 3 fouls in place of the underperforming Chris Richard. The game begins with the Brown Bears in possession. Wang Hao resumes his position as small forward, facing off against Horford, who is defending him. Observing the slender Brewer before him, a mischievous grin spreads across Wang Hao's face. "I'm about to take a shot here, a tribute to Larry Bird's third shot." Brewer chooses to ignore Wang Hao's taunts, stepping forward to respond with action. "TSK, coward," Wang Hao mutters, recognizing Brewer's proximity and understanding that everyone is aware of his impending move. Yet Brewer dares not take the risk of wagering against Wang Hao's shooting prowess. Should Wang Hao penetrate the lane, there remains a chance for defense. However, should he score from three-point range, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Brewer can only watch helplessly as Wang Hao maneuvers past him into the lane. Noah, burdened with 3 fouls, refrains from providing support, leaving Horford to confront Wang Hao. Horford's fortune runs out as Wang Hao decides to charge forward. As he leaps high, still a considerable distance from the hoop, Horford has no choice but to follow suit, attempting to block him. Thud! The sound of muscle colliding fills the air. Crash! The resounding noise of a powerful dunk echoes. Despite Horford's apparent strength, he fails to effectively impede Wang Hao's advance, being flung aside instead. Even the referee, poised to blow the whistle, momentarily forgets to do so. Beep, beep, beep. A blocking foul is called, flung by Wang Hao. Horford must now grant him an additional free throw, which Wang Hao converts with ease. The score reaches 36-17, a daunting 19-point gap. Why does Wang Hao not employ the flashy dribbling techniques of a guard to outmaneuver his opponents? Kenny Smith articulated his doubts. Perhaps it is unnecessary. Which NCAA perimeter player could withstand his onslaught? Or who could possibly keep pace with him? Was it not surprising that Barkley's response resonated with the 3 of them? Yet not one considered that Wang Hao might not think in such a manner. As the free-throwing Horford gazed at Wang Hao's silhouette, his fighting spirit dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of despair. He is simply too formidable, utterly invincible. At that moment, this basketball prodigy from the Dominican Republic experienced for the first time the notion of encountering someone seemingly unconquerable. This sentiment was not exclusive to Horford. Even Noah, who consistently embodied the role of the court's enforcer, found himself grappling with an insurmountable thought. Wang Hao requires but a single acceleration, a solitary leap, or a direct pull-up to score. In contrast, the alligators find it exceedingly challenging to achieve points, akin to scaling a daunting mountain. Nevertheless, the game persists. The alligators, teetering on the brink of despair, have entirely lost their capacity for rational thought. Point guard Talon Green seeks to replicate that miraculous shot from the end of the first half to reverse the tide for his team. However, the reason such a shot is deemed miraculous is precisely because it transcends conventional methods. Caught in a cul-de-sac, Talon Green recklessly fires away, resulting only in his teammates' futile sprints back and forth, while the score continues to widen. After 3 consecutive back-and-forth sprints, the score has escalated to 42-17, with the Alligators trailing by a staggering 25 points. At this juncture, the outcome appears sealed. Fans at Staples Center commence their celebrations early, erupting in chants of MVP every time Wang Hao possesses the ball. Perhaps out of lingering hope for the game or a desire to avoid an embarrassing defeat, Coach Donovan, in a moment of desperation, deploys an unconventional 5-shooter lineup, with all 5 players capable of making 3-point shots. However, the lack of space for shooting and the uncertainty of their accuracy have already cemented the match's outcome. With 10 minutes remaining, the score stands at 58-30, a daunting 28-point deficit. Realizing the futility of the situation, Coach Donovan reluctantly substitutes in the bench players, effectively conceding defeat. This team, only the second in its history to reach the NCAA Finals, fails to surpass the achievements of its predecessors, settling for the runner-up position. The commentary team shifts their focus from the game to Wang Hao. Barkley remarks, "I believe this year is a draft year devoid of tanking teams. They must be regretting their choices now." Kenny Smith adds, "What is even more disheartening is the teams that tanked yet failed to secure the top pick." Barkley then turns to Reggie Miller. "What say you, Reggie?" Reggie Miller responds, "I'm more concerned about how much the number 1 pick will be worth this year. Perhaps the Trailblazers will finally shed their historical ridicule." With a chuckle, Reggie adds a final note, eliciting laughter from his companions. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling the end of the match. The final score reads 72-51. The Brown Bears players erupt in exuberant cheers, reveling in their victory, with Wang Hao standing proudly before his admirers, basking in their adoration. Staples Center is engulfed in a sea of jubilation, the only discontent emanating from the Alligators and their sparse contingent of fans, whose eyes reflect a blend of resentment and envy. The award stage is swiftly prepared. Under the guidance of the staff, the Brown Bears approach the podium. An NCAA official takes the microphone to commend the Bears on their performance, encouraging the players and offering solace to the vanquished. He then announces the Brown Bears as the champions of the 2005 to 2006 NCAA Basketball Championship, with Wang Hao rightfully earning the Most Outstanding Player award without contest. Moreover, he was also honored as the Player of the Year. As the season concluded, Wang Hao emerged as the top scorer with an impressive average of 43.7 points per game, while also claiming the title of shot-blocking champion with an average of 5.7 blocks. Once all the trophies were awarded, the arena was left to the jubilant Brown Bears. The mischievous Fammer, shortly after the award ceremony, exchanged glances with a lovely lady on the sidelines, indicating a night filled with delightful prospects. Following the ceremony, Wang Hao sought out Horford, who had not yet departed. "Brother, keep your spirits up. You are formidable, and you will undoubtedly capture the championship next year." Wang Hao consoled the disheartened Horford with an embrace. "Thank you for your well wishes. I believe that without your Brown Bears, we will surely defeat you next year." "Alas, vanquishing a Brown Bears team devoid of the tyrant seems rather meaningless," Horford replied. "I will be waiting for you in the NBA, my brother." Wang Hao shifted their battlefield to the NBA. "Your girlfriend is quite enchanting. Cherish her well," Horford remarked sincerely as he admired the graceful approach of a young woman. "Your future girlfriend is not lacking either. See you in the NBA." "Put me down. I am drenched in sweat and utterly filthy," protested the young woman, who was reluctantly embraced by Wang Hao. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by Wang Hao's. "How bothersome. So many are watching upon returning home." Wang Hao promptly summoned the system to claim the rewards he had awaited for an entire season. Dreamlike dance, the system remained as inscrutable as ever, offering no explanations and insisting that the host experience it for himself. Frustrated, Wang Hao concluded this unsatisfactory exchange. Chapter 57. The Draft Conference. Post-game press conference. Reporter: "Wang, What are your feelings about achieving an undefeated season and winning the NCAA championship? Wang Hao. I regret to say that I've left an indelible record for the junior students that may be difficult to surpass. My apologies. Reporter. Will you participate in this year's talent selection? Wang Hao. Certainly. The Tyrant is poised to conquer the NBA. Reporter. May I ask which team you aspire to join? Wang Hao. Do I have a choice? It is not I who selects the team. It will be the same wherever I go. Reporter. There's been ongoing speculation that you are a frontrunner for the first overall pick. Do you agree with this assertion? Wang Hao. Of course, I do not agree. Observing the reporters as they displayed expressions of disbelief, Wang Hao continued, I am the champion. Why would I be considered one of many? Are there other contenders for the title whom I have not outperformed? The reporters were left in exasperation. Could we not engage in a more constructive dialogue today? Your candor leaves us little room for further discussion. Wang Hao. Very well. I shall speak directly to all of you. I will be participating in this year's draft, and I will submit my draft application shortly. Moreover, I am Chinese, not a Chinese American. That will be all for today. We shall meet at the draft conference. By April, the NCAA season will have concluded, while the NBA playoffs are just beginning. Unfortunately, the Lakers have made it to the playoffs, dashing Wang Hao's hopes of obtaining a ticket from Kobe to travel. To compound matters, the Raptors have secured the first overall pick, and the Lakers are negotiating with them. Fortunately, the summer break has begun for AO May, so Wang Hao is not entirely at a loss for activities. Initially, it was expected that the Lakers would be swept by the Suns, yet they remarkably battled through 7 games before suffering a regretful defeat. As a result, Wang Hao's travel plans fell through, but Huang Jinxiang, who had already signed an agency contract with Wang Hao, secured his first endorsement deal, a 2-year contract worth $4 million with Mercedes-Benz, along with the provision of 3 vehicles for transportation. The exorbitant taxes in the United States left Wang Hao apprehensive. After taxes, he would only take home half of the $2 million. This was unacceptable. He could not allow Americans to profit at his expense. Cleverly, Wang Hao, in collaboration with Huang Jinxiang, established an economic company in China, and the contract with Mercedes-Benz was finalized through Mercedes China. This arrangement allowed for reasonable tax avoidance, preserving the majority of the $2 million endorsement fee. As the draft approached, the urgency for the Lakers to finalize the trade for the first overall pick escalated. Ultimately, the Lakers had no choice but to part with Luke Walton, who averaged 10 points per game in the playoffs, along with the formidable Parker, Chris Mim, and the second-in-command, Lamar Odom, to successfully acquire the first pick from the Raptors, along with a collection of undesirable contracts. If Wang Hao fails to perform, the Lakers would be left in despair. It can be said that the Lakers dismantled half of their starting lineup in exchange for Alvin Williams, who averaged a mere 1 point per game with an exorbitant salary of $6 million. Aaron Williams, averaging 9 points with a salary of $430,000, and Maurice Peterson, who averaged 16.8 points with a salary of $450,000. It is evident that this player had a breakout year during his contract season, in addition to 2 undesirable contracts and the first overall pick, along with a second-round draft choice. Despite the considerable cost incurred, the Lakers believed they had made a wise decision. Immediately upon finalizing the trade, they prominently displayed a photograph of Wang Hao donning the Lakers' number 0 jersey on their official website, accompanied by a caption welcoming the Tyrant to the Lakers. This announcement caused a stir across the United States. However, upon learning of the assets the Lakers relinquished, public sentiment shifted in favor of the Raptors, praising the acumen of their management. Aside from acquiring 2 draft picks, the Lakers gained only Maurice Peterson, who has potential, but given his contract year explosion, one understands the implications. Refer to Chandler Parsons for specifics. At the 2006 draft conference, the preordained first overall pick, Wang Hao, was invited into the green room. Inside, he encountered several familiar faces, naturally sitting alongside amicable acquaintances such as Roy and Aldridge. As for J.J. Redick and Tyrus Thomas, those less capable do not deserve the privilege of the Tyrant's company. Soon enough, the draft commenced. David Stern took to the stage, as usual, facing a chorus of boos from the audience. At last, the lengthy discourse has come to a close, and the draft proceedings have commenced in earnest. I am pleased to announce that the Los Angeles Lakers, holding the first overall pick, have chosen Wang Hao, a small forward from the UCLA Bruins. The customary pause to build anticipation was conspicuously absent. It appears the Lakers' confidentiality measures leave much to be desired. Congratulations, Wang. Congratulations. Aside from a few, such as J.J. Redick, everyone in the green room extended their well wishes. though one particularly handsome gentleman appeared to offer his congratulations with less than genuine enthusiasm. Following heartfelt embraces with his sister, Kobe, and the esteemed Yao Ming, Wang Hao ascended to the podium. A staff member thoughtfully presented him with a microphone. "I am thrilled to have been selected by the Lakers. Los Angeles is my home, and the opportunity to serve my hometown is truly exhilarating. I am profoundly grateful to the NBA for providing us with a grander stage and enhanced opportunities for self-expression. I assure you that I will." The rest omitted. "Thank you." Wang Hao's words brought immense joy to Stern. Indeed, he is a child nurtured under the red flag, possessing a heightened sense of awareness. Just look at those whose minds are consumed by muscles. When they take the stage, they only know how to cry or seek profit. How vulgar. By the way, I believe the Trail Blazers management should express their gratitude to me, Wang Hao suddenly added as he was preparing to step down. What does that mean? Is this the beginning of a battle? Stern began to feel uneasy. What does this Chinese lad mean? The management of the Trail Blazers and the fans became increasingly anxious. Upon returning to the sidelines, Wang Hao took the time to explain the meaning of his words to Kobe and a few others. Ha ha ha. Kobe, unrestrained, burst into laughter. Even the emotionally intelligent Yao Ming's face flushed crimson. There were no surprises in the subsequent draft. The Bulls selected Aldridge with the second pick and Ty Lawson with the fourth. The Trail Blazers exchanged teams with Thomas. Adam Morrison was still chosen by the Bobcats at third, while Roy was selected by the Timberwolves at sixth. Gay was picked eighth by the Rockets. In a rather unfortunate twist of fate, the first overall pick, Bargnani, was selected ninth by the Warriors, displacing the originally intended pick, Patrick O'Brien, into obscurity. The Lakers selected Wang Hao's college teammate, Jordan Farmar, with their first-round pick. In the second round, the Lakers chose P.J. Tucker with the 35th pick, obtained through a trade with the Raptors. They also traded some cash and their 51st pick to the Timberwolves for the 36th pick, selecting Paul Millsap. Of course, these two selections were made at Wang Hao's suggestion through Kobe, and since they were merely second-round picks, Kobe didn't mind much. If his little brother wanted to find a couple of young talents, so be it. It is expected that in the new year, aside from Kobe and Wang Hao, who are likely to secure their starting positions, the rest will face fierce competition for their spots. In fact, it is possible that the Lakers' starting lineup could feature 4 players on rookie contracts, aside from Kobe. However, all of this will only be revealed once the season begins. "Kid, if you can't perform, the Lakers won't need to intervene. I'll personally take care of you," came the message from Yao Ming. All right. Just wait for your big brother to lead you to a championship. Don't rush off. Let's find a place to have some tea." What could this mysterious message mean? Chapter 58. Yao Ming's invitation. The press conference following the draft concluded. Wang Hao, accompanied by Famar and 2 other companions, naturally found himself in the company of Roy and Aldridge. At that moment, Tucker, who had previously had a confrontation with Wang Hao, felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this fellow, selected by the Lakers, sought to exact revenge upon him? Was his career destined to conclude on the bench of the Lakers before it even began? In truth, Wang Hao harbored no thoughts of retribution against Tucker. He was drawn to Tucker's exceptional defensive prowess and commendable attitude, which shone through in the future. "Tucker, what troubles you? Are you unhappy about joining the Lakers?" Wang Hao inquired, noticing Tucker's discomfort. "No, it's just that I wish to clarify some matters, yet I find it difficult to articulate," Tucker replied. "You mean the NCAA incidents? Those are behind us. The Lakers selected you solely based on their faith in your potential," Wang Hao declared, exhibiting his magnanimity in front of his companions. "However, opportunities must be seized through your own efforts, and you as well," he added, casting a glance at Famar and Millsap, who had remained silent. "The Lakers chose you because I recommended you. Should you bring me shame, the consequences will be dire," he hinted ominously. Upon hearing this, both Roy and Aldridge became visibly unsettled, their composure shattered. Despite being a first-round pick, Wang Hao already enjoyed a status akin to that of an emperor. Even amidst the presence of a legendary Kobe, was the disparity between a top draft pick and his own experience truly so vast? The small circle surrounding Wang Hao has become the most frequented spot at this press conference. However, it is evident that the journalists are primarily drawn to Wang Hao. His remark referencing the Trail Blazers management has been thoroughly contemplated by all, as they are not naive. This moment surely holds the potential for significant revelations. A reporter inquired, "Wang, earlier today, the Raptors' official website released a statement claiming that your reputation does not align with your abilities, suggesting that you will face a complete downfall in the NBA, rendering the Lakers the greatest laughingstock. What is your perspective on this?" Wang Hao, If they believe that Kobe's 81 points against them were not excessive, I would be more than willing to attempt to surpass that record. By the way, I will inform Odom in advance about his rest day, as we share a close bond, and I certainly would not want to see my friend humiliated. Reporter, are you implying that you consider yourself superior to Kobe? Wang Hao, I have never demonstrated that I am inferior to him, have I? Clearly, this journalist has misjudged the camaraderie between Wang Hao and Kobe. These few words appear to incite discord between the two, merely jesting. At worst, it would result in a scolding at home. Journalist, after joining the Lakers, what aspirations do you hold for the upcoming season? Wang Hao, at last, a question pertaining to basketball. I had presumed you were merely entertainment journalists. The objective is quite straightforward, to contend for the championship. I believe every team shares this ambition. If the aim were merely to reach the playoffs, Kobe could handle that on his own. Why would you select me for this role? Journalist, wishing you success, albeit somewhat audaciously. Wang Hao, why not interview others? Kobe and Yao Ming are waiting for me to enjoy some tea. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned briskly alongside his teammates, leaving a group of reporters bewildered in his wake. Ah, there you are, old man. I've been waiting, Yao. And my esteemed witch, are you weary from the wait? After exchanging greetings with the two illustrious figures and his girlfriend, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. It was as if Kobe felt that succulent ribs must find their way into someone else's bowl. You three rookies will soon have someone to escort you back to the hotel. Have your respective agents liaise with the team regarding contract negotiations. Kobe addressed the Lakers trio. Wait, do you all have agents? I could introduce you to my agency if you're interested, he inquired, his tone both probing and commanding, very much in line with Wang Hao's assertive nature. All right then, let us head back to the hotel. I'll have them reach out to you shortly. Ensure they collect your numbers. Observing the trio, Wang Hao discerned that they were yet to secure representation. Perhaps Kobe wasn't as unapproachable as he seemed. Millsap, a touch reticent, remarked upon the departing figures. Don't be naive, my friend. Wang Hao and I visited the Lakers training facility once. Only those of strength earn Kobe's respect, while the weak have no right to claim the Black Mamba as a friend. Millsap continued, I'm quite anxious. Our leader is formidable. Tucker added, Wang Hao is already challenging enough. Adding Kobe into the mix is quite daunting. Let us go. I know a delightful tea house where we can unwind, Yao Ming suggested. Boss, a pot of tea, just as usual, Yao Ming requested, clearly a familiar patron, as the owner immediately understood his order. Pouring each of them a cup, Yao Ming was the first to speak. Congratulations, young Wang. You're now a part of the NBA. Here, a multitude of flattering remarks were omitted. Too kind, Yao. I still have much to learn from you. The two engaged in a classic exchange of mutual admiration. I've called upon you today for two primary matters. I seek your insights. Wang Hao understood that the main topic had arrived. Brother Yao, he said, I am willing to face any adversity, be a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, if it means supporting you. He patted his chest, embodying a spirit of loyalty. It's not that serious. The first matter is that there's a desire for a special interview with you domestically to gather your thoughts. This is no problem. Once I return to Los Angeles, I will have ample time. They can come by or call me at their convenience. And what is the second matter? Wang Hao readily agreed. Do not take it lightly. You have already gained considerable fame domestically, and your popularity is soaring. Have you not been keeping up with the online buzz? Yao Ming cautioned him. No, I have been too occupied to check today. What is the second matter, Yao Ge? Wang Hao, filled with impatience, inquired, is it about the second matter? The Men's Basketball World Championship held in Japan in late August this year. What do you think? Yao Ming refrained from elaborating further, instead gauging the reactions of Kobe and Wang Hao. So, Brother Yao, are you inviting me to join the national team? Is that truly possible? Wang Hao's voice trembled with excitement. But I am not a registered player with the Basketball Association. I've heard there's a substantial fee to pay, and I'm just a struggling student. Regarding certain rumors from his past life, Wang Hao felt compelled to mention them. Nevertheless, when it came to representing his country, he found it hard to decline. There is an undeniable yearning within nearly every Chinese person to bring glory to their nation. No one would refuse such an invitation. This is a tradition passed down through 5 millennia of Chinese history, a testament to the profound unity of the nation. Do not worry. I will handle matters with the Basketball Association. The notion of paying fees is nonsense. Chinese basketball has already been muddled enough. What more can they want? To allay Wang Hao's concerns, Yao Ming candidly addressed the situation. All right, Brother Yao, your assurance puts my mind at ease. However, I would like to propose a suggestion. Feel free to share your thoughts, but do not go overboard. What if we appointed a coach from our own country? Do you really wish to let outsiders benefit from our hard-earned achievements? Yao Ming was taken aback by Wang Hao's suggestion. It was a complex issue. While it could be straightforward given Yao Ming's influence, the potential fallout of failure would rest squarely upon him. Rest assured, Brother Yao, I understand your concerns. We have a significant chance of reaching the semifinals in this year's World Championship. Yao, I suggest you heed his advice. Although he may seem unreliable, he has never been wrong when it comes to serious matters. Kobe chimed in supportively. All right, I will give it a try. Wang Hao's confidence led Yao Ming to take a gamble. Perhaps it would result in China having its own coach. Old Kobe, will you be participating in the World Championship? With business concluded, Wang Hao began to inquire about their opponents. I will not be attending, but LeBron, Carmelo, Dwayne, and Chris will likely be there. Casting a glance at Wang Hao, Kobe continued, it will be your moment to shine. While Yao has an advantage over anyone you. The implication was clear. Perfect. After a summer without games, I look forward to facing the Dream Team at the World Championship. What a thrill. Wang Hao responded without hesitation. I will attend to watch the games. I hope I won't be embarrassed, he added. All right, enough of this. Let us have some tea before it gets cold. Yao Ming interjected, unable to bear the display of camaraderie any longer. Chapter 60. A shocking revelation having changed into his attire. Wang Hao returned to the court. Xiao Wang, warm up. We will practice for a bit today. All right, coach. Having summoned a ball cart and called upon a staff member, a brief exchange ensued, during which the other party nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two proceeded to an unoccupied half-court, as Wang Hao's voice echoed from beyond the three-point line. The practice partner swiftly passed the ball into his hands. With no need for adjustment, he released a shot, swish. Without pausing to await the ball's return, Wang Hao dashed forward, executing shot after shot, swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao ran a full circuit along the three-point line, successfully sinking every pass. Continuing on, this time he stepped back a notch beyond the three-point line. Swish, swish, swish. He maintained his streak of perfection, even when the ball was passed to the corner. Wang Hao had already positioned himself out of bounds, yet he still managed to score. Onward, Wang Hao has taken yet another step back. The current distance now resembles a significant leap beyond the three-point line in the NBA. His curious teammates, eager to gauge Wang Hao's prowess, stood behind him as he embarked on his first round of shots. Swish, 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 swish. All were successful. He has already netted 30 baskets, and with every 10 made, he retreats further back. Zhu Fengyu, also a sharpshooter, remarked to his teammates, if he continues retreating, he'll soon be at half-court. Wang Shipong chimed in with a comment of his own. Before long, their conversation was interrupted by the rhythmic sound of swishes as the ball found the net once more. Wang Hao successfully made 10 shots from a distance of 2 large steps beyond the three-point line. Thank you. No further passes are necessary. Wang Hao addressed the staff member who passed him the ball, inquiring about his intentions. Observing Wang Hao pulling the ball cart towards the exit, Wang Shipong, filled with curiosity, asked, "What are you doing?" Upon reaching a position near the NBA players' tunnel, Wang Hao picked up a ball and took a shot. Swish, swish, bang, swish, bang. From the players' tunnel, he made 3 out of 5 attempts, and, as he gazed at his hand, he shook his head in disappointment. He casually retrieved a basketball that had bounced back and sprinted towards the basket. 2 steps inside the three-point line, Wang Hao leapt, raising the ball high with one hand and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. It was evident to all present that at the moment of his dunk, his mouth was perfectly aligned with the rim. What kind of monster is this? Wang Hao's teammates pondered at that moment. My apologies for the extended warm-up. I kept you waiting. Clap, clap. Coach Gong redirected their attention. Now, let's proceed with a brief physical assessment. Add another set. One more set. While performing the bench press, Wang Hao incessantly requested the staff to increase the weight. However, it had already surpassed 150 kilograms. The staff, concerned about potentially overexerting Wang Hao, glanced at Yao Ming for guidance, hoping he might intervene. It's fine. Add more. Let's see what his limits are. Yao Ming responded on behalf of Wang Hao. All right. No need to add more. How much is it now? Wang Hao said with some strain. 175 kilograms, kid. You're stronger than I am, Yao Ming remarked, somewhat astonished. Although aware of Wang Hao's formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to be this impressive. For context, Yao Ming's peak bench press reached 155 kilograms, while LeBron James's was 190 kilograms. Thus, Wang Hao's 175 kilograms was indeed remarkable. I've only increased by 25 kilograms. When I first entered university, I was at 150 kilograms. Wang Hao expressed dissatisfaction with his progress. Am I not a systematic man? Is the system being lazy? The system offered no response, merely rolling its eyes at Wang Hao. Next came the test for speed and vertical leap, and unsurprisingly, Wang Hao's statistics once again astonished everyone present. This is unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. Even Yao Ming, accustomed to grand spectacles, muttered a famous quote from teacher Zhang Weiping. The prowess exhibited by Wang Hao made the basketball players acutely aware of the substantial disparity in skill levels. Aside from Yao Ming, none dared to engage with Wang Hao, not out of isolation, but rather from a profound respect for his abilities and a lack of familiarity with him. Following the physical assessments, the training session was brief, after which Coach Gong looming announced the dissolution of the gathering. It was, after all, the first day, and many were fatigued from their travels and in need of rest. Xiao Wang, wait a moment, Yao Ming called out to Wang Hao, who was about to leave. What is up, brother Yao? I'll take you to a gathering shortly. There's an interview waiting for you. The person is already in the media room. Is that so? I have no objections. Should I go for the interview now? Certainly. Off you go. You can bring your girlfriend along as well. I'll wait for you in the changing room. Hello, Teacher Zhang. You're here to interview me? Wang Hao expressed some surprise. The individual sent to interview him was no ordinary person. Zhang Weiping, known as the Asian Pippin, had delivered outstanding performances during his tenure with the national team and was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Naturally, in later years, as he took his place in the commentary booth, fans affectionately referred to him as Zhang Rational Weiping Bryant. Hello, Tyrant. Congratulations on an impeccable season in the NCAA. I must admit, I didn't expect you to know who I am, Zhang Weiping remarked, taken aback that this young man, raised in America, was familiar with him. Shall we begin? Zhang Weiping inquired. Whenever you're ready, came the reply. Zhang Weiping continued. The first question is from the fans, who are curious about how you and Kobe became acquainted. Wang Hao. The story of how the two of us met is quite dramatic indeed. Details about meeting Kobe. Zhang Weiping. It seems that the couple, Kobe and his wife, can be rather careless. Zhang Weiping. For my second question, did you ever anticipate that you would achieve such astonishing statistics in the NCAA? An undefeated record leading to the championship. Wang Hao, certainly. My ambition is to achieve a flawless victory and secure the NCAA championship. The reality has proven that no one within the NCAA can impede my progress. Zhang Weiping. What are your thoughts on representing the nation in this endeavor? Wang Hao. My father always told me that I am Chinese. It is my undeniable duty to fight for my country. Zhang Weiping. You are the second player from China to enter the NBA as a top scholar. May I ask what your plans are for your NBA career? Wang Hao. Champion, champion, champion. Everything else is utterly meaningless without the championship. Zhang Weiping. Keep going. What is your perspective on the notion that individuals of Asian descent are inherently unsuited for basketball? Wang Hao. I generally do not pay attention to the external distractions, as they have already been sidelined in my thoughts. I have an aversion to looking down while walking, for after all, the basketball court does not yield currency. Zhang Weiping. It is a pleasure to interview you. I hope you achieve even greater success in the future. Best of luck. Thus concluded a brief interview. The presence of the foreign lady, who did not comprehend Chinese, served only to elevate the visual appeal of the encounter several notches. Yao, may I accompany you? Wang Hao inquired with curiosity. Our national team comrades have gathered for the first time today. Let's go out and socialize, Yao Ming responded. Chapter 61, A Gathering of the National Team. How does it feel? On the way, Yao Ming asked. Quite well. Everyone seems quite formidable, Wang Hao replied candidly. In Wang Hao's mind, the men's basketball teams of 2006 and 2008 were the strongest, boasting the formidable trio of Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Yi Jianlian as an impenetrable inner fortress, complemented by a reliable cadre of guards on the perimeter. The forward position also included talents like Zhu Fangyu. It can be said that these two iterations of the men's basketball team surpassed all subsequent ones. However, the schedule for this year's Chinese men's basketball team is rather unfriendly. In the quarterfinals, they faced the Greek team, which later vanquished the Dream Team and regrettably exited the tournament. Otherwise, there was a possibility of progressing further. If we wish to avoid an early encounter with the Greek team, we must fiercely compete against the United States in the group stage, Wang Hao mused. Yao, do we have goals for the World Championship? Yes, to advance to the knockout stage, but with your addition, we can certainly elevate our aspirations. Yao Ming acknowledged Wang Hao's prowess. Let us proceed. We have arrived. Yao Ming indicated towards a grand entrance. Upon entering a restaurant, although not intimately acquainted, everyone greeted Wang Hao out of courtesy. Yao Ming, unsurprisingly, was met with a continuous stream of greetings from the moment he walked in. During the training camp, alcohol is prohibited, and the disciplined Wang Hao has never indulged in drinking. Everyone was enjoying beverages instead. However, as teammates continued to bring drinks, Wang Hao wondered if substituting tea for alcohol would truly be without consequence. Would consuming soft drinks affect one's professional career? He pondered anxiously. After a round of amiable exchanges filled with mutual flattery, Wang Hao became familiar with this group of younger individuals. Despite their actual age being only a few years less than his own, he felt a significant generational gap in his heart. As conversations deepened, the topic gradually shifted towards basketball, as one would expect from a gathering of athletes. Whilst they discussed football, having just been drafted as the top pick in the NBA, Wang Hao became the center of attention. Everyone was curious about the culture of college basketball in the United States. Wang Hao, is American college basketball truly strong? Jianlian, who harbored ambitions of entering the NBA, posed a question that intrigued many. How shall I put it? It is difficult to categorize. There are both strong and weak aspects. Yet their system for nurturing and selecting talent is exemplary, Wang Hao replied. Observing that the audience seemed puzzled, Wang Hao elaborated. The basketball league in the United States is exceptionally well established, with competitions commencing as early as elementary school. Moreover, universities have instituted basketball scholarships specifically for talented individuals who cannot afford higher education. After a brief pause, he continued. The NCAA boasts over 1,000 teams, which, assuming 12 players per team, accounts for at least 12,000 athletes, not including those playing overseas. With such a vast pool of talent, coupled with a sound system, and considering that the NBA drafts only 60 players each year, the quality is indeed remarkable. Casting a lingering glance at Yao Ming, who returned an encouraging gaze, Wang Hao felt prompted to continue. With Yao Ming's approval, he proceeded. There is another issue that we cannot overlook. As everyone awaited his next words, Wang Hao did not keep them in suspense, stating plainly, it pertains to racial factors. It is undeniable that the physical prowess of black athletes is indeed the most exceptional in the world, easily surpassing that of Caucasians and Asians. This represents an inherent advantage, one that cannot be altered. Wang Hao, with a resigned gesture, indicated that he had concluded his point. Does that mean we cannot win? Inquired Sun Dasheng, a player Wang Hao held in high regard. Certainly not. Just look at the teams from Spain and Argentina to understand that the dream team is not invincible. Sun Yu refrained from asking about the possibility of winning, recognizing that with commitment from players and strategic coaching, anything is achievable. In fact, I would suggest that some of our players considering an NBA career might first attempt to play a year in the NCAA. Although he addressed the group, Wang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Jianlian. What do you think? Yao Ming, intrigued by Wang Hao's suggestion, asked. It allows for an early acclimatization to American culture and language, Wang Hao succinctly replied. The perceptive Yao Ming quickly grasped Wang Hao's intention and turned to Jianlian. What about you? Any thoughts? At that moment, Jianlian exhibited a hint of shyness. Not yet the formidable leader who would later challenge Spain's Gasol brothers on the world stage. Currently, he was still a subordinate to Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi. However, his potential was evident. He entered the CBA at 15 and secured the MVP title at 18, achievements not solely attainable by association with established players, but rather a testament to his genuine prowess. Jianlian hesitated. Please provide me with an answer before I return to America with Wang Hao. Yao Ming chose not to press further, granting Jianlian the space to contemplate. The NCAA selection process begins in September, so a decision will be needed following the World Championship, Wang Hao added, specifying the timeline. All right, I will consider it carefully, Jianlian replied. Jianlian responded. After a hearty meal, the crowd dispersed. Wang Hao was called over by Yao Ming. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. I wish to discuss a matter with you. It was too crowded to talk earlier. Did I say something wrong during dinner, Brother Yao? Wang Hao quickly deflected. You permitted me to speak, so you cannot deny our conversation. Not at all. You spoke quite accurately during the meal, Yao reassured him. I want to talk to you because Alien and Ji are waiting for us. The group found a tea house and, under the admiring gaze of the staff, settled into a private room. In regards to this competition, Xiao Wang, what are your thoughts? Yao Ming opened the discussion. It's tough. Teams like the USA, Greece, Argentina, and Spain are formidable, Wang Hao replied, to which Yao Ming nodded in agreement. However, if fortune doesn't lead us to face overly challenging teams in the knockout rounds, we still have a chance to contend for the top 8 or even the top 4. Haha, I share the sentiment, but it hinges on your joining the national team. Wang Hao realized that Yao Ming had been contemplating this for some time. Let us discuss something else. Today, with no outsiders present, I primarily wish to address aliens' entry into the NCAA. Yao Ming stated directly. Wang Zhizhi, the elder brother, elaborated on the benefits. The advantages are that alien will gain an early understanding of American basketball culture, achieve exposure, and earn recognition from American fans, which will better prepare him for the NBA. The language barrier is not easily overcome, and without communication during games, it can be quite challenging. Wang Hao articulated the benefits smoothly. There are downsides as well. Our youngest CBA MVP might play a year without earning any money, and his mother team may not release him. Additionally, there's uncertainty whether he will be accepted in America. He outlined the drawbacks as well. However, in comparison to the benefits, a year's salary is trivial. My only concern is whether the Guangdong team will allow him to go and if the NCAA will accept him. All right, please help me contact UCLA. Here in China, De Ji and I will negotiate. I believe the Guangdong team will accommodate us two old fellows, Wang Hao concluded. Indeed, I think the Guangdong team will grant us this favor, De Ji agreed. Chapter 62. The national team's first battle. Returning to his residence, Wang Hao eagerly dialed Kobe's number. What is up, kid? There's a Chinese player who wishes to enter the NCAA. Could you assist? He's the same age as me. But he began his professional career at 15, Wang Hao shyly requested. How can he enter the NCAA if he is already a professional player? Are you unaware of the rules? Are the rules prohibitive? But he hasn't yet attended college, Wang Hao countered. Could you please inquire for me? I beg you. Wang Hao resorted to his charming tactics. All right, I'll inquire for you. Which team do you intend for him to join? Reluctantly, Kobe acquiesced to his son's request. UCLA would be the best option. I am not familiar with other teams, and those strong contenders have yet to recover from my shadow. I fear he may face genuine challenges. Wang Hao expressed his preference. I understand. Now, leave me be, Kobe muttered as he hung up the phone. Hello. Coach Alan, how are you? After ending the previous call, Wang Hao reached out to Coach Alan again. Hey Wang, what brings you to me all of a sudden? Are you considering abandoning your return to the Brown Bears for another year? Coach Haelan jested, believing it amusing. Certainly not. I wish to recommend someone to you. A fellow countryman of mine. He possesses significant potential and is merely 18 years old. Oh, I see. Then have him come for a trial. Wang Hao's reputation was at stake. Irrespective of the underlying motives, winning the championship would equally elevate Coach Haelan to the esteemed ranks of NCAA coaches. There are some issues, though. He has already played 3 years in the CBA in China. Do you think that would work? That complicates matters. However, you could let him attend UCLA for his studies, and the issues will naturally resolve themselves. Attending university doesn't count as being a professional player, does it? Wang Hao found himself somewhat puzzled. Of course, attending university does not equate to being a professional player. A university student's sole profession is that of a student. Do you understand? Coach Haelan explained with a hint of exasperation. I understand now. Thank you, Coach. I will bring him back in September. With clarity achieved, Wang Hao exchanged a few pleasantries before ending the call. Perfect. Meanwhile, A.O. May had already nestled in bed, and Wang Hao quietly slipped under the covers. The training camp passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the World Championship arrived, August 19th. During the training period, Wang Hao gained full acceptance and recognition from the nation through positive media coverage. The 12 players selected for the men's basketball team included center, Yao Ming, Zhang Songtao, Wang Zhizhi, power forward, Du Feng, Yi Jinlian, guards, Lu Wei, Chen Jianghua, Wang Shipeng, Sun Yu, small forward, Wang Hao, Zhu Fengyu. The Chinese men's basketball team, en route to Japan, faced their first opponent in the championship, Italy. Wearing the number 12 jersey, Wang Hao was part of the starting lineup. The starting formation for China included center, Yao Ming, power forward, Wang Zhizhi, small forward, Wang Hao, shooting guard, Chen Jianghua, point guard, Lu Wei. Italy's starting lineup featured guards Bellinelli and Basile, with center Dennis and forwards Angelo Ghiri and Stefano Mancini. They don't seem particularly strong, Wang Hao mused. Perhaps in his eyes, only NBA superstars could be deemed formidable, an authentic fair-weather fan, indeed. The Italian team had emerged as group runners-up in the 2006 World Championship, defeating China by a margin of 15 points in their opening match. They had also secured a silver medal in the 2004 Olympics. Perhaps, compared to the American team, they are indeed not as formidable. One could say that China has a chance against this iteration of the Italian team. Moreover, in Wang Hao's envisioning, If China wishes to circumvent Greece in the round of 16, they must not emerge from the group stage in fourth place. Thus, it would be ideal for them to secure victories against both Italy and Slovenia. Standing at 2:14 meters, Wang Zhizhi successfully claimed possession for the Chinese team. Positioned strategically, Wang Hao observed the Italian players. It seems that the tallest center from Italy is quite comparable in height to Wang Hao. Observing Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi on the court, alongside Yi Jinlian, Du Feng, and Zhang Songtao off the court, Wang Hao couldn't help but silently pay tribute to that fellow. For the first play, Liu Wei passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi. It must be said that as the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, and having been a formidable opponent for Yao Ming before his arrival, the once dynamic Wang Zhizhi still possesses commendable skills, confronting an Italian player who is 20 centimeters shorter. If it were Wang Hao, he would certainly rely on sheer physicality or height advantage to score. However, Wang Zhizhi exhibited far more technical prowess than Wang Hao. While executing a back-to-the-basket move, Wang Zhizhi's approach appeared far more rational than that of Wang Hao. Leaning against the defender, Wang Zhizhi's initial contact was gentle, merely testing the defender's strength. Subsequently, his second contact was far from gentle, catching the Italian player off guard and destabilizing their center of gravity. The much-anticipated dynamic player seized this fleeting opportunity. With an agile spin, uncharacteristic of a traditional post player, he deftly maneuvered past the defender, followed by a well-timed two-step move, ultimately scoring with a delicate layup. The entire sequence was fluid and ethereal. The dynamic player truly lived up to his name. Against the Chinese team, aside from Yao Ming, Italy did not seem to regard anyone else with much seriousness. At best, Wang Zhizhi was considered half a threat. As for the CBA MVP, Yi Jinlian, Italy possesses its own basketball league, which is not inferior to the CBA. And what of Wang Hao, the NBA's #1 draft pick? It appears that many homegrown #1 picks in the U.S. have not lived up to expectations, let alone a player from China. Are we to assume that everyone is Yao Ming? Unsurprisingly, the first play was directed towards Wang Hao, who was participating in his inaugural World Championship. Italy's strategy was evidently predicated on the notion that while they could not surpass Yao Ming, they could freely exploit his teammates. However, this time they may have miscalculated. The Chinese team, bolstered by Wang Hao, is certainly not a squad that Italy can hope to underestimate by merely reducing their lead to 15 points. The Chinese team's zone defense had rendered positional relationships less distinct. Aside from Yao Ming, who was tasked with guarding the paint, as per FIFA regulations, there is no 3-second defensive rule. The others could extend their defensive efforts. Particularly, Wang Hao exhibited commendable defensive skills. Although he was not accustomed to guarding in his zone, he was adept at providing timely assistance to his teammates, which, in a sense, is not dissimilar to the principles of zone defense. It merely involves caring for a specific area one can defend. Underestimating Wang Hao's Italian team has inevitably hampered their offensive efforts. The current Chinese team bears a resemblance to the Spurs, with Yao Ming assuming the role of Duncan in the paint, while Wang Hao plays the part of Bowen on the perimeter. While Yao Ming may not necessarily surpass Duncan, he is at least of a comparable caliber. However, Wang Hao undoubtedly excels beyond Bowen. The Italian players on the forward line should not be underestimated, no matter the feints or deceptive movements. The imposing hand before them remains steadfast. With no other option, they must pass the ball back to their star player, Bellinelli. With little time left on the shot clock, Bellinelli is forced to contend with the Chinese defense and take a desperate shot. Duong. Unsurprisingly, he misses. Yao Ming secures the rebound and hands the ball to Wang Hao to advance. Yet, the look in his eyes during the pass seemed to convey a message. Shall I let Wang Hao take a shot? Chapter 63. The tough Italian opposition receiving encouragement from Yao Ming's gaze. Wang Hao stepped up decisively, showcasing the prowess of the NCAA's top player. He charged forward with the ball, dismissing the Italian team and their national pride. Defend against me, and then we shall talk. In that moment, Wang Hao cast aside the nervousness that accompanied his first appearance on the world stage, unleashing the tyrant that had struck fear into the hearts of NCAA opponents. With the ball in hand, Wang Hao completely disregarded the defensive players from Italy, approaching the game as if it were merely an NCAA match. He was determined to dominate this territory. With the burdens of pressure lifted, Wang Hao once again exhibited his unparalleled explosiveness to his teammates. Watching the replay on television could never replicate the sensation of witnessing it live, a sentiment shared by Wang Hao's teammates. As he penetrated the three-point line, Wang Hao paid no heed to the 3 Italian players pursuing him. Just a step inside the free throw line, he leaped high into the air. Duong. A thunderous dunk from Wang Hao, an extraordinary display one would typically observe only from NBA players. The Italian defender attempting to thwart Wang Hao was predictably sent tumbling. Let's admire this play. Yes, that is how it's done. Wang Hao delivers the dunk. Magnificent. The execution of this play was remarkably sound, as remarked by commentator Zhang Guoli on the broadcast, who shared his famous phrase with the audience nationwide. Indeed, Wang Hao utilized his exceptional physical attributes to completely overpower the Italian team. Meanwhile, commentator Su Kun, collaborating with Zhang on this inaugural match for the Chinese team, felt a sense of helplessness. Is this what you call reasonable? Forcing through 3 defenders? If it were someone else, I fear you might have a different reaction, he thought, though he dared not voice this concern for fear of impacting the broadcast reception. Celebrating his thunderous dunk, which secured the first point for China in the World Championship, Wang Hao exuberantly high-fived his teammates. The reality is clear. The Italian team's previous victory over China by 15 points was assuredly not due to luck. This year's Basketball World Championship features an abundance of new talent on the Chinese team. Apart from Liu Wei, the external line consists solely of newcomers. The interior line fares somewhat better, with only Zhang Songtao and Wang Hao as fresh faces. However, the issue lies in Wang Hao's limited understanding of FIFA regulations. Despite his extensive training, this vulnerability was keenly observed by the astute Italian team. In the World Championship, the outcome is solely determined by victory or defeat. Notions of glory are irrelevant. The first quarter was marked by a relentless tug-of-war, allowing the Italian coach to discern Wang Hao's weakness. Although Wang Hao performed admirably in the initial quarter, propelling the Chinese team to a 20-15 lead over Italy, he accrued 2 fouls. Without Wang Hao's defensive presence on the perimeter, the Chinese team's external line would have been severely exposed. At times, physical disparities cannot be compensated for, and the Chinese team's long-standing deficiency in a powerful forward was magnified. Remarkably, within the national team, aside from Wang Hao and Zhu Fengyu, there was no one else capable of playing the small forward position, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable to exploitation. As the second quarter commenced, Coach Gong Luming, wishing to protect Wang Hao, substituted him out, bringing in Zhu Fengyu to fill his role. The disparity was immediately apparent upon Zhu Fengyu's entry. When Wang Hao was on the court, the Italian team dared not confront him, nor did they even attempt to breach his defensive lane. However, after Zhu Fengyu entered the game, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Italians relentlessly attacked Zhu Fengyu, despite his reliable long-range shooting. His defensive efforts, however, were rather concerning, compelling Yi Jianlian, who had come off the bench for Yao Ming, to provide constant assistance. At this point, Yi Jianlian was not yet the formidable player capable of matching the Gasol brothers. He was merely a subordinate to Yao Ming. In terms of positioning, he even fell short of Wang Hao. The Chinese team's rotational lineup, against the Italians who averaged under 2 meters in height, surprisingly found themselves at a disadvantage. Faced with Italy's frenzied assaults and rapid transitions between offense and defense, the slower Chinese squad was overwhelmed, conceding an 8-2 run within a mere 3 minutes, bringing the score to 22-23, with Italy leading by 1 point. Reluctantly, Coach Gong Luming substituted Yao Ming for Zhang Songtao to stabilize the situation. Observing the smaller lineup thrive, the Italian coach opted not to make any substitutions, maintaining their rotation. Upon entering the game, Yao Ming seized the offensive mantle, successfully scoring twice in the paint, which helped regain the lead at 26-25 for China. The stabilization on the court also afforded Coach Gong an opportunity to explain FIFA rules to Wang Hao. Through his guidance, Wang Hao finally understood the areas he needed to focus on, as if the subsequent phases of the game were destined to unfold effortlessly for him. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Chinese team called for substitutions, bringing out Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and Chen Jianhua, while introducing Wang Hao, Wang Zhizhi, Sun Yu, and Wang Shipong. The score remained tightly contested at 39-37, with China holding a slender lead. Yao Ming, having only rested for 3 minutes during the 2 quarters, was undeniably fatigued. This was not even his typical playing time in the early stages of the second quarter in the NBA. Coach Gong had clearly stated prior to this substitution that Wang Hao was the primary offensive focal point for the Chinese team. Wang Hao felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. Throughout his NCAA season, he had played in a similar manner, where the ball would be passed to him and the others would spread out. The Italians employed a full-court man-to-man defense, making it arduous for Liu Wei to advance the ball. Consequently, Wang Hao had no choice but to bring the ball up from his own half. Upon reaching the 3-point line, facing an Italian defender slightly over 2 meters tall. Wang Hao refrained from exchanging trash talk. After all, this was an international competition, and losing face would not only reflect poorly on him, but also on his country. However, refraining from banter did not imply that Wang Hao would be gentle. Confronted by the defender, he executed a direct jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. It felt as if nothing had changed. Wang Hao clenched his fist and affirmed to himself, "This is how it should be done." Look at how reasonable that shot was. An NBA #1 draft pick should certainly carry himself as such. Just as Yao Ming dominated the paint, Wang Hao commanded the perimeter perfectly. How reasonable, indeed. Teacher Zhang, unable to contain his laughter, remarked, "What an excellent observation." He suggested we continue watching the match. Su Kun, who collaborated with Teacher Zhang, felt a sense of helplessness, truly exasperated. "Teacher Zhang, it's impossible for me to respond in this manner," he thought, though he dared not voice his sentiments. At that moment, the score stood at 42-37, with the Chinese team leading by 5 points. However, Italy appeared unperturbed. What is the most effective way to dismantle a zone defense? Naturally, it is through breakthroughs and three-point shots. Given the formidable presence of China's towering defenders, Italy's hopes of penetrating the defense seemed rather futile. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on their three-point shooting. Unfortunately for them, the sharpshooters of Italy began to find their rhythm at that precise moment. While the zone defense significantly showcased Wang Hao's swift support capabilities, it also confined him to a designated area. Positioned at the right 45-degree angle, Wang Hao could not assist against an opponent at the left 45-degree angle. Otherwise, it would result in a glaringly open shot for the adversary. Wang Hao could only watch helplessly as his opponent, after a series of precise passes, unleashed a three-pointer courtesy of Bellinelli. Although the Chinese team held a distinct advantage in the paint, the disparity from the perimeter was substantial enough to nullify that advantage. Many European players may not have made it to the NBA, yet their superior physicality and shooting accuracy were undeniable. The shortcomings of the Chinese backcourt were glaringly apparent. This left Wang Hao, Yao Ming, Gong Luming, and indeed all Chinese fans feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Had there been a few competent perimeter players to complement Yao Ming during his prime, the Chinese team would surely have had opportunities to achieve greater success. Alas, there was little Wang Hao could do. After all, one could not expect him to assume the role of guard. Chapter 64. The enigmatic lineup. The Chinese team prepared for a throw-in, with the ball now in the hands of substitute Sun Yu. Wang Hao had a vivid impression of Sun Yu, not merely because he had secured a championship with the Lakers, but rather due to his fearless play on the international stage. Standing at 205 centimeters, Sun Yu held his own against any Italian player. As the tallest member of the Italian squad, was only 207 centimeters and had yet to take the court. Utilizing his height advantage, he deftly fed the ball to Wang Hao in the post. After a summer of diligently perfecting his dreamlike footwork, Wang Hao finally had the opportunity to showcase his skills. The Italian team, underestimating the newly crowned NBA #1 pick, opted for a single coverage. Their negligence would soon cost them dearly. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Hao executed a feigned pass, successfully evading Bellinelli's double team, compelling the latter to return to the perimeter to guard his own man. After all, the Chinese team had a modicum of shooting prowess. With the double team gone, Wang Hao took full advantage. He initiated a tentative bump. Bam! The initial contact did not yield results, but Wang Hao had gauged the strength of the Italian player. Bam! With renewed vigor, Wang Hao forcefully displaced the Italian player's center of gravity. Seizing the momentum, he followed up with a third collision, causing the already off-balance Italian player to stumble back significantly. Faced with such an opportunity, Wang Hao was determined to finish with a powerful dunk. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. This was the international stage, not the NBA or NCAA, where defensive 3 seconds did not apply. This meant that the Italian center could comfortably establish a presence in the paint. The center's delayed reaction successfully disrupted Wang Hao's rhythm. As he prepared to leap, the Italian players closed in with the surrounding force. In desperation, Wang Hao executed a half-turn fake, sending the ball over his head to Wang Shipong on the perimeter. Wang Shipong momentarily froze upon receiving the pass, then made a slight adjustment before launching a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 45-40. Wang Shipong's remarkable three-pointer restored confidence in China's outside shooting. Although the physical prowess of Chinese players may not rival that of their European and American counterparts, in terms of shooting, they hold their own. It is only natural for a guard of Wang Shipong's stature to sink such a shot. As for the so-called dreamlike footwork, Wang Hao deemed it irrelevant, truly inconsequential. When the opponent exerts force, there is no need for elaborate maneuvers. One must avoid the embarrassment of errors. In the absence of Yao Ming, Wang Zhiji's dominance in the paint alone was insufficient to instill fear in the Italian team. The Brazilian player, Basile, repeatedly assaulted China's interior defense. While success was not guaranteed on every attempt, with proper support, Basile consistently delivered the ball to open teammates. As the first half concluded, Wang Hao entered the game, assisting Wang Shipong for a basket and subsequently sinking a three-pointer himself, while Italy managed to land 3 threes. The score shifted to 48-49, with China trailing by 1 point. During halftime, Wang Hao proposed a lineup featuring the 5 key players: center Yao Ming, power forward Wang Zhiji, small forward Yi Jinlian, shooting guard Wang Hao, and point guard Sun Yu. Among them, the shortest player, Sun Yu, stood at 205 centimeters, while the tallest, Yao Ming, reached 226 centimeters. After a thorough analysis, the group deemed this lineup feasible. Coach Gong promptly approved it for the third quarter, emphasizing a strategy of positional play, leveraging their height advantage. Wang Hao, Yi Jinlian, and Sun Yu, 3 agile players, were tasked with defending against fast breaks. If Italy were to engage in a half-court game, it would be a challenge. All they would see upon looking up would be hands. Of course, had Pat Riley been present, he might have internally expressed his admiration for Coach Gong's insight, recognizing it as a vision of the future of basketball, a concept Wang Hao had astutely adapted. As the second half commenced, Zhang's guidance and teacher Su Kun, who had been analyzing the first half for the fans, swiftly acquired the details of China's second half lineup. Initially suspecting a prank, the two became unsettled upon witnessing the actual deployment of the 5-man lineup. Teacher Zhang, what are your thoughts on this formation? At a loss for words, Su Kun deferred to Zhang. With a chuckle, Zhang remarked that this lineup was precisely designed to exploit Italy's weaknesses. I'm simply taller than you. When you raise your hand, you will first see the defender's hands. And if you wish to play fast, I will engage in a half-court game, for we have Yao Ming. It must be acknowledged that Zhang's understanding of basketball is indeed profound, earning him the title of China's Pippin. Faced with such an intriguing lineup, the Italian players could not maintain their composure. They recognized the height of the Chinese players, but such a strategy felt excessive. At that moment, the Italian players' sentiments could be succinctly summarized as frustration. The sole drawback of this lineup was that if China could not secure rebounds, they would be vulnerable to frequent fast breaks from Italy. The expenditure of physical energy poses a significant challenge. Of course, for the physically robust Wang Hao, it may not be an issue, but for Yao Ming, who endures the rigors of an NBA season, it certainly presents a formidable problem. This is merely the first match of the group stage. Observing Yao Ming in the paint, Wang Hao silently vowed, should the anticipated fatigue truly manifest, he would seize control of the game, ensuring that Yao Ming would not exhaust his resources in this initial contest, regardless of the outcome. Gazing at the formidable quintet of the Chinese team, the Italian players felt a sense of indignation and grievance. It was undeniably an overwhelming situation. They say that weak nations lack diplomacy. As a smaller nation, Italy found itself at a disadvantage. However, despite their resistance, the match must proceed. The interior was effectively rendered inaccessible, as Yao Ming dominated the paint, further fortified by the vigilant presence of Yi Jinlian and Wang Zhiji. As for the perimeter, the first half had already made it clear that Wang Hao was not to be trifled with. Thus, they could only view this tall and slender Chinese guard as a potential point of penetration. Sun Yu was underestimated. In international play, he was far from the serene figure of a Buddha. He was rather tempestuous. In terms of physical attributes, Sun Yu might not match the seasoned Basile of the Italian national team, who not only possessed age, but also a wealth of experience and impressive athleticism. The astute Basile exploited his speed and strength to breach Sun Yu's defense. Nonetheless, despite the breakthrough, Sun Yu was still able to keep pace. Given his towering height of 205 centimeters, which afforded him an ample stride, as Basile ventured into the paint, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon seeing Yao Ming approaching to provide support, Basile intended to pass the ball. However, in that moment, he finally comprehended the source of that peculiar sensation. As he prepared to distribute the ball, he found himself ensnared between Yao Ming and Wang Zhiji, like a hamburger, with Sun Yu lurking menacingly behind him. How could he possibly make the pass? He raised his gaze, and all he could see was a sea of Chinese red, rendering his teammates invisible. Throwing the ball blindly was out of the question. Basile was certain that the instant the ball left his hands, the 3 towering Chinese defenders would intercept it. With no other recourse, Basile resorted to memory, executing a bounce pass in hopes that his teammate would receive it. He recalled correctly that a teammate was indeed in the intended direction. However, unfortunate circumstances found his teammate tightly marked by Wang Hao. Wang Hao effortlessly seized the ball. How could he let such an opportunity to showcase his dunking prowess in front of a national audience slip away? Retrieving the ball, Wang Hao immediately assumed an aggressive posture. At this moment, his focus was solely on the Italian team's basket. We observe a fast break from the Chinese team, with Wang Hao in possession. He left all defenders in his wake. How would he complete this offensive maneuver? It was evident that Wang Hao would not execute the attack in a straightforward manner. Observe his takeoff position as his feet barely grazed the free throw line. The fervent excitement of Coach Zhang left no room for a word from Su Kun. Indeed, Wang Hao's magnificent dunk significantly uplifted the morale of the Chinese team. After Coach Zhang's exuberance subsided, Su Kun cautiously ventured a comment. Meanwhile, the live broadcast comment section was abuzz with enthusiasm. The Chinese flying man requires no explanation. The title of champion is truly deserved. Wang Hao is remarkable, a tyrant in his own right. Upvotes galore, echoing the sentiment of 1-1-0-0-8-6. Wang Hao's spectacular dunk from the free throw line profoundly introduced this Chinese boy, raised in America, to Chinese basketball fans, garnering him a wave of admirers. The score stood at 50-49, with the Chinese team taking the lead. As Italy prepared to inbound the ball, Brazil's Bai Lai, having learned from a previous mistake, hesitated to attack the paint, opting instead to circulate the ball around the perimeter in search of openings. However, China's perimeter defense was not to be underestimated. Although Sun Yu lacked strength, his swiftness and leaping ability were undeniable. Most importantly, Sun Yu possessed an indomitable spirit, willing to confront challenges head-on regardless of the number of times he was pushed aside. The frantic movement along the perimeter thwarted Italy's attempts to find a shooting opportunity. As the shot clock dwindled, Bellinelli, under pressure, forced a shot that clanged off the rim. The rebound was secured by Wang Zhizhi. The stabilized Chinese team opted against a fast break, methodically setting up their offense, ultimately feeding the ball to Yao Ming in the post. Yao executed his signature turnaround jumper, scoring 2 points. The score now read 52-49, with China leading by 3. Chapter 65. Italy's method of breaking the deadlock. Merely a minute and a half into the second half, the Chinese team executed 2 effortless offensive plays. In stark contrast to Italy's struggles, the Italian head coach furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a solution. Observing Yao Ming's continued success in the paint, a light bulb went off in his mind. Of course, why didn't I think of that? A timeout was called. Has he really thought of a strategy so quickly? Wang Hao mused himself. Unfortunately for him, his ominous intuition proved correct. The Italian coach indeed had a plan. Gathering his players, the coach instructed, "We will switch to a lineup of 5 shooters. When we go on offense, do not attack the paint. I want everyone beyond the 3-point line. Pull the defenders out." After assessing his players' understanding, he continued, "If the Chinese team fails to bring their big men out to defend, pass the ball and take your shot without hesitation. If Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi step out, drive aggressively at them." He scanned the team once more, ensuring they comprehended his directives. "If you understand, execute as I've instructed." As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Italy indeed fielded 5 shooters, their overall height diminished, with the tallest player being a mere 203 centimeters small forward. One must commend the Italian coach for his ingenuity and audacity. Remarkably, this small ball lineup proved effective. The Chinese team, initially dismissive, did not fully extend Yao Ming to the perimeter, allowing for defensive switches. However, upon switching, they discovered that apart from their own players, there were no Italians in the paint. In this advantageous situation, Italy effortlessly found opportunities and sank a 3-pointer. The score adjusted to 52-54. China still leads by 2 points. In an offensive play against the shorter and lighter Italian players, Yao Ming executed a graceful move, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Italy launched another attack. This time, Yao Ming refrained from staunchly guarding the paint and stepped out, playing right into Italy's strategy. After a series of screens and off-ball picks, Yao found himself defending against Basile. Without hesitation, Basile drove past Yao Ming. Faced with a smaller guard, Yao's footwork could only be described as sluggish. Successfully bypassing Yao, Basile completed a layup in the open lane. The score was 54-56, with China still leading by 2 points. Witnessing this, Wang Hao felt a foreboding sensation. Had Italy truly discovered counter-strategy? His fears materialized as Italy indeed found a way to respond. Yao Ming once again scored 2 points in the paint, seemingly effortless. However, as Italy countered, Yao's slow pace became a critical liability. In a half-court setting, Yao was undoubtedly a king, but in a fast-paced game, he struggled to adapt. This style of play placed significant strain on the towering yet heavy-bodied Yao, especially considering his injuries and the high-intensity NBA season he had just completed. Wang Hao feared for Yao's well-being. Now aware of China's defensive adjustments, Italy refrained from attacking Yao directly, but successfully exploited his sluggish rotations with a screen to create an open shot for a three-pointer. The score shifted to 57-56, with China trailing by 1 point. Sensing the urgency, Wang Hao glanced at Coach Gong Luming, who returned the look, and they exchanged a silent signal for a timeout. The Chinese team called for a break. The previous 2 plays had drained Yao significantly. Seizing the opportunity during the timeout, Yao quickly sat down to rest. Yao Ming. Coach Gong began. I understand, Coach. They're exploiting my slow movement, and I'm tired. I'll take a breather and let them play for a while. Yao's emotional intelligence shone through as his simple statement diffused any tension. With Yao's issue addressed, Coach Gong turned to Wang Hao. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Coach. Next, we'll bring in 5 players who can shoot. I'll play center, and the rest will spread out for rebounds. Inspired by Yao's confidence, Wang Hao eagerly accepted the challenge. Is the tyrant about to descend upon the World Championship and take control of the game? Yao's jest was laced with approval. As the elder statesman of a national team and the one most familiar with Wang Hao, Yao's words carried weight. What could others say? They would follow suit. As for dissent, this was the national team. Everyone's purpose was to win for the honor of the country, even if it meant becoming designated shooters. They must endure sitting on the cold bench throughout the game, though it is not enforced. Those who are eligible to join the national team undoubtedly meet the requisite mindset. Did you not observe how everyone was in sync, responding with, is that so? The timeout is over. Apart from Wang Hao, the other 4 members of the Chinese team remained on the sidelines, as Liu Wei, Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Shen Jianghua entered the game. The Chinese team initiated their offense. Liu Wei advanced into the front court and passed the ball to Wang Hao, who, akin to Famer of the Brown Bears, found a corner to await a three-pointer. The Chinese team, similarly, positioned all 5 players beyond the three-point line, compelling the Italian team to advance for defense. With the ball in hand, Wang Hao contemptuously lifted the corner of his mouth in defiance of his defender. Come on, darling. The Chinese team had substituted in 4 shooters, indicating that Wang Hao was poised to take charge of the offense. Observing the play, it was evident that Wang Hao was employing the strategy he was most familiar with from the Brown Bears. 1 player handling the ball while 4 spread out. Coach Zhang, who had meticulously studied Wang Hao's game footage, recognized the formation and, upon reflection, realized this is indeed the tyrant tactic of the Brown Bears. Coach Zhang, I am not well acquainted with Wang Hao. Could you elaborate on the tyrant tactic? Su Kun inquired with curiosity. The tyrant tactic is simple yet complex. Coach Zhang teased before elaborating. In essence, it involves giving the ball to Wang Hao and having the other 4 players spread out, allowing him to resolve the game on his own. And what makes it difficult? Su Kun asked, eager to understand. The challenge lies in the fact that there is only one Wang Hao, and no one truly knows the limits of his capabilities. Let us observe how Wang Hao executes this play. Coach Zhang redirected his attention to the game, interrupting Su Kun. With the ball, Wang Hao launched forward, effortlessly leaving the Italian player behind with a single step. As a joke, our first step could leave even McGrady flabbergasted, ignoring the converging Italian defenders. Wang Hao's gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. Duong. The familiar sound of the rim reverberated as Wang Hao finally revealed the true nature of the tyrant after a prolonged silence. It was pure aggression and strength, eschewing all superfluous flair. Witnessing this was a testament to Wang Hao's ferocity. I have watched all his game footage, and no player or team has ever managed to impede his momentum when he charges forward. Dunking over defenders has become second nature for him. Coach Zhang remarked in astonishment. Wang Hao's physical prowess is remarkable. At that moment, Su Kun found himself at a loss for words. How does one even provide commentary on such a play? It was simply a matter of using physicality to bypass the opponent. What more is there to discuss? Su Kun longed to express his own frustrations. As he retreated on defense, Wang Hao cast a disdainful glance at the Italian players. As Italy's star player Bellinelli could no longer tolerate this and, without hesitation, surged toward the basket, challenging Wang Hao's dominion in the paint. Did he truly believe everyone was as formidable as Yao Ming? Wang Hao may not be Yao Ming, yet his playing style, is undeniably more exhilarating. Liu Wei's defensive capabilities fall short against Bellinelli's penetrative prowess. Successfully bypassing Liu Wei's defense and facing the formidable Wang Hao beneath the basket, Bellinelli yearned to showcase his strength. Although his vertical leap and body extension do not rival Wang Hao's, he believed he could still execute a dunk if left unchallenged. Regrettably, he miscalculated his opponent. The two athletes collided fiercely, Wang Hao refusing to yield as they grappled midair. Hands of contrasting colors simultaneously grasped the basketball. In a remarkable display of athleticism, Wang Hao sent Bellinelli crashing to the ground while firmly securing the ball in his grasp. A block. Wang Hao achieved this remarkable feat once again at the World Championship, and the referee's silence indicated that the game continued unabated. Wang Hao passed the ball to Zhu Fengyu beside him and took strides forward into the court. In just a few steps, he had already crossed the halfway line. The ball. Wang Hao pointed skyward. Zhu Fengyu understood instinctively and hurled the ball towards the front court with all his might. He had not considered whether Wang Hao would catch it. He was simply exhilarated. As the basketball caught up with Wang Hao, he had already entered the three-point line. With another step, he had crossed the free throw line. Estimating the distance, he unleashed his legs and leaped into the air. The defending player attempted to foul him, but failed to grasp even the fabric of his jersey. In midair, Wang Hao caught the ball and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. This airborne relay, initiated from the backcourt, flawlessly showcased Wang Hao's extraordinary physical prowess before everyone. At that moment, not only the opponents, but even his teammates were left in awe, their mouths agape. Zhu Fengyu, in particular, was astounded. He was acutely aware of the force and height of his pass, and the moment the ball left his hands, he sensed its demise. To his astonishment, Wang Hao not only caught the ball, but executed an airborne relay with finesse. On the bench, Yao Ming, confronted with the curious gazes of those around him, helplessly remarked, "Don't ask me. I have no idea how this kid is so strong. Perhaps only Kobe truly knows his real capabilities, having trained together for over a year." Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate the arrival of a tyrant at this men's basketball world championship. At this moment, Coach Zhang felt a sense of pride akin to watching his own child grow and succeed. How long has it been since China produced a player of such caliber? Chapter 66. Is there time to play during garbage time? Wang Hao's goal ignited the atmosphere of the stadium. Although we are in Japan, a shared sense of identity prevails among us, united by our yellow skin. At 57-60, the Chinese team surged ahead once more by 3 points. On the sidelines, Yao Ming, observing his younger teammates' fervor, found joy in his role as a mere water boy, engaging in lively conversation with Coach Gong. It was through this goal that Yao Ming sensed Wang Hao had finally shed the nerves of his first international match, liberating his spirit from the shackles of anxiety. It was as if the tyrant who commanded the court in the NCAA had returned. Of course, the caliber of the opponent is also a factor. Had they faced teams like the United States, Spain, or Argentina, it is likely that Wang Hao would not have found such ease in his play. As the match progressed, the tempo returned to one that Wang Hao relished, the exhilarating rhythm of commanding the game. Wang Hao's remarkable block instilled a sense of caution in the Italian team, preventing them from recklessly attacking the paint. Nevertheless, the collective synergy and shooting prowess of European teams remained formidable. To elaborate, if we were to solely consider physical attributes, some European players might not even measure up to certain NCAA athletes. However, when it comes to a direct confrontation, aside from Wang Hao's Brown Bears, other teams would likely face defeat. Even the Brown Bears cannot proclaim absolute victory. Desperate for a morale-boosting score, the Italian team chose to rely on their star player, Bellinelli. Yet, shaken by Wang Hao's earlier prowess, he was no longer the stalwart leader capable of carrying the team forward. Faced with the defense of Wang Shipong, Bellinelli was eager to validate his abilities, but his efforts backfired. The spirited Chinese players unleashed a fervent defense that proved challenging for him. Ultimately, with time running out on the shot clock, he was forced to take a less-than-ideal shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Wang Hao secured the rebound. As he calmly dribbled the ball up the court, the Chinese players felt a pang of regret, wishing to witness another one of Wang Hao's thunderous dunks. What are the defining characteristics of Wang Hao's gameplay in his tyrant mode? He is unyielding and often resorts to audacious shots, which can indeed be described as reckless. When he chooses to shoot, he avoids driving to the basket, exhibiting an impressive range that may appear to outsiders as erratic shooting. Crossing half-court, Wang Hao and Liu Wei exchanged a pass, with Wang Hao gripping the ball single-handedly while stationed at the center circle. Wang Hao is deliberately consuming time. Yet, With merely 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, one must ponder the reason behind this tactic. In truth, Wang Hao does not wish to squander time. Rather, he seeks to regulate the tempo of the game, concerned that his teammates may become fatigued, especially given that this is the inaugural match. However, to his dismay, Wang Hao realizes that he lacks the finesse required to control the pace effectively. He has consistently assumed the role of an executor. Thus, with no other recourse, Wang Hao resorts to a rudimentary method, halting the ball to stretch the offensive time. 7, 6, 5. He initiates the play. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Wang Hao makes his move. Wang Hao suddenly initiated a move, startling the Italian players who hurried to respond. However, he eluded their attempts. Standing 2 steps beyond the three-point line, Wang Hao took a shot. The three-pointer swished through the net, leaving everyone astounded. Even teacher Zhang, who was deliberately vying for the title of the best player with Barkley, candidly remarked on the absurdity of it all. It was simply too unreasonable, yet it went in. Su Kun, with greater insight, speculated on Wang Hao's strategic timing, though it was evident that even if pressed, he would never guess the truth behind it. The Italians prepared for the inbound pass. Wang Hao engaged in an exhaustive full-court defense, fixating on the ball handler, allowing you all to experience the exhilarating sensation of being unable to cross half-court with the ball. The Italian ball handler, Basile, received the ball and took merely 2 steps before being ensnared by Wang Hao. The scene was utterly disheartening. For a vivid comparison, one might refer to the Japanese defender's struggle against Leonard. It was not merely about dribbling, but rather the challenge of maintaining an upright posture was formidable. Under the pressure exerted by Wang Hao, Basile was compelled to halt and call for support from his teammates. Bellinelli hastily retreated to the half-court in anticipation of receiving the ball. Unfortunately, the overwhelmed Basile, ensnared by Wang Hao, could scarcely discern the direction of his teammates, as all he could see were Wang Hao's towering hands flailing above him. As time elapsed, second by second, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul for traveling. Possession to the Chinese team. With a cheerful grin, Wang Hao stood at the sidelines, hurling banter in English. "You're almost halfway there, truly, keep it up." Though unsure if his opponent could comprehend, Wang Hao was thoroughly enjoying himself. As the game resumed, he feigned a run towards the paint to draw the defense, only to swiftly retreat beyond the three-point line. As he arrived at the spot, Zhu Fengyu delivered the ball directly into his hands. With a defender still a step away, Wang Hao launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball found its mark. The score stood at 57-66, with China leading by 9 points and just 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Italy called for a timeout. The Italian coach fervently strategized, while the Chinese bench exuded a jubilant atmosphere reminiscent of the once mighty Brown Bears, filled with laughter and merriment. "Yeah, why not let me go all out? And if we turn the fourth quarter into garbage time, you can step in and score a few points?" Wang Hao jested, alluding to the next opponent. Although entering the game was one thing, a little extra rest would be splendid. He added, "I really don't want to step back in." Yao Ming played along, fueling the light-hearted exchange. After the timeout, Coach Gong substituted Wang Zhizhi for Wang Shipong, hoping that Wang Zhizhi would shoulder the defensive responsibilities in the paint, thereby liberating Wang Hao. Upon returning from the break, Italy executed the inbound play, leaving Wang Hao, who had hoped to press forward and force an 8-second violation against Italy, feeling quite frustrated. The emergence of Wang Zhizhi has significantly enriched the offensive capabilities of the Chinese team, eliminating the reliance on Wang Hao alone. With a multitude of options available, should Wang Hao take charge of the offense, it typically involves a singular maneuver to break through and draw defenders, followed by a pass. Beyond that, he possesses little else. With Wang Zhizhi fortifying the interior, Wang Hao can confidently focus on defending the perimeter. Wang Hao found himself matched up against the ball-handling Bellinelli. This time, rather than recklessly attempting to overpower Wang, Bellinelli executed a no-look pass. The astute Wang had already anticipated the play, swiftly intercepting the basketball. "Impossible," muttered Bellinelli, disbelief etched across his face. Instead of offering consolation to the distraught Bellinelli, Wang took off, dribbling forward. He established his position beyond the three-point arc, and with the Italian players retreating into the paint, Wang disdainfully curled his lip. A trailing three-pointer ensued, the ball swishing through the net. The score stood at 57-69. As for why Wang managed to steal the ball, one might chuckle. Was it a mere stroke of luck? Perhaps a fortuitous mistake? One could only concede that fortune favored him this time. With 3 minutes remaining in the first half, Wang knew he had to strive diligently to fulfill his promise. After scoring, he did not retreat to his half of the court. His intentions were unmistakable. He was intent on forcing an 8-second violation. However, the Italian team had learned from their previous mistakes. 3 players returned to support, maintaining the ball's momentum through rapid passing, advancing it to the front court. Disheartened by the thwarted plan, Wong trudged back to his half. This time, he was still defending Bellinelli, the lone Italian player to have graced the NBA. His skills were undeniable. Unfortunately, the ball did not find its way to Bellinelli, but rather to a well-executed play by the Italians, cunningly exploiting Wang Zhiji's slower speed. They successfully evaded the point guard, but alas, the Italian players seemed to have lost their shooting touch after a prolonged absence from the court, their attempts clanging off the rim. The rebound fell into Wang's hands. Liu Wei advanced into the front court, handing the ball to the orchestrating Wang Zhiji at the center circle. Wang Zhiji, stepping out to support, allowed Wang Hao to penetrate deep into the paint. In pursuit of positioning, Wang Hao reached out for the ball. Leveraging his height advantage, Zhiji effortlessly delivered a high pass right into Wang Hao's hands. This time, without hesitation, Wang Hao charged forward with force. Boom! Boom! Ignoring the unsteady defender he had collided with, Wang Hao swiftly pivoted and executed a shark-like slam dunk. This moment seemed to serve as the final straw that shattered the Italian team's spirit. In the remaining 2 minutes of the third quarter, Italy failed to orchestrate any remarkable plays. Every attempt was made under extreme duress, leading to predictable results. Seizing the opportunity, the Chinese team unleashed a 9-0 run within the last 2 minutes, elevating the score to 57-80, with China leading by 23 points. The third quarter concluded, and the fourth quarter commenced. The Chinese team brought in Wang Zhiji, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Sun Yu, although devoid of Wang Hao and Yao Ming. This lineup sufficed to handle a demoralized Italian team. The match concluded swiftly, with Wang Zhiji's squad offering no chances to their opponents. Ultimately, the final score settled at 99-80, granting China a 19-point victory. After the game, Wang Hao intended to attend the press conference, but upon glancing at his phone, he decisively declined. Chapter 67. Who's calling for a hug? Yao Ming inquired. Old Ku invited me out for a chat. Are you going, Brother Yao? I won tea. I'll attend the press conference. You can't run away while I'm still here. Yao Ming graciously accepted the responsibility of attending the press conference. When did you arrive? Old man, I didn't see you, Wang Hao asked. Enough with the small talk. You played well. Cool me. I'll take you to see your next opponent. With that, he opened the car door and got in. Wang Hao wondered how this old man had managed to procure a car in Japan. Did he buy it? He must be quite wealthy. Wang Hao marveled at the strength of the dollar in silence. Wei arrived. Just don't embarrass me out there, he warned. Upon observing the American team, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel that these affluent individuals were rather casual, opting for a seemingly unpretentious Japanese restaurant for their meal. Upon entering, he soon realized that it was merely a gathering of a few well-connected individuals of similar standing, including Wang Hao, the trio of Ao Mei and Kobe. There were only 8 people in total. The 4 horsemen of the wind, along with the jovial beast, Howard. As for why the giant bow was absent, Wang Hao remained in the dark. Kobe was the first to speak, introducing, "Gentlemen, I present to you Wang Hao, the one you've been eager to meet." Hello, everyone. Faced with the presence of so many basketball stars he had previously only admired from afar, Wang Hao felt a tinge of nervousness. It seems your little brother is rather anxious, quipped Chris Paul, the fourth of the 4 horsemen, as he initiated the conversation. Hey, Paul, your words make it difficult for me to respond, Wang Hao replied helplessly, prompting a round of laughter. Come on, let us all welcome our little brother. James extended his hand first. Let us share a hug. Just in case I dunk on you tomorrow, this hug will serve as an apology, Wang Hao, known for his competitive spirit, engaged in playful banter. James wore an expression of amused bewilderment, but still embraced Wang Hao warmly. Looks like LeBron is a bit intimidated. Come on, let us hug it out. Anthony followed suit, offering a hug. I'm a guard. You want to get the chance to dunk on me? Wade's hands awkwardly hovered in the air. But if I do dunk on you, consider this an apology. Wade then willingly embraced Wang Hao. Chris, it's your turn. Tomorrow, I'll treat you with utmost care, Paul remarked with a hint of pride, yet still joined in the embrace. Dwight, are you sure you don't want a hug? I can tell Yao Ming to go easy on you. Who's dunking on whom is still up for debate. Consider this my apology for tomorrow. The jovial beast Howard chimed in, embracing Wang Hao as well. Wow, this happy beast sure has some strength, Wang Hao mused to himself. The match tomorrow will be fiercely contested, declared James, the leader of the group. I am aware. Therefore, you all should be cautious, as I shall also give my all. Wang Hao replied earnestly, shedding the earlier playful demeanor. The ensuing conversation transformed into an enchanting narrative of NBA nightlife. Individuals like Anthony and Howard, the princes of the night, undoubtedly commanded the floor with their stories. Meanwhile, James and the others were expressions of existential despair. Hadn't they promised an enlightening initiation for the NBA rookies? How had it swiftly morphed into a showcase of nightlife antics? Hey, you youngsters, mind your manners and don't lead Wong astray. Watch out for his girlfriend. She might scratch you. Kobe's remark prompted Ao Mei to playfully extend her hand, mimicking a scratching motion. After a while, the group began to disperse. Wang Hao, having made arrangements for Ao Mei, knocked on Yao Ming's door. Yao, are you there? Xiao Wang, come in. As Wang Hao entered the room, he was taken aback to find nearly all the members of the men's basketball team gathered there. Are we having a meeting? My apologies for interrupting, he swiftly expressed, demonstrating an admirable attitude of accountability. No need to be anxious. We are merely discussing our strategy for the match against the American team tomorrow, Yao Ming clarified. I will heed the coach's guidance, Wang Hao promptly declared, keen to avoid the reputation of being a disobedient player. Indeed, we have just deliberated and decided to forego tomorrow's match in order to conserve our energy for the remaining group games, Coach Gong announced. Excuse me? What? Wang Hao thought he must have misheard. We will forego the match tomorrow and aim to secure victories in the remaining group games, Yao Ming reiterated. Wang Hao fell into a momentary reverie, but upon reflection, he perceived the underlying essence. Rather than expending all his energy in a fierce contest against the American team during the group stage, it would be more prudent to conserve strength and aim for second place in the group, especially since the remaining opponents were not particularly formidable. The knockout stage would be the time to exert themselves. It must be said that with Wang Hao on the team, the Chinese squad has elevated its aspirations significantly. I have no objections, Wang Hao provided his perspective. It's good to have no objections. Wang Hao's understanding pleased Coach Gong immensely. Tomorrow, regardless of who takes the court, we should aim to conserve our stamina and not take things too seriously. If we lose a few points, so be it. Our goal is to preserve our strength. And we will assess the situation based on the unfolding dynamics of the game. The following day, before the match against the American team, Coach Gong made his personnel decisions clear. Remember, Yao Ming will play in the first quarter, Wang Hao in the second, and the rest will rotate actively. This was a game that was destined to be relinquished. Even Yao Ming did not wish to clash head-on with the American team at this juncture. Hence, he would only play in the first quarter. I'll head over there and greet the coach, Wang Hao remarked to Coach Gong. Hey, have you all cleaned yourselves up after I schooled you? Although he would only play in the second quarter, Wang Hao still sought to make an impression. However, his approach brought him face to face with another individual, the head coach of Duke University, the notorious Coach K, who had once been on the receiving end of Wang Hao's infamous gesture. LeBron, Carmelo, and you all, no matter what, I do not want to see this kid score, Coach K asserted emphatically. The American team, well aware of the implications, silently mourned for Wang Hao. Fortunately, Coach K did not issue orders for them to decimate the Chinese team by a staggering margin. Otherwise, given the Chinese team's current attitude, a 100-point deficit could have been a possibility. As the game commenced, Chinese team's center Wang Zhizhi did not even lead for the tip-off, merely gesturing before retreating on defense. The lineup for the Chinese team included point guard Liu Wei, shooting guard Chen Jianhua, small forward Zhu Fangyu, power forward Wang Zhizhi, and center Yao Ming. In stark contrast, the American team's starting roster gleamed with star power. Point guard Chris Paul, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, forwards LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, and center Dwight Howard. On the bench, they boasted a plethora of high-profile players including Jamison, Hinrich, Battier, Joe Johnson, and Brand, among others. Wang Hao felt that the American team, even with its bench players, could easily dominate this tournament. It was astonishing, filled with stars in their prime. On the first play, facing the feeble defense of the Chinese team, Paul opted for a direct drive. Although Yao Ming was present in the paint, Howard was no pushover. Despite often being outmatched by Yao, the American team had an abundance of options, to the point of carelessly throwing the ball around. As Paul penetrated the restricted area, he wisely refrained from a forceful attempt against the Chinese interior defense. Instead, with a deft bounce pass, he delivered the ball to Anthony, who was sneaking along the baseline, allowing Anthony to finish with an easy layup. Upon the Chinese team's inbound, the weaknesses of their guards were glaringly exposed under the relentless pressure of the American defense. Yao Ming was compelled to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. With no defenders in sight, Yao took a shot from distance and scored. Many assumed Yao was incapable of shooting threes, yet during his time in the CBA, he frequently made such attempts. It was only in the NBA that he was required to remain in the paint, thus refraining from long-range shots. Moreover, the international three-point line is effectively equivalent to a long two-pointer in the NBA, well within Yao's range. In the subsequent phases of the game, the American team exemplified the essence of a star-studded, individualistic playing style. Their strategy revolved around isolation plays for Anthony, James, Howard, Paul, and Wade. Apart from Yao's ability to somewhat contain Howard, the rest of the Chinese players were thoroughly overwhelmed. The Chinese strategy appeared simplistic. The ball was given to Yao Ming. What happened to the promised respite? Wang Hao pondered as he observed the constant passes directed towards Yao. After 6 minutes into the first quarter, the American team began substituting players with an audacious 5-4-5 swap, bringing in the likes of ISO Joe, Brad Miller, Bosch, Battier, and Henrich. At this point, the American bench still included Jamison and Brand, indicating their dismissive attitude towards the Chinese team. The substitution of Brad Miller suggested that the Americans had no intention of specifically targeting Yao. Once hailed as the most center-like point guard, Miller was the linchpin of the Kings Princeton offense. Though his performance as a center was lackluster, he possessed excellent passing and playmaking abilities, having been selected for the All-Star game once. The matchup between Yao and Miller was difficult to assess, as they represented different types of centers. Yet the Chinese team's reliance on Yao was undeniably awkward. In the final 4 minutes of the first half, Yao showcased his robust post skills, while Miller introduced the principles of the Princeton system to the audience. Ultimately, the first quarter concluded with a score of 22-30, with the Chinese team trailing by 8 points. As the second quarter commenced, the Chinese team also made a 5-4-5 substitution, introducing Zhang Songtao, Yi Jianlian, Wang Hao, Wang Shipong, and Sun Yu. Meanwhile, the American team shifted to a starting lineup featuring the Fab for alongside Howard. Wang Hao versus James or Anthony. The Chinese team possesses the ball. Wang Hao faced off directly against James. This scene caused Kobe and Yao Ming, who were watching from the sidelines, to widen their eyes in astonishment. The ultimate test was right before them. Wang Hao gestured for his teammates to spread out, while James signaled to his companions that there was no need for additional defensive support. The fierce battle between Dragons and Tigers was about to commence. Wang Hao refrained from seeking the ball beyond the three-point line this time, considering his dribbling skills. When faced with opponents of lesser strength, he fared well. Yet when confronted by LeBron James, it was prudent to exercise caution. With the ball in his possession at the right 45-degree angle, Wang Hao boldly charged forward, colliding with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hao collided 3 times in succession, yet LeBron merely took a small step back. It appears their strengths are comparable, with LeBron perhaps even possessing the upper hand, as he was the one passively enduring the impact. After arduous practice, the mesmerizing footwork was finally put to use. Bang! Another collision, and Wang Hao exerted considerable effort to carve out a sliver of space. With a subtle shoulder shimmy, he pivoted toward the corner. He sensed LeBron's center of gravity shift slightly. Wang Hao swiftly pulled the ball back and maneuvered around from the opposite side. However, the anticipated smooth passage did not materialize. LeBron remained firmly anchored before him. Wang Hao's feint was seen through by James, who was attempting to lure him into a false sense of security. Did he believe that such a tactic would render me helpless? Yao Ming had imparted the art of the hook shot to me for quite some time. As he gazed at the ever-present James, Wang Hao once more pulled the ball back and pivoted towards the baseline. However, midway through his turn, he raised the ball with one hand and gave his wrist a gentle flick. The basketball hesitated momentarily upon the rim before reluctantly surrendering to the net. The hook shot, a technique learned from Yao Ming, though still lacking in finesse, was now within his grasp. Well done, young man. It's time for my offensive play, James remarked calmly after conceding a basket. With 3 years of experience in the league, James's skills had matured, unlike Wang Hao, who still struggled with the intricacies of elaborate dribbling. Holding the ball beyond the three-point line, James was intent on testing the intensity of Wang Hao's defense, executing a breakthrough reminiscent of a tank's unstoppable force. Wang Hao approached without the slightest hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The consecutive clashes yielded no advantage for either side. Yet James pressed forward, with Wang Hao steadfastly trailing behind. The two resembled armored tanks in a fierce contest of strength, the resounding thuds of their bodies colliding causing concern among the spectators. As James penetrated the paint, he suddenly shifted gears, causing Wang Hao to lose his rhythm. Nevertheless, Wang Hao quickly regained his footing. Realizing a dunk was unattainable, James resorted to a layup, executed with a deft change of pace. In summary, the encounter was evenly matched. Though James held the upper hand, his offensive maneuver was markedly more intricate than Wang Hao's, both in fluidity and complexity. This time, Wang Hao sought the ball within the three-point line, but was now defended by Anthony. Wang Hao felt a sense of helplessness. These fellows truly held grudges. In the face of Sweet Melon's defense, he opted not for a head-on confrontation, but instead employed the seasoned technique of the Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Bam! Bam! He collided twice in quick succession. Wang Hao swiftly pivoted, leaning back as one foot lifted to establish balance, adjusting the arc of his shot. Whoosh! The basketball cleanly swished through the net. A playful smile spread across Wang Hao's face as he observed Anthony's reaction. Anthony, who had been leaning against Wang Hao, called for the ball. Instead of opting for a post-up, the ball handler Anthony chose to attack, facing the basket. Merely adopting a triple threat stance sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Wang Hao. Among the four cavalrymen, it was undoubtedly Anthony who possessed the most diverse offensive maneuvers. After a series of feints, just when Wang Hao anticipated another deceptive move from Anthony, the latter unexpectedly launched a shot. The ball found its mark, and Anthony successfully retaliated. What benefits did Dwayne and Kobe bestow upon you for you to treat me this way? Wang Hao quipped, rolling his eyes at the change in defenders now facing him. Wade. Confronted by Wade, who stood more than 10 centimeters shorter than him, Wang Hao was not foolish enough to attempt a drive. Instead, he opted for a direct shot. Whoosh! The ball sailed through the hoop. This moment left Wade exasperated, lacking even the desire to leap. Wang Hao was simply too tall and too agile. Not foolish, my boy. I had anticipated your drive and was ready to block you. Dream on. You'll never get a hand on me. Wang Hao began to boast. Let me show you what a true breakthrough looks like. Your attempts are rather clumsy. Suddenly, Wade accelerated, prompting Wang Hao to shift laterally in pursuit. At that moment, something astonishing occurred. Wade executed a seamless change of direction without losing speed. While impressive, Wang Hao managed to keep pace. What followed revealed to Wang Hao the true meaning of flash. Just when he thought Wade's offensive display had reached its climax, Wade flawlessly transitioned into a Eurostep after an expansive pivot. Wang Hao was thoroughly outmaneuvered, rendered speechless by the situation. The exceptionally skilled Wade, focusing on Yi Jianlian's defensive efforts, managed to sink the ball effortlessly. So how's that, kid? This move wasn't taught to you by Kobe, was it? Because he wouldn't know how either. Though Wade's remarks could be considered trash talk, Wang Hao found it difficult to harbor any resentment. No matter how one looked at it, Wade's jawline exuded an undeniable allure. Chris, this one is yours, Wang Hao thought as he spotted Paul at the three-point line. Faced with a 183 centimeters tall Paul, Wang Hao suddenly lost the urge to attempt a four-shot. Observing Paul before him, he accelerated, deftly evading Paul with a single step to drive into the paint. Just as he anticipated another thunderous dunk, the sinister smile of Howard appeared before him, unsettling his resolve. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one? Time was not on Wang Hao's side, as Howard loomed directly ahead. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to leap forcefully. Howard followed suit, and the two collided violently in midair. Unlike other opponents, Howard did not falter and fly backward. They found themselves locked in a standoff in the air. Ultimately, Wang Hao leveraged his height advantage to emphatically slam the ball into the basket. A triumphant howl escaped Wang Hao, echoing through the arena, while he reveled in the moment. The players and fans on the sidelines were anything but calm. This rookie is astonishingly strong. He challenged several of us and hasn't lost yet. On the American team's bench, the sentiment was one of disbelief. This kid is truly enigmatic. We cannot fathom what other surprises he may have in store for us. Commented Coach Gong, equally astonished. Let us substitute him out. Wang Hao's prowess would be better unveiled gradually, allowing others to speculate in the meantime, suggested Coach Gong. All right. Following a successful shot by the American team, the Chinese team called a timeout. Wang Hao was replaced by Zhu Fengyu, with the strategy being to adapt randomly as needed. As the timeout concluded, the sight of Yao Ming and Wang Hao donning long-sleeve training gear on the sidelines indicated to the American team that the Chinese side had conceded the match. Coach K, displaying sportsmanship, replaced his starters with a lineup of relatively less experienced star players. The game concluded with the Chinese team suffering a 79-117 defeat against the Americans, a staggering 38-point margin. After the match, Wang Hao made a point to approach the American bench, embracing his opponents, declaring, "See you in the knockout stage." He even shared a heartfelt hug with Coach K. Thus, the Chinese team finished the first two group matches with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. currently positioned second in their group. Their next opponent would be Puerto Rico, a match they must secure, scheduled for August 22nd, just 2 days away. Chapter 69. The third match against Puerto Rico. The day of the third group match arrived, with the Chinese team set to face off against Puerto Rico. This Puerto Rican team could essentially be regarded as the American second string. Several players, though holding Puerto Rican nationality, were raised in the United States. Confronting the Puerto Rican team, China exhibited the same pattern. Dominance in the paint, yet vulnerability from beyond the arc. However, this was all prior to Wang Hao's joining the national team. As the match commenced, the Chinese lineup featured Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Wang Hao, Wang Shipeng, and Liu Wei. For Puerto Rico, the starting players included the interior duo of Ramos and Santiago, flanked by forward Carmelo Lee, and the backcourt comprised of Arroyo and Ayuso. At the tip-off, Yi Jianlian deftly directed the ball to Yao Ming, who leaped to secure possession. The whistle blew. The players on the court exchanged bewildered glances at the referee. A backcourt violation was called. Yao Ming had inadvertently committed a turnover on his first play. The possession shifted to Santiago for the inbound. Santiago initiated the first attack, passing to the 222 centimeters tall center, Ramos. While his height was sufficient to contend with Yao Ming, his other attributes were lacking. Ramos, in a misguided attempt to assert himself against Yao, attempted to overpower him with 2 successive pushes, yet Yao remained immovable. In desperation, Ramos resorted to a 3-step maneuver, but Yao still held his ground. Ultimately, Ramos had to release a hook shot, which prompted Yao to spring into action, his long arms swatting the ball away. Throughout the exchange, no matter how hard Ramos pressed, he could not displace Yao, ultimately losing his balance and having his shot blocked. Liu Wei seized the ball and launched a counterattack. Yi Jianlian sprinted to support, creating a brief 2-on-2 situation against Puerto Rico's backcourt. Yi Jianlian charged towards the basket, receiving a pass from Liu Wei just in time. Faced with the 190 centimeters tall defender, Yi Jianlian executed a jump shot, successfully scoring. This basket ignited a surge in offensive momentum for the Chinese team. Yao Ming continued to score effortlessly in the paint, and Wang Hao hit a 3-pointer. Just 2.5 minutes into the game, China had orchestrated a 9-0 run. In a moment of stagnation for the Chinese offense, the star player from Puerto Rico, Ayuso, stepped up. He eluded defenders with a backdoor cut, maneuvering to the perimeter for a 3-point opportunity, which he successfully converted, halting Puerto Rico's slump. However, the Chinese team's shooting touch began to wane, losing the extraordinary rhythm they had initially showcased. Over the next 2 minutes, Puerto Rico clawed back, narrowing the score to 9-8. With China clinging to a slender lead, the contest devolved into a tug-of-war. At this juncture, Yao Ming emerged, consistently scoring, and by the end of the first quarter, he had propelled the score to 24-14, with China leading by 10 points. As the second quarter commenced, Yao Ming rested, and the interior was manned by the duo of Wang Zhizhi and Du Feng. Wang Hao, who had been relatively quiet in the first quarter, remained on the court, now taking charge of China's offensive efforts. Against Puerto Rico's defense, Wang Hao frequently unleashed shots from the perimeter. In a mere 3 minutes, he netted 3 out of 5 3-point attempts and executed a driving layup, leading the Chinese team on a remarkable 13-5 offensive surge. The score has reached 37-19, with the Chinese team leading by 18 points. In a precarious situation, Puerto Rico has substituted in their starting lineup. Meanwhile, the significantly ahead Chinese team has replaced Wang Hao with Zhu Fengyu. At this moment, both Yao Ming and Wang Hao are resting on the sidelines. The Chinese team does not regard Puerto Rico with much apprehension, considering that in a previous encounter without Wang Hao, they only lost by a mere 3 points, essentially just a single basket. The reason for the defeat was largely attributed to foul troubles in the paint, which prevented them from providing substantial support to Yao Ming. Now, with both Wang Hao and Yao Ming as formidable offensive threats, the Chinese team is not daunted by Puerto Rico. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Wang Hao and Yao Ming return to the court, as the Chinese team leads 48-35 by 13 points. After a brief offensive surge from Puerto Rico, the dynamics shift dramatically upon the entrance of Yao Ming and Wang Hao. The duo, one a guard and the other a center, links up repeatedly with precision. Yao Ming's exceptional passing combined with Wang Hao's extraordinary physical prowess leaves Puerto Rico's interior defense in disarray. By the end of the first half, the margin has widened to 20 points, with the score at 57-37. The pair has jointly inflicted a 9-2 run on Puerto Rico. As the second half commences, Yao Ming takes a breather and a smaller lineup led by Wang Hao takes the court. The arrangement of the Chinese team is entirely attuned to Wang Hao's preferred rhythm. Deji, have you noticed? Since Xiao Wang's arrival, everything feels much easier. Yao Ming remarks to Wang Zhizhi with a smile. We're practically just watching the water cooler now, but it feels fantastic. Wang Zhizhi reflects. Indeed, in the past, we could only watch their main players rest while we fought hard on the court. Now, it's our turn to watch them exert themselves. Haha. Yao Ming responds with satisfaction. As the strongest asset on the court for the Chinese team, Wang Hao unreservedly shoulders the mantle of offense. To be precise, he has taken up the explosive charge, repeatedly attacking the paint as though hurling a basketball bomb. Wang Hao, time and again, has charged forth, once more introducing this NBA first overall pick to the global basketball aficionados, shattering the long-held perception that China lacks exceptional point guards. Wang Hao surged forward time and again, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of physical collision and the thrill of overpowering force. The Puerto Rican players, on the other hand, were beset by despair. Unable to contain Wang Hao's relentless offense, they found their own attempts at attack consistently thwarted by him. In this moment, Wang Hao appeared invincible. As he crossed the midcourt with the ball in hand, the Puerto Rican players braced themselves with palpable tension, their defensive formation contracting in response. From the commentary booth, Director Zhang offered a precise analysis of the unfolding situation. Would Wang Hao attempt a breakthrough? Such a move seemed unwise, as 5 opponents had already positioned themselves in anticipation of his approach. Su Kun expressed his concern. Let us observe how Wang Hao navigates this play. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the basketball striking the ground resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the Puerto Rican players. 1 step, 2 steps. As Wang Hao advanced with the ball, he suddenly unleashed a swift shot from just 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Swish! The ball found its mark. A clever play indeed. You chose to let me in, so I opted for a shot, praised Coach Zhang. The score had shifted to 74-40, with the Chinese team leading by 34 points. Victory appeared assured as there were merely 13 minutes remaining, with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. During this segment, Wang Hao, as the primary offensive player, astonishingly scored 20 points in just 7 minutes, along with 3 blocks, 2 steals, and 1 assist. The Puerto Rican team, trailing significantly, had lost their composure and resorted to futile 3-point attempts. After the Chinese team secured another rebound, Coach Gong called for a timeout and substituted Wang Hao with a rotating lineup. The fourth quarter had turned into a training session for the Chinese team. Well done, Wang, Yao Ming exclaimed generously. They provided the opportunity. Wang Hao replied without reservation. Indeed, they did. I wish every game would allow us old-timers to rest for half the match. Wang Zhizhi chimed in. You old-timers are trying to wear us youngsters out, Wang Hao remarked with a laugh. Amidst a chorus of laughter, the Chinese team celebrated their victory, concluding the match with a score of 95-70. Puerto Rico's frantic attempts to close the gap proved ineffective, as the Chinese bench successfully maintained control of the game. With 2 wins out of 3 in the group stage, advancement to the next round seemed within reach. The focus now shifted to the next opponent. Chapter 70. Advancing from the group stage, the schedule for the World Championship was undeniably grueling. Just a day after facing Puerto Rico, the team was set to compete against Senegal, followed by a match against Slovenia. 3 games in 3 days proved taxing for some members of the Chinese squad, particularly for Yao Ming, the cornerstone of the team, who invariably led the charge and faced relentless exhaustion from opponents. Fortunately, with the emergence of Wang Hao, a veritable powerhouse of stamina, the team felt reassured. Given that the remaining 2 opponents posed little threat for qualification, it was decided that Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi would take a breather while Wang Hao led a cadre of younger players. In the encounter against Senegal, the experienced adversaries of Group D, Wang Hao dazzled in the first half, contributing 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists in just 18 minutes of play, propelling the Chinese team to a commanding 52-21 lead. In the second half, even without Wang Hao, the Chinese team continued to dominate, ultimately triumphing with a score of 172, winning by a substantial margin of 28 points. The next opponent was one familiar to most fans, a matchup that had undoubtedly stirred excitement. Indeed, it would be China versus Slovenia. The match in which Wang Shipong delivered a decisive 3-pointer marked a transformative moment for this generation of Chinese players. It is difficult to fathom the vitriolic remarks that irrational fans might have hurled at him had he missed that shot. Even more challenging to imagine is the profound impact on the Chinese team had Wang failed to execute that game-winning basket. Fortunately, he withstood the pressure, Despite missing his first 3 attempts, he resolutely took the shot and made the crucial basket. Slovenia. Just wait for tomorrow. There will be no opportunity for them to push China into a position where a last-second shot is required for victory. With such thoughts, Wang Hao drifted into slumber. This match would not affect our qualification, hence Yao Ming remained off the court. Still, Wang Hao continued to play diligently. Coach Gong sat down to make pre-game adjustments. "Do you understand?" he inquired after surveying the room. "Understood," came a unified response. As per tradition, the team would clock out after halftime. Wang Hao cheerfully informed his teammates. Good. Let's see you shine." Zhu Fengyu, also a small forward, had become an ardent admirer of Wang Hao. "Hurry up, I want to rest early too." Yao Ming chimed in with a jest. Truth be told, this Slovenian team is formidable. Their on-paper strength ranks them among the top 6 participating teams. However, they have unfortunately underperformed. The current Chinese team bears no pressure for qualification, and with Wang Hao causing disruptions, the main lineup's fatigue is minimal. Thus, optimism abounds for this match. This could very well be the first World Championship where the team feels so relaxed. With 20 minutes to clock out, the light-hearted Chinese squad even approached their pre-game pep talk with levity. Coach Gong, amused, did not intervene. In the previous iteration of this match, Slovenia bore the burden of qualification pressure, while the Chinese team teetered on the brink of elimination. This time, the roles have reversed. The Chinese team is free from worries about qualification, while Slovenia must now ponder the implications of a potential defeat against Greece, the top team in Group C. Wang Zhizhi triumphantly won the jump ball, granting the Chinese team the privilege of the first attack. With ample rest, both Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi commenced the game with unwavering determination, dominating the interior play. As per tradition, Yao Ming initiated with his signature 3 moves. Once he completed his sequence, it was Wang Hao's turn. However, with a resounding thud, Yao's shot clanged off the rim. It was now Wang Hao's moment. Aware of Yao's miss, Wang Hao understood it was time to take charge. Yao needed a breather, and Wang Hao began to strategize in his mind. Facing Slovenia's relentless positioning in the paint, it seemed there was hardly any space left to plant one's feet. Standing before him were 2 Slovenian players. Wang Hao leapt high, utilizing his remarkable wingspan to seize control of the basketball in midair and forcefully dunked it into the hoop. From the sidelines, one could see that at the apex of his jump, his head undoubtedly surpassed the height of the rim. His posture was peculiar, resembling a strand of elongated noodles suspended in the air. In this moment, Wang Hao's physical prowess astounded the crowd once more. From an utterly improbable position, he managed to score using his bodily advantages. It is difficult to envision the extent of injury he might have sustained had he failed to complete the dunk or missed the rim entirely. Beep, beep, beep. A foul was called against Slovenia. Wang Hao made a slight adjustment at the free throw line and confidently sank the ball, bringing the score to 10 in favor of the Chinese team. "Be more careful next time. That move is quite perilous," Yao Ming cautioned. Wang Hao, who believed he had executed an impressive play, was about to celebrate with his teammates when he received a warning from Yao. "Impressive, but do exercise caution," Yao added. Nevertheless, the adoring Wang Shipong offered his congratulations, while also glancing at Yao Ming, who reminded him to stay vigilant. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, the Chinese team called for a timeout and initiated a wave of substitutions, with the exception of Wang Hao remaining on the starting lineup. "Little Wang, I'm clocking out." "You hurry up," Yao Ming joked. "Brother Yao, just make sure the meal is ready," Wang Hao playfully responded. Beep. The timeout concluded. Wang Hao concealed his smile and turned, adopting a serious demeanor, his aura exuding an intimidating presence. Upon witnessing Yao Ming's departure from the court, the Slovenian team, believing an opportunity had arisen, committed the same folly as China's previous opponents, underestimating Wang Hao. With Yao Ming off the floor, Wang Hao returned to his most familiar rhythm. The ball. "This lad, too lackadaisical, directly passing it to me," Wang Hao remarked, observing Sun Yu's pass. A towering figure at 207, dribbling across the front court. What a sense of DJVU in orchestrating the offense. It wasn't too unprecedented, reminiscent of the likes of Magic Johnson or LeBron James. But Wang Hao? Who is Wang Hao? "Apologies, I haven't heard of him." Most would respond in such a manner. The more courteous might mention, NBA's first overall pick, perhaps. Yet today, or rather in this World Championship, Wang Hao is determined to introduce himself to those who remain unaware of his existence. Bam! Bam! Wang Hao skillfully dribbled beyond the three-point line, keenly observing the dynamics of the court, akin to a general commanding his troops in battle. How theatrical. If Kobe were watching the game, he would undoubtedly offer his insights. Indeed, it is rather theatrical. Wang Hao's passing leaves much to be desired. Let us be honest, brother. He is ill-suited for the role of a playmaker. Wang Hao abandoned the notion of assisting his teammates. Scoring himself is far simpler. No wonder old Kobe has always favored solo efforts. While the Slovenian players pondered Wang Hao's offensive intentions, he released a three-point shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. The seamless connection between Wang Hao and Yao Ming has effectively bolstered the offensive prowess of the Chinese team. With a resounding score of 13-4, the unstoppable Wang Hao showcased to the Slovenian players what true versatility entails. However, it is not purely versatility. Rather, it is that Slovenia found themselves unable to contain Wang Hao's brilliance. Were LeBron James to face off against Wang Hao, it is conceivable that the outcome would merely result in a mutual explosion of talent. Yet, it is far more likely that Wang Hao would find himself overwhelmed by James's formidable skills. Wang Hao, aside from having a height advantage over James, may also possess superior shooting precision. However, in other aspects, he seems to lag behind. His pride and strength is met with a chuckle, reminiscent of the regal smile emanating from James. Unleashed, Wang Hao in this match transforms into an absolute force, akin to a human pillar. From beyond the arc, he continuously scores against the shorter Slovenian players. When Slovenia counters with taller defenders, Wang Hao adeptly shifts to drive into the paint, drawing fouls. The first half concludes in this harmonious atmosphere, although one might question the harmony in such physicality. Scoring is indeed a manifestation of harmony, a sentiment echoed by the audacious Wang Hao. As the second half draws to a close, the score stands at 57-29, with China leading by 28 points. It seems this game could be wrapped up soon. Wang Hao muses while gazing at the scoreboard. Upon returning to the locker room, Yao Ming initiates a raucous cheer. Calm down, calm down. Oh no. Amid Wang Hao's terrified cries, he is hoisted into the air by his 10 robust teammates. Chapter 71. Clash with Lithuania. Wang Hao did not take to the court in the second half against Slovenia, which culminated in a 90-69 victory for China. Consequently, the Chinese team advances to the knockout stage as the second seed in their group. The following day, they face Lithuania, a seasoned powerhouse of European basketball. The Chinese team sets aside their jovial demeanor from the group stage as they enter this critical elimination round, where a single misstep could spell disaster. Remember to leverage our advantage inside. Big Z is absent this year, giving us a distinct edge in the paint, Coach Gong declares emphatically. Wang Hao, you must relentlessly attack Lithuania's interior defense and draw fouls, while also providing timely help on defense. He instructs Wang Hao. Your task is formidable. Can you endure? Coach Gong adds, expressing concern. Have no fear, coach. I can play the full game. Wang Hao assures, thumping his chest confidently. Everyone else, take bold shots when opportunities arise. If not, pass the ball inside without hesitation. Coach Gong continues to direct the team. This match is pivotal for the aspirations of Chinese basketball. For a victory here would equal the best record in the team's history. Each subsequent win would signify a breakthrough. A resounding cheer rises from the team. The starting lineup for China features Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Wang Hao, Liu Wei, and Wang Shipong. Lithuania, the name is too long, with each player having at least 7 characters. The Chinese team, resolutely executing the coach's strategy, played with remarkable discipline. Yao Ming's assertive presence in the paint allowed him to decisively pass the ball when confronted by his defender. This style of play left Lithuania in a state of helplessness, particularly because their own dominant center was absent. No one could effectively guard Yao Ming one-on-one. However, as the game progressed, a shift in momentum occurred. What am I supposed to do with this ball? Wasn't it agreed that Yao Ming would take charge? Contemplating the ball in his hands, Wang Hao found himself in a dilemma. Should he take action or not? Ultimately, he resolved to alleviate some of his brother Yao's burden. After all, when an opportunity to score arises, one cannot simply retreat to the three-point line for a reckless shot. Bang, bang, bang. He backed down 3 times in succession, forcing his defender into the 3-second area. Without hesitation, he spun around and effectively cleared his opponent from his path. With the basket in sight, Wang Hao executed a straightforward 2-handed slam dunk. Well done. Yao Ming praised him on the return to defense. As Lithuania initiated their offense, their hallmark of speed and precision in shooting was evident. This may have posed challenges for previous Chinese teams. However, against the current squad featuring Wang Hao, the Chinese team delivered an unyielding response. The interior defense anchored by Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian became a nightmare for teams lacking a formidable center, especially with Wang Hao lurking nearby, ready to swat away shots. Bang! Bang! The Lithuanian center, unable to outmaneuver Yao Ming, was forced to take a hurried shot just as he was losing his balance. Focused intently, Yi Jianlian intercepted the ball before Wang Hao could react. With Wang Hao unable to secure the block, he despondently retrieved the basketball that Yi Jianlian had swatted away. Their synergy was impressive. Yao Ming holding his ground while Yi Jianlian provided the defensive prowess, reminiscent of the pairing of Ochre and Boozer. With the ball in hand, Wang Hao signaled for a deliberate pace. As he dribbled forward, he called for a pick. Yi Jianlian stepped up to set the screen, while Yao Ming vacated the paint. Utilizing Yi Jianlian's screen, Wang Hao effortlessly penetrated Lithuania's defense and charged into the lane. Confronted by the Lithuanian center's help defense and a trailing opponent, Wang Hao lofted the ball high into the air as he sped along the baseline. Duong, following the pick, Yi Jianlian caught Wang Hao's pass and executed a stunning alley-oop. Wang Hao, eager to avoid being merely a background player, hurriedly cleared the baseline. What an exquisite play! Yao Ming's retreat from the paint was not only to avoid obstructing Wang Hao's offensive rhythm, but also to ensure he did not become a mere supporting figure. Wang Hao surged forward, undeterred by the presence of teammates. Yao Ming's timely move, however, serendipitously set the stage for Yi Jianlian's spectacular alley-oop slam. What a magnificent moment! The chest bump celebration between Wang Hao and Yi Jianlian bore a striking resemblance to a Chinese rendition of a gorilla in jubilation. With muscles akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, one would be hard-pressed to believe they were not golden monkeys. During a timeout called after Lithuania missed a three-pointer, the score stood at 18-10, with the Chinese team leading by 8 points. And only 3 minutes remained in the first quarter. It was time for Yao Ming to rest. Since Wang Hao joined the national team, Yao Ming's resting periods had been consistently established. As the timeout concluded, the Chinese team introduced a shooting lineup led by Wang Hao, tailored specifically to complement his style of play, emphasizing a fast-paced approach. After several matches, Yao Ming and others on the sidelines began referring to the latter part of the first quarter and the second quarter as Wang Hao time. This was because, by the time the second quarter came around for their return to the court, the game had often been significantly influenced by Wang Hao's efforts. This time, he entered the game with the same mindset. Wang Hao perceived that this Lithuanian team was comparable to the Italian squad. Let's aim to conclude the match by the end of the second quarter, he murmured to his teammates. An 8-point lead was hardly sufficient for him to play conservatively. Wang Hao's objective is to swiftly conclude the match and enter the garbage time. Wang Hao, in the aftermath, resembles the former Yao Ming. Due to participation in various international competitions and a full season in the NBA, has been plagued by injuries over the years. Even during the 2008 Olympics, he competed while nursing injuries. While this predicament can be attributed to the coaching strategies employed in the NBA, it is also influenced by the prolonged and intense confrontations he faced on the international stage. Otherwise, Yao Ming's career would not have been so brief. Setting aside past limitations, now that fate has bestowed upon Wang Hao an opportunity, he is determined to prevent Yao Ming from prematurely concluding his professional journey. The national team should continue to rely on Yao Ming's leadership. I find great joy in supporting Yao. This embodies Wang Hao's original aspiration. Chinese basketball cannot thrive without Yao Ming. The Lithuanian team, having studied the Chinese team's performances, is aware that they are about to face their most challenging phase. If they endure this, they may find hope. If not, they will face a fate similar to that of China's previous opponents. During the latter half, the game may descend into a mere formality. When Yao Ming is on the court, Wang Hao will play conservatively. It is only when Yao steps off that Wang Hao will seize control of the match. Now, Wang Hao has arrived. Wang Hao poised beyond the arc, fixated intently on the defender before him. With no superfluous movements, he unleashed a three-pointer. Swish! The ball soared through the net, making the score 21-10. As he landed, Wang Hao faced the resigned gaze of the Lithuanian player, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. What could I do? It simply went in. In the remaining 3 minutes of the first quarter, Wang Hao transformed into the quintessential court enforcer. The Lithuanian guard, too, experienced the singular affection that Wang Hao had to offer. Wang Hao diligently shadowed the ball handler throughout the match. In a moment of frustration, the referee, under Wang Hao's unique scrutiny, utilized his whistle to assist the Lithuanian guard in escaping a precarious situation. Wang Hao's defense led to an 8-second violation against the Lithuanian team, prompting a kickoff from the Chinese midfield. Having never systematically learned off-ball movement, Wang Hao relied solely on his remarkable physical prowess to dart around the court. Surprisingly, this proved effective. Anyone he could catch up to was easily displaced. He effortlessly created an open shot from the corner, contributing yet another three-pointer to the scoreboard. The score now stood at 24-10, a 14-point lead. With a margin of 30 points, the outcome of the game seemed nearly decided. In the final minute of the first quarter, neither team managed to score, solidifying the quarter score at 24-10 as the second quarter commenced. The Chinese team retained their sharpshooter lineup, while the Lithuanian team substituted in their rotation players. During the intermission, Wang Hao, having received a motivational talk from Yao Ming, resolved to excel in the second quarter and bring the match to a close. The nature of this admonishment was as follows. Yao Ming remarked, "This is unacceptable. When I sat out, you only managed to increase the lead by 6 points. Are you displeased by my absence?" Wang Hao, "I apologize, brother Yao." Feeling aggrieved, Yao Ming, "I regret that I have not done enough." Wang Hao, "I have erred, brother Yao. I feel utterly wronged." Yao Ming, "Go on, my dear brother. I shall observe your performance." Wang Hao, the antics of the two brought forth a chorus of laughter from the Chinese team. However, jesting aside, the conclusion of the second quarter marks a crucial moment in the game, and Wang Hao is not inclined to prolong the frivolity. Engaging in playful banter with Yao Ming on the sidelines proves quite entertaining. Were this a fantastical realm, one might envision Wang Hao enveloped in flames, exuding an aura of fierce determination. The humiliation of being scorned by Yao Ming must be avenged against Lithuania. "I shall take control of the ball." With the first play, Wang Hao embarks on his reign of dominance. Receiving the ball, he swiftly advances, utterly disregarding his teammates' positioning. Crossing the mid-court line in 2 strides, he rises to shoot without hesitation. This shot seems ill-advised. Director Zhang expresses his concern. Swish! Yet, he manages to score. The intensity of this moment nearly strains Director Zhang's back. The score stands at 27-10, and Wang Hao, having scored, does not retreat to his half of the court. What is he planning? A glance exchanged with Wang Hao, whose eyes glimmer with predatory hunger, fills the Lithuanian guard with apprehension. Lithuania is set to inbound the ball. Wang Hao, akin to a man encountering an unclad maiden, charged towards the Lithuanian ball handler. The Lithuanian player, momentarily stunned by Wang Hao's sudden approach, swiftly found himself facing the dire consequences. During the brief moment of distraction, Wang Hao seized the opportunity to decisively snatch the basketball and executed a flawless layup. The score now stood at 29-10, with a remaining time of 8.5 minutes. It appeared that the mission was well within reach. With a triumphant glance, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow at Yao Ming on the sidelines. Even after scoring, Wang Hao chose not to retreat to his own half, but instead lingered in Lithuania's territory. Poised for the next play, the Lithuanian players, regaining their focus, hurried back to their half to prepare for the inbound pass. Aware that their intentions had been unveiled, Wang Hao elegantly pivoted and returned to his own half. The 17-point deficit had stripped Lithuania of their previous composure, and it was evident that Wang Hao was intent on decisively concluding the game in the second quarter. Wang Hao, like a fierce dog, relentlessly pursued the flustered Lithuanian team, exacerbating their disarray. Faced with Wang Hao, a Lithuanian guard, visibly rattled, made a glaring passing error, handing the ball to Sun Yu. Caught off guard by the unexpected reception, Sun Yu was just about to advance when he heard Wang Hao's call. Looking up, he saw Wang Hao already racing past the halfway line. Consequently, he hastily passed the ball. This time, Wang Hao was unable to make his run, or rather, Sun Yu's pass had been too slow, prompting Wang Hao to intentionally slow his pace and wait. This pause allowed 2 Lithuanian players to catch up. Yet, Wang Hao showed no signs of halting. Employing a signature LeBron-like power layup, he scored while drawing a foul, earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. With the added free throw, the score reached 30-10. At the onset of the second half, Wang Hao delivered a stunning blow to the Lithuanian team, prompting a timeout from them. Indeed, it was reminiscent of Yao Ming's gentle pat on the head. Wang Hao, initially intent on maintaining his fierce demeanor, underwent an instant transformation into a playful demeanor at Yao Ming's gesture. All thanks to Yao, whose wisdom is unparalleled. With a light-hearted tone, he remarked, "I've brewed some tea for you, waiting for your return." It must be noted that, in this moment, Yao Ming, enjoying the ease of a successful team, was genuinely delighted. As the timeout concluded, Lithuania substituted in their starting players. Their ensuing offense appeared significantly more stable, yet still resulted in a miss. This failure was not due to Chinese defensive prowess, but rather a missed opportunity on Lithuania's part. With their point guard unable to score, the blame fell back on them. During China's offensive play, Lithuania adjusted their defense against Wang Hao, opting for a double team. Observing the shooters on the floor for the Chinese team, Wang Hao could hardly suppress a smile. Sprinting into an open space, he received the ball, but refrained from launching an attack, instead waiting for the double team to arrive. Such strategic play was nothing short of ruthless. Feigning a drive, Wang Hao swiftly attracted the merciless double team from Lithuania. Having meticulously assessed the court's dynamics, he executed a jump pass, distributing the ball directly to the unguarded Zhu Fangyu. Zhu Fangyu, not one to disappoint Wang Hao's expectations, swiftly sank a three-pointer, bringing the score to 33-10. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, Lithuania had yet to score. Continue the momentum if they dare to double team. We must dare to shoot, unafraid of misses, Wang Hao reminded his teammates on their way back on defense. From that point onwards, both teams' offenses displayed a stark dichotomy. The Chinese team, enjoying a significant lead, grew increasingly fluid in their play, while the desperate Lithuanian team fell further behind. By the final minute of the second quarter, the score stood at 58-25, with China leading by 33 points. At that moment, Coach Gong called for a timeout, implementing a complete substitution of 5 players. What is most perplexing is that Yao Ming actually requested to play for a while. Reluctantly, Coach Gong had no choice but to substitute Yao Ming into the game for the final minute of the second quarter. The ensuing match transformed into a testing ground for the Chinese team's lineup. At times, Yao Ming would take the court to lead the team, while at other moments, Wang Hao would step in to guide the players. The Chinese team appeared to be reveling in the game, while on the other hand, Lithuania was engulfed in despair. As the third quarter concluded, Lithuania, initially hopeful of narrowing the deficit, found themselves trailing by an astonishing 40 points. All thanks to the periodic rotations of Yao Ming and Wang Hao orchestrated by Coach Gong. The fourth quarter unfolded without suspense, as Lithuania opted to concede. Thus, the Chinese team advanced to the quarterfinals, where they would face the formidable Spanish team. The upcoming match against Spain would undoubtedly be more challenging. After the game, during a meeting, Yao Ming, glancing at the matchup information, remarked to Wang Hao, "Indeed, the Gasol brothers Fernandez, Navarro, and Calderon, none of them are easy opponents." Wang Hao echoed his concerns, realizing that this might be the end of their journey in the World Championship. Yet they both understood the importance of giving it their all. "Let us go, brother Yao, cheer up. We're not guaranteed to lose. While Spain is strong, we're not weak either," Wang Hao encouraged. Sensing the low morale of their teammates nearby, and have any of them ever been the first overall pick in the NBA? "We have produced 2 in 4 years. He continued. "Exactly. In the NBA, my win rate against Gasol is quite low," Yao Ming added, bolstering their spirits. "I have some ideas for the next match and would like to hear your opinions." Coach Gong interjected at the opportune moment. "Wang Hao, how is your stamina? I need your honest assessment," he asked. I can play the entire game without issue. Just instruct me on how to proceed, coach." Wang Hao responded with an unexpectedly reasonable yet astonishing reply. "All right, for the next match, I want you to single cover Big Gasol for the entire game. Can you manage that without support? The other big men will take turns attacking little Gasol," he said, observing the attentive faces around him. "Moreover, after Big Gasol exits, I need you to closely guard the strongest perimeter threat from Spain," Coach Gong stated, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao. All eyes on the Chinese team were now on Wang Hao. "Rest assured, I played like that in the NCAA. It's no problem," he assured them. "Little Wang, if you have any concerns, speak up. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't risk too much for a single game. The NBA season is about to commence." Yao Ming cautioned, his message clear. He feared that Wang Hao might overexert himself in international play and risk injury before the NBA season. As long as Wang Hao continues to evolve over the next 2 years, he will undoubtedly become a premier player. Yao Ming was determined not to let the future of their hopes be extinguished by a single match. "Yao is right, you're still young, and the future of the Chinese team rests on your shoulders. We cannot allow you to take risks before you have fully developed," Coach Gong quickly added, having regained his composure. "In comparison to the future, the outcome of the present contest seems trivial. Moreover, we have already advanced to the top 8. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I will certainly voice them. However, my stamina is truly not a concern. You may regard me as a physical powerhouse, even more so than the most robust individuals." Wang Hao humorously elucidated. "Is there truly no issue?" Everyone pondered inwardly. "If there are problems, please speak up swiftly." Ultimately, Coach Gong made the decision for Wang how to guard Gasol. "Take these 3 days to rest well and adjust your mindset. The meeting is adjourned. Coach Gong was the first to exit. Brother Yao Wang Hao called out to Yao Ming. What is it, Xiao Wang? I wish to take AO Mei out for a stroll tomorrow and also want to catch the American team's game. Is that all right? Wang Hao inquired anxiously. I thought it was something serious. Sure, just inform the coach and be careful not to get injured, Yao Ming replied. All right, thank you, Brother Yao. I'll also check out the American team's game tomorrow. Glancing at the remaining teammates, he asked, who else is going? The first overall pick is treating. I'll go. The Chinese team's meeting room was filled with excitement. Chapter 73. Spain has arrived on the second day of the round of 16 matches. Wang Hao and Yao Ming accompanied a group of Chinese team members to watch the American team play. Upon entering the venue, they spotted Kobe waving at Wang Hao. Old man, have you gained weight? Wang Hao greeted Kobe in a friendly manner, causing jaws to drop in surprise. Big guy, didn't you notice Natalia? A small head peeked out from behind Kobe. How could I miss our little treasure? Wang Hao joyfully lifted Natalia, creating a seamless moment of affection. Kobe observed with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Sister Olsen, I want to hug Natalia. Just cradled by Wang Hao, quickly shifted her affections to Olsen. Hey, Yao, I didn't expect you to come, too. Kobe courteously greeted Yao Ming. Just came to pass the time. They're my national team teammates. Yao Ming introduced those behind him. Hello, where's Vanessa? Wang Hao curiously asked. Why are you asking about my wife? Kobe's tone was somewhat unwelcoming, yet he responded. She went shopping with a few friends. Wang Hao, feeling an inexplicable tension, glanced at AO Mei beside him. Her large eyes seemed to convey a message. I want to go shopping too then. The password is the last 6 digits of my phone number. Wang Hao graciously handed a card to AO Mei. Oh, the kid has got money now? Kobe teased. To sign a deal with Mercedes, 2 years for $4 million. Pocket money, Wang Hao replied. TSK, only 2 million. You look like a country bumpkin. Wait, Olsen. I'll have Vanessa come pick you up. Wang Hao took control of Natalia, who was reluctant to go shopping, holding her in his embrace, playfully rubbing her face and tousling her hair, much to her dismay. As the whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the match, everyone's attention shifted to the game. Yet, merely moments into the competition, Wang Hao began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over him, a sentiment echoed by both Kobe and Yao Ming. The United States was pitted against Australia. Was the match captivating? Undoubtedly, with thunderous dunks that seemed to threaten to uproot the rim. Was it unappealing? Even more so, who would wish to witness an adult battling a child? This perhaps encapsulated the thoughts of the spectators present. Has Coach K not devised any strategies? Wang Hao inquired, perplexed. Perhaps he did, Kobe replied, albeit lacking conviction. They might just forget the mid-game. Look, the Australians are utterly incapable of defense. What need have we for tactics? This was quintessentially Kobe. Let's cheer for the matchup against Spain. I eagerly anticipate your duel with that young lad on the court. Following the conclusion of the dunk contest, Kobe finally uttered a coherent statement. 2 fleeting days of respite had passed, and August 29th heralded the second round of the knockout stage. 2 matches were scheduled for that day, the first being China versus Spain, a clash of an emerging power against an established giant. The game commenced with China fielding Yao Ming, Wang Hao, Zhu Fengyu, Sun Yu, and Liu Wei, while Spain presented a formidable lineup featuring Marc Gasol, Pau Gasol, Rodriguez, Rudy Fernandez, and Jos Calderin, with Juan Navarro among the reserves. As the opening tip was contested, Spain secured possession. Calderin, a point guard renowned for his exceptional court vision and stable rhythm, took control of the ball. This marked Wang Hao's inaugural encounter with such a formidable European team. Wang Hao's yellowish skin invariably evokes an impression of remarkable softness. The initial ball was deftly delivered into the hands of Gasol. Wang Hao faced an opponent at the zenith of both physical prowess and skill for the first time. A formidable power forward. Although it is often said that Wang Hao possesses impressive strength in the paint, whether he could withstand the challenge remained uncertain. Thud, thud. Gasol's 2 powerful collisions failed to force Wang Hao to retreat. Fortunately, Gasol's strength, while significant, was not overwhelmingly dominant in the paint, allowing Wang Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. The consecutive impacts did not yield any ground to Gasol, who was taken aback yet quickly regained his composure. Gasol was no mere brute. When brute force proved ineffective, he swiftly pivoted, elevating the ball with one hand before executing a graceful hook shot. The 2-pointer found its mark. Wang Hao's defense was commendable, yet Gasol's height and the nearly indefensible half-turn hook rendered it futile. Coach Zhang provided commentary on this play, expressing his discontent. It seemed Wang Hao had underestimated Gasol's capabilities. In a ranking of power forwards of the new century, most would undoubtedly place Duncan at the top. with the second and third spots likely contested between Nowitzki and Garnett. However, beyond these three, Gasol firmly holds the fourth position. As for Kenyon Martin and Chris Webber, do they possess comparable accolades? Could they thrive alongside Kobe? It is a wonder they would not face his wrath. Doubtless, some may invoke Malone's name. But by the new century, Malone was no longer at his peak. Had he been, aside from Duncan, the rest would scarcely have had a chance to compete. Steady yourself. Strike back. Yao Ming hurried over to offer encouragement, concerned for his younger brother's mental state. However, Yao Ming's worries were misplaced, as Wang Hao, with his innate composure, remained unfazed by such pressures. What significance does mentality hold for someone like him? Wang Hao positioned himself to block Gasol's attempt for the ball, while Yao Ming strategically stepped out of the 3-second zone, thus providing Wang Hao with ample space. Understanding Yao Ming's intent, Lu Wei promptly delivered the ball to Wang Hao. In contrast to Gasol's conventional post play, Wang Hao's style leaned significantly towards the perimeter. His frequent practice sessions with Kobe had undoubtedly left a lasting influence on him. Thud! Thud! He made 2 consecutive attempts to push against Gasol. However, Gasol proved to be a far more astute defender, utilizing small steps to mitigate Wang Hao's forceful approach. Unlike Wang Hao, who relied on sheer physicality. Despite 2 unsuccessful attempts, Wang Hao remained undeterred. Drawing from the techniques he learned from Kobe, he swiftly gathered the ball, executed a turn, and launched a fading jump shot. Swish! The ball went in, leveling the score at 2-2. Good job, let's keep it up, Yao Ming remarked before retreating to his defensive position. One cannot deny the privilege of having someone like Yao Ming as a senior figure in the national team. As Spain initiated their offense, Calder again entrusted the ball to Gasol. The younger Gasol also stepped out of the 3-second zone, and despite possessing mid-range shooting ability, Yao Ming diligently followed him. Gasol sought to exploit Wang Hao's defensive weaknesses. Moving beyond the 3-second zone, Gasol set a screen for Fernandez. Fernandez swiftly cut into the lane, shaking off Yao Ming's defense. With remarkable quickness, Gasol delivered the ball to the cutting Fernandez, who successfully executed a layup. The score now stood at 4-2. Wang Hao shook his head in frustration. Initially, he intended to provide defensive support, but unfortunately, he was hindered by Gasol and arrived a moment too late. This blunder is on me. I hope to make amends soon. Yao Ming graciously alleviated Wang Hao's mental burden by taking the blame. Thank you, Yao. As the battle resumed, the Chinese team once again entrusted the ball to Wang Hao. Bang! Bang! The familiar style of play unfolded. Following 2 consecutive collisions, Wang Hao pivoted with the ball. Are you ready for this? Gasol stepped forward, prepared to block. As Wang Hao turned, he complied with Gasol's expectation, lifting the ball high. Now is the moment. Gasol leapt into action, eagerly anticipating his move. Wang Hao, with his pivot foot firmly planted, effortlessly executed a turn and skillfully secured a basket against the blue team. Pau Gasol, caught off guard by the swift maneuver, could only watch in dismay as the score leveled at 4-4. Despite his achievement, Wang Hao displayed little elation, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he exchanged high-fives with his teammates. Following Pau Gasol's consecutive commanding plays at the outset, the remaining Spanish players began to find their rhythm. It began with the collaboration between Fernandez and Calder on the perimeter. Calder, utilizing a screen from Pau Gasol, successfully penetrated the paint. Despite Wang Hao's pursuit and Yao Ming's defensive pressure, he executed a no-look pass directly to Fernandez, whose defender had been effectively obstructed by Gasol. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, Fernandez seized the chance and decisively launched a 3-point shot, resulting in a successful basket. The score now read 7-4. With the Chinese team trailing by 3 points. Next, continue to engage Gasol and be more decisive, Yao Ming instructed quietly to Wang Hao. It was evident that Yao Ming was the one orchestrating the dynamics of the game for the Chinese team. His directive for Wang Hao to confront Gasol was not a mere whim, it was a strategic move. Only by compelling the Spanish team to focus their defensive efforts on Wang Hao could the Chinese team subsequently execute their offensive strategies effectively. In essence, the objective was to draw the defense toward Wang Hao. In response to the elder's command, Wang Hao readily accepted the challenge. However, this time, he refrained from battling Gasol in the paint, choosing instead to hold the ball beyond the 3-point line. Wang Hao's proficiency in 3-point shooting is undeniable. Any responsible head coach would be remiss to allow Wang Hao an open 3. Gasol closely guards the 3-point line, while Yao Ming emerges to set off-ball screens for his teammates. Wang Hao swiftly executed a maneuver, with Sun Yu, the nearest player, stepping forward to set screen. Could the slender Sun Yu effectively hinder Gasol? Certainly not. However, even if he could not fully impede him, he could still provide some obstruction. Nonetheless, Gasol was unable to keep pace with Wang Hao. The sound of Wang Hao's dribbling, accompanied by the friction of his shoes against the floor as he takes off, seems to announce to the players on the court that he, Wang Hao, is about to charge forward like a dynamite-laden warrior. With a single step, he sends Fernandez, who is attempting to switch defense, stumbling in disarray. Gasol is desperately trying to keep up, while Pau Gasol abandons Yao Ming to provide assistance. As for whether Wang Hao will pass the ball, it seems they have thoroughly analyzed this game. Yet, Pau Gasol arrives at the basket first, ready to intercept. However, it is too late. Wang Hao has already taken flight. Boom! His ferocious slam dunk sends Pau Gasol, who had prepared to contend with Yao Ming, reeling backward, clearly demonstrating the sheer power behind the shot. Perhaps Wang Hao's impact truly rivals that of LeBron James? The referee's whistle pierces the air, calling a blocking foul. As Wang Hao lands beneath the hoop, an air of tyrannical confidence emanates from him as he glares fiercely at Pau Gasol. Undeterred, Pau Gasol returns the stare defiantly. Yao Ming and Marc Gasol quickly approach to pull their respective teammates apart. Basketball matters should be resolved on the court. What were you thinking? Want to fight him? Yao Ming inquires. Fight? Don't be ridiculous. I was merely employing a psychological intimidation tactic. Do you understand? Wang Hao replies with a hint of bravado. My goodness, what kind of logic is that? Yao Ming exclaims, exasperated as he gently pats Wang Hao's head. Brother, Yao actually thought I wanted a brawl. Come on. I'm a gentleman. Wang Hao stood at the free throw line, poised to take a shot. With a powerful release, he sensed something amiss. Immediately, he took a step forward and leapt high into the air, seizing the basketball with a height that surpassed his competitors by at least a chest's breadth, firmly thrusting it into the hoop. Unfortunately, the formidable Gasol brothers stood in his path, serving as an impeccable backdrop for his display. The score stood at 7-8, with China holding a slender lead of 1 point. Well done, Yao Ming remarked, affectionately ruffling Wang Hao's hair. Stop that. I detest being patted on the head. Wang Hao retorted. Focus on defense. Yao Ming's commanding voice snapped the stunned spectators back to the game. The seasoned Spanish team remained unfazed, perhaps accustomed to playing the role of mere spectators. They continued to execute their strategies with composure, searching for opportunities without a hint of panic. In that moment, Calder decided against passing the ball to the Gasol brothers in the paint. Instead, he entrusted it to the agile Fernandez, known for his penetrating ability. Although China sent out Sun Yu, a guard of commendable skill, it was still insufficient. In a one-on-one against Sun Yu, Fernandez opted for a direct drive, followed by a sudden jump shot, successfully sinking the ball. The score shifted to 9-8, as Wang Hao showcased his skills. The venerable Yao Ming began to assert his dominance as the leader of the national team. The two teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of leads. Yao Ming frequently went one-on-one against Pau Gasol. While Gasol's size could withstand Yao's might, Yao never relied solely on physicality. His exceptional offensive techniques left Gasol in a precarious position. Meanwhile, China's perimeter defense was thoroughly overwhelmed by Spain. The first quarter concluded with a tug-of-war between the teams, with China trailing by 2 points at 19-17. As the second quarter commenced, China substituted Yao Ming and Zhu Fengyu for Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi. Spain also made changes, bringing in Jorge, Garbajosa, and Juan Navarro in place of Pau Gasol and Calderin. At this juncture, China's offensive strategy shifted from the interior to the perimeter, with Wang Zhizhi and Yi Jianlian primarily serving as decoys. Wang Hao, now positioned as a small forward, took on the formidable Fernandez, while the 205 centimeters tall Sun Yu defended Spain's front line. Yi Jianlian utilized his superior athleticism for supplementary defense, which was the rationale behind Coach Gong's decision to include him. As Fernandez held the ball, Wang Hao maintained a vigilant guard. The prevailing mindset often assumes that interior players lack speed compared to guards. While this notion generally holds true, there are exceptions, and Wang Hao is undoubtedly one of them. Acknowledging Fernandez's elite agility in Europe, Wang Hao remained resolute in his close defensive stance, reminiscent of his defensive style showcased in the NCAA. The oppressive force is exceedingly formidable. Should one attempt to surpass the 8th tier with speed, it would merely result in Wang Hao receiving a block. Wang Hao's close defense took Fernandez by surprise. Typically, interior defenders focus on preventing drives from the perimeter. It is rare to witness such tight marking as exhibited by Wang Hao. There was little time for Fernandez to contemplate, as he sensed that Wang Hao's defensive stance was an invitation. With a swift crouch, Fernandez penetrated from Wang Hao's left side. Wang Hao, in a seemingly compliant manner, trailed behind, adopting an appearance of being unable to keep pace. One could imagine Kobe commenting on such a scenario with a quip about fishing for fouls. Wang Hao was breached, while Wang Jiji and Eve Jinlian found themselves entangled with their opponents, presenting a remarkable opportunity for self-expression. Without hesitation, Fernandez leaped high, poised to deliver a resounding dunk over the Chinese team. Caution! Fernandez, already lost in thoughts of his celebratory moves, heard his teammates' warning. What? By the time he processed the information, it was too late. Wang Hao was unaware of when he had darted to the forefront. Leaping into the air, he raised his hands high, erecting an impenetrable barrier between himself and the hoop. Did he believe this was the end? The insatiable Wang Hao was not willing to let the hard-won block slip away so easily. With a powerful jump, he aimed both hands at the basketball. Mine! He grasped the ball firmly, yanking it away from Fernandez with force, sending him sprawling to the ground. What a play! The Chinese team's bench erupted in exhilaration. Was this intentional? Coach Gong exclaimed, his mouth agape. I am not certain, Yao Ming replied. A fishing enforcement, murmured Ao Mei, seated behind the bench, her Mandarin somewhat halting. Quite the vivid depiction. Understanding the implications of fishing enforcement, Yao Ming and Coach Gong exchanged silent glances, beginning to envy Wang Hao's prodigious talent. Having successfully executed the block, Wang Hao eschewed any ostentatious landing ceremony and dribbled swiftly towards the front court. By the time he crossed the three-point line, he had left everyone trailing in his wake. Duong! Wang Hao, seemingly bending his body into a bow, executed a breathtaking axe dunk with remarkable extension. The score stood at 19-19, the contest once again leveled. This remarkable basket seemed to herald the onset of a fiery second quarter. Chapter 75, in the midst of a lethal blade. Wang Hao's explosive performance had no impact on Spain whatsoever. Wang Hao even harbored doubts that these Spaniards might be devoid of emotions. How could one not hurl a few disparaging remarks after being humiliated? Curiously, he inquired of the player he was defending, Fernandez. The response he received was merely a vacant stare, as if questioning his intelligence. Is this fellow seeking ridicule? Fernandez pondered to himself. Wang Hao successfully contained the offensive threat posed by the Spanish player, Fernandez. Yi Jinlian and Wang Jiji fiercely resisted the relentless assault from the Spanish team's interior. Meanwhile, Wang Hao emerged as an uncontainable nightmare for the Spaniards. It is rather perplexing why Coach Gong did not exploit Wang Hao's advantages from the perimeter, instead opting to have him engage in a battle against Gasol. Yu Jia posed this query to Coach Zhang, who was also commenting on the match. The answer is quite straightforward. Wang Hao is equally capable of scoring within the paint. Moreover, his presence in the interior significantly alleviates the pressure on Yao Ming. Thus, in this comparative analysis, it is more fitting for Wang Hao to operate inside, where he also possesses exceptional shot blocking and defensive capabilities. Alternatively, one could argue that while Wang Hao may initiate offense from the perimeter, he is required to defend against Gasol during defensive plays. Coach Zhang provided a reasonable explanation from various perspectives. Returning to the match, Wang Hao employed his characteristic aggressive defense against Fernandez. Having suffered a setback previously, Fernandez was cautious and called upon a teammate for a screen. Initially intending to use his physicality to navigate the screen, Wang Hao found himself at a disadvantage. This time, the screen was set by Marc Gasol, a formidable opponent capable of withstanding Yao Ming's presence. The two players collided forcefully, both recoiling from the impact, indicating that neither had the upper hand. Forced to follow, Wang Jiji pursued Fernandez, leading to predictable consequences. Fernandez effortlessly penetrated the paint and, facing Yi Jinlian's help defense, passed the ball to Gabiosa, who completed a layup. The score shifted to 21-19, with Spain regaining the lead. As the Chinese team took possession, Wang Hao, eager to widen the scoring gap, propelled the ball forward himself. From just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he took a shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. The score was now 21-22, a moment of brilliance from Wang Hao, who returned to the rhythm he relishes. This illustrates the advantage of having a second strong point. Coach Zhang exclaimed. Even when Yao Ming rests, Wang Hao can independently drive the team forward. Indeed, the more vigorous Yao Ming is, the greater our chances of victory. However, does Wang Hao's playing style not raise concerns regarding his stamina? Yu Jia also expressed his apprehensions. This is indeed a valid concern. Yet I trust Coach Gong will have a strategy in place. Let us continue observing the match. As Spain initiated play, Wang Hao, the defensive sentinel for the Chinese team, diligently marked the ball handler. Navarro, the player with the ball, did not afford Wang Hao an opportunity for a steal and promptly passed it to a supporting teammate. Wang Hao did not expect to snatch the ball away, but aimed more at slowing down Spain's offensive momentum. Through a pick-and-roll executed by Navarro and the interior player Marc Gasol, Marc found himself with a favorable mismatch. Without hesitation, he took a jump shot that, surprisingly, ricocheted off the rim. Quick-witted, Wang Hao seized the rebound and charged forward with explosive energy. Beyond the three-point line, he released a shot that swished through the net. With the score at 21-25, China regained the lead. As Spain prepared to inbound the ball, Wang Hao's defensive tenacity successfully invigorated his teammates. The entire Chinese team resembled a pack of wolves, exuding a predatory instinct under Wang Hao's leadership. They fought relentlessly and pursued with vigor, leaving Spain in despair during the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, plagued by numerous turnovers. Seizing the opportunity, China surged ahead with a 10-point lead at 35-25 midway through the second quarter, prompting Spain to call a timeout. With this pause in play, Coach Gong understood that the advantages brought by Wang Hao had reached their limit. It was time for earnest competition. Yao Ming entered the game, replacing Yi Jianlian, while Lu Wei and Wang Shipeng also joined. Wang Hao remained on the court alongside. Coach Gong quickly strategized substitutions, his concern evident as he inquired whether Wang Hao required a rest. "No need. I'll continue to handle Gasol," Wang Hao replied confidently. "All right, if there's any issue, speak up quickly. Let's go." The synchronized cheers of encouragement resonated throughout the court. "It's time for a fierce battle. Hold on," Yao Ming encouraged Wang Hao. Rest assured, Wang Hao's response remained reassuring as ever. Strangely, Coach Gong chose not to substitute Wang Hao this time. Was he intending for him to play the entire first half? Coach Zhang pondered aloud. He might be relying on Wang Hao's capabilities to extend the lead further. After all, a 10-point margin against a formidable team like Spain is still precarious, Yu Jia analyzed. As the timeout concluded, Spain's starting players returned to the court. At this moment, aside from China's Wang Hao and Spain's Fernandez, who had not rested, all other players had enjoyed ample recuperation time. The game resumed with a mid-court inbound. Wang Hao stood in front of the towering Pau Gasol like a rubber band, waving his long arms in an attempt to disrupt the play. It proved to be an impossible task to force a team as formidable as Spain into a service error. Gasol's impressive height of 2.15 meters granted him an exceptional vantage point. The Spanish midfield successfully executed the serve. Back on the court, Calder deftly controlled the basketball, orchestrating the team's offense. The astute Calder identified his point of attack on Wang Hao, who had yet to take a break. After all, maintaining a high level of performance throughout such an intense match was no small feat. Gasol, understanding the situation, positioned himself to receive the ball from Wang Hao. Calder comfortably delivered the pass into Gasol's hands. Boom, boom, boom. Gasol's powerful impacts resonated, one after another. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding his ground. He sensed that Gao Xiao behind him was gathering strength for the next impact. However, Gao Xiao did not fulfill Wang Hao's expectations. Instead, he pivoted and deftly glided past Wang Hao's side. This maneuver left Wang Hao, who had been bracing himself for the impending collision, feeling quite vexed, nearly on the verge of expelling blood. Despite being toyed with by Gao Xiao, Wang Hao refused to concede. He leapt high into the air, executing a graceful turning back to gaze at the moon move, swatting away Gao Xiao's attempted shot. With a resounding puff, one could surmise that Gao Xiao might also be shocked into a fit of bloodshed over such a seemingly secure shot being so unexpectedly thwarted. Observing the basketball being seized by Yao Ming, Wang Hao sprinted towards the front court. "Ball!" Wang Hao shouted. Immediately, Yao Ming, understanding the cue, delivered a quarterback-like long pass, directly sending the ball to Wang Hao, who had already dashed inside the three-point line. At the moment Wang Hao secured the ball, Fernandez, trailing 2 body lengths behind, relinquished any thought of intercepting him. Duong. Wang Hao once again showcased his explosive physical prowess to the spectators, executing a soaring dunk just inside the free throw line. That shot was truly exhilarating, remarked Coach Zhang with evident joy. Initially, he managed to block Gasol in a moment of extreme finesse, followed by a fast break dunk. "I believe this moment has completely transformed the world's perception of Chinese players," as Yu Jia expressed with deep sentiment. "In a deadly confrontation, one elegantly escapes the mundane." Coach Zhang offered an exceptionally high commendation. However, I still harbor concerns regarding Wang Hao's stamina, as Yu Jia reiterated the issue of endurance. Initially, I had my worries, but perhaps Wang Hao truly possesses the ability to play for 40 minutes? Let us observe the game, Coach Zhang remarked with uncertainty. In the 76th chapter, the score gap widened to 12 points due to Wang Hao's offensive and defensive maneuvers. Yet, the Spanish team remained unfazed, displaying a composure akin to their lead, which led Wang Hao to abandon the notion of psychologically breaking them down. The Spanish team soon revealed to Wang Hao why they could contend with the United States. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 37-25 in favor of China. As Wang Hao's shooting touch began to wane, and with Spain intentionally targeting him, he went scoreless in the next 4 minutes, missing all 3 of his attempts. By the final possession of the second quarter, Spain had narrowed the score to 42-40, having unleashed a 15-5 scoring run. Had it not been for Yao Ming contributing 5 points, the score would have already turned in favor of Spain. The final possession for China also marked the conclusion of the first half. Wang Hao repeatedly struggled to find his rhythm, forcing the Chinese team to pass the ball to Yao Ming. Engaged in a fierce battle with Pau Gasol, the already fatigued Yao was compelled to bear the burden and charge into the paint. Bang! Bang! Each collision exacted a significant toll on Yao. Has Yao taken a shot? It seems. Coach Zhang expresses a hint of regret. No, it's a pass. Yu Jia quickly interjects. Let's return to the game. As Wang Hao extended his hand towards the heavens while Yao Ming was backing down, the latter caught a glimpse of this gesture from the corner of his eye. Although he was unsure of Wang Hao's intentions, Yao Ming chose to place his trust in him. At that moment, Wang Hao, engaged in a tussle with Gasol, summoned all his strength and let out a powerful shout before leaping with full force. In midair, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. It was an astonishing feat, truly unreasonable. Within such a confined space, 2 interior players had orchestrated an aerial ballet. The words of Coach Zhang resonated, but the spectacle was undeniably exhilarating, eliciting a hearty laugh from him in the studio. The score stood at 44-40, with merely a second remaining in the first half. Spain could only hurl the ball forward for the inbound, resulting in a miss that failed to even graze the rim. During halftime, Coach Gong inquired, Wang Hao, how is your stamina? If you're struggling, you should rest in the third quarter and let someone else take your place. No need, Coach, Wang Hao replied succinctly. Young Wang, if it becomes too much, do take a breather, Yao Ming also urged. No need, Brother Yao, I'm fine, Wang Hao responded, giving Yao Ming a resolute look before retreating to a massage chair to recuperate. Yao Ming shook his head at Coach Gong, signaling that further persuasion was unnecessary. As the second half commenced, both teams sent their starters back onto the court. Wang Hao approached Gasol directly, determined to provide unwavering support in this match. At this moment, the brilliance of Calder and the cerebral force of the Spanish team became evident, as the Gasol brothers were effectively contained by both Wang Hao and Yao Ming. Calder exploited the vulnerabilities of the Chinese team's perimeter defense. Together with Fernandez and Rodriguez, he relentlessly attacked the Chinese flanks, compelling Wang Hao and Yao Ming to shift their focus. Whenever one of them ventured out of the paint, the other was inevitably confronted with the dual threat posed by the Gasol brothers. The defensive failures were compounded by frequent offensive misfires, leaving the Chinese perimeter players timid and reliant solely on Yao Ming and Wang Hao, both of whom had lost their earlier rhythm. This period was fraught with struggle, and the 4-point deficit quickly evaporated, leading to a reversal. In a mere 4 minutes, Spain surged ahead by 10 points, the score rising to 47-57, as they orchestrated a remarkable 17-3 run. At this juncture, Wang Hao realized that unless someone emerged to assist in scoring and halt the downward spiral, the game would slip away. As the Chinese team mounted an offense, Coach Gong contemplated calling a timeout for adjustments if they failed to convert. Give me the ball. Everyone spread out, Wang Hao declared to his teammates. With a nod of assent from Yao Ming, Wang Hao received the inbounds pass and charged forward with reckless abandon, seemingly disregarding the presence of Spain's 5 players. He launched into a full sprint from the backcourt, his momentum formidable. Outside the 3-point line, he did not hesitate but accelerated, attempting to plow through Fernandez, who was knocked to the ground. Positioned perfectly, the Gasol brothers formed an imposing wall before Wang Hao. Undeterred by this formidable obstacle, he leaped against the towering duo, exclaiming, "Make way!" Wang Hao collided midair with the Gasol brothers. Wang Hao swung his arm vigorously and forcefully hurled the ball towards the hoop. Wang Hao did not collide with the Gasol brothers, nonetheless. He utilized his remarkable leaping ability and long arms to propel the ball into the hoop. Duong, the ball has been dunked. Wang Hao fell heavily to the ground. Initially, he did not rise, but lay there, his expression concealed. The referee hastily called for a halt to the match, while the players from the Chinese team quickly surrounded Wang Hao. "How are you, Xiao Wang? Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Yao Ming inquired with concern, leaning close to Wang Hao's ear. I'm fine, Yao Ge. Just a bit winded," Wang Hao replied with a rather amusing response. "Excellent. Well played." Wang Hao's effort had indeed ignited the spirit of the Chinese team. Observing such a remarkable junior from the national team, Coach Zhang disregarded his image and rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, "Calm down, Coach Zhang, calm down. Let us see if Wang Hao is injured." Yu Jia promptly redirected the conversation. "Indeed, let us hope he is not injured," Coach Zhang added with evident concern. Wang Hao signaled that all was well, and the match resumed. The sluggish Chinese team was finally invigorated by Wang Hao's remarkable play, reigniting their fervor for the relentless pressing reminiscent of the second quarter. The Spanish team found themselves caught off guard by this sudden surge in defensive intensity from China. Zhu Fengyu intercepted a hasty pass from the Spanish side. Steadying himself, Zhu Fengyu was on the verge of launching a fast break when he noticed both Wang Hao and Yao Ming signaling him to maintain composure. Thus, he gradually advanced the ball. The Chinese team exhibited patience in their perimeter ball movement, diligently searching for openings. In the paint, as Wang Hao positioned himself against Gasol, he suddenly accelerated toward the perimeter. Gasol quickly pursued, falling into the trap. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. Wang Hao suddenly pivoted and returned with remarkable speed. Just as Gasol was about to turn and pursue him, he collided with an imposing wall, Yao Ming. Yao Ming effectively shielded Wang Hao from Gasol's advance. The pressing question was how the Chinese team would facilitate the ball's delivery to Wang Hao. Coach Zhang remarked that such a glaring opportunity would undoubtedly be seized by the Chinese team. Lu Wei lofted the ball high into Wang Hao's path. It was overthrown. The court echoed with two phrases in different tongues, yet bearing the same meaning. Not too high, just right. Wang Hao leapt gracefully into the air, having gained ample momentum for his ascent, and this time, he soared noticeably higher. His head surpassed the rim by a considerable margin. With both hands firmly clutching the ball, he disregarded the presence of the diminutive Gasol before forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Wang Hao executed a magnificent dunk over Pau Gasol, decisively asserting his dominance. What a splendid display of courage, unafraid of confrontation. This moment evoked memories for Coach Zhang, reminiscent of the 1994 Chinese national team that faced Spain. Often hailed as the Golden Generation, the indomitable spirit of that team remains fresh in our minds, having established China's supremacy in Asia. Yu Jia also expressed his nostalgia. Yet I hold greater optimism for this current squad. The prowess of Yao Ming and Wang Hao is truly world-class, and I believe in their potential. Coach Zhang articulated his expectations, leaving us eager for what lies ahead. Returning to the match, the score stood at 51-57. Wang Hao, exhilarated after his dunk over Gasol, celebrated by pumping his fists with his teammates. Gasol, however, wore a cunning expression, seemingly plotting his next move. Spain launched an offensive, but China's aggressive press failed to yield results as the seasoned Calder assisted Fernandez, who successfully scored, extending Spain's lead to 51-59. In Chapter 77, the blade turns red. The Chinese team initiated an attack. Zhu Fengyu set a screen for Wang Hao. Even a brief obstruction was sufficient for Wang Hao to evade Marc Gasol and penetrate the paint. Pau Gasol, disregarding Yao Ming, returned to fortify the defense. At this moment, Wang Hao's focus was solely on the hoop. Nothing else mattered, least of all the defender. The thought of a third dunk loomed over Gasol, who seemed unfazed, standing resolutely before Wang Hao. Let this serve as a lesson for you. Wang Hao leaped with all his might. The defending Pau Gasol also jumped, but his height appeared more comical than formidable. However, upon physical contact, Wang Hao sensed the impending trouble. Observing Gasol swing his arm directly towards his head, Wang Hao quickly realized that Gasol's intent was to target him. There was no way to evade it, not one to be easily intimidated. Wang Hao raised the ball with one hand while the other arm poised his elbow defensively. Duong. Wang Hao managed to dunk the ball, yet he was unceremoniously yanked down from the rim by Marc Gasol. In the ensuing chaos, Gasol was also sent sprawling out of bounds by Wang Hao's elbow. The forceful descent left Wang Hao crashing heavily onto the floor. Blood! There is blood! Someone shouted. Whose blood is it? Both teams turned their gaze toward their respective players. Beep! 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 The referee halted the game once more, directing attention to the two players lying on the ground. It was Wang Hao's. His eye had been severely injured. As he was helped up, Yao Ming finally discerned the source of the blood. Doctor! Doctor! Yao Ming called out urgently. I'm fine, Yao Ge. It's just a superficial wound. It's not worse than mine, Wang Hao reassured him. Don't move for now. Rest on the sidelines. I'll handle the situation from here, Yao Ming instructed firmly. Hurry and stop the bleeding. We can't afford any delays in the game. Wang Hao insisted directly to the team doctor. But you need stitches. The wound is too severe, the doctor replied. Stitches are out of the question. It's too slow. Think of another solution. Wang Hao pressed, his tone sharp. Listen to the doctor and get stitches, Coach Gong interjected from the side. We can't, we're trailing. Wang Hao countered vehemently. Right now, your priority should be to treat the injury, not the game. Rest here, Coach Gong said, his authority unyielding. I have plenty of time to rest after retirement. I need to get back on the court quickly, Wang Hao declared. Use him. Then apply a bandage for the bleeding, Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, noticing the stapler in the staff's hands. No, that's too reckless. It could lead to infection. The team doctor, Coach Gong, and the players all implored in unison. If you want to do it, I'll do it myself. Wang Hao disregarded their warnings and snatched the stapler, determined to use it. Let me handle this. Ultimately, the doctor, unable to resist Wang Hao's fervor, capitulated. Quickly, coach. Let me back in, he urged, as only 2 minutes remained in the third quarter. The score stood at 57-62, with the Chinese team trailing by 5 points. A timeout was called. Is the injury serious? Yao Ming asked, glancing at the already bandaged wound. His question opened the floodgates, and criticisms of Wang Hao's reckless injury management flowed forth. It became clear to Yao Ming through the discourse that Wang Hao had dealt with his injury in a rather hasty manner. Too rash, he remarked verbally, yet his eyes glimmered with admiration. This kid is tough. He possesses the fierce spirit of a northeastern warrior, Yao Ming thought to himself in quiet reverence. I need not say much. Just look at Wang Hao, our youngest player. You could draw your own conclusions. Coach Gong addressed the whole team. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. With possession of the ball, Wang Hao took to the court, his gaze now sharper than ever. If Wang Hao had been a wolf before his injury. At this moment, Wang Hao embodies a lone wolf, starved for far too long. A true man should strive to reverse the tide of disaster and support the crumbling edifice. As Wang Hao donned his gear to take the court, Coach Zhang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, midway through the third quarter, had it not been for Wang Hao's remarkable offensive and defensive plays, the Chinese team might have already plummeted into the abyss. Fortunately, this injury does not hinder Wang Hao's participation. Let us witness what extraordinary feats he will accomplish. In this moment, Yu Jia must suppress the fervor within and calmly provide commentary. Give me the ball, Wang Hao boldly stated, gazing at Yao Ming, who was preparing to inbound from the baseline. The young man promptly passed the ball to Wang Hao. Wang Hao received the ball and swiftly propelled himself forward. Observing Wang Hao's unwavering speed, the Spanish players couldn't help but ponder if he intended to exact revenge on Pau Gasol. Without any warning, Wang Hao abruptly halted beyond the three-point line and unleashed a jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. The score now stands at 60-62. Wang Hao, after scoring, formed a gesture resembling a pistol with his hand and pretended to blow on it, reminiscent of a sniper completing a kill. Well done. Let us aim to overtake them before the end of this quarter, Yao Ming remarked. The Spanish team commenced their offensive. Wang Hao once again became the reliable support for Pau Gasol. The Spanish team capitalized on Yao Ming's slower movements to execute a successful counter-run strategy. Helpless, Yao Ming could only watch in dismay. In the Chinese team's offensive play, Yao Ming once again passed the ball to Wang Hao, who was eagerly extending his arms to receive it. Wang Hao once again swiftly dribbled the ball towards the front court. Uncertain of Wang Hao's offensive strategies, the Spanish team could only position Gasol beyond the three-point line to await his move. Yet, Wang Hao astounded the Spanish once more. Having just crossed the mid-court line, he abruptly halted and launched a three-point shot. Swish! It went in 63-64. At that moment, only 19 seconds remained in the game. Calder held the ball, meticulously managing the clock. With just 7 seconds left, he initiated the attack. Confronted by the Chinese player's defense, Spain failed to find an opening, and ultimately the ball returned to Calderon's hands. In a moment of haste, he took a shot, only to miss. The third quarter concluded with a score of 63-64, leaving China trailing Spain by a mere point. With 1 quarter left, the outcome remained uncertain. The fourth quarter would hinge on defense. They must intensify their efforts, for while they wear themselves out, their opponents would tire even more. Coach Gong reflected for a moment before adding, except for Wang Hao. On the Spanish side, tactical arrangements mirrored this sentiment. At this stage of the game, it was a test of endurance, determining which team could persevere. Huff, huff. Wang Hao panted heavily on the chair. If you can't continue, perhaps you should rest for a while, Yao Ming expressed with concern. No, I fear that if I get down, I will truly lose my energy. I can still hold on. Wang Hao once again declined. Allow me to say a few words. Coach Gong directed the attention of the crowd. To be honest, I never anticipated that we would compete with Spain to this extent. Yet we have achieved it. A victory would mark a historic milestone for the Chinese team. And even in defeat, we have the opportunity to contest in the ranking matches. Moreover, the main event is the Olympics in 2008, right here in our own backyard. I believe none of US would wish to miss the chance to play on home soil. Coach Gong's remarks were primarily directed towards Wang Hao and Yao Ming, as he hoped to prevent them from overexerting themselves. An injury could complicate matters for the upcoming Olympics. The primary objective of this year's World Championship was to gain experience. And unexpectedly, this training had propelled them into the top 8. Chapter 78. Win or lose. The fourth quarter commenced. The outcome of entering the semifinals or returning home rested upon these final 10 minutes. Let's go. The Chinese team regained possession of the ball. Let me handle this. You focus on recuperating. There will be a time to fight hard, Yao Ming advised Wang Hao. All right. Wang Hao advanced with the ball, effortlessly drawing Pau Gasol out from the paint beyond the three-point line. During the years when Yao Ming was active, whether facing the Rockets or the national team, the most effective strategy to counter Yao was never to confront him directly from behind, but rather to intercept him as he received the ball. Only a Yao Ming who could not secure possession posed no threat. Once in control, he had an abundance of scoring methods at his disposal. Spain understood this principle well. Marc Gasol engaged fiercely with Yao Ming, vying for position. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, with the ball, closely observed this unfolding scene. Noticing Marc's aggressive maneuvering, he discreetly signaled to Yao Ming. Suddenly, Yao relinquished his struggle with Marc. Before Marc could revel in his perceived success, he witnessed Wang Hao's pass soaring over his head. Too late, Yao Ming caught the ball and faced an unguarded basket, executing a bank shot to score. Clever. Yao acknowledged with approval. The score shifted to 65-64, with China reclaiming a 1-point lead. At this juncture, the contest was not merely a test of willpower, but also a reflection of the key player's form. The distinction between stars and role players lies in the former's ability to score, regardless of circumstances, when the team is in dire need. A star is one who can carry the team forward. Pau Gasol, undeniably the leader of the Spanish squad, at this moment faced not just Wang Hao, but even if it were Duncan, Garnett, or Malone defending him, he would rise to the occasion and spearhead the team's offensive efforts. Pau did not believe that anyone other than the fatigued Wang Hao, who had been sidelined for 2 minutes due to injury, could muster the energy to defend against him. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively called for the ball, called her, and delivered it smoothly into Gasol's hands. Wang Hao's stamina is indeed not as robust as it once was. He may no longer be able to execute those extreme blocks. However, he can still hold his ground against Gasol. The two have now engaged in an intense physical confrontation. Wang Hao has incorporated the subtle techniques imparted by Kobe, utilizing pushing, pulling, gripping, and tugging. With a resounding thud, Gasol delivers a powerful thrust. Wang Hao made a slight movement, swiftly regaining his balance. Bang! Gasol struck once more. Wang Hao resolutely held his ground. Observing that the back-to-the-basket move was ineffective, Gasol executed a half-turn and released a graceful hook shot. Wang Hao helplessly gazed at the ball soaring through the sky. Please don't go in. Please don't go in. Alas, the ball found its mark. Wang Hao had defended admirably, yet the hook shot was executed with such finesse. With an imposing height of 215 centimeters and an arm span of 230 centimeters, one could only wonder how high one must leap to block such a shot. Perhaps, when Wang Hao is brimming with energy and well-prepared, an opportunity may arise. The score stood at 65-66, with Spain reclaiming the lead by a single point. The two teams engaged in a relentless back-and-forth, trading 2-point leads for nearly 5 minutes. The Spanish team, led by Pau Gasol, consistently exploited his exceptional hookshot accuracy to challenge Wang Hao. Meanwhile, the Chinese team relied on Yao Ming's stability in the paint to maintain the equilibrium. Phew! Yao Ming was beginning to breathe heavily. I'll take care of this, brother Yao. Remember to spread out. Wang Hao seized the offensive mantle. The Chinese team advanced. This time, the ball was not passed to Yao Ming, but rather to Wang Hao, who had positioned himself inside to block Gasol. Thud, thud. Despite his considerable fatigue, Wang Hao found himself unable to budge Gasol. However, being unable to push back did not signify that Wang Hao was devoid of offensive capability. Wang Hao turned, executing a move profoundly familiar to Gasol. His body leaned slightly backward, one foot lifted. The release point and the arc of the ball were remarkably high. Indeed, it was the legendary Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Gasol's eyes were intensely fixated on the basketball, soaring toward the hoop. Swish! The ball went in. What a splendid shot! Yao Ming excitedly raised his fist. The score was now 75-74, with the Chinese team regaining the lead by a single point. As the team switched sides for the second half, the physically drained Gasol opted not to single-handedly confront Wang Hao again. Instead, he positioned himself at a high spot to facilitate play. This time, it was Fernandez, the star guard who had been quiet for half a quarter, who stepped up to score. Gasol and Fernandez executed a clever give-and-go, with Gasol briefly obstructing the defender. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fernandez decisively shot and scored a long two-pointer, once again propelling Spain ahead by a point, 75-76. China launched their offense. Liu Wei passed the ball to Wang Hao, who posted up against Gasol. Observing the interior closely, Calder In saw an opportunity to steal the ball from Wang Hao and swiftly abandoned his defensive assignment to confront him. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Hao noticed this development and instinctively passed the ball to the unmarked Liu Wei. Liu Wei lived up to expectations, sinking a mid-range jumper for 2 points. The score was now 77-76, with just 2.5 minutes remaining in the match. The situation on the court remained unclear. Once again, it was Fernandez from Spain who took the initiative. His exceptional leaping ability allowed him to effortlessly evade the Chinese defense. Receiving the pass, he hit a three-pointer. The score now stood at 77-79, with China trailing by 2 points. As Spain stubbornly reclaimed the lead, Wang Hao felt a surge of urgency within him. "Give me the ball." Yao Ming, at the free throw line, heard those familiar 3 words. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Wang Hao. Wang Hao surged forward with the ball, fully aware that time was of the essence. Each fleeting second was invaluable. He was resolute in his determination not to squander it. This time, the Spanish team refrained from idly waiting at the three-point line for Wang Hao. His shooting range had already been validated in previous matches. Gasol was compelled to intercept Wang Hao near the midcourt line. Although Wang Hao adeptly surpassed Gasol with a burst of speed, the maneuver successfully allowed his teammates to establish a defensive line, buying precious time. Wang Hao was compelled to halt beyond the three-point line. With the ball firmly grasped in both hands, he braced his body against the returning defense of Gasol. Suddenly, he exerted force, causing the closely guarding Gasol to lean back slightly. In an ephemeral moment of opportunity, Wang Hao launched a three-point shot. At that instant, every breath was held in anticipation. Should Wang Hao's shot find its mark, the game could continue. But if it missed, the likelihood of defeat for the Chinese team loomed large. Fortunately, he did not disappoint. The shot, laden with the hopes of the Chinese team, cleanly swished through the net. With a score of 80-79, the Chinese team regained a slender lead. There was no time for celebration. They hastily returned to defense. In the ensuing possessions, the Chinese team dedicated themselves fervently to their defense. Although their appearance was somewhat disheveled, they successfully curtailed Spain's offensive efforts. Yet, it seemed as if the Chinese team had also misplaced their scoring touch. Both teams went scoreless for 2 minutes. With just 22 seconds remaining, Spain held possession, and the conclusion of the match was imminent. At this moment, unspoken, the Chinese team understood. No fouls, no reckless actions. Stay close to their opponents. The ball was in Calder In's hands as he searched for an opportunity. After a series of unsuccessful passes, Calder In had no choice but to deliver the ball to the nearest post player, Pau Gasol. Having barely touched the ball throughout the game, Pau Gasol was now burdened with the weight of his team's hopes. Time was no longer on his side. With only 2 seconds left on the clock, Pau Gasol hurriedly released a shot beneath the basket. Beep! Yao Ming committed a foul. To compound matters, the ball grazed the rim twice before fortuitously dropping in. In that moment, the morale of the entire Chinese team plummeted. Yao Ming, filled with frustration, slapped his forehead. "There is still time, Yao Ji," Wang Hao consoled him. Coach Gong stood by the sidelines, prepared to call a timeout. As long as the Chinese team maintained possession, he would signal for a pause. In an unexpected turn, Pau Gasol, who intended to miss the free throw, inadvertently scored. This granted the Chinese team a mere 0.9 seconds for an offensive opportunity. Could a game-winning shot be made in such a brief time frame? The answer was affirmative. Shorter game winners had occurred before. Soon, Yao Ming would inbound the ball. Irrespective of who received it, the directive was clear: shoot decisively. If it missed, the blame would rest on him. If it succeeded, the glory would belong to them. Coach Gong refrained from any tactical adjustments. At this juncture, strategy was of little consequence. With only 0.9 seconds on the clock, the imperative was to shoot upon receiving the ball. Any delay would be fatal. The timeout concluded. The fateful 0.9 seconds began. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled for the inbound. The Chinese players sprinted furiously, but the outcome was uncertain. Wang Hao could only run to the vicinity of the center circle to receive the ball. Noticing Wang Hao's unoccupied position just before the center circle, Yao Ming promptly passed the ball. Wang Hao received it. He took the shot. A fleeting silence ensued. The ball went in. The Chinese team triumphed over the formidable Spanish squad, creating history by advancing to the semifinals of the Men's Basketball World Championship. An ecstatic Zhang, the commentator, exclaimed fervently from the studio. "Wait, teacher Zhang, is the basket invalid?" Yu Jia shouted in disbelief. "Why is it invalid? That was clearly a good shot," Zhang echoed. There was a replay. Observing the time, Wang Hao caught the ball, counted down, leaped, and released the shot. What a pity. Wang Hao failed to release the ball before the light illuminated, Yu Jia lamented. The Chinese team, which had been poised to celebrate, fell into despondency upon hearing the referee's verdict. Meanwhile, the Spanish team, already resigned to their fate, erupted in jubilant cheers. "Let us go. Let us shake hands. We'll take it back in 0.8, Yao Ming said, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Wang Hao, go to the hospital to treat your injury. Don't let it scar," Yao Ming urged. "Come with me to the press conference." Coach Gong directly sent Wang Hao to the hospital. At the press conference, Coach Gong looming stated, "Although it is regrettable to lose, a loss is a loss, even if it is by 0.1 seconds. We will reclaim our honor in the Olympics of 0.8. His remarks were succinct. A reporter inquired, "Why didn't Wang Hao attend the press conference?" Yao Ming replied, "Wang Hao went to the hospital to treat his wound. The injury around his eye was hastily stapled during the match. Now he must go to the hospital for proper care to prevent infection." The reporter gasped, "What immense courage that requires." Yao Ming responded, "I don't know. If it were me, I might not have the bravery to do so." In the studio, Coach Zhang remarked, "Though we regret this loss, we can take solace in the fact that this Chinese men's basketball team possesses the capability to challenge world-class teams, and they may even secure a medal in the Olympics." Yu Jia concurred. "Indeed, this team, in terms of player composition and age, is exceptional, especially with core players like Yao Ming and Wang Hao. Their future is boundless." Chapter 79. Returning to America following the conclusion of the quarterfinals, there remained placement matches. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Germany, led by Nowitzki, France with Tony Parker, and Turkey, securing 5th place in this edition of the Men's Basketball World Championship. On September 2nd, the Chinese team's competitions concluded. After a day of rest, they boarded a flight back home the following morning. Wang Hao, accompanied by A.O. Mei and Yao Ming, along with Yi Jianlian, made their way to Guangdong to address Yi Jianlian's transition to the United States. The influence of Yao Ming proved to be monumental. The Guangdong team and the Basketball Association granted them unobstructed passage. Remarkably, within just 2 days, Yi Jianlian completed all necessary formalities. His identity has now evolved into that of a prodigious basketball talent destined for study abroad in America. After a few days of exploration in Guangdong, alongside A.O. Mei and Yi Jianlian, boarded a flight to Los Angeles, while Yao Ming returned to Houston as the NBA training camp was about to commence. Upon their arrival, Wang Hao and his companions went straight to Kobe's residence. There was no alternative destination. Kobe expressed a significant degree of respect for Yi Jianlian's arrival. After a brief respite, Wang Hao first escorted A.O. Mei back to her home, then took Yi Jianlian to UCLA. Entering the training facility of the Bruins, they observed Coach Mark and Coach Haleland conducting tryouts for new recruits, reminiscent of Wang Hao's own days auditioning for the Bruins. "Coach, this is the individual I mentioned, Yi Jianlian. He possesses remarkable talent," Wang Hao introduced. "This will be your future head coach, Coach Haleland," he added to Yi Jianlian. "Hello, Coach," Yi Jianlian shyly greeted in broken English. "Oh, that one-T do, young man. Basketball is a sport that demands passion, not the timid shuffle of a girl at a disco." Coach Haleland astutely pointed out Yi Jianlian's shortcomings. "It appears sending you here was indeed the right decision," Wang Hao remarked to Yi Jianlian. "Mark, come over and take this kid for a tryout," Coach Haoland instructed without hesitation, sending Yi Jianlian for physical assessments. Your performance at the World Championship was commendable, he praised, taking on the role of a proud mentor. Such credit goes to the coaching, Wang Hao flattered. Are there any promising talents this year? He inquired, observing the training players. None that can compare to you, but there is one intriguing young fellow, came the response. Who? Shall I assist in training him? Wang Hao inquired, eager to play the role of a seasoned elder. That would be number 0. He possesses explosive athleticism and tenacious defense, though his shot selection leaves much to be desired. Nonetheless, he is spirited and full of energy. Coach Haoland indicated a player clad in number 0. Shall I bring him over for a little practice? Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, eager for the challenge. Sure. Let us show those youngsters who think they can surpass you just how formidable you really are. Mark, have Russell come over, Coach Haoland called out. Russell? That name sounds familiar. Wang Hao mused. What is his full name, Coach? Russell Westbrook, do you know him? Ah, now I understand. Is that not the renowned Brody himself? It is indeed intriguing to witness the young and vibrant Westbrook in action, thought Wang Hao with a mischievous grin. Coach, did you summon me? Inquired the player adorned in the number 0 jersey. Allow me to introduce you to your senior, the legendary architect of an impeccable NCAA record. The leading scorer in the NCAA, the tyrant Wang Hao. Coach Haoland gestured toward Wang Hao. Greetings, Russell. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wang Hao extended his left hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Westbrook reciprocated the handshake. You've always wanted to see it firsthand, and now the moment is upon you. Coach Haoland remarked boldly. Shall we have a one-on-one? Westbrook took the initiative. Very well, Wang Hao replied, eager to assist in the development of the young talent before him. Yet, he knew that such growth often comes with its share of discomfort. You take the first move. Wang Hao tossed the ball to Westbrook. Westbrook dribbled beyond the three-point line, searching for an opportunity, while Wang Hao followed suit with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Westbrook accelerated, stepping just inside the three-point arc, and then he launched a shot. Wang Hao, ever the formidable defender, would not allow such a gesture to go unchallenged, snatching the ball from the air as effortlessly as he would collect a rebound. Do not bother with such trifles. I shall give you another chance, Wang Hao declared with authority. What an arrogant fellow, Westbrook remarked with a hint of pride. This time, Westbrook indeed complied, abandoning his usual awkward jump shot in favor of a swift drive to the basket. It is a common belief that those of greater height tend to lack speed. But once again, he was mistaken. Finding himself unable to shake off Wang Hao, Westbrook's determination surged, and he leaped with the ball, intent on challenging Wang Hao directly. Wang Hao gently lowered Westbrook from midair. Young man, do not test my patience. If this were a game, I would have easily tossed you aside, he said with a hint of irritation. And do not attempt to flaunt your physical prowess, for it is undoubtedly inferior to mine, he added. Well, Wang Hao, did I not mention that this lad's shot selection is abysmal? Haoland remarked with a smirk. I cannot criticize his shot choices, as mine are even worse. However, one must exercise intellect while playing. Can mindless brute force lead to victory? Wang Hao retorted, bemused. Is this young turtle really so reckless? I am at a loss as to how he should improve. Coach Haoland finally inquired, his curiosity piqued, while Westbrook perked up his ears to listen. Three-point shooting. His physique is commendable, and his explosiveness is notable. If he were to develop a solid long-range shot, the threat he poses to opponents would be immense, Wang Hao proposed. Coach, the physical assessment data for Yi has arrived, Coach Mark announced, approaching with Yi Jianlian and a notebook. Let me see, both Wang Hao and Haoland exclaimed simultaneously. Show it to the coach first, Wang Hao interjected. Not bad, not bad. Although it doesn't quite match your level, it should stand out among the Asian players. Haoland remarked as he handed the notebook to Wang Hao. Well done, alien. Train diligently and keep pushing. Once I secure a place to stay, I will bring you over. And you, young man, be more sensible on the court. Think wisely, for I have high hopes for you. I must take my leave now, coach, Wang Hao called out as he departed from the Brown Bears training facility. Hey, Wang, I have returned to the United States. Is there anything I should be aware of? Wang Hao finally remembered that as a professional player, he ought to connect with his agent. Anything? I'm nearly overwhelmed with work. You were dominating at the World Championship, while I am being swamped by companies. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed in frustration. Is there any endorsement worth pursuing? Indeed, Nike has offered you a 4-year contract worth $42 million, while Adidas has presented a 5-year deal for $56 million, inclusive of several bonus clauses. What do you think? Huang Jinxiang relayed the most substantial endorsement offers he had received. I shall not consider it, unless they are willing to establish a separate brand for me akin to Jordan's. Otherwise, I would only contemplate a short-term contract of 1 or 2 years. Wang Hao firmly rejected the offers. Absurd. Such a paltry sum. Would they expect me to work as a servant for them? What else is there? Wang Hao inquired further. The remainder consists of endorsements from various clothing, accessory, and beverage companies, 7 in total, aggregating to approximately 17 million per year. What do you think? Huang Jinxiang asked, somewhat resigned. As long as it is not overly burdensome, I shall sign them. Times are tough, and I am in need of funds. Wang Hao made a decisive decision. How could one forsake the most lucrative contract while still in financial straits? Huang Jinxiang pondered internally. By the way, Huang, have you heard of a company called Facebook lately? Acquire as many shares as possible. Securing a few 100,000 for sustenance would suffice, and invest the remainder. Wang Hao began to relish the first benefits of his newfound journey. Furthermore, I've also procured shares in a gaming company known as Riot. If funds are lacking, I'll borrow from Lao Ke. As an ardent gamer, Wang Hao certainly remembered the beloved pastime of countless enthusiasts, League of Legends. In this life, I aspire to be the owner, to be the man who possesses every hero and every skin. All right, I understand. I'll negotiate regarding the sneakers. For the other endorsements, simply shoot a few short clips whenever you have the time. Huang Jinxiang wearily ended the call. Chapter 80, A New Journey Upon Returning Home. Kobe sat in the living room watching television, though it seemed more like he was awaiting Wang Hao's arrival. You're back? Come over and sit for a moment. Kobe initiated the conversation. What is up, old man? Wang Hao replied. Don't forget, you need to report to the team tomorrow. The Summer League is about to commence. Are you planning to participate? I think not. I just finished the World Championship and could use a break. I'll join for the preseason instead. Wang Hao contemplated before responding. That sounds reasonable. A little rest would be beneficial to avoid fatigue during the latter part of the season, Kobe concurred. The following day, at the Lakers training facility, the team conducted comprehensive physical assessments for the reporting players. Wang Hao was astonished to discover that he had grown an additional 4 centimeters. With a barefoot height of 211 centimeters, his bench press had also significantly improved, reaching 185 kilograms since his arrival in the NCAA. Currently, his physical attributes are increasingly suited for the interior game. However, he stubbornly clings to the small forward position. Observing players like the 203 centimeters tall Paul Millsap and the 198 centimeters tall Tucker, who later excelled as centers in the small ball era, one cannot help but wonder. Your Majesty, do you not feel any shame? Yet the sense of shame has become irrelevant. As Wang Hao glanced at the roster of the Lakers, he recognized that his role as a small forward was far from ordinary. The position one plays often depends on the strengths of the opposing team. Indeed, Wang Hao has defined his position with clarity. The Lakers' preliminary 14-man roster has been established. Kobe has also changed his jersey number from 8 to 24 for the new season. He has arrived, the legendary Kobe in number 24, Wang Hao mused. Old Kobe, could you assist me in finding a place to rent? He inquired on his way home. Is it uncomfortable living at my place? Kobe replied, somewhat displeased. Not at all. It's just that I would like Yi Jianlian to stay with me. And I also need some space with A.O. Mei. Wang Hao admitted, his face turning crimson. Isn't that what truly matters? Let's head home first. I have another house in Beverly Hills. You can stay there for now. Kobe casually arranged this for him. Thank you, but I can't afford the rent, Wang Hao replied. Huh. Kobe shot him a knowing glance. Does it feel like old Kobe is looking at a country bumpkin? Wang Hao mused. What? Am I a country bumpkin? He retorted. You old fool. For the sake of the house, I'll let you off this time. Wang Hao ultimately decided to graciously forgive the old man. Here, that's the key. You can find someone to tidy up later. Upon returning home, Kobe tossed the key to Wang Hao. Also, prepare for the new season. The Lakers don't have much time for you to develop. You've seen the roster this year. You'll likely be tasked with guarding the opposing team's sharpest forwards. Are you ready? Absolutely. The opponents are so weak that I find it uninteresting, Wang Hao replied. A month of training swiftly passed, and the Lakers' final roster was confirmed. Center, Kwame Brown, Bynum, and Aaron Williams from the Raptors. Forwards, Millsap, Tucker, Wang Hao, Turiaf Vujasic, and Brian Cook. Aside from Wang Hao, the others were either mediocre or rookies. Guards, Kobe, Morris Peterson, and Morris Evans. A rather lackluster lineup. The core strategy of this team seemed to revolve around Kobe playing, followed by Wang Hao, and then back to Kobe. Perfect. In the preseason team rankings released by ESPN, the Lakers were placed 9th in the Western Conference, likely due to Kobe's reputation. Otherwise, they would have been vying for the top draft pick. The Lakers had 4 preseason games against the Warriors and the Bobcats, each team playing one home and one away match. Given Kobe's esteemed status, he could easily play a few minutes and rest, as it was merely the preseason. However, the fact that Wang Hao participated for less than 20 minutes over the 4 games raised eyebrows. Had Wang Hao, newly entered into the NBA, become so arrogant as to compare himself to Kobe? Some unscrupulous media outlets published a highly provocative article, regrettably, with a thick skin comparable to that of a basketball. Wang Hao paid no heed and continued on his own path. I simply won T-play. What can you do about it? The Lakers had no objections to this. Could it be that Wang Hao had truly reached such a level, nearly rivaling Kobe's standing within the team? Once again, a group of unscrupulous journalists stirred the pot. Nonetheless, there were some discerning media members who specifically highlighted Wang Hao's performance in the World Championship, advocating for him and stating that his primary focus should be on resting rather than exhausting himself in the preseason. This report received unanimous praise from Lakers fans. Ultimately, the Lakers lost all 4 preseason games. It's all right, it's just the preseason, the Zen Master remarked. Domestic fans affectionately dubbed the trio of Wang Hao Kobe and the Zen Master as the Eyeglass King Cobra combination, with Eyeglass referring to the Zen Master, King to Wang Hao, and Cobra to Kobe. However, as discussions continued, it amusingly morphed into the Eyeglass playing Snake combination. Subsequently, it became even more outrageous as Wang Hao and Kobe were directly referred to as the Snake Duo. Wang Hao felt somewhat astonished by this unexpected attention and, under an alias, fervently expressed his grievances on the forum. However, amidst the vast multitude of internet commentators in our nation, this outcry barely made a ripple and soon faded into silence. The NBA regular season for 2006 to 2007 was set to commence on October 31st. The Los Angeles Lakers, stationed in the city, undeniably became one of the key protagonists in the opening match. On October 31st, the Lakers faced off against the visiting Phoenix Suns at their home court. The moment of truth is approaching. Can Wang Hao truly live up to everything the Lakers have done for him? Nervous? Kobe inquired before entering. A bit. Wang Hao shyly replied. You'll get used to it. Kobe reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, signaling that it was his turn. As he approached the entrance of the player tunnel, the enthusiastic voice of the Lakers' home DJ filled the air. Coming up next is the tyrant we've all been waiting for this season, Wang Hao. The DJ elongated the name dramatically. Tyrant, tyrant, tyrant. The synchronized cheers from the fans stirred Wang Hao's emotions, igniting a desire to rush onto the court and battle fiercely. Here you go. Kobe handed him a basketball with a knowing glance toward the hoop. Understanding instantly, Wang Hao seized the moment. Amidst the DJ's exuberant announcements and the fans' roaring applause, he finally stepped onto the Staples Center floor as a member of the Lakers. At that moment, all the lights converged upon him. With a fleeting glance towards the rim, he launched the ball directly from the tunnel entrance. The lighting technician promptly illuminated the area around the hoop. Swish! The ball went in cleanly. With that successful shot, the anxiety that had gripped Wang Hao's heart dissipated. The fear of a failed debut was indeed daunting. He rushed to high-five each of his teammates and then stood together, awaiting the arrival of the Lakers' king, the king of Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant. The wait was not long. Following a spirited introduction from the DJ, Kobe emerged to a crescendo of cheers. The pregame festivities quickly wrapped up, and Staples Center was finally set for the main event, Lakers versus Suns. Last season, in the first round of the playoffs, the Lakers had a 3-1 lead only to be defeated by the Suns in 4 consecutive games. Such deep-seated animosity could not go unaddressed. Thus, the Lakers season opener was against their old rivals, the Suns. Kobe, having suffered a minor hamstring injury during training, will be sidelined for 2 games. He was present on the bench for a simple reason, to support his team. Facing a professional team for the first time, and with Kobe watching, Wang Hao felt a slight pressure. In the NBA debut against the Suns, the Lakers starting lineup featured Bynum, Bryant, Cook, Wang Hao, Morris Evans, and Jordan Farmar. The Suns starters included Boris Diaw, Kurt Thomas, Sean Marion, Raja Bell, and Steve Nash. Where's Stoudemire? This lineup is somewhat perplexing, especially with the tallest player at just 203 centimeters. As Wang Hao gazed upon the formidable lineup of the Suns, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Turning his attention to the Lakers, he observed the towering presence of Bynum at 6 feet 11 inches, himself at 6 feet 9 inches, and the 6 feet 8 inches Cook. The disparity in height was striking. The referee sounded the whistle to commence the match, and both teams fielded their starting players. Bynum effortlessly triumphed in the jump ball. Welcome to the NBA, kid, he remarked. In the early moments, Wang Hao received a greeting from Marion, Let you be the first corpse on the tyrant's path to dominion. Unyielding, Wang Hao retorted with equal fervor. San,